Good news, I have traversed realms, Kai-chan, and I find myself in the illustrious and noble Douqi Continent. The bad news is that I possess an ice attribute, rendering me incompatible with the path of an alchemist. How can one alleviate their worries? Only by activating a cheat. I shall advance my martial techniques, combat skills, and elixirs until I ascend to the throne of an emperor. Chen Xiao. My cheat may not be grand, but it suffices. Chapter 73. Parting. The joy radiating from Chen Xiao's brow clearly indicates his fondness for this gift. Witnessing this scene, both Sun'er and Qing Lin seated across from him cannot help but smile. Young master, Sister Sun'er has diligently recorded some insights over the span of more than half a month. Qing Lin cheerfully interjects, praising Sun'er. After Chen Xiao's departure, the two young women have kept each other company in the Xiao family, their bond evidently deepening. Chen Xiao gazes at Sun'er, feeling an intensifying flutter in his heart. Thank you. This scroll is immensely beneficial to me. Its value is no less than the techniques I am currently cultivating. Brother Chen Xiao, you exaggerate. Sun'er merely compiled some information, which is not particularly obscure in the Central Continent. Many influential factions are somewhat aware of it. Sun'er shakes her head and smiles. Chen Xiao refrains from disputing the matter further. Information is indeed a form of value, a realization he has long grasped. During his time in Tagore, it was through the knowledge of the blue lotus earth fire that he was able to achieve all that followed. By the way, I have a question for Sun'er. When refining these ice attribute spiritual materials, do I also need to prepare a spirit gathering device beforehand, similar to how those with fire attributes refine their ya? Spirit gathering devices are exceedingly rare, at least in the northwestern continent. However, Chen Xiao is aware of two places where such items can be found. One is with Yao Chun, and the other lies within the magma world beneath the heaven-burning, refining Qi Tower, where the esteemed Lord of Heavenly Fire resides. The Lord of Heavenly Fire has previously refined the fallen heart flame, and even attempted to refine a second one, making the possibility of possessing a spirit-gathering device quite high. If it is indeed necessary to refine ice attribute spiritual materials, Chen Xiao believes acquiring one would not be overly difficult. It merely requires a trip underground. Brother Chen Xiao has considered this comprehensively. However, it is unnecessary unless you wish to refine the bone spirit cold fire. As far as Sun'er knows, was claimed by a venerable figure in the Central Continent many years ago, and there have been no further tidings since. As for the others, take the heaven cold Qi for instance. It is labeled an ice attribute spiritual material solely due to its formidable effects, capable of countering Ya. However, in reality, it fundamentally differs from true, celestial spiritual materials like Ya. It lacks a source, and resembles more of a consumable rare resource. The more one refines it, the more potent their fighting spirit becomes. Yet, as Sun'er speculates, the enhancement may diminish with increasing quantities refined. Upon hearing this, Chen Xiao reflects on the scene from the original trajectory, when Han Feng utilized the heaven-cold Qi against the fallen heart flame. It indeed appears, as Sun'er described, devoid of any spiritual essence, and more akin to a mere resource. A hint of disappointment washes over him upon this realization. Yet, he quickly reminds himself that Ioa is an answer from a different realm. It is only natural that they cannot be equated. The mere fact that these materials can counter Ioa is already remarkable, and one should not be overly ambitious. Moreover, considering from another perspective, the absence of a source in these ice attribute materials signifies that they will not transform or gain sentience, greatly easing the difficulty of their collection. With this thought, Chen Xiao feels a wave of relief wash over him. I understand. This is quite favorable as it will save me a great deal of trouble. Sun'er nods with a smile and then discreetly retrieves a pitch-black scroll from her spatial ring, glancing out the window unobtrusively. Concealed in the shadows, Ling Ying immediately comprehends the situation, silently enveloping the room in a soundproof barrier. Brother Chen Xiao, this is a combat technique that Sun'er brought from home. I initially intended to cultivate it after reaching the Douwang level, but since Sun'er has decided to return early, it will be of no use to her, and thus she gifts it to you. However, Brother Chen Xiao must remember not to open it before breaking through to Douwang. Otherwise, not only will you be unable to cultivate it, but you may also injure yourself. This technique possesses considerable power, and its consumption is quite substantial. In the future, when you arrive in the Central Continent, please use it sparingly. This is the first time in all the years Chen Xiao has known Sun'er that he has witnessed such a solemn expression on her face. Considering her words, although the black scroll bears no inscriptions and is shrouded in mystery, Chen Xiao has already deduced the truth. There is only one possibility, the Imperial Seal technique. Only this combat technique could elicit such gravity from Sun'er. This technique is one of the ancient clan's trademarks, a genuine secret not meant for dissemination. When Sun presents this technique as a gift, it signifies a deeper bond between them. Chen Xiao takes a deep breath, locking eyes with the girl whose eyes gleam like gems. I will use it with caution. Sun, wait for me in the Central Continent. On the day of your coming-of-age ceremony, I will surely be present. Perhaps by then, if I gain the favor of your family, I may use it openly. Sun softly acknowledges with a slight nod, her gaze momentarily drifting away from Chen Xiao, her cheeks tinged with a delicate blush. She is only a few years away from adulthood, but there remains a substantial time until her coming-of-age ceremony. The ancient clan's coming-of-age ceremony is never held for a single individual, but is celebrated grandly at fixed intervals. In the shadows outside, Ling Ying observes Chen Xiao putting away the pitch-black scroll before silently retracting the soundproof barrier, watching her young mistress with an expression that is difficult to articulate, filled with unspoken emotions. Reflecting on the past, it seems that when he first arrived at the Xiao family, it was he who deliberately mentioned Chen Xiao to divert the young mistress's attention, thereby increasing her interest in this boy who seems so out of place in the Xiao clan. Gradually, the two lonely souls became friends, day by day, year by year, their bond blossoming quietly until it has become what it is today. With such thoughts, Ling Ying suddenly feels a pang of anxiety. What if the truth were to reach the ears of the ancient clan elders? Inside the room, after gifting two presents, Sun finally refrains from producing anything further. Glancing at the luminous moonlight outside, Sun rises, pulling Qinglin up with her, and with a charming smile says, "Brother Chen Xiao, Qinglin and I are quite curious about the renowned Jianan Academy. It was raining when we entered, and we didn't get a proper look. Why don't you take us for a stroll while we still have time?" Chen Xiao readily agrees. Though he has only been in the inner courtyard for less than 20 days and his movements have been limited, he still possesses some understanding of the layout and arrangements of the inner courtyard. The night is tranquil, the deep blue sky adorned with twinkling stars, and the bright moon hangs high, draping the inner courtyard in a silvery veil. From the accommodation area to the heaven-burning refining Qi Tower and to the bustling arena, even though all the doors are tightly shut, Chen Xiao's narration fills Sun and Qinglin with enthusiasm. Unbeknownst to them, the night has grown late. Exiting from the only unlocked elder's study, Sun glances at the sky, her exquisitely beautiful face tinged with a hint of melancholy. Noticing the change in the girl's demeanor, it is clear to both Chen Xiao and even Qinglin that the time to part has come. Chen Xiao gently ruffles Qinglin's hair, offering comfort. It is merely a temporary separation. Consider it a retreat in different locations. Once we have both made some progress, we shall meet again in the Central Continent. Qinglin nods slightly, yet her spirits remain low, her head bowed in silence. Chen Xiao then turns to Sun, hesitating for a moment before suddenly wrapping his arms around her slender waist, pulling her into an embrace. "Sun, wait for me in the Central Continent," and, hearing the barely audible words near her ear, the tips of the girl's ears flush a deep crimson, her face aglow with an alluring blush, and a look of astonishment crosses her features. After a brief moment of shock, she obediently nods in agreement. Ling Ying, hidden in the distance, remains unaware of the whispers exchanged between the two and instinctively averts her gaze. After a short while, when she turns back to look, she sees Sun already holding Qinglin, saying their final farewells. "Brother Chen Xiao, take care. Young master." Chen Xiao stands rooted in place, waving to bid farewell as he watches their figures fade from sight, letting out a soft sigh. Subsequently, he does not return to the loft, but instead heads directly towards the Black Corner domain. Chapter 74. The Trader of the Wind and Thunder Pavilion. In this world, wherever there is light, shadows inevitably follow. The infamous Black Corner domain is a manifestation of this truth. Due to its unique geographical position, it has become one of the most chaotic regions on the continent, home to countless powerful fugitives from across the land, who have established the most savage of rules. Moreover, this place is a melting pot of various races beyond just humans. One can encounter shadowy beings of the dark races, as well as barbaric tribes far exceeding normal human size, resembling a miniature version of the continent itself. In this territory, there are no legal or moral constraints, only a single law, the law of the jungle. In other words, the weak are devoured by the strong. After a night of hurried travel, Chen Xiao has finally exited the safe zone of Jianan Academy and arrived at a small town within the Black Corner domain. Training is not synonymous with courting death. To ensure his safety, Chen Xiao has meticulously planned his route, starting from the small towns surrounding the larger cities, gradually acclimating to the rules of the Black Corner domain. During this interval, I shall persist in my cultivation of the 3,000 thunder movements, thereby significantly enhancing my safety. A sudden whoosh echoed as a sharp sound sliced through the air. Chen Xiao, cloaked in black, halted mid-stride, slightly sidestepping to evade the arrow that had whizzed past him. The arrow, embedded deeply in the grass, with its quivering tail indicated that the archer had no intention of leaving anyone alive. Chen Xiao lifted his gaze and immediately locked eyes with a scar-faced man seated in a pavilion of the small town. Keek, are you a novice entering the Black Corner domain for the first time? Do you not even know that one must announce their presence from 100 meters away before entering an unfamiliar town? The scar-faced man sprang up from the table, surveying Chen Xiao with a predatory gaze, akin to a hunter eyeing its prey, filled with greed and malice. Chen Xiao could not recall any rules pertaining to the Black Corner domain. However, in the presence of one on the brink of death, there was no need to squander words. A flash of blue light flickered beneath his sleeve, and an ice spear materialized, suddenly shooting forth. Under the horrified gaze of the scar-faced man, who was caught completely off guard, it accurately pierced his brow, the emanating chill freezing his blood, causing him to collapse without staining the earth. Not even a grand battle master, and yet you dare to keek as he passed the pavilion. Chen Xiao cast a glance at the rigid corpse, summoning it into his storage ring with a flick of his fingertip, resolutely venturing deeper into the town. The chaos of the Black Corner domain had been an indelible experience for Chen Xiao since the first day of his solitary training. Here, life and death were devoid of justification. A mere discontented glance, or even the perception of weakness, could ignite a bloodbath. In such an environment, even if Chen Xiao refrained from provoking trouble, misfortunes relentlessly pursued him, and the blood on his hands continued to multiply. The clouds above resembled white garments, swiftly transforming into a shade of gray. Half a year later, amidst a dense forest several miles outside of Black Seal City, a figure fled in disarray, glancing back in fright from time to time. Behind him trailed a mysterious figure clad in black robes, leisurely following as if ambling through a park. Yet, upon closer inspection, one could discern flickers of lightning at his feet. With each step, he seemed to teleport, moving faster than the eye could track. As the distance between them rapidly diminished, the escaping youth's face contorted in despair, and he finally ground his teeth and halted, his eyes reddened. Does my senior truly intend to eradicate me? Chen Xiao, hidden beneath his black robe, paused, an unspoken question seemingly manifesting above his head. Just moments prior, he had countered a presumptuous provocateur in a nearby town, and while rummaging through the spoils, he habitually scanned the surrounding crowd. It was due to the youth's formidable strength, having reached 6-star battle spirit, that Chen Xiao scrutinized him a moment longer. It was then that this individual inexplicably unleashed 2 spirit energy attacks upon him, then turned and fled in a panic, as if confronted by some monstrous entity. This bizarre conduct left Chen Xiao perplexed. After deflecting the youth's attacks, he had pursued without hesitation, leading to the current predicament. Noticing Chen Xiao's silence, the youth clenched his fists, preparing for a desperate struggle, but this courage waned almost instantly. Although he could clearly sense that Chen Xiao's realm was merely 1 star above his own, he was acutely aware of the martial prowess that Chen Xiao exhibited. A 7-star battle spirit, wielding the 3,000 thunder movements, could stand undefeated even against a battle king, and might have a slim chance against a battle emperor. Yet he was merely a trivial 6-star battle spirit. To fight back? Absurd. I did not intend to betray the pavilion. When Elder Yang was gravely injured and at death's door, my intention was merely to escort him back, but along the way, that wretched Lu Ruyan deceived me. In a moment of folly, I struck against Elder Yang, and by the time I regained my senses, it was too late for regrets. I could only eliminate that wretched woman. Yet even so, I dared not return to the Wind and Thunder Pavilion. I am willing to surrender all my possessions and swear never to return to Zhongzhou. I implore my senior to spare my life, considering my recognition of my wrongs. The youth grasped his head with both hands, frantically explaining the sequence of events, desperate to secure even the faintest glimmer of hope. Upon hearing this, Chen Xiao finally understood. So this was the reason the 3,000 thunder movements had infiltrated the Black Corner domain. Previously, this fellow had been consumed by guilt, and upon meeting Chen Xiao's scrutinizing gaze, had dared not confirm his suspicions and fled. Consequently, during the pursuit, Chen Xiao had revealed the 3,000 thunder movements, solidifying the youth's suspicions that he was indeed a pursuer. With the sequence of events clarified, Chen Xiao chuckled softly. Such coincidences were truly remarkable. Without further elaboration, he glanced at the youth's slightly trembling right arm, manifested the ice spear, and stepped forward. One must pay the price for their misdeeds. The rules of the Wind and Thunder Pavilion will not be altered for you. Words exchanged in vain. Upon hearing this, the youth collapsed, his face ashen, head bowed, body trembling slightly, as if resigned to await his doom. However, just as Chen Xiao approached within 10 feet, the youth suddenly surged forth, channeling all his spirit energy into a lethal strike. If I cannot live, neither shall you prosper. Qianyuan Thunder Movement, Annihilation Strike. A deep, thunderous sound erupted as a massive palm shadow, several feet in size, hurtled towards Chen Xiao. Observing this, Chen Xiao remained unfazed. Throughout his 6 months of training in the Black Corner domain, he had encountered even more treacherous assaults, which had instilled in him the habit of never relaxing until his enemy was truly vanquished. Immediately, with a flicker of electricity beneath his feet, he evaded the blow with apparent ease. Subsequently, in a swift motion, he positioned himself behind the energy-depleted youth and thrust the ice spear viciously into the back of his neck, pinning him to the ground. In that moment, circumstances had changed. Over the course of 6 months, Chen Xiao had refined the 3,000 thunder movements to the second layer of the Thunder Flash realm, truly acquiring the means to engage in battles without defeat. When facing an opponent of similar realm, the advantages of the 3,000 thunder movements could be magnified infinitely. It was precisely due to this ghostly and elusive technique that he was able to secure a lethal strike. Boom! The empty palm print crashed into the forest, obliterating a swath of trees, splintering wood flying in all directions. Chen Xiao bent down to gather the spoils of battle. A strand of spiritual energy infiltrated the abandoned storage ring, revealing its contents in his mind. While some items were trivial, many treasures were indeed present. Among them was a card of purple gold coins, small pouches of loose coins, 4 vials of second-tier energy recovery elixirs, a vial of third-tier energy recovery pills of the same effect, and several bottles of healing potions. Additionally, there were 4 scrolls. Chen Xiao extracted them one by one. A high-grade profound technique, Annihilation Strike. An intermediate-grade profound movement technique, Ashen Blood Flash. An intermediate-grade thunder attribute technique, Xian Thunder Barrier. And lastly, a familiar silver scroll. As Chen Xiao picked it up, upon contact, the silver scroll crumbled as if it had aged for countless years, disintegrating into dust that scattered with the wind. Simultaneously, the predictive information within Chen Xiao's mind underwent another transformation. Subsequent completion anticipated. Current available pre-advance attempts. 1. Chapter 75. The Celestial Fey Fruit. Inner Courtyard. Newcomer Accommodation Area. Upon returning, Chen Xiao immediately observed Mu Bushing engaged in a sparring match with Chao Hui in front of the loft. To be precise, it was more of a friendly exchange. After more than half a year in the inner courtyard, the former top 5 newcomers had all undergone notable developments and advancements. Chen Xiao had initially anticipated that the first to vacate the small loft would be the sole female, Fu Tong. However, it was unexpectedly Ji Ruiyang who took the lead. This individual had joined the most formidable faction in the inner courtyard, Blood Roar, and had departed from the loft well ahead of the others, excluding Chen Xiao. Among the 4, the most remarkable progress had undoubtedly been made by the fire attribute user, Chao Hui. Blessed with decent innate talent and the assistance of the Heavenly Flame Refinement Tower, he had swiftly ascended from a newly initiated Great Fighter to the pinnacle of a 3-star Great Fighter, a rapid enhancement that elicited envy. At this rate, it was merely a matter of time before he caught up to and potentially surpassed the others. Of course, that moment had yet to arrive. Enough. Your turtle shell is utterly impenetrable. This is pointless, Chao Hui declared decisively, opting to concede after failing to breach his opponent's defenses despite their prolonged tussle. In the library pavilion, everyone, including Chen Xiao, had chosen items that significantly enhanced their strength, with only Chao Hui selecting an alchemical formula. Given that his current level had yet to match the seemingly simple-minded Mu Bushing, he naturally found himself at a disadvantage in their exchanges. If you wish to break through my defenses, you'll need to practice more, Mu Bushing replied straightforwardly. Rolling his eyes at this candid remark, Chao Hui stowed away his staff and noticed the youth observing from the side. Chen Xiao, remarkable, you returned after barely 10 days. I heard earlier at the Heavenly Flame Refinement Tower that in just over a month, the strong ranking competition will commence. Brother, are you considering participating? We will all come and cheer for you. Sharing the same roof, their relationship was unlikely to be strained under normal circumstances. Although Chen Xiao had spent the majority of the past 6 months in the Black Corner domain, he had interacted sufficiently with these individuals, making them the ones he communicated with the most in the inner courtyard, aside from Ziyan. Not only will I participate, but I also aim for a spot in the top 3, Chen Xiao replied with a light chuckle, revealing his future plans without hesitation. With the expectation of preemptively completing the subsequent stages of the 3,000 Thunder Movement, the Celestial Fey Fruit, which had a maximum cycle of just 2 months, could now be drawn upon for use. The effects of the Celestial Fey Fruit were substantial, as it could enhance the strength of anyone below the level of a Battle King upon consumption. Chen Xiao initially estimated that, With the aid of a single celestial Fey fruit, he could reach an 8-star battle spirit even if fate were against him, should fortune favor him. Achieving a 9-star battle spirit was within the realm of possibility. Such power would place him among the top 10 in the current inner courtyard. Not to mention the augmentation provided by the 3000 Thunder movement. If he couldn't secure a place in the top 3, he could only conclude that he was utterly incompetent. Hearing Chen Xiao's unwavering confidence, the individuals in front of the loft exchanged glances, momentarily taken aback. The current Chen Xiao seemed to have undergone an indescribable transformation compared to 6 months prior, exuding greater confidence and sharpness. You aim for the top 3? Upon hearing someone challenge her, Ziyin suddenly appeared as if materializing from thin air, clutching a half-eaten medicinal herb, prompting one to wonder if this little dragon was aimlessly wandering around the academy all day. Why are you gnawing on that again? Didn't T, the alchemist from the medicine guild, refine any pills for you today? Her skills are rather average, and many herbs take a considerable amount of time to refine. Thus, I must tackle the more difficult ones myself to avoid delaying her cultivation. Ziyin pouted slightly. She had a mischievous side, but her heart was not wicked. Previously, upon seeing the earth core body refining milk, although she was tempted, she still reserved a small amount for the snow demon sky ape, which was indicative of her character. However, ever since tasting delicious alchemical pills, it had become increasingly difficult for her to consume raw herbs. Nevertheless, for the sake of growth, Ziyin had no other choice. Setting that aside, you just mentioned your intent to participate in the strong ranking competition? Chen Xiao nodded. You are currently a 7-star battle spirit, aside from me. The rest should have no significant issues. How about this? I want to participate, allowing you to secure first place, and afterward, you can speak to Old Man Su on my behalf, persuading him to permit my entry into the Black Corner domain. What do you think? Ziyan inquired, her voice laced with mischief as she tucked away the herbal remnants. Even in a hushed tone, those nearby, including Chao Hui, could still hear her. The Grand Elder may not heed my words. Just participate normally, and afterward, I'll inquire on your behalf, Chen Xiao replied, shaking his head. Ziyan's strength was commendable. Battle Kings posed no true threat to her. Even if she encountered formidable opponents, escaping would be a simple matter. Within the Blackhorn domain, the only individuals who could truly threaten her were the select few above the Battle Emperor level. If she accompanied him for training, the experience would certainly be less monotonous, and her presence would add formidable combat power. Of course, this was contingent upon establishing clear rules to ensure her obedience and prevent any reckless actions. All right, I knew you could be relied upon. Receiving the desired response, Ziyin beamed with joy, rising on her tiptoes to pat Chen Xiao's shoulder in a self-assured manner. Although the gesture was rather comical. After engaging in light conversation with the others at the loft, and once Ziyin was satisfied and departed, Chen Xiao ascended the stairs first, preparing to draw upon the celestial Fey fruit to enhance his strength. Watching Chen Xiao's retreating figure, Fu Tong couldn't help but sigh. The Black Corner domain had evidently aided him significantly. In another year or so, he might very well graduate ahead of schedule. It is highly likely that his talent is the best I have ever witnessed, Mu Buoxing remarked, taking up the conversation. Fu Tong nodded in agreement, deeply resonating with his sentiment. Only Chao Hui, standing to the side, remained relatively composed. I have encountered an even more monstrous individual. He is on par with Chen Xiao, if not superior. More importantly, that person possesses a terrifying talent for alchemy, often referred to as a demoness by others. Upon hearing this, Fu Tong and Mu Buoxing couldn't help but gasp in astonishment. Without witnessing it firsthand, it was difficult for them to fathom what sort of prodigy that might be. Nevertheless, in this vast continent of fighting spirit, nothing was impossible. Thus, they harbored no doubts about Chao Hui's assertions. Their inability to imagine it was merely a reflection of their limited experiences. On the second floor of the room, drawing upon the celestial Fey fruit, sitting cross-legged on the bed, Chen Xiao activated his cultivation techniques to elevate his state to its zenith, swiftly utilizing the newly refreshed opportunity for withdrawal. A maximum cycle of 2 months was entirely within his acceptable range. No sooner had the thought crossed his mind than a wooden box, approximately a foot in length, materialized before him. Unable to fit it in his arms, it simply landed in front of him. Observing the wooden box, Chen Xiao smiled slightly. This small detail, while inconsequential, brought him considerable satisfaction. At the very least, it demonstrated that this withdrawal system was quite intelligent, avoiding the absurdity of cramming everything into his embrace. Otherwise, if he were to withdraw something perilous like a strange fire in the future, he would have to think twice. Casting aside distractions, Chen Xiao opened the wooden box. Inside lay a herb that resembled jade in color, peacefully resting, with a fruit the size of fist, glistening like jade atop it, lush and vibrant. After admiring it for a moment, Chen Xiao plucked it. Although this celestial fey fruit could prove immensely beneficial to a battle king in the hands of an alchemist, to Chen Xiao, it merely served as a stepping stone toward the threshold of becoming a battle king. Once he reached that level, there would naturally be an abundance of pills and herbs available to further enhance his strength. Thus, there was no need to feel that it was a waste. Taking a deep breath, Chen Xiao decisively placed it into his mouth. Chapter 76. The Strong Ranking Competition. Subsequent task. Secure a position within the top 10 of the strong ranking competition. Completion of this task is required to unlock the next withdrawal opportunity. Current withdrawal attempts remaining. 0. The sweet juice of the celestial fey fruit coursed down his throat into his abdomen, and before Chen Xiao could savor the flavor, it erupted into a torrent of energy within his body. Yet, curiously, despite the immense potency of the medicinal essence, Chen Xiao felt not the slightest hint of pain. The energy was exceedingly gentle, the sole discomfort akin to a person of notably small appetite bracing themselves to consume 3 times their usual portion. With no time for meticulous reflection, Chen Xiao swiftly formed the seals necessary for his cultivation, beginning to channel and guide this overwhelming medicinal force, allowing it to circulate along the pathways of his internal technique. Again and again, it cycled through. As the sensation of fullness gradually subsided, Chen Xiao's own strength surged rapidly towards the realm of the 8-star doling. A soft hum heralded the silent arrival of a diminutive figure within the room. Ziyin had returned. Casting a glance at Chen Xiao, who was engrossed in refining the essence of the Tianfei fruit, her delicate nose crinkled slightly. She was late. A fleeting expression of disappointment flitted across her youthful face before it quickly dissipated. She proceeded to sit at the wooden window, retrieving the unfinished medicinal material and taking a bite, only to grimace at the unrecognizable remnants in her hand, as if questioning, why must you be so unpalatable? Yet, sensing Chen Xiao's steadily rising aura, Ziyin could only sigh quietly, resuming her own preparations, munching while serving as his protector, entirely oblivious to the fact that they were in the inner courtyard, a place safer than any within the Black Corner domain. From dusk until the night deepened, and through to the late hours, after Ziyin had consumed 3 types of medicinal materials, Chen Xiao finally felt a slight tremor in his body and slowly opened his eyes. I told you, with only a 7-star doling, where do you find the confidence to vie for a spot among the top 3? It seems you were hiding something valuable. Chen Xiao had already sensed Ziyin's presence and was not surprised by her sudden utterance. Of course, I would not engage in uncertain endeavors. Now at the peak of 8-star doling, breaking in a 9-star before the strong rankings competition begins should pose no challenge. Ziyin nodded slightly. She had always envied Chen Xiao's speed of cultivation. Currently, among the inner courtyard students, counting you, there are precisely 5 9-star dolings and 4 8-star dolings. The top 10 will likely consist of you all. I wonder how many Do Kings will emerge after this year's top 10 claim their rewards. Chen Xiao pondered briefly, reminiscing about the rewards for the top 10 on the strong rankings. Noticing his silence, Ziyin assumed he was unaware and promptly adopted a mentor-like demeanor, standing with her small hands on her hips to explain. According to past tradition, those who can enter the top 10 in this competition are qualified to become candidates for elders. Many of the current elders in the inner courtyard have ascended this way. However, in the last competition, only 3 chose to remain in the inner courtyard, and they were all fire attribute elders. The rest departed. Besides the hidden reward of elder candidacy, the top 10 can also gain eligibility to enter the 9th floor of the heavenly burning refining tower for a single session of Heartfire body refining, which is truly the most enticing offer for inner courtyard students. Do you know what Heartfire body refining is? I do not, Chen Xiao replied with a smile, relishing in the role of a student. In simple terms, after undergoing this Heartfire body refining, as long as you are not one of those unfortunate souls despised by heaven and earth, it is equivalent to receiving a pass to ascend to the Do King level. Of course, it is merely a pass, serving to eliminate future bottlenecks for their breakthroughs to Do King. It is said that during each session, only about 10 to 20% manage to break through on the spot, and more than 90% of those are fire attribute. I share this with you mainly to prepare you psychologically. Do not be caught off guard. Chen Xiao chuckled. You are quite amiable indeed. Have you ever experienced this Heartfire body refining? Ziyin shook her head. Not yet. The strong rankings competition occurs once every 5 years, and this will be my first. However, I have been to the underground with Old Man Su. I do not particularly enjoy that place. In Heartfire body, refining holds little significance for those above Douqi. Had it not been for old man Su's disagreement, I would not have bothered with such a tedious competition. At this, Chen Xiao fell silent, while others were desperately vying for a chance to undergo heart-fire body refining. This little dragon girl was expressing disdain. After discussing serious matters, Ziyin suddenly shifted the topic. Will you still be heading to the Black Corner domain tomorrow? Yes. I shall depart at dawn. Then take me along. Not a chance. Right now, I cannot keep an eye on you. Once I break through to Douqi, should you be interested, I might take you to explore further afield. You said it. You cannot go back on your word. The following day, as dawn's light began to grace the east, Chen Xiao arrived at the Grand Elder's study. Neatly arranging the ancient tomes he had perused and taking some unread ones with him before making his way to the Black Corner domain. Though he possessed the more convenient Ziyun wings for travel, since gradually mastering the 3,000 thunder movements, Chen Xiao had seldom employed this flying technique. Taking his time to practice the 3,000 thunder movements, he took 2 days to finally reach his chosen destination. Feng City, within the Black Corner domain. This city was not among the largest, yet its reputation was particularly resounding. For it is said, the mountain need not be high. It is the presence of a celestial that renders it divine. The master of this city was none other than the 6th-rank alchemist, the alchemy, sovereign Han Feng. Chen Xiao had no immediate intentions to provoke Han Feng, yet due to his covetousness for the Tian Han Qi, it was foreseeable that they would inevitably cross paths in the near future, with a high probability of conflict. Thus, Chen Xiao's visit to Feng City was aimed at not only honing his skills, but also uncovering the city's intricacies. At the very least, he needed to ascertain how many powerful figures surrounded Han Feng, responding to his commands. This knowledge would greatly facilitate Chen Xiao's future endeavors. With such intentions, Chen Xiao spent the subsequent month diligently training around Feng City, frequently engaging with various modestly valuable spoils. A high-level doling was already considered above average in the Black Corner domain. However, within Feng City, Han Feng's subordinates scarcely regarded Chen Xiao. Thanks to Han Feng's identity as an alchemist, countless powerful individuals flocked to Feng City each year, including those on the blacklist of Dou Kings and Dou Emperors, who occasionally sought Han Feng's assistance. In such a thriving environment, Chen Xiao's presence was akin to a butterfly alighting upon a withered branch, insignificant. Meanwhile, as Chen Xiao silently observed Han Feng, the strong rankings competition within the inner courtyard of the Jialan Academy finally commenced. Chapter 77, a mere formality. In the central square, the most expansive venue of the inner courtyard, this plaza was typically closed to the public, only opening during competitions held by the inner courtyard. As the most explosive event of the inner courtyard, the strong rankings competition was naturally held here. Though the central square was vast, today it was bustling with thousands of inner courtyard students and a multitude of elders, creating a lively scene, the clamorous crowd's voices rising together, ultimately merging into a crescendo that reached the heavens. In a corner, Ziyin and a few others, including Chao Hui, gathered, occasionally glancing towards the square's perimeter. Why hasn't Chen Xiao returned yet? The competition is set to begin in just 15 minutes, and he hasn't even secured his qualification yet. Any later, and it will be too late, Chao Hui remarked, his expression tinged with urgency. The strong rankings competition did not permit participation for all. One had to secure a place within the top 50 rankings prior to the start of the competition to qualify for the stage. The process of ranking was straightforward. One simply needed to challenge a ranked opponent and, upon victory, usurp their position, causing the defeated and those ranked subsequently to shift down one rank. In essence, Chen Xiao needed to return within the next 15 minutes and successfully challenge a top 50 elder to gain entry into the competition. As Chao Hui fretted, both Fu Tong and Mu Bushing began to share his anxiety. As friends, even if merely acquaintances, none wished to witness Chen Xiao miss this opportunity. In stark contrast to her usual demeanor, Ziyin, who shared the closest bond with Chen Xiao, appeared utterly unperturbed at this moment, leisurely consuming her medicinal pills. Why the rush? When he returned a fortnight ago, I had already briefed him on the rules. He would undoubtedly be prepared. As for the qualifications for the competition, it is only natural that you, mere great Dou masters, are unaware of the might of a 9-star Dou spirit. No sooner had Ziyin's words faded than the crowd was suddenly enveloped by a deep, rumbling sound, reminiscent of distant thunder. Some individuals hastily glanced upwards. Yet aside from a fleeting silver glimmer that vanished in the blink of an eye, there was nothing else to behold. Only in a corner did Chao Hui and a few others, to their astonishment, notice the sudden appearance of a figure clad in a black robe beside them. I told you, there's no need to be anxious. He will certainly arrive in time. Zian wore a knowing expression, leaving Xiao Hui and the others momentarily speechless. Before they could exchange further pleasantries, Fu Tong interjected, urging, Chen Xiao, quickly challenge someone within the top 50 to secure your qualification. In response, Chen Xiao shook his head, a light chuckle escaping his lips as he gazed toward the periphery of the square. There's no need. Coincidentally, I encountered Senior Go, who holds the 50th rank. Upon my return, after a brief discussion, he graciously relinquished his spot to me. Following his gaze, the others spotted a tall young man entering the square with slightly unsteady steps. Realization dawned on Xiao Hui and the others that this so-called brief discussion was likely far from simple. However, no one raised any objections. After all, the strong ranking competition, held once every 5 years, was a fierce contest where strength reigned supreme. Victory was a testament to skill, while defeat was merely a part of the game. Furthermore, apart from those vying for the top 10 positions, most participants were merely there to fill the ranks. Winning a match or two would yield little more than a minor adjustment in standings, a rather mundane outcome. After the competition concludes, remember to inform Old Man Su that I wish to venture into the Black Corner domain, Zian reminded nonchalantly, seemingly unfazed by the grand spectacle of the strong ranking competition. To her, this so-called grand event was merely a formality. I won't forget, you can rest assured. With a satisfactory response, Zian settled down, continuing to consume her pills and pass the time. As they awaited the proceedings, a quarter of an hour slipped by swiftly. Suddenly, with the resonant toll of a bell, a cacophony of wind surged through the sky, silencing the once boisterous square. The crowd collectively looked up, only to catch a glimpse of fleeting silhouettes before their gazes dropped, revealing a dozen aged figures who had mysteriously appeared on the elevated platform in the square. These elder figures were all esteemed elders of the academy, and the one at the center, a white-haired man in a black robe, was none other than the venerable elder Su Qian, a familiar presence. The second elder on the left, adorned in a blue robe, was indeed the elder Shi Ziliang, whom Zian had previously mentioned. Zian's voice reached Chen Xiao's ears, prompting him to nod slightly, committing the information to memory. This elder was the uncle of the instructor she won from the outer court. When Chen Xiao first entered the inner court, he had intended to seek the elder's assistance against the snow demon sky ape, but Zian had intervened, leading to this being the first time Chen Xiao laid eyes on the elder. Given that he was accompanying elder Su Qian, it was evident that he was a formidable Dou emperor. As Chen Xiao assessed the scene, elder Su Qian stepped forward, raising his hands in a calming gesture. Instantly, the murmurs throughout the square ceased, leaving only the sound of collective breaths. Elder Su Qian's gaze swept across the crowd, a smile gracing his lips as he spoke in a deep, resonant voice that echoed in everyone's ears. This year's strong ranking competition will once again employ an elimination format. The top 50 will enter the arena. Draw lots to determine your opponents for today's first round of eliminations. As his words rang out, figures began to dart across the square, each taking to the air in arcs before landing in the arena, including Chen Xiao and Zian. A total of 50 participants gathered, neither more nor less. With a swish, Elder Shi Ziliang descended from the platform. I shall serve as the judge for this competition, ensuring absolute fairness. Now, contestants will take turns drawing lots. Within the wooden box lay 25 blue lots and 25 red lots, each marked with numbers from 1 to 25. Contestants drawing matching numbers from the blue and red lots would face off in this round of eliminations. Elder Shi Ziliang spoke the rules with a stoic expression, waving his hand as a wooden box landed in the center of the arena. The 50 participants approached to draw their lots, and before long, each held a lot in hand, scanning their surroundings for opponents bearing the same number. Chen Xiao drew the blue lot numbered 11, while his opponent was a 6-star Dou spirit. Zian, on the other hand, drew the blue lot numbered 1, facing a similarly weak adversary, a 7-star Dou spirit. Both noticed that in this first round of eliminations, none of the 8-star Dou spirits had drawn formidable opponents. All right, the drawing is complete, the first lot remains. While the others may take their leave for now, I would like to remind you all that while our inner court prides itself on an open atmosphere, we hope you will refrain from lethal force during the competition. You are all still students, and the inner court is not a place akin to the Black Corner domain, where individuals devour one another. Perhaps in the future, should you encounter one another outside the academy, this bond may serve as a powerful ally. Upon hearing this, many contestants nodded in agreement, though there were still those who remained non-committal. After all, in such a competitive event, where the disparity in strength was glaringly evident, one could hold back against a significantly weaker opponent. But in encounters with those of similar strength, especially in the fierce competition for the top 10. No one could guarantee that accidents would not occur. The elders observed the expressions of the contestants, a mix of understanding and helplessness in their gazes. The temptation of the heart fire essence for those below the Do Wang level was simply too great. Their only recourse was to ensure that they intervened at critical moments to prevent any fatalities. With the rules established and the 48 contestants temporarily excused, the first round of eliminations officially commenced. The outcome unfolded precisely as anticipated. Xian, with a mere flick of her fist, eliminated her opponent, a 7-star Do spirit, who bore a look of utter despair. Though the match lasted barely a heartbeat, among the thousands in attendance, not a single soul dared to mock the defeated. Confronting such raw power was simply insurmountable. During her initial days in the inner court, she had also participated in a few matches, and now, those ranked among the top 10 were well aware of her fearsome prowess, leading to trepidation among the senior students. First match, Xian wins. Contestant number 2, take the stage. The competition progressed with fervor. Despite the enforcement of a principle of fairness, under the influence of some mysterious force, the 8-star Do spirits were ensured not to clash in the first round, resulting in fewer nail-biting matches. However, when it was finally Chen Xiao's turn, an hour had already passed. Match 10, Xiaoming wins. Contestant 11, step forward. Chen Xiao soared onto the stage, igniting a wave of fervent discussion among the spectators. Whether due to his status as a new entrant in the inner court or his identity as a 9-star Do spirit, maintaining composure proved challenging. Chen Xiao, please. His opponent slightly cupped his fists in greeting. His demeanor was commendable, though his strength fell short. Chen Xiao returned the gesture and, in an instant, unleashed an ice spear that struck like a dragon, eliminating his opponent without even deploying the 3,000 thunderbolts. The disparity between a 9-star and a 6-star was glaringly apparent. Chen Xiao wins. Elder Shi Ziliang nodded, proclaiming the result, and for the first time, a flicker of a smile crossed his usually stoic visage. Contestant 12, take the stage. In total, there would be 25 matches in this first round of eliminations. Starting from noon, the event concluded well before dusk, with all 10 8-star Do spirits advancing without incident. The following day, in the transition from the 25th to the 13th, the elimination format remains unchanged. In this round, one contestant received a bye and advanced directly. However, unlike the lottery system used during the external academy selection process, the bye for the second round was directly announced by Elder Shi Ziliang, who awarded it to Xian. This outcome was met with no objections. Even Chen Xiao felt it was well-deserved. The opponent drawn by Chen Xiao was somewhat stronger than the previous day, being a 7-star Do spirit. Nevertheless, the result was not vastly different, as Chen Xiao concluded the battle with a single strike of the profound ice stab, without even resorting to the 3,000 thunder moves. The second round of eliminations proved to be significantly more thrilling than the first, with a notable upset occurring when an 8-star Do spirit was defeated by a 7-star Do spirit opponent. This match was the most intense of the past 2 days, while the others were hardly worth mentioning. On the third day, the third and final round of eliminations commenced, with only 13 contestants remaining, according to the rules. 6 would be randomly selected to compete in 3 matches to determine the final 3 spots. In this round, both Chen Xiao and Xian were fortunate enough to secure their positions in the top 10 without needing to compete again. In contrast, the 6 selected upperclassmen fought fiercely, with each match thrilling the audience. Ultimately, yet another 8-star Do spirit was eliminated by an opponent of a lower rank. Thus, the top 10 of the Strong Rankings tournament was finalized, following the conclusion of the main event and the determination of the rankings. An exhibition match designed purely for entertainment followed. Anyone, regardless of their standing or cultivation level, could challenge the top 10, and those in the top 10 were obliged to accept. In this highly entertaining exhibition, everyone, except for Xian, including Chen Xiao, was challenged repeatedly. Notably, every challenger to Chen Xiao was, without exception, a female student. While their prowess may have been negligible, their ability to distract was quite remarkable. However, after enduring extensive training in the Black Corner region, Chen Xiao was no longer susceptible to such antics. After swiftly incapacitating 4 senior sisters, he found that no one else dared to target him. Chapter 78. The Eye-Soul Talisman achieves great success. On the 4th day following the conclusion of the Strong Rankings tournament, the once briefly serene Inner Academy buzzed with activity once more. For today, those among the top 10 would be permitted to enter the Celestial Flame Refining Tower to undergo the tempering of the Primal Heart Fire. Everyone in the inner academy understood that anyone who could endure this tempering would pave the way for their future ascension to the Douwang rank. This rare opportunity was enough to make anyone envious and salivating. As dawn broke in the east, when Chen Xiao and Xian arrived outside the Celestial Flame refining tower, they found hundreds gathered there. Some were the leaders of their respective factions come to see them off, while others merely sought to witness the spectacle. Due to the top 10 entering the base of the tower today, access for other students had been prohibited, a decision that elicited some grumbling. Though they understood it was a long-standing rule that they could only accept with resignation. They seem to be quite intimidated by you, Xian remarked with a giggle, observing the other members of the top 10 from a distance as they nodded amicably to Chen Xiao, but dared not approach him. Faced with her playful ignorance, Chen Xiao could only remain speechless. After the two arrived, they waited for about half an hour when suddenly the sound of rushing wind echoed from the sky. Several elderly figures appeared outside the tower entrance, led by none other than Elder Su Qian. It seems you're all quite eager. I shall not waste any more words, Su Qian said, surveying the gathered top 10. With a wave of his hand, the heavy tower door slowly creaked open. The top 10, follow me inside. Others are not permitted today. Otherwise, you shall not enter for the next 6 months. After stating this matter-of-factly, Su Qian ignored the crowd, who recoiled at the stern warning, and turned to lead the way into the tower. Watching Su Qian's retreating figure, the 10 leaders exchanged glances and, amidst envious gazes, stepped into the Celestial Flame refining tower. Upon entering, the bright light dimmed considerably. The 10 raised their eyes and saw Su Qian waiting for them. Follow me closely. Do not wander off alone. Once we reach the lower levels of the tower, do not move around freely. Regardless of any noises, do not look around, or I will revoke your qualifications. Do you understand? As he spoke, Su Qian glanced pointedly at Xian, clearly the one he was most concerned about among the group. Xian merely pouted slightly. She was a bit spirited, but not foolish, and she certainly understood the gravity of the situation. After everyone nodded in agreement, Su Qian turned and led the way. His path deviated from the usual route down the tower, opting instead to unlock a previously secured iron door. Curiosity piqued. The 10 followed closely behind. Upon entering the iron door, they found a winding passageway where the light grew even dimmer, barely allowing visibility of the path ahead. Fortunately, aided by their spiritual perception, this did not hinder their progress. In silence, the 10 trailed behind Su Qian, navigating left and right for several minutes until they encountered an elder seated like a statue in vigil. This pattern continued, with each subsequent minute revealing another elder stationed to guard the passage. Such stringent security, combined with the surrounding gloom, left the uninformed upperclassmen bewildered, questioning why such precautions were necessary. Chen Xiao and Xian, however, were well aware that these guardians were not there to protect against the students. Rather, they were there to guard against the fallen heart flame suppressed at the tower's base. The oppressive atmosphere of their journey persisted for nearly half an hour until it was finally shattered by the light emerging from the passage's end. Here we are. Su Qian's voice rang out. The 10 began to carefully survey their surroundings, finding themselves in an exceedingly spacious and empty interior of the tower, expansive enough that it appeared larger than any of the upper floors. With no cultivation rooms present, the space felt even more vast. As their gazes shifted, they quickly focused on the central area. There lay a massive opening, dozens of meters wide, perfectly aligned with the expansive deep pit in the center of each upper level. Come forward, Su Qian instructed, stepping toward the central chasm, with the others following closely behind. When they reached a distance of about 20 meters from the opening, Su Qian halted, waving his hand. Instantly, 2 figures emerged from seemingly nowhere, stopping just short of the chasm. Please take your seats. Su Qian gestured toward the right side of the ground. There, 10 specially prepared jade platforms resembling cushions awaited, appearing as green as jade. Upon hearing this, the 10 hurriedly complied, each finding a jade platform to sit upon, feeling a subtle coolness emanating from beneath them, alleviating much of the heat from the tower's base. Seeing that everyone was settled, Su Qian turned to converse quietly with the 2 elders. In the next moment, they approached the chasm, swiftly forming hand seals before chanting in low voices. As their incantations concluded, a ripple of energy suddenly surged around the previously empty chasm, manifesting a layer of somewhat ethereal energy waves, gradually becoming visible to the group's eyes. After the emergence of that energy ripple shield, the 2 elders gestured, and immediately, a pale white light shield, approximately the size of a human head, gracefully floated out from the deep chasm, eventually radiating waves of energy and hovering 2 meters above the ground, rising and falling gently. Shortly after the first pale, white shield drifted out, a succession of similar shields followed, and soon, precisely 10 luminous orbs appeared before the onlookers. Noticing the anticipation in the eyes of the 10 individuals, Su Qian chuckled softly, waving his large sleeves, causing the colors of the orbs to swiftly turn transparent. At this moment, upon closer inspection, one could discern an ethereal flame, seemingly formless yet observable to the naked eye, flickering and rising within each orb. This, indeed, is the primordial heart flame you have longed for. The Inner Academy expends considerable effort each year to capture merely 3 or 4 of these. Otherwise, the grand ranking competition would not be held once every 5 years. I need not elaborate on the effects of the primordial heart flame. You are all well aware. However, I must remind you that utilizing it for body tempering carries significant risks. The pain of body tempering is excruciatingly difficult to endure, and a moment's carelessness could not only result in failure, but also inflict substantial harm upon oneself. Thus, if you feel you are reaching your limits while tempering your bodies, it is best to cease. Even if you cannot break through immediately after exiting, it has nonetheless paved the way for you. Do not rush for immediate results. Su Qian's gaze lingered on several 9-star dose spirits, including Chen Xiao, as he emphasized this point. As for the others, there was no need to elaborate on Ziyan. The 8-star and 7-star dose spirits still had a considerable distance to cover before they could break through to Douwan. Chen Xiao and the others nodded in understanding. Now that you comprehend, close your eyes and focus. Do not let your mind wander. Should any issues arise, the 2 elders and I will intervene. Su Qian nodded slightly, sweeping his sleeves, and the 10 luminous orbs soared above the heads of the crowd. Finally, under the intense gaze of the onlookers, there was a resounding pop as they shattered, and the formless flame fell straight down, directly entering the heads of the 10 individuals. As that formless flame penetrated the heads of the 10, aside from Ziyan, who merely trembled slightly before regaining her composure, the other 9 experienced varying degrees of trembling, their faces turning as red as coals, with wisps of white mist seeping from their foreheads. Among these 9, Chen Xiao, with his ice attribute, reacted most intensely. Under the watchful eyes of Su Qian and the 2 elders, Chen Xiao resembled a red-hot iron block being plunged into cold water. The white mist that erupted was more terrifying than the combined total of the other 8. Forming a small barrier to isolate Chen Xiao, Su Qian couldn't help but chuckle. During the grand ranking competition, this lad effortlessly made it into the top 10, yet here his attribute was a severe disadvantage. For him, this heart flame's body tempering was indeed fraught with peril, with virtually no chance of success. The Douqi within him was simply unable to withstand the draining effects of the heart flame's essence. However, it still laid the groundwork for future progress. So it was not without merit. The 2 elders beside him nodded in agreement. Chen Xiao was not the first ice attribute individual to reach the top 10. There had been others before. Yet, each time, those with ice attributes could endure the least amount of time here, as the heart flame's invasion reacted most violently with their Douqi, leading to greater consumption and more intense suffering than others. Pain, excruciating, heart-wrenching pain. This was the sensation that engulfed Chen Xiao at this moment. Upon the entrance of that heart flame essence into his body, he felt as if his insides had transformed into a battlefield engulfed in chaos. The heart flame acting as the invader, while his ice attribute, Douqi, served as the defenders. The 2 sides seemed to harbor an irreconcilable feud. Upon contact, they launched an explosive war without hesitation. Each time the heart flame coursed through his meridians, it annihilated swathes of Douqi, causing a rapid depletion of Chen Xiao's energy and leaving his surroundings in disarray. At this moment, Chen Xiao was drenched in sweat, veins bulging, gritting his teeth as he endured pain tenfold, 100-fold more intense than the earth-grade tempering milk bath. Desperately operating his techniques to marshal his Douqi and combat the heart flame's rampage. However, while he could bear the pain, what troubled him most was whether he could withstand the heart flame's consumption. In this instant, Chen Xiao had come to understand why those with ice attributes found it so challenging to succeed in heart flame body tempering. The extraordinary consumption was simply beyond what an ordinary person could endure. Currently, Chen Xiao was practicing a mid-level earth-grade technique, with a Douqi capacity vastly superior to that of others. Yet, even so, in just a few minutes, he felt his Douqi deplete by 30%. In contrast, the heart flame's rampage within him had merely subsided by a fraction. Unbeknownst to him, the fact that he could endure for several minutes had already astonished Su Qian and the 2 elders. Due to the nature of his technique, even though he practiced the technique above the earth grade, it remained a formidable challenge. I recall that 10 years ago, there was also an ice attribute individual in the top 10 who practiced a low-level earth-grade technique, yet he only managed to last a quarter of an hour. One elder shook his head, still lacking faith in Chen Xiao as potential for success. Time ticked by, and gradually, as he grew numb to the searing pain, Chen Xiao began to perceive the benefits of this heart flame body tempering. Amidst the clash of ice and fire, his bones, meridians, and muscles were being tempered like fine steel in fierce flames, becoming increasingly resilient and explosive at a distinctly noticeable rate. In other words, this battlefield was becoming ever more indomitable. Forge ahead. Sensing the benefits, Chen Xiao was even more unwilling to yield. The dough crystals within him spun fervently, launching wave after wave toward the heart flame essence, akin to a death squad charging into battle. 30%, 50%, 80%. His Douqi was gradually running low, and time had passed a quarter of an hour. Observing Chen Xiao still struggling to hold on, Su Qian and the two elders were taken aback. Suddenly, Su Qian seemed to have an epiphany. I recall that in the library of the Outer Academy, there were two mid-level earth-grade techniques, one for ice and one for fire, left behind by the esteemed director. If the ice attribute technique is correct, it seems this lad actually holds a real chance of success. Su Qian's eyes lit up, evidently deducing Chen Xiao's gains during his time in the library. Yet only half of his thoughts were spoken, leaving the two elders beside him eager, yet hesitant to speak. For heaven's sake, just say it all. One elder muttered, exasperated. Just as Su Qian had surmised, after enduring for over 20 minutes, Chen Xiao's Douqi was entirely expended. However, this did not signify his failure, for he still possessed an ice soul talisman. Concealed energy, for the first time, was about to be unleashed. Seconds ticked by, and as half an hour passed, nearing an hour, Chen Xiao finally felt that the chaotic heart flame rampaging within him had been extinguished entirely by the fearless ice attribute Douqi. In an instant, all pain dissipated, and the taut string of his being relaxed. Slowly, Chen Xiao opened his eyes, and with a slight movement of his throat, he spat out a mouthful of fresh blood. Yet, this did not affect him in the slightest. Instead, a radiant smile illuminated his face. This blood was merely the stagnated blood expelled as a result of the reinforcement of his meridians and flesh. Are you all right? Su Qian appeared beside him, the admiration in his eyes unmistakable. The two elders beside them were left dumbfounded, utterly astonished that he had indeed succeeded. Sensing the elder's concern, Chen Xiao shook his head slightly. I'm fine, just rinsing my mouth. Chapter 79. The Concept of Ice and Fire. Responding to the elder, Chen Xiao turned his gaze toward the 9 individuals nearby. It was evident that, including Ziyin, everyone was still undergoing the heart flame body tempering. Among them, half were drenched in sweat, clearly nearing their limits. Yet, even so, the duration of their physical training surprisingly exceeded his own, which left Chen Xiao somewhat astonished. There was no need for excessive contemplation. It was merely a matter of differing attributes, akin to a piece of charcoal cast into the snow, which would undoubtedly cool far more swiftly than if it were tossed upon the ground. This was a simple truth. Observing the expression in Chen Xiao's eyes, Su Qian chuckled softly and elucidated. Chen Xiao nodded slightly, reflecting on the moment when the essence of the heart of falling flames entered his body, and he found himself lost in thought. Merely a wisp of the heart of falling flames, intermingling with his ordinary ice attribute Douqi at the Douling level, had provoked such a violent reaction, even leading him to feel as though his very body might be torn asunder. If it were the true form of the heart of falling flames, or one of the more highly ranked flames on the flame ranking, and if his strength were to rise further along with the refinement of more ice attribute spiritual items to enhance his Douqi intensity, what kind of terrifying power would be unleashed upon the contact of ice and fire under such conditions? Merely envisioning it in his mind caused Chen Xiao to gasp in awe. Terrifying. That spectacle would undoubtedly be most horrifying. However, speculation remained just that, speculation. As Sun Er had mentioned on the night she departed, among those flames ranked on the flame ranking, it seemed that only the bone spirit cold fire could perfectly harmonize with him. The rest were hardly worth considering. And the bone spirit cold fire was indeed the lifeblood of Yao Chun. Obtaining it would be no less challenging than acquiring the burning technique. Thus, he would not indulge in such dreams for the time being. Although the flames on the ranking, aside from the void swallowing flame and the pure lotus demon flame, were not unique, the vast expanse of the Douqi Continent made it exceedingly difficult to find another bone spirit cold fire. Moreover, Relying on preemptive searches for information regarding the bone spirit cold fire would likely not be achievable in the short term. Chen Xiao could only affirm that the limit of preemption would rise with his enhanced strength, yet the underlying principles remained elusive. He was unaware of what realm he needed to attain to preempt higher-tiered items. What are you thinking about? A soft, childlike whisper jolted Chen Xiao from his reverie, akin to a ghostly knock upon the door. Raising his gaze, he found Ziyin, who had completed her physical training unbeknownst to him, standing before him, hands on her hips, scrutinizing him. Shifting his gaze, he noticed that apart from Ziyin, only 3 of the remaining 8 were still desperately holding on, while the other 5 stood quietly aside, their faces pale. From their expressions, he could roughly infer the outcome. They had likely all failed. Only the little dragon person before him appeared to be in good spirits, showing no signs of the grueling training he had undergone. Which outfit do you wish to change into? Ziyin remarked, lightly pouting, disregarding Chen Xiao's nonchalance, and subtly gestured to him, her meaning abundantly clear. Hasten to inform old Su about my desire to venture into the Black Corner region. For Ziyin, the inner courtyard was rather idle, and the medicinal material management vault was akin to a self-service cafeteria. However, it was also quite monotonous, observing the little dragon person, who seemed reluctant to endure hardship. Chen Xiao nodded gently, returning a calming glance. Their exchange and subtle gestures did not escape Su Qian's notice, prompting him to shake his head and chuckle softly. The remaining 3 individuals were all of the fire attribute, and it seemed their physical training had reached a crucial moment, with a significant likelihood of success. I shall lead you all outside. Do not linger here to cause distractions. If 5 of you manage to succeed in your training this time, it would indeed break the historical record. He addressed the 3, entrusting them to the others. After a brief exchange with the 2 elders, Su Qian waved slightly and led the 7 who had completed their training back along the original path. Half an hour later, outside the heaven-burning refining tower, Ziyin and Chen Xiao, follow me. You may return now, diligently cultivate and train. Even if your physical training has faltered, having undergone this experience, you will no longer encounter any bottlenecks before advancing to the Do Wang level. Moreover, while external assistance is undoubtedly important, the foundation of one's own capabilities is paramount. Take Chen Xiao as an example. The accelerated training in the heaven-burning refining tower was nearly futile for him, yet he has nonetheless reached the 9-star Do Ling level. Not inferior to anyone else. If he can achieve this, so too can you. Su Qian offered encouragement to the 5 who had failed their physical training. It was evident that this esteemed elder not only cared for Ziyin, but also demonstrated genuine concern for the inner courtyard students. The 5 exchanged glances with Chen Xiao, nodded earnestly, and then respectfully bowed to Su Qian before dispersing. Chen Xiao and Ziyin followed Su Qian into his study, taking a seat behind the desk. Su Qian spoke. Speak, what is it? Ziyin glanced up briefly at Su Qian, then lowered her head in silence, her hands tugging at Chen Xiao's sleeve, urging him on. Reluctantly, Chen Xiao stepped forward to explain the circumstances. Once he finished, the typically fearless Ziyin appeared somewhat anxious, despite her casual references to old Su. In her heart, she regarded Su Qian's status as unparalleled. Very well, Ziyin had mentally prepared herself for rejection and to continue her pursuit. But she did not anticipate Su Qian's response to be so unequivocal, leaving her incredulous and causing her to look up in surprise, her expression quite amusing. Su Qian Chakiv, you heard correctly. I consent. However, my trust is not in you. I merely have faith in Chen Xiao. After this past half-year of training, he has become well acquainted with the rules of the Black Corner region. I have also kept a watchful eye on the Black Corner region and have not heard any news concerning Chen Xiao, which is a positive sign. You will be safe with him watching over you. Deep down, Su Qian had never intended to restrict Ziyin, as he was genuinely pleased to see her grow. However, in the past, she had few friends and could find no one to look after her. Given Ziyan's temperament, allowing her to venture out alone was akin to unleashing a wild horse, easily leading to chaos. But now, things were different. Ziyin had made friends and would embark on her journey alongside Chen Xiao, and Su Qian was glad to see this development. Understanding Su Qian's words, Ziyin was somewhat dissatisfied with this reasoning, yet the outcome was acceptable, so she decided not to dwell on it. Noting that the little dragon person had fallen silent, Su Qian turned his attention to Chen Xiao. Before the commencement of the strong ranking competition, the origin of the movement technique you displayed is quite remarkable. In the Black Corner region, and even on the northwestern continent, it would not pose an issue, but should you venture to the central state in the future, exercise caution in its use, otherwise, it could easily lead to dire consequences. It was evident that he recognized the 3,000 lightning movement and understood it to be a closely guarded secret of the Wind and Thunder Pavilion. This also served as a reason for Su Qian's willingness to let Zi Yin accompany Chen Xiao on their training expedition. These two individuals, one possessing the 3,000 lightning movement and the other endowed with an extraordinary talent for spatial manipulation, could traverse even the inner courtyard's medicinal management vault without detection by the overseeing Do Huang Elder. In such a combination, threats in the Black Corner region would be few and far between. At the very least, they would be able to escape unscathed. Moreover, given the proximity between the Jianan Academy and the Black Corner region, as long as Chen Xiao and Zi Yin could endure, Su Qian would receive word swiftly and arrive in no time. Under these preconditions, Su Qian's decision to allow Zi Yin to venture out was not without confidence. Thank you for your reminder, Elder. However, I am aware of this matter. At that time, I acquired the movement technique from a trader of the Wind and Thunder Pavilion who had come from the Central State, and I have since eliminated that individual. Chen Xiao nodded in gratitude, not concealing the truth. He understood better than anyone the potential troubles the 3,000 lightning movement could bring, for in the original timeline, Xiaoyan served as a cautionary tale. Well done. When out in the world, one must be prepared to kill when necessary. Especially in a place like the Black Corner region, better to err on the side of caution than to let a threat slip by. After offering praise, Su Qian's tone shifted as he produced a beautifully crafted wooden box that Chen Xiao recognized all too well. In truth, even if you and Zi Yin had not mentioned it today, had you entered the top 10 of the strong ranking, I would have intended for you to take her along for training. Though the Jianan Academy is progressive, it remains an academy. Zi Yin cannot remain here indefinitely. She must experience life and death, confront the complexities of human nature, and witness the vast spectrum of humanity. This is a heavenly fruit from the Academy's collection, which could directly enhance one's power when consumed at the doling level. When refined into a pill, it can also benefit Douang practitioners. Consider it a personal gift from me to you. In my original plan, this heavenly fruit was intended as a reward for Chen Xiao's care of Zi Yin. However, I have now realized that their relationship has flourished, and mentioning a reward would be rather awkward. Thus, I have chosen to present it in a different manner. Upon hearing the elder's words, Chen Xiao suddenly comprehended. He had previously harbored some doubts regarding the consistent rewards for the top 10 in the strong rankings, which had never included a heavenly fruit as a bonus. Why was the subsequent reward tied to securing a top 10 position? Furthermore, after achieving this rank, the promised enhancements had yet to materialize. At this moment, everything became clear. This was precisely what he needed to repay a debt, and Chen Xiao promptly expressed his gratitude. Thank you, Elder. He accepted the wooden box with both hands, and the moment he touched it, the information in his mind regarding the advance changed. Subsequent advance completed. Current available advance count. 1. Chapter 80. News of the Little Medical Sage. Just like the advance of the Ice Spirit Spring. Perhaps due to the presence of others, the heavenly fruit, although already in his possession, did not immediately turn to ash. Storing it in his spatial ring, Chen Xiao took out his Qing Hua crystal card. After more than half a year of expenditure with no incoming resources, the fire energy acquired from the fire energy hunting competition had dwindled to precisely 200 points, neither more nor less. During his last return to the Inner Academy, he had used a bit more, ensuring that the current number appeared pleasingly balanced. There's one more thing I need to trouble the Elder with. I wish to upgrade my Qing Hua crystal card to a Qi Hua crystal card, and I will replenish the required 100 fire energy within 3 days. In the Inner Academy, it was quite challenging for ordinary students to earn fire energy, yet for those with formidable strength, it was exceedingly simple. A mere foray into the arena could yield ample fire energy for cultivation. As for the reason behind upgrading the fire crystal card, it was related to Chen Xiao's upcoming endeavor involving the Tianhan Qi. Refining Tianhan Qi necessitated a sweltering environment to enhance the success rate, and the Tianfun refining tower was undoubtedly the most suitable venue. While fire crystal cards were categorized into 5 levels, black, blue, green, red, and purple, corresponding to the 1st to 10th floors of the Tianfun refining tower, the highest grade, the purple fire crystal card, was practically useless. This was because the 9th floor and above constituted a forbidden zone within the tower, accessible only for significant events such as receiving heart fire body tempering. Upon hearing Chen Xiao's request, Su Qian cast a discerning glance at him. Everyone was aware that the Tianfun refining tower held little significance for Chen Xiao. Yet he was now seeking a higher-tier fire crystal card, clearly indicating ulterior motives. Su Qian could surmise this, but chose not to probe further. There's no need for such complications. You seem to have forgotten that once you enter the strong rankings, the inner academy distributes a certain amount of fire energy as a monthly benefit. Now that you are among the top 10, the fire energy you receive each month is quite substantial, far exceeding your expenditures in the inner academy. I shall advance you some now, and the amount will be deducted from what you receive subsequently. Chen Xiao was momentarily taken aback. Having spent an extended period in the Black Corner region, he had indeed forgotten this matter. However, this arrangement was preferable, and he nodded in agreement. Very well. You may return for now. I do not have the blue fire crystal card on me at the moment, but I shall have someone deliver it to you shortly. Chen Xiao and Zi Yin nodded in acknowledgement and departed the study. Before they could venture far, Zi Yin shed her previously docile demeanor in front of Su Qian and reverted to her true self. Chen Xiao, when shall we set off? I have heard tales of a pill emperor in the Black Corner region. Have you encountered him? How about we visit his territory for some fun? Is that what you consider fun? I have no intention of bursting your bubble. Ziyan's current demeanor resembled that of an adventurous child eagerly anticipating their first journey, devoid of any apprehension, brimming only with boundless excitement. Prepare yourself first, get a loose-fitting black robe ready. In 3 to 5 days, we shall depart. Chen Xiao understood the people of the Black Corner region all too well. Many would be drawn to Ziyan's allure, and should she venture forth unabashedly, the likelihood of attracting unwanted attention would multiply. Thus, it was prudent to have her conceal her identity somewhat. After all, while their duo was formidable, they had yet to reach a level of invincibility. All right. Surprisingly, Ziyan did not press for a hasty departure, perhaps sensing that Chen Xiao had other pressing matters to attend to. After parting ways with her, Chen Xiao returned to the loft. Due to the closure of the Tian Fun refining tower today, Chao Hui and the others had not gone out and were instead lounging on the grass beside the loft, idly chatting to pass the time. Haha, big guy, your advantage over me will soon vanish. Once I become a 4-star great fighter, we shall have our match. Chao Hui exclaimed, brandishing an opened letter, his expression animated with joy. It was evident that he was in high spirits. What has you so jubilant? Chen Xiao inquired, settling down among them casually. Isn't it because I received a pill formula from there 6 months ago? I relayed the news back to my family, and they took it quite seriously, dispatching an elder from the main lineage to handle the matter personally. That elder is currently awaiting me in Jianan City, and tomorrow I will take a leave of absence to finalize the exchange. With this achievement, my reward will undoubtedly not pale in comparison to what everyone else has received. Chao Hui elaborated, his face aglow with excitement. He hailed from a collateral branch of a renowned pill refining family, a fact known to all present. Thus he spoke without reservation. That is indeed splendid news. By the way, I have heard mention of certain matters regarding Zhongzhou. Your surname is Chao, and you hail from a pill refining family. Could it be that you belong to the Chao family of the pill domain? Chen Xiao was nearly certain of his deduction, though he had not previously confirmed it. Today, while waiting for the elder to deliver the blue fire crystal card, he found it an opportune moment to engage in further conversation with them. The pill domain, Chao family. Mu Boshang and Fu Tong exchanged puzzled glances, entirely unfamiliar with the concept. However, Chao Hui appeared somewhat taken aback, then shuffled closer to Chen Xiao, lowering his voice to say, was it that girl who came to find you the other day who informed you? I saw the elder personally bring them over that day. It seems your little girlfriend possesses an impressive background, perhaps even surpassing that of my collateral family. Do you know her true identity? If not, you could share it with me, and perhaps I could help you decipher her origins, enabling you to make a proper visit once you arrive in Zhongzhou. Your goodwill is appreciated, but that won't be necessary. Chen Xiao gently shook his head, deeming such inquiries unwarranted. Disappointed at not being able to hear any gossip, Chao Hui felt a fleeting sense of discontent, but suddenly he smacked his forehead. I almost forgot something. There was a letter sent from the Outer Academy for you. You weren't around at the time, so I kept it for you. Saying this, he retrieved an unopened letter from a spatial ring and handed it over. Chen Xiao accepted it and recognized the elegant handwriting on the envelope as belonging to the little medical sage, easily identifiable among those he knew well. Thank you. I will go change my clothes. You all continue your conversation. With a brief farewell, he ascended the stairs. Upon returning to his room, he finally opened the letter. As he had anticipated, it was indeed correspondence from the little medical sage, and the content was straightforward, summing up to a single message. The little medical sage had made some progress in her cultivation, had left the small valley in the Beast Mountain range, and was preparing to head to the Outcloud Empire. Once she arrived in the Outcloud Empire, her cultivation speed regarding the evil poison body would accelerate significantly. With a soft sigh, Chen Xiao felt a slight pressure weighing upon him. After all, it was under his intervention that the little healer commenced her cultivation ahead of time. Whether it was for the agreement made at Wanya's High or out of personal interest, Chen Xiao had to take it seriously. Fortunately, his own rate of advancement was also commendable. The complete maturation of the bitter poison body required a significant duration as well, thus there was no need for excessive haste. Hence, while there was pressure, it was not overwhelming. First, he needed to secure the heavenly cold qi. Putting away the letter, Chen Xiao retrieved the heavenly fey fruit gifted by the Grand Elder. As he had envisioned, the moment the wooden box was taken out, it, along with the heavenly fey fruit that Chen Xiao had yet to examine, disintegrated into fragments. Prepayment. Heavenly Cold Qi. Chapter 81. Sooner is still at sea. The next prepayment can only commence upon completion of the subsequent tasks. Current prepayment opportunities. 0. Observing the multitude of subsequent tasks listed in his mind regarding the prepayment, Chen Xiao realized they could be categorized into 3 distinct types. Firstly, to devise a means to eliminate Han Feng. Secondly, to inform those concerned about Yao Chun, thereby using a knife to kill. Lastly, to collaborate with Han Feng. Douqi Continent. As for the option of venturing to the extreme cold lands of the northern continent, Chen Xiao chose to disregard it entirely. Each of these paths, in truth, was not particularly suitable for Chen Xiao's current circumstances. Accomplishing any of them would be quite challenging. The duration for this prepayment would indeed be somewhat prolonged. With a light sigh, Chen Xiao expressed a hint of helplessness, but he bore no regrets regarding this choice. The successful forging of his heart's fire essence had ensured that his breakthrough to Do Wang would encounter no bottlenecks. What he lacked was merely a bit of accumulation. Moreover, after breaking through to Do Wang, to continue swiftly enhancing his strength, he would require the assistance of medicinal pills. However, herein lay the conundrum. These pills were of considerable grade. Even the most widely circulated Do Ling pill, which could merely elevate 1 star of Do Wang's strength, was a 6th grade pill. Furthermore, consuming a Do Ling pill during the earlier stages of Do Wang would be an immense waste. Chen Xiao had previously reviewed the follow-up tasks for the Do Ling pill prepayment. Although numerous options were listed, without exception, they all required interaction with alchemists of 6th grade or higher. The most likely contacts would be Han Feng, Gu He, and Yao Chun. As for Han Feng, given the other's character and his own prowess, Chen Xiao promptly abandoned that avenue. Regarding Yao Chun and Gu He, they shared a commonality. They were both situated in the Jia Ma Empire. Therefore, to fulfill the follow-up tasks related to those pills, a trip back to Jiama was necessary. However, returning to the Jiama Empire, even without relying on the prepayment, he had means to procure those pills. Under such circumstances, there was no need to squander the prepayment opportunity on pills. It would be far more pragmatic to prepay for the heavenly cold qi. This particular essence could enhance the power of Do Qi, offering a permanent advantage directly linked to combat prowess. Thus, even if the follow-up cycle was slightly longer, Chen Xiao could accept it. First, he would examine the heavenly cold qi. Reining in his thoughts, Chen Xiao gazed at the 2 ice-blue jade vials that had mysteriously appeared on the table. He had already sensed the waves of cold emanating from these vials, and placing his hand on the table revealed that it had been frozen to the touch, resembling solid ice. The scroll provided by Sinner mentioned that special items like the heavenly cold qi should not be stored for extended periods in low-grade spatial rings, as the extreme cold they emitted could likely damage the contents within, even rendering the spatial ring unusable. Of course, a duration of 10 days to half a month posed no issue. As Do Qi circulated within, a layer of ice crystals enveloped Chen Xiao's right hand as he lifted the jade vial. Nonetheless, he could still feel the bone-chilling cold, causing his entire right arm to feel slightly rigid. Truly, it was remarkable, something that could extinguish even ordinary flames upon contact, feared even by exotic fires. Murmuring to himself, Chen Xiao stored the 2 jade vials in a separate spatial ring designated for miscellaneous items, growing increasingly eager to refine the heavenly cold qi. Chen Xiao, your fire crystal card has arrived. Suddenly, a shout from outside broke through his contemplation. Chen Xiao's expression brightened. He quickly changed his attire and pushed open the door to descend the stairs, receiving the red fire crystal card from Chao Hui amid envious gazes. Though they were all freshmen, the disparity between them was stark. While they were still using the lowest grade black fire crystal cards, Chen Xiao had already reached the pinnacle, a cause for their envy. Chen Xiao, however, paid little mind to their thoughts. At that moment, he noticed that the number on the red fire crystal card was 200. This meant that Elder Su Qian had prepaid him an entire 300 days worth of fire energy. I feel your fire crystal card is a bit wasteful. You seldom train in the inner courtyard. It's a pity if only borrowing fire crystal cards were allowed. Chao Hui sighed. expressing his frustration over the prohibition against borrowing fire crystal cards in the inner courtyard. Chen Xiao couldn't help but chuckle lightly, remarking, "What S borrowed can never compare to what one has earned. At your training pace, it won't be long before you surpass those older students. And changing fire crystal cards will be a simple matter." Upon hearing this, no one countered, being among the top 5 of their cohort. Though their talents could not rival Chen Xiao's, they were undoubtedly of upper-tier caliber among all the students in the inner courtyard, possessing a modicum of confidence. Indeed, in the upcoming strong rankings competition, we are merely spectators. Next time, we must secure a spot to compete. Who knows, I might even make it into the top 10. The most powerful among them, Mu Buosheng, declared with pride. Upon hearing this, Fu Tong and Chao Hui also expressed their aspirations. Chen Xiao, however, chuckled inwardly, knowing that in the next strong rankings competition, there would be formidable contenders like Xiao Yan, along with emerging talents such as Lin Zuyai and Lu Qing. With such participants, the competition would undoubtedly be fiercer than this time. Nevertheless, among the top 10 next time, Chen Xiao was only aware of a few, and those he did not recognize could very well be among those present. With these thoughts in mind, Chen Xiao refrained from making any discouraging remarks, choosing instead to offer encouragement. Yes, providing them with moral support. Stealing a moment of leisure was already a rare treasure for Chen Xiao. The next day, fully rejuvenated with Douqi and even having replenished his hidden reserves, Chen Xiao arrived early at the heavenly burning refinement tower as it opened, making his way directly to the 8th level. The training rooms on the 8th level were significantly fewer than those on the upper levels. Yet finding an available one was exceedingly simple, for the threshold to access this area was notably high. Chen Xiao selected a training room near the central deep cave. The closer one was to this cave, the better the training effect, and even the temperature was comparatively higher. After firmly locking the training room door and inserting the fire crystal card into the adjacent slot, the sounds from outside were instantaneously muted. Even if one yelled, it would not be heard. Having prepared everything, Chen Xiao began to circulate his cultivation technique, adjusting his state. A quarter of an hour later, with his spirit and energy at their peak, Chen Xiao slowly opened his eyes and retrieved the 2 jade vials from his spatial ring. Taking a deep breath, he no longer hesitated and decisively opened one of the vials. In an instant, the temperature within the training room plummeted, causing Chen Xiao to involuntarily shiver. The small jade vial now resembled a smoke bomb, as wisps of ice-blue mist wafted out, dancing in the air like ribbons, though gaseous. It was distinctly observable that the ice-blue mist did not immediately merge with the air, maintaining its layers. As Chen Xiao watched, the ice-blue mist thickened, and the temperature within the training room continued to drop, rendering him unable to suppress his shivering. Realizing this, Chen Xiao dared not delay further and immediately circulated his qi throughout his body. The scroll provided by Sun Er had noted that the heavenly cold qi would automatically cool and avoid heat if left undisturbed. This was precisely why it could only be found in extremely frigid locations. Undeniably, the scroll gifted by Sun Er had proven immensely beneficial to Chen Xiao. With this precious gift in hand, even though Sun Er has returned to the ancient clan, separated by countless mountains and rivers, each time Chen Xiao unfurls that scroll, he is reminded of this deep affection, just as Chen Xiao's fighting spirit coursed through his body. The drifting icy blue mist surged towards him as if it had found a new abode, violently rushing in through every pore, ear, nose, and mouth, relentlessly penetrating his being. Truly, it was inescapable. Chapter 82. The heart flame falls and achieves great merit. Bang! His body, sitting upright as if carved from stone, crashed heavily against the wall of the training chamber. A chilling cold seeped into his bones. At the moment the frigid air invaded his body, Chen Xiao felt as though he had been frozen stiff, as if the very flow of his blood had momentarily ceased, leaving him unable even to shiver instinctively. His consciousness dulled, as if struck from behind, plunging into a haze of lethargy, resembling a being on the verge of succumbing to eternal silence. Summoning all his strength, Chen Xiao bit down on his tongue. Blood oozed from the corner of his mouth, but instead of flowing, it was solidified by the cold. The pain and metallic taste brought clarity back to Chen Xiao, and without a moment's hesitation, he immediately mobilized his fighting spirit, setting it in motion along the prescribed path of cultivation. However, the instant he activated his fighting spirit, he noticed that his meridians had become exceedingly obstructed. Layers of frost-like ice crystals, enveloped in a shroud of icy blue mist, clung to the inner walls of his meridians like maggots. Moreover, there was a faint but discernible tendency for them to expand. Upon perceiving this dire condition, Chen Xiao comprehended what he must do. He had to halt the spread of the frigid air within his meridians. Should it completely fill them, supplanting his fighting spirit, he would face true peril. The only way forward was to gradually assimilate this chilling energy, just as he had done with the power of wind and thunder, until it melded seamlessly with his own fighting spirit. Only then could he claim victory. Without a source, how could one overturn the heavens? With a resolute thought, Chen Xiao concentrated all his mental faculties and strained to accelerate the circulation of his fighting spirit to its utmost limit. Lacking a source, he was rendered a mere inanimate entity. This was the most glaring weakness of the frigid air. Under Chen Xiao's relentless efforts, he finally perceived that the expansion of the frigid air had been halted. Yet, when he attempted to assimilate it, the energy remained as unyielding as a rock, allowing the surging fighting spirit to flow through his meridians repeatedly without diminishing in the slightest. At that moment, Chen Xiao's condition was neither wholly good nor entirely bad. It was unfavorable because the frigid air was impervious to his attempts at assimilation. He felt the arduousness of merging it with his fighting spirit. Conversely, it was not entirely negative, for the state of his meridians was starkly defined, and he could be certain that he was at least safe for the time being. Moreover, the fighting spirit was flowing along the path of cultivation, which was the essence of training. As his fighting spirit continued to grow, he was certain that the ultimate victor in this tug of war would undoubtedly be him. However, winning in this manner would undoubtedly demand a considerable investment of time, and Chen Xiao could not calculate how long it would take to accumulate this minuscule advantage before it could transform into a decisive victory. As he pondered this vexing dilemma, suddenly an intangible heart fire rose mysteriously within his meridians. In an instant, it was extinguished by the extreme cold emanating from the frigid air. Witnessing this scene, a glimmer of hope ignited in Chen Xiao's eyes, and a smile tugged at his lips, only to be painfully pulled by his frozen cheeks. Yet he was unfazed. At that moment, he suddenly recalled an even greater advantage he possessed, the heavenly burning Qi Tower. Within the confines of this tower, the deeper one descended, the more unbearable the heat became. Moreover, the frequency of heart fire manifestation in this training chamber surpassed that of the upper levels. This heart fire, which typically served only to refine his fighting spirit, had now become his greatest ally in the battle against the frigid air. Just as a wisp of heart fire was extinguished under the influence of the frigid air, Chen Xiao keenly sensed a slight loosening of the icy blue mist that pervaded his meridians, allowing his fighting spirit to occupy a larger portion of the pathways. Though it was a minuscule share, it was undeniably tangible. With the advantage of timing, location, and circumstance, what could his adversary use to contend with him? In an instant, Chen Xiao's spirits soared. He silently circulated his fighting spirit, eagerly awaiting the heart fire to lend him a hand. His expectations were met. Merely 15 minutes later, another cluster of heart fire appeared within his meridians. The result was identical to the first, extinguished before it could endure even a single breath. Nonetheless, this still added another layer to Chen Xiao's advantage. One cluster, another cluster, and yet another. Whether in the span of a mere quarter hour or as long as half an hour, heart fire continued to manifest, incessantly aiding Chen Xiao in accumulating advantage, prompting him to marvel at the exceptional value of the fiery crystal card he had exchanged. With the assistance of the heart fire, which seemed almost like a machine, half a day slipped away. It was at this time that the established advantage began to manifest. Chen Xiao discerned that the icy blue mist, which had long clung to the walls of his meridians, finally yielded a wisp to the circulating fighting spirit, much like floating weeds in the ocean, drifting along with the flow. Subsequently, through repeated circulation, it was thoroughly integrated with his fighting spirit. This was a promising start. With one success came another. As the dynamics shifted, Chen Xiao's advantage became increasingly pronounced. Gradually, the time needed to assimilate a wisp of frigid air shortened from half a day to 5 hours, then to 4, and finally to 3. The assimilation rate accelerated remarkably. The frigid air occupying his meridians was being gradually consumed and diminished, akin to a defeated army retreating. In the outside world, on the third day of Chen Xiao's stay in the heavenly burning Qi Tower, Xian could no longer contain her impatience and made her way to his loft. Unfortunately, she found no trace of Chen Xiao. Upon learning from Fu Tong and others that he had ventured into the heavenly burning Qi Tower, Xian could only suppress her urgency. He mentioned departing in 3 to 5 days, so I shall wait a couple more days. On the 5th day, Xian returned to the loft, yet again failing to catch sight of Chen Xiao. In an instant, her expression shifted, a flicker of irritation surfacing. her adorable yet fierce demeanor causing Fu Tong and the others to silently worry for Chen Xiao. They were all aware of the rumors surrounding Xian. Watching Xian storm towards the heavenly burning Qi Tower, the trio could only pray for Chen Xiao, hoping he wouldn't be too severely punished. Xian entered the heavenly burning Qi Tower alone, and after a brief inquiry, she learned that Chen Xiao had ascended to the 8th level. Soon, she arrived at the door of the training chamber, where he was located. Observing the closed door, Xian slightly pouted but refrained from any rash actions. Instead, standing with her hands on her hips at the entrance, poised to surprise Chen Xiao. Occasionally, seasoned students with considerable strength emerged from the training chamber. And upon seeing Xian standing there with an indignant expression, they instinctively recoiled, choosing not to leave immediately, but instead waiting at a distance to witness the unfolding drama. Entertainment seekers abound. However, as the hours stretched from noon to evening, when the tower was set to close, the much-anticipated training chamber remained shut. Observing this, the group of senior students could only sigh and depart, excluding a few cultivation fanatics. Most inner courtyard students were unaccustomed to spending the night within the heavenly burning Qi Tower. Entering at opening and leaving at closing was a strategy to mitigate the influx of fire poison into their bodies. Xian, however, did not leave. The anger that had once graced her features had evaporated without a trace, leaving only palpable boredom. As the time for the elder on duty to conduct a check approached, she took out her fiery crystal card and slipped into the vacant training chamber next to Chen Xiao's. Though she expended no less energy than usual, Xian showed no inclination to cultivate, resting her chin on her hands in a daze. Time seemed to slip away unnoticed, and, as Xian regained her senses, she estimated that the elder in charge had concluded his inspection. With determination, she decisively removed the fire crystal card and once again took her position outside Chen Xiao's training room. Her impatient nature was fully on display at that moment. Day after day passed, until 3 days later, while Xian was drowsily waiting at the entrance of Chen Xiao's training room. Ignoring the curious gazes of the older students in the distance, the tightly shut door finally creaked open. Chapter 83. Team Training. As the door to the training room swung open, Chen Xiao, caught off guard, lifted his head and met a pair of eyes filled with an indescribable skepticism. She approached, scrutinizing him from head to toe, even extending her small hand to poke at him a few times. "Why'd you been in there for so long? And your body is so cold, like a block of ice." "I lost track of time while immersed in my training. Let's talk outside," Chen Xiao replied, casting a glance at the older students observing from a distance. Despite being in the scorching atmosphere of the flame refining tower, he exhaled a chilling mist, leaving Xian astonished. Xian, who also disliked lingering in the tower, nodded in agreement and ascended with him to the upper levels. Meanwhile, the few older students waiting to witness a spectacle felt a profound sense of disappointment. What a pity, nothing happened. Such thoughts reflected their limited understanding of Xian. Indeed, she had initially felt a tinge of annoyance, but upon arriving at the flame refining tower, she quickly deduced that Chen Xiao must have been preoccupied with important matters. Otherwise, he wouldn't have gone to the trouble of switching to a fire crystal card that was of little use in his daily routine just a few days prior. With this realization, her minor grievances dissipated entirely. She was spirited, yet aware of propriety, though only with those she deemed worthy. Outside the flame refining tower, the warm sunlight cascaded over them, and as Chen Xiao felt his body temperature gradually returning to normal, a satisfied smile crept across his face. Thanks to the assistance of the fallen heart flame, he had significantly expedited the process of refining the heavenly cold qi. Nonetheless, it still required a full 8 days to achieve complete success. With the protection of his fighting spirit, his body, while not harmed by the freezing temperatures, still bore the memory of the stiffness that lingered after the refinement was complete. "What on earth have you been doing these past few days? I initially thought you were breaking through to the Douwang level, but judging by your strength, there hasn't been much progress," Ian inquired curiously. Her question pent up for quite some time. Chen Xiao offered a faint smile and did not conceal his activities. "I enhanced my fighting spirit's power and discovered something intriguing." As he spoke, he retrieved a firecracker from his spatial ring, ignited it with a breath, and handed it to Xian. Immediately, he channeled his fighting spirit, enveloping his body. In an instant, the firecracker in Xian's hand extinguished with a soft pop, despite no external force acting upon it. Seeing this, Xian's mouth slightly parted in astonishment. She examined the firecracker closely and attempted to relight it, but as long as Chen Xiao maintained his fighting spirit's presence, no amount of her puffing would reignite the flame. "Is this what you've been working on? Your fighting spirit seems to have deepened in color." Indeed, after refining the heavenly cold qi, Chen Xiao's most noticeable change was the hue of his fighting spirit. Previously a pure ice blue, it now subtly leaned towards a deeper azure. Furthermore, he sensed a significant amplification in the power of his ice element fighting spirit. However, this transformation would not be particularly evident to others unless it was showcased in combat. Not only has the color deepened, but its might has also increased. For instance, if a fire element opponent could match me previously, now I could easily overpower them. Chen Xiao elaborated, simplifying the explanation for her understanding. That's quite an enhancement, she acknowledged. As they continued their light-hearted conversation, they arrived at the new students' dormitory, where only Fu Tong remained in the loft. Chen Xiao greeted her briefly before returning to his room to freshen up and change into a black robe he reserved for the Black Corner region, preparing for departure. When he descended, he noticed that Ziyin had also taken the opportunity to switch into a black leather skirt. It was a refreshing sight, as he was accustomed to her all-white attire. Shifting his gaze back to Fu Tong, he said, I won't wait for Chao Hui and the others to return. If they ask about me, just let them know. Fu Tong nodded, but just as Chen Xiao and Ziyin were about to leave, she called out to him. Chen Xiao. He turned back, raising a questioning brow. Is there something else? Fu Tong hesitated briefly before speaking again. I overheard you discussing the Central State last time, and I wanted to ask, is the Chao family quite powerful? I mean no offense, but you know my friend's situation. Upon hearing this, Chen Xiao suddenly understood. The alchemist from the Black Corner region can indeed refine pills that extend life, but the risks are considerable. You need not concern yourself with him. There are many who are far more formidable than that alchemist within the Chao family. I see, thank you. Fu Tong nodded, as if having made a significant decision. Chen Xiao, not one to pry, waved his hand and turned to leave with Ziyin. Are you not going to inform the Grand Elder? She asked. No. I mentioned it a few days ago. I simply wish to reach the Black Corner region as soon as possible. I've heard the people there are quite dangerous, which sounds intriguing. It is indeed perilous. There were several times when I was targeted by 7 or 8 groups in a single day. I barely escaped with my life. It was a close call. Is that true? How did you manage to get away? Their voices faded into the distance until they were no longer audible. Alone in the Black Corner region, Chen Xiao felt like a silent lone wolf, traversing through wind and rain, scarcely uttering a word in an entire day, and sometimes going days without speaking at all. However, with Ziyin by his side, he felt like a young master strolling with his pet bird. This little dragon girl chattered incessantly, her words seemingly endless, making Chen Xiao realize that he now spoke more in a single day than he had in an entire month of solitary training. Moreover, having just left the academy, everything seemed novel to her. While others might feel angered by provocations from the unwise, Ziyin found it utterly amusing. This often meant that Chen Xiao did not need to intervene. She would boldly take on challenges herself, embodying the role of a capable enforcer. During their first month of training together in the Black Corner region, Ziyin occasionally showed mercy, requiring Chen Xiao to finish off their opponents. However, as she grew more accustomed to the ways of survival in the Black Corner region, her strikes became swift and precise, prompting Chen Xiao to marvel at her newfound prowess. He mused that the Grand Elder's concerns were unwarranted. It was not Ziyin who should be worried, but rather the lowly scoundrels of the Black Corner region. Chapter 84. The Passage of Time and the Rise of Realms, 45. In the Black Corner region, within a mountain range to the northeast, Ziyin skillfully scavenged a lair of a 5th-tier magical beast. Her beaming smile indicated a fruitful day. Not far away, a figure sat with closed eyes, hands poised in a meditative posture. Above him, the energies of the world coalesced into a vortex, surging into his body as he circulated his cultivation technique. After a while, the energy vortex dissipated, and the seated figure's body trembled slightly, releasing a tremendous aura that erupted outward in all directions. As he slowly opened his eyes, Ziyin swiftly moved forward. Your rate of breakthrough, if seen by those fellows from the inner academy, would surely ignite envy in their eyes. 2 years had yielded only a 7-star Do Wong, not particularly swift. Chen Xiao shook his head, his tone remaining calm. Since he had condensed his Do Chi rotation at the age of 8, it had taken him over 5 years to ascend from a Do Shi to a 9-star Do Ling, surpassing more than 30 minor realms. Yet this time, it took a full 2 years to rise from 9-star Do Ling to 7-star Do Wong. Although this pace was enough to evoke admiration in Chen Xiao's eyes, it merely fell short of expectations. Regardless, I feel it's quite fast. I can no longer contend with you. Ziyin pouted slightly, struggling to accept this reality. The lair she had recently raided belonged to a peak-level 5th-tier magical beast, one she had battled without success for a long time. However, after Chen Xiao intervened, He effortlessly dispatched it. Such a comparison made the issue glaringly obvious to Xian. For the past 2 years, they had primarily traversed the Black Corner domain, benefiting from Chen Xiao's profound understanding of the area, which had kept them from provoking any formidable foes. Yet, behind the scenes, numerous Do Wang experts and 2 enigmatic figures had clashed in battle. Due to her own lack of advancement, Xian's strength had steadily improved, gaining a fraction with each herb consumed. Yet Chen Xiao's enhancements were evidently more pronounced. After breaking through to Do Wang, Chen Xiao unlocked the Emperor Seal technique left by Sun Er. Unsurprisingly, it contained only the mountain opening seal and the sea turning seal. The former required Do Wang as a cultivation threshold, while the latter was best started at the Do Huang realm. Since then, Chen Xiao had dedicated time to unblocking the meridians necessary for practicing the mountain opening seal alongside his daily Douqi training. 2 years later, he had completely mastered it. With the mountain opening seal and the 3,000 thunder movement at his disposal, he possessed both offensive and defensive capabilities, and after refining the heavenly cold chi, his Douqi prowess saw a substantial enhancement. Under such circumstances, Chen Xiao's combat strength could no longer be gauged by mere superficial realms. He truly had the ability to suppress Xian, provided she chose not to flee. With her exceptional spatial talent, she was determined to escape, and even an average Do Huang would find her elusive. You've advanced once. That's equivalent to a typical Do Wang's decades of cultivation. There's no need to rush. Upon hearing this reassurance, Xian finally smiled with satisfaction. As a magical beast, her essence could not be compared to that of humans, a fact she was acutely aware of. Her usual complaints were merely a reflection of her envy at Chen Xiao's repeated breakthroughs. True enough. Now that you've completed your breakthrough, should we return to the Black Corner domain? Xian inquired. This excursion into the mountains was initially intended by Chen Xiao as a means to find a secluded spot away from the disturbances of the Black Corner domain for his breakthrough. After a moment's contemplation, Chen Xiao shook his head. Not for now. We shall return to the Inner Academy, first to inform the Grand Elder. I will take you to a more intriguing place. Once we arrive, you won't need to continue consuming herbs, and I also require a Douling pill. The Douling pill could elevate a Do Wang level cultivator by 1 star. However, the difference between advancing from 1 star to 2 stars and from 8 stars to 9 stars was immensely vast. Chen Xiao had long since devised a plan to utilize the Douling pill as a shortcut, and now that he had reached 7-star Do Wang, it was time to prepare for it. Additionally, he calculated that this timing was perfect for returning to the Jiama Empire. Yao Chen was about to make an appearance, and Xiao Yan's reputation as a waste would soon be shed. It was time to reap the rewards gradually. Effectively utilizing the old master Yao Chen would yield benefits that, at this stage, would be invaluable to Chen Xiao, comparable to the prepayment in his mind. Moreover, regarding the follow-up with Han Feng, Chen Xiao also needed to make a trip back to the Jiama Empire. Let us hurry. I've nearly exhausted my supply over these 2 years. When I left, I specifically asked Chun Rong to prepare more pills, yet they were gone in less than half a month. Upon hearing about the tangible benefits, Xian's eyes sparkled with excitement as she eagerly prepared to set off without further inquiry about their destination. Chen Xiao chuckled softly and stood up, causing Xian to tilt her head slightly to converse with him. 2 years had passed, and Xian's appearance had barely changed, almost negligible. In contrast, Chen Xiao had grown slightly taller, shedding the youthful innocence from his visage. Now, when he walked among the crowd, it was no longer apparent that he was still just a child. At a little over 15 years of age, he was on the cusp of adulthood in this world. Then let us depart. With a thought, a pair of enormous azure Douqi wings unfurled from his back, resembling wings of crystallized ice, appearing resplendent under the sunlight. Each time he manifested his Douqi wings, Xian could hardly contain her envy. The mountain range they inhabited was not far from the Inner Academy. Spurred on by Xian, they reached their destination in less than an hour. After 2 years away, the atmosphere of the Inner Academy remained as lively as ever. However, upon closer inspection, one could discern notable changes. Many from the previous year's strong rankings had officially graduated and departed from the academy, and the freshmen of that year had now become seasoned veterans. The new students entering the Inner Academy this year were entirely unfamiliar to both Chen Xiao and Xian. While the student body had changed significantly, the elders remained largely the same. The Grand Elder, Su Qian, showed no visible signs of aging, as if the passage of these 2 years had left no trace upon him. Upon encountering the Grand Elder who had appeared before him, Chen Xiao slightly bowed and clasped his fists in a gesture of respect, paying homage from the heart. This Grand Elder had provided immense assistance along his path of growth and could be regarded as a benefactor, deserving of utmost respect. Greetings, Grand Elder. Beside him, Xian maintained her usual casual demeanor, her smile blossoming even brighter as she waved her little hand, calling out to him with her unique, affectionate nickname. Hee old man Su. In the study, the Grand Elder and Chen Xiao sat across from each other at a table, while Xian perched herself on the edge of another table. Animatedly recounting her amusing experience with frying fish, her expressive demeanor eliciting soft smiles from those present. Unbeknownst to her, since she and Chen Xiao had entered the Black Corner domain together, Su Qian had become increasingly attentive to the area. The two widely spoken mysterious Do Wang figures were identities unknown to outsiders, yet Su Qian could easily guess who they were. One was tall, the other small, with the latter possessing a penchant for robbing. Their characteristics were unmistakably apparent. Today, we encountered a peak-level, 5th-tier magical beast, the Kuei Hua Rhino, which is very close to advancing to a 6th-tier beast. Chen Xiao and I originally sought a tranquil place in the mountains to wait for its breakthrough. Yet that colossal creature not only did not retreat upon seeing us, but dared to attack us instead. The outcome was rather unfortunate. Neither of us expended much effort to subdue it. So we think, old man Su, aren't we impressive? Indeed, quite impressive. You have made significant progress. Su Qian nodded without hesitation, his face aglow with a smile that left Xian immensely gratified, her lips unable to suppress their upward curve. Once she seemed ready to take a breather, Su Qian finally turned his gaze toward Chen Xiao. Your current strength could easily warrant early graduation. Bringing Xian back this time likely indicates you feel the Black Corner domain holds little value for you. What are your plans next? In the Inner Academy, breaking through to Do Wang allowed for early graduation, exempting one from the full 5-year tenure. Due to Chen Xiao's previous accomplishments in the strong rankings, he also held the status of an elder candidate. Should he desire it, with Su Qian's permission, he could serve as an elder within the academy. Su Qian undoubtedly held a high regard for Chen Xiao. From a moment Chen Xiao entered the inner courtyard, this esteemed elder did not conceal his admiration. However, he was acutely aware that the greatest asset of the inner courtyard lay in the Heavenly Flame Refinement Tower, or more precisely, in the Fallen Heart Flame. As Chen Xiao possessed an ice attribute, remaining in the inner courtyard would provide him with diminishing returns compared to the past. Therefore, there was no need for Su Qian to extend an invitation for Chen Xiao to assume the role of elder. He intended to return to the Gamma Empire, resolve matters there, and then come back to the Black Corner region. Over the past 2 years, he and Xian had concealed their identities and engaged in battles with numerous Do Wang, yet they had yet to confront the formidable figures on the blacklist. The day would come when he could systematically defeat each of them, marking the right time to venture into Zhongzhou. Chen Xiao chuckled lightly, expressing his thoughts without reservation, albeit somewhat vaguely. He had previously contemplated dealing with Han Feng. The elder's thoughts on the matter were not lost on him, but he ultimately suppressed that notion. After all, Han Feng's identity as a 6th-grade alchemist could attract many powerful individuals, further entangling him with the dreaded Soul Palace. Even if the elder intervened, the outcome was far from guaranteed. To overturn the blacklist is no easy feat, however. Given your rapid growth, the challenge is not insurmountable. As a citizen of the Gamma Empire, having achieved a modest level of success, returning home to settle family matters would indeed be beneficial. Only then can you pursue that young lady of yours with a clear mind. That is no small challenge, Su Qian remarked. Chen Xiao cast a more scrutinizing glance at Su Qian, sensing the underlying implications in his words, subtly hinting at the significance of Sun's identity. Without delving further into the matter or mentioning family, Chen Xiao acknowledged that he was now alone, and wherever he roamed was home. Xian expressed her desire to accompany him back to Gamma. Go ahead, you both will thrive in the Black Corner region, and in a normal empire. There is no need for further discussion. Coincidentally, I have been feeling an urge to break through lately and plan to seclude myself for a while. I shall not have the time to entertain you, Su Qian replied. Then I wish the elder a successful advancement, Chen Xiao responded. Old man Su, when will you enter seclusion? Xian inquired, her surprise evident. Although she did not voice it, the girl had missed the elder quite a bit over the 2 years. Having finally returned, she wished to boast before him. Haha, this very evening, my cultivation has stagnated for several years, and it is rare to have such a feeling. I cannot afford to miss this opportunity. We shall discuss it in detail upon your return from the Gamma Empire, Su Qian declared. Upon hearing this, Xian could only resignedly accept the outcome. After spending half the afternoon conversing in the elder's study, Chen Xiao bid farewell to Xian and headed back to his former residence, reminiscing about old times with his former roommates. However, to his surprise, the entire small loft was devoid of any occupants. With no other choice, he casually approached a somewhat familiar senior residing in the adjacent loft to inquire. Fu Tong and Chao Hui took leave a few days ago. I have no idea where they went. As for Dun Shan, he is likely still in the tower training, the senior replied. Dun Shan? You mean Mubo Shan? That fellow has a peculiar penchant for cultivating defensive techniques, which has annoyed many in the arena, earning him that nickname, the senior added, recognizing Chen Xiao and rolling his eyes in jest. Chen Xiao couldn't help but chuckle. This so-called quirk was somewhat known among the freshmen, and now that it was common knowledge, it seemed less surprising. However, the fact that Chao Hui and Fu Tong had left together left him pondering the implications of their absence. Finding no familiar faces, Chen Xiao did not press further and began to meander through the inner courtyard, reminiscent of the day he had sent Suner and Qing Lin away. In the evening, Zian returned from the elder's quarters and informed Chen Xiao that Su Qian had entered seclusion. What should we do now? With Elder Su gone, it feels rather pointless to remain in the inner courtyard, she remarked, her tone odd. Then let us depart directly. We can reminisce properly upon our return, Chen Xiao suggested, gazing toward the direction of the Gamma Empire with anticipation. At this juncture, the grand stage of Gamma was already prepared, and returning early would allow them to witness many intriguing events. Sounds good. In agreement, they wasted no time and set off with resolute determination. The journey from Canaan Academy to the Gamma Empire was a long one, and Chen Xiao had experienced its distance a few years prior. Although riding the Griffin Beast could save them effort, in the eyes of both Chen Xiao and Zian, its speed was painfully slow. Thus, they opted not to rent a Griffin Beast, and instead transformed their Douqi into wings to expedite their travel. Though this method was somewhat grueling, it compensated with speed and greater comfort, allowing them to land and rest whenever fatigued. Occasionally, Zian would discover rare medicinal herbs along the way. After a leisurely journey of about 20 days, they finally beheld the borders of the Gamma Empire. Upon seeing the heavily guarded border, Chen Xiao and Zian exchanged knowing glances and silently chose to slip past unnoticed. In the deep of night, at the center of the Tagore Desert, within the sacred city of the Serpent People, Queen Medusa, who had been resting against her headboard, suddenly opened her eyes. Just moments ago, she sensed two formidable presences swiftly passing over Tagore, their trajectory alarmingly close to the sacred city. Carefully sensing their movements, she detected no signs of them halting. The Medusa Queen then closed her eyes once more, returning to her contemplation of the evolution process involving the Green Lotus Earth Fire. The Green Lotus Earth Fire was exceedingly rare, yet even she, due to her serpent physiology, was unable to refine it and could only seal it for the time being. However, this was not a long-term solution. If news of the exotic fire were to leak, it would undoubtedly bring forth numerous troubles. Flower Snake, she called softly, and the door to her chamber was gently pushed open as the alluring Flower Snake entered, bowing in readiness. Convey to the 8 major tribes to enhance their vigilance during this period and avoid provoking any incidents, she commanded. The kneeling Flower Snake was momentarily taken aback. As Queen Medusa's most trusted aide, she understood her sovereign's intentions well. Chapter 86, Yafei's Abdication, 65, in Wutan City. Ever since the Uba family's influence had been thoroughly disrupted, the previously stable triad of power had long since crumbled. As the greatest beneficiary of that reckoning, the Xiao family had significantly profited. Years had passed, and the Xiao family had fully absorbed their gains, emerging as the true leaders of Wutan City. Their every word and action could sway the small families within the city. In stark contrast, the previously tense relationship with the Jali family had culminated in their most arduous years, where they found themselves increasingly constrained, their space for survival shrinking ever further. It was foreseeable that if this continued, within 5 years at most, the Jali family would be entirely consumed by the Xiao family. While the Jali family had the desire to change their fortunes, they found themselves utterly powerless, resorting to finding solace in jest each night, lamenting the fall of that genius from the Xiao family as poetic justice. The Maitel auction house, a relatively neutral entity, had begun to lean toward the Xiao family due to their growing influence. This was not out of fear, backed by the Maitel family. The Xiao family was not significant enough to be taken lightly. Their alignment with the Xiao family stemmed purely from the necessity of business. As a branch, they needed to maintain performance. After all, making money is not something to be ashamed of. However, the Maitel auction house's long-standing policy was abruptly shattered at dawn one day. This upheaval was precipitated by the arrival of 2 guests holding the highest-level VIP cards of the Maitel auction house. Esteemed guests, I am the temporary head of the Maitel auction house in Wutan City, Yafei Maitel, also serving as the chief auctioneer. This is Uncle Gunny, a second-grade alchemist. Typically, he appraises high-quality auction items. How may we assist you? In the opulently adorned living room, a strikingly beautiful woman clad in a crimson gown was using her alluringly delicate voice, which could send shivers down one's spine, to introduce two individuals seated before her, one large and one small. Beside her stood an elderly man in a green robe, his hair tinged with gray. Instead of the golden star emblem denoting strength upon his chest, he bore an insignia resembling a medicinal furnace, upon which two silver ripples shimmered with an aura of nobility. This badge signified that he was a second-grade alchemist. However, at that moment, Master Gunny exhibited none of the arrogance typically associated with alchemists. He bowed slightly in respect during the introduction by Lady Yafei, humbling himself greatly. Should the people of Wutan City witness this scene, they would undoubtedly be taken aback. In ordinary circumstances, even when meeting the rising patriarch of the Xiao clan, Gunny maintained an indifferent demeanor, often with an air of condescension, yet now he appeared transformed. This change in demeanor was not due to a capricious nature, but rather stemmed from the mutual understanding between Gunny and Yafei regarding the significance of the young man seated before them, whose possession of the highest-tier VIP card spoke volumes. Those who could attain such a card were the most esteemed guests of the Miter family. In the imperial city, their patriarch, Tang Shan, would personally extend his welcome. With such a person in attendance, Yafei and Gunny could not afford to be anything but cautious. Even though the timing of his arrival was unusual, just before dawn. Yet, this was not their place to question. Their sole duty was to serve with utmost sincerity, for the consequences of failure could be dire. At the head of the table, Chen Xiao cast a glance at Yafei, noting the alluring maturity that could not be concealed even in her seriousness, and he instantly understood why so many were captivated by her. Indeed, her presence was unparalleled. A fleeting glance was all it took for him to divert his attention. During his years of training in the Black Corner region, he had primarily focused on explosive techniques. Yet he had also acquired considerable knowledge. For instance, I control my fate, not the heavens. What is soft or hard is determined by me alone. How has Elder Hai been these past few years? Thank you for your concern, young master. Since returning to the Miter family, Elder Hai has resumed his position as a senior elder, and all is well. However, during the time Lady Yafei was dispatched to Wutan City, he has been inundated with visitors, which has become quite bothersome. Upon hearing Chen Xiao's address to Hai Buodong, Yafei's heart stirred, and her manner of address subtly shifted. As long as all is well, please send a letter to the Imperial City, informing Elder Hai and Patriarch Tangshan that I have returned to the Gamma Empire. I will be busy for a while, but shall visit them once I am free. Also, if Elder Hai finds himself bored in the Imperial City, he is welcome to join me in Wutan City for a gathering. By the way, I am Chen Xiao. Yafei and Gunny were both taken aback. They had heard this name before. The reasons behind the Xiao family's rapid acquisition of a significant portion of the Uba family's assets had long been a topic of inquiry. They never expected that the young man before them was the mastermind behind it all. Did you not hear clearly? I heard quite well. Once dawn breaks, I shall have someone deliver the message to the Imperial City. Noticing Chen Xiao's frown, Yafei quickly composed herself to respond. After a moment's hesitation, she added, "Should I notify the Xiao family of your return?" In Yafei's mind, since Chen Xiao had once been willing to grant such significant benefits to the Xiao family, he must have a deep connection with them. No need. You must keep my return to Wutan City a secret. Aside from Elder Hai and Patriarch Tangshan, no one else can know. Those who have seen me must also be discreet. Chen Xiao decisively rejected the notion, as he had come to the Miter auction house for the sake of secrecy to facilitate his forthcoming plans. Informing the Xiao family would jeopardize that. Understood. Please rest assured. Young master, no one at the Miter auction house will reveal a single word about you. Very well. You may return to your duties. In due time, I will require the auction house's assistance to handle some matters, including martial arts techniques and skills, all of considerable grade. You may prepare in advance and create some buzz. I will discuss the remaining details with you later. Yes. Yafei slightly bowed, revealing an expanse of snow-white skin. Although she was the temporary head of the auction house, she felt no discontent as she listened to Chen Xiao's directives. It seemed entirely natural to her. This was the privilege of possessing the highest-tier VIP card. Aside from the headquarters of the Miter auction house in the Imperial City, anyone of such standing held a status that surpassed even the heads of local branches. As Yafei swayed her waist and departed, Chen Xiao turned his attention to the second-grade alchemist, Gunny. I would trouble Master Gunny to concoct some snacks for Ziyan. All that is required is the refinement of medicinal essence in a pill form. Chen Xiao had already noticed that Ziyin had been fidgeting with excitement upon seeing Guni, and thus he articulated her request as well. Guni, upon hearing Chen Xiao's request, appeared perplexed but did not dare to inquire further. After all, it was merely a matter of crafting some pills from easily manageable medicinal materials, which was not a difficult task. I understand. Lady Yufei has arranged the finest guest rooms for you and this young lady. Please take your rest first, and once I have prepared the pills, I will deliver them personally. You may keep the guest room ready. Do not concern yourselves with us. Please attend to your duties. Chen Xiao nodded slightly, allowing Ziyin to present some easily manageable materials to Guni before dismissing him. Once Guni departed, the spacious living room was left with two guests who appeared more like the true masters of the space than the actual host. This VIP card is truly effective. They agree to everything without a hint of complaint. Playing with Chen Xiao's VIP card, Ziyin seemed to have discovered a treasure, her smile mischievous, as if she were plotting something devious. Without this VIP card, they would likely still comply with our requests. It would just require a bit more politeness. Even without the identities gifted by Hai Buodong and Teng Shan, we remain Do Wang powerhouses. With such strength, one must tread carefully in some of the larger cities within the Blackhorn region. But in Wutan City, we can practically act with impunity. Chapter 87. The Fallen Genius. 1. Do Strength, 3rd tier. Xiaoyan, Do Qi, 3rd tier. Level, low grade. Beside the test stone tablet, a middle-aged man glanced at the information displayed, announcing it in a tone devoid of emotion. Today marked the annual grand examination of the Xiao family. More stringent and formal than the usual tests, requiring participation from all juniors. It was this event that fully exposed the fact that Xiaoyan's strength had regressed 3 years prior, a secret no longer sustainable. The middle-aged man's announcement inevitably stirred a wave of ridicule among the throngs gathered in the bustling square. 3 tiers? Haha, just as expected. This genius has remained stagnant this past year. Alas, how flamboyant he once was, now reduced to such a pitiful state. One mustn't become too complacent. Come now. His father is the clan leader. Perhaps one day they will discover a remedy for his condition. Not long ago, the Mitre Auction House announced that they would soon host the largest auction in Wutan City. I hear there will be many valuable items. It is said that Lady Yufei from the Mitre Auction House will actually attend the ceremony at our Xiao family today, which is indeed quite surprising. The arrival of esteemed guests is a blessing. The Mitre Auction House has been very close to our Xiao family these past few years. What a pity that Xiaoyan has brought them nothing but disgrace. Whispers filled the crowd, some expressing regret, while others scoffed derisively. Many gazes were involuntarily drawn to a stunning figure standing at the forefront of the square, stirring feelings of admiration and unspoken desires. On stage, as Xiaoyan listened to the surrounding murmurs, he lowered his head, forcing a bitter smile before turning away in solitude, retreating to the last row of the line. His solitary figure feeling out of place in the surrounding world, reflecting on the expressions of those who had once looked upon him 3 years ago. He could not help but compare them to the present. With a self-deprecating smile, Xiaoyan realized that these past 3 years had imparted a harsh lesson. Regrettably, by the time realization dawned, it was already too late. One cannot be certain if this lifetime will afford a second chance. In the throng ahead, Yufei observed Xiaoyan's demeanor with a quiet intensity, her confusion palpable. Why, she pondered, would that esteemed guest, who had once bestowed such significant advantages upon the Xiao family, now send her to investigate their affairs, particularly with a focus on Xiaoyan? The ambiguity of the situation was truly perplexing. Contemplating this, Yufei resolved to limit her entanglements with the Xiao family to avoid any potential repercussions. Having witnessed the testing process of Xiaoyan, she mused, my task is complete. With this thought in mind, she approached Xiaozhan. Patriarch Xiao, there are pressing matters to attend to at the middle auction house. I must take my leave. Understood. Allow me to escort you, Miss Yufei, Xiaozhan replied, forcing a strained smile as he accompanied her. The bizarre predicament surrounding his once proud youngest son weighed heavily on him, rendering tranquility elusive. Over the years, he had explored numerous remedies, even allocating family resources to procure various potentially beneficial elixirs for Xiaoyan. Yet, the outcomes remained unsatisfactory. His favoritism had drawn considerable ire from several elders within the clan, straining the atmosphere of the Xiao family and shattering the harmony of yesteryear. Were it not for the family's relatively stable progress in recent years, the elders would likely have been even more critical of his leadership. As they reached the entrance of the Xiao residence, Xiaozhan hesitated momentarily before inquiring, Miss Yufei, might I ask when the upcoming auction at your esteemed auction house will take place? The news of a grand auction at the Middle Auction House had spread like wildfire throughout Wutan City in recent days, yet aside from whispers of its exceptional offerings, specifics remained elusive, leaving many in a state of bewilderment. Unbeknownst to them, even Yafei, the temporary overseer, was in the dark regarding the auction schedule. She was merely executing orders. Concealing her exasperation beneath a radiant smile, she replied, "Patriarch Xiao, there is no need for haste. The Middle Auction House is placing great emphasis on this auction and is diligently preparing for it. While I cannot divulge much, I can reveal that there will be competitions. Techniques, elixirs, and medicinal materials, all of a quality that would serve as headliners at previous auctions. That is all I can disclose for now, Patriarch Xiao. Farewell." With a graceful nod, Yafei swayed her enchanting form and exited the Xiao family residence. Xiao Zhan reciprocated with a respectful bow, watching her depart. Minutes later, at the Middle Auction House, Chen Xiao sat at the head of the table, listening to Yafei recount the day's events concerning the Xiao family's testing. Meanwhile, Ziyin lounged nearby, her legs dangling from the chair as she munched noisily. She held no interest in the Xiao family, yet found herself quite comfortable in the small town of Wutan. Guanai was far more obedient than the diminutive alchemist of the inner courtyard, readily complying with her every command, ensuring a steady supply of elixirs over the past few days. Well done. Continue to monitor the Xiao family. Find ample excuses to visit. Additionally, arrange for a batch of auction catalogs to be produced. The more, the better, particularly for the Xiao family. Ensure each of them receives a copy. With all expenses deducted from the auction proceeds, Chen Xiao instructed, retrieving a collection of miscellaneous items. During his years of training in the Blackhorn region, he and Ziyin had not acquired particularly rare treasures, yet their spoils were plentiful. Even after selling off many, a considerable amount remained. What he referred to as miscellaneous items could, as Yafei had mentioned, serve as headliners in Wutan City. Among them was a third-tier magic core, a mid-level Xian-tier combat technique, a mid-level Xian-tier cultivation method, various third-tier elixirs deemed useless to him, poisons capable of threatening even great fighters, and an assortment of rare herbs with unusual scents that even Ziyin found distasteful. It was not that these were all he possessed. He simply selected items that would appeal to the purchasing power of the two major families in Wutan City, items they would desire enough to stretch their resources to acquire. Finally, he included the fragmentary map of the pure Lotus Demon Fire obtained from a cave in the Monster Beast Mountains. This fragment he had neither divided nor intended to barter for excessive gains. To catch fish, one must first have bait. Just as Chen Xiao had seen from those unscrupulous merchants, every promotional event begins with an air of promise. I understand. I will arrange things as you instructed. Moreover, regarding your news, it has now been 7 days, and it is likely that it has already reached Elder Hai and Patriarch Tingshan, though no replies have been received yet. Upon seeing the array of items Chen Xiao had produced, Yafei's eyes sparkled with delight. Indeed, he was a person of considerable means. While these items may have seemed commonplace in the imperial capital, they would undoubtedly yield substantial results in the branches of the auction house. She needed to demonstrate her capability to earn the respect of her family and secure a modicum of power. Suppressing her excitement, Yafei swiftly accepted the items, her demeanor resolute as she set about her tasks. Unbothered by her fervor, Chen Xiao reflected on her account of the Xiao family situation. The story commenced with a fighting power of 3 segments. This was most entertaining. It seemed today marked the beginning of the original plot. That is, Chapter 1, The Fallen Genius. Thus, the next scene would surely be the iconic moment of Naylan Yinran's visit, the phrase 30 years east of the river, 30 years west of the river echoing resoundingly. Truth be told, had there not been a risk of alerting Yao Chun by visiting the Xiao family, Chen Xiao would have relished the chance to join the fray tomorrow. With a light chuckle, Chen Xiao called out Guanai. In no time, the esteemed alchemist of Wutan City entered briskly. What commands you have, young master? Find out if a group from Yinlan's sect is en route to Wutan City. Guanai bowed in acknowledgement, about to respond when a hearty laughter filled the air. Ha ha ha, once proud atop the peaks of Gamma, now sealed in the currents of time. Fortunate to encounter a young friend bringing forth spring, once more to shine and dispel the mists. Chen Xiao, how have you fared? The voice arrived before the figure, and Chen Xiao chuckled, recognizing the familiar tone. It was none other than the effervescent true monarch, who, after years of absence, still possessed a gift for eloquence. As light footsteps approached, 2 figures made their grand entrance under the gaze of the 3 in the living room. The leading elder, clad in a striking blue robe, strode forward with an exuberant smile, exuding an air of grandeur as if the stage existed solely for him. Following closely was a relatively younger elder with dark hair. Dressed in opulent attire, his smile less exaggerated, conveying the demeanor of one accustomed to high office. Their identities required no further elaboration. Viting, Audahai, Bajiak. Gu Ni's expression shifted in surprise. He had never anticipated that such high-ranking figures from the middle family would visit the humble Wutan city. Quickly regaining his composure, Heuni vowed respectfully. Chen Xiao also rose to greet them, his countenance radiating warmth. Elder Hai, Patriarch Tung Shan, your presence here is indeed an honor. Haha, I found myself quite bored in the imperial capital. Since you, young lad, had matters to attend to, I thought it best to come in person. As for Tung Shan, he has managed to steal a moment from his busy schedule, though he may not linger long. Hai Bo Dong chuckled, his icy demeanor melting into warmth. My goodness, it hasn't been long, yet your strength has escalated alarmingly. You surpass even Tung Shan by a considerable margin, and your appearance has matured splendidly, far exceeding the youthful Tung Shan by tenfold, reminiscent of my own earlier days. After acknowledging Chen Xiao, Hai Bo Dong's gaze scrutinized the changes in him, eliciting a series of impressed sounds. Hearing Hai Bo Dong's remarks, Tung Shan wore a look of resignation. Being compared to him was a frequent occurrence whenever he stood beside Hai Bo Dong. He had grown accustomed to it. The clan leader of the Tung Mountain tribe, burdened by the responsibilities of his family, naturally has little time for cultivation. Chen Xiao couldn't help but feel a twinge of sympathy for Tung Shan and provided him with an excuse, which led the two to take a seat. Noticing the curiosity of the two as they observed Xian, who remained engrossed in her snacks, Chen Xiao offered a brief introduction. This is Xian, a friend I met at Canaan Academy, accompanying me for a visit. Xian slightly nodded in acknowledgement, a gesture that sufficed for greeting. With one being a Do Huang and the other a Do Wang, their statuses were rather unremarkable in the realm of Canaan Academy. Where such strength merely qualifies one as an elder, she had encountered many like them. Xian's demeanor toward strangers is typically quite indifferent, only warming to those she truly acknowledges. Moreover, she grants a modicum of respect to those who are companions of her friends, like the few acquaintances Chen Xiao had in the inner courtyard. After a brief introduction, Tung Shan turned to Gu Ni and instructed, you may leave for now. Have Ye Fei prepare 2 guest rooms. And the rest no need to inquire about the Yunlan sect. When discussing serious matters, it is best to minimize the number of people present. Gu Ni nodded and excused himself. It was then that Hai Bo Dong finally spoke. Upon entering, I heard you were monitoring the Yunlan sect team. Quite the coincidence. Tung Shan and I spotted them on our way here. At their current pace, they should arrive in Wutan City within an hour. However, I am somewhat puzzled. When did you have any dealings with the Yunlan sect? Clearly, Hai Bo Dong had misunderstood, assuming that the members of the Yunlan sect were coming specifically for Chen Xiao. Old Hai has misjudged. They're not here for me. I have gleaned some insider information indicating that the young lady from the Nalan family seems quite resistant to the engagement with the Xiao family and is contemplating a withdrawal. They have come to Wutan City for this matter, Chen Xiao replied with a smile. Upon hearing this, both Hai Bo Dong and Tung Shan were taken aback. Although they resided in the imperial capital, they seldom kept abreast of the private affairs of the younger generation. It seems I indeed spotted that young lady from the Nalan family in the group, Tung Shan said, shaking his head in affirmation. Suddenly, memories flooded back to him. I recall a few years ago, old man Nalan was boasting about this engagement while in Mo City. How unpredictable life is. That old fellow values his reputation greatly. I doubt the idea of canceling the engagement originated from him. By the way, Chen Xiao, you might not be aware, but old man Nalan's current condition is rather dire. He has been afflicted with a curse due to a 7 illusions green spirit nectar. And if he cannot find a cure, even as a Do Wang, he likely won't last many more years. Indeed, the unpredictability of life is quite astounding, Chen Xiao remarked, appearing genuinely surprised, although internally, he was acutely aware of the situation. The curse afflicting Nalan Jia bore a striking similarity to Hai Bo Dong's snake sealing spell, both sharing a comical twist. Nalan Ye, in his pursuit of the 7 illusions green spirit nectar, was cursed and ultimately had to rely on it to lift the curse, while Hai Bo Dong was sealed by the Medusa Queen due to a map, only to be freed by that very same map. Both individuals seemed to have toiled in vain, enduring years of hardship without any true gain, a thought that was amusing upon reflection. Returning to the matter at hand. With Nalan Yenran already en route, Chen Xiao became increasingly convinced that Yao Chan would soon make his appearance. The 7 illusions green spirit nectar? It must be quite the treasure if even a Do Wang is willing to go to such lengths for it. Xian interjected suddenly, finally intrigued. Noticing the glint in her eyes, Chen Xiao could easily discern her thoughts. It's rather ordinary. The true value of the 7 illusions green spirit nectar lies in its ability to nourish and enhance the soul. In terms of energy contained, the treasures you've hidden away likely surpass it by a significant margin. If Nalan Jia were in Wutan City, I could devise a means to acquire the 7 illusions green spirit nectar, as it does hold some utility. However, with Nalan Jia far away in the imperial capital, it would be a waste of effort. Upon hearing Chen Xiao's words, Xian let out a small sigh, her expression slightly disappointed. Do you have an affinity for medicinal herbs, Miss Xian? That's simple enough. Tong Shan, let us have the headquarters select some fine specimens to send over. As hosts, we must ensure that Miss Xian enjoys herself to the fullest, Hai Bo Dong remarked, having picked up on Xian's interests. Chen Xiao's friend, although her star level remained indeterminate, was undoubtedly a Do Wang powerhouse, and deserved to be treated with utmost respect. After all, this could be considered a form of investment. Tong Shan nodded in agreement, a smile gracing his features. At the mention of this, Xian's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm, and she found the 2 elders far more agreeable. Hey, stop calling me miss, it sounds unpleasant. Just call me by my name. Since you're friends of Chen Xiao, you're friends of mine too, Xian declared playfully. In response, Hai Bo Dong and Tong Shan exchanged a glance filled with surprise. Initially, they had assumed Xian's strength was merely a facade, considering how terrifying it was to encounter such a young Do Wang. However, upon further inspection, it appeared she truly possessed a childlike innocence. What extraordinary talent she had. Canaan Academy truly is a place of exceptional individuals. My curiosity about this institution grows ever more profound. When the next recruitment team arrives, let us have a Maitel family send a few suitable candidates to enroll, Chen Xiao suggested. The rapid growth of Chen Xiao, along with Xian's presence, caused Hai Bo Dong and Tong Shan to reconsider their perception of Canaan Academy, realizing they may have underestimated its significance. Even if new students could not compare to Chen Xiao and Xian, upon graduation, they would at least possess the strength of a Douling, right? If clan leader Tong Shan is interested, it would be wise to select those with fire attributes, as they stand to benefit the most from the academy. As for someone like me, with an ice attribute, it would be less effective. In fact, I have spent most of my time in the Black Corner region these past few years. Chen Xiao offered a small piece of advice, leaving the decision of whether to heed it to them. Tong Shan noted it down, while Hai Bo Dong was more intrigued by the Black Corner region. I have heard of the Black Corner region during my participation in the Northwest Powerhouse Conference years ago. I had always intended to explore it further. It remains a slight regret of mine, he mused. Meanwhile, as Chen Xiao and his companions enjoyed their time reminiscing at the Maitel auction house, the Xiao family was bustling with activity. After the younger generation had completed their tests, Xiao Zhan received word of an impending visit from the Yunlan sect that evening. The might of the Yunlan sect is well known throughout the Gamma Empire, and thus, despite his confusion, Xiao Zhan took the matter seriously. After making the necessary arrangements, he called upon Xiao Yan to instruct him to conduct himself properly, while naively fantasizing whether the esteemed guests of the Yunlan sect might discern the reasons behind Xiao Yan's current state. That night, the Xiao residence was ablaze with light. In the spacious reception hall, Xiao Zhan and the 3 elders were present, along with several influential family members. While a curious crowd of younger generation members filled the room, whispering and speculating about the esteemed guests soon to arrive. At last, as they eagerly awaited, Butler Missouri led in a man, a woman, and an elder. All 3 were adorned in moon-white robes. The elder at the forefront wore a broad smile, full of vitality, his small, keen eyes twinkling with intelligence. On his robe's chest was embroidered a crescent moon, surrounded by 7 shimmering golden stars, signifying him as a 7-star Great Dome Master. To his right stood a young man, appearing to be around 20 years of age, handsome and tall, identifiable as a 5-star Do fighter by the 5 golden stars displayed on his chest. To the elder's left was an even younger girl, strikingly beautiful, and upon entering the reception hall, she caused the young women of the Xiao family to feel a sense of inferiority, not solely because of her looks, but due to her formidable strength as well. Upon the youthful maiden's chest, 3 golden stars were emblazoned. The illustrious trio of the Cloudy Mist sect had traveled from afar. They were promptly invited to take their seats. Butler Missouri, please serve the finest tea, commanded Xiao Zhan, forcing a warm smile as he personally approached to greet them, with the 3 elders following suit. At first glance, the scene appeared to be one of cordiality. The trio from the Cloudy Mist sect settled into their seats, engaging in lively conversation amidst Xiao Zhan's subtle flattery. However, The elder among them seemed to grapple with an unspoken concern, often swallowing his words with a hint of resignation. During these moments, the enchanting maiden could not resist casting a sidelong glance at the elder. In this atmosphere, the protagonist of the evening, Xiao Yin, finally arrived. Perhaps due to the Xiao family's recent prosperity, the three elders displayed a modicum of restraint and did not press Xiao Yin unduly in front of their esteemed guests, leaving an empty seat for him. "Father, esteemed elders," Xiao Yin greeted. "Ah, Yin'er, please take a seat," Xiao Zhan replied with a gentle smile, then returned to conversing with the guests. Across from Xiao Yin, the captivating maiden grew increasingly impatient as she urged him with her gaze. Observing this, the elder cleared his throat and stood, clasping his hands towards Xiao Zhan with a smile. "Patriarch Xiao, our visit to your esteemed family is primarily to request a favor." "Ah, Mr. Guyi, please state your request. If it is within our capability, the Xiao family would not decline," Xiao Zhan responded, careful not to appear overly eager. He remained cautious, well aware of the cloudy mist sect status. Their request was likely to be significant. The elder known as Guyi smiled slightly, unfazed, and pointed to the maiden beside him, asking, "Patriarch Xiao, do you still remember her?" Only then did Xiao Zhan dare to fix his gaze upon the young lady, studying her intently. Just as he was about to respond with a look of confusion, Butler Missouri hurriedly entered. "Patriarch, the head of the middle family has arrived." There was no preventing this. Butler Missouri hastened his steps to inform Xiao Zhan in advance, allowing him to prepare mentally. No sooner had he spoken than four figures entered the reception hall, prompting astonishment among the Xiao family members. Even Xiao Yin, who had been in a foul mood, looked up in surprise. He soon recognized a strikingly familiar youth, handsome like a star from the early 90s, conversing amiably with an elderly man clad in blue robes. Flanking them were a comparatively younger elder and an adorable girl in a white dress, happily munching on food. Xiao Yin noticed the girl had some crumbs on her hand, which she habitually wiped on the youth's sleeve. Yet, the youth, seemingly accustomed to this routine, calmly reached out and grasped her mischievous hand, averting a potential crisis. Finding the scene rather amusing, Xiao Yin shifted his gaze to the quartet's chests, only to discover they bore no insignia indicative of their strength. Their capabilities remained unknown, yet they exuded an undeniable power. While he assessed them, the trio from the Cloudy Mist sect rose from their seats. "We greet the Ice Emperor and the Patriarch of the Tangshan clan." They acknowledged Chen Xiao and Ziyin, though unfamiliar with them, chose to remain silent to avoid missteps. Hai Buodong chuckled. "You all carry on with your discussions. We, the Tangshan clan, have just arrived in Wutan City and heard that Lady Nailin has come to the Xiao family, so we thought to drop by and see." He turned to Xiao Zhan. "Patriarch Xiao, would you mind if we four joined you for a cup of tea? It would be our utmost honor," Xiao Zhan exclaimed, gesturing for the four Xiao family members seated nearby to vacate their places. Upon hearing the title Ice Emperor, Xiao Zhan felt a jolt of surprise and dared not refuse. Hai Buodong, merely there to observe, relinquished the prime seat to Tangshan and sat between Chen Xiao and himself. Meanwhile, Chen Xiao found himself seated beside Ziyin, with Xiao Yin nearby. Chen Xiao felt a twinge of regret. Though eager to witness the unfolding drama, he had not initially intended to attend. However, upon learning of the Cloudy Mist sect's presence, he had inquired whether to come and observe, leading to the current situation. Despite the slight deviation from his plans, he did not mind overly much, as returning to the Xiao family after some time was no significant matter. As for Yao Chen, he had been tormenting Xiao Yin for 3 years. He saw no reason to alter their established plans simply because powerful individuals had arrived in Wutan City. After all, if the tormenting did not cease, Xiao Yin would miss the golden age of cultivation. In the main seat, Xiao Zhan felt increasingly uneasy, flanked by distinguished guests from the Cloudy Mist sect on his left and the head of the middle family on his right. Each held a status that overshadowed his own, yet he occupied the primary position, feeling the weight of every passing moment as a breach of propriety. Noticing that the middle family appeared to have no pressing concerns, Xiao Zhan finally turned his attention back to Guyi. "Mr. Guyi, please present your request directly." Casting a glance at the 4 individuals opposite him, Guyi did not hesitate and spoke plainly. "Patriarch Xiao, the matter I wish to address today concerns her," indicating the maiden, whose name is Nailin Yinran. "She has come at the behest of our esteemed sect leader, who inquired about her feelings regarding the marriage contract with the Xiao family and has sent me to request the dissolution of this engagement." As his words settled in, the hall fell silent, and all eyes turned to Xiao Yin, then shifted to Nailin Yinran, with several members of the Xiao family nodding in silent agreement. This good-for-nothing seems indeed unworthy of her. Chen Xiao, seated closely to Xiao Yan, could hear the tightness in Xiao Yan's fist within his sleeve, the knuckles cracking softly under the strain. Having already hit rock bottom, what was there to hesitate about? Every step taken was progress. The worst that could happen was death. Ziyin, who had been engrossed in her alchemical preparations, looked up at Chen Xiao, realizing he was not addressing her, and returned her focus to her work. Just then, a loud crash echoed through the room as a teacup was violently slammed onto the table, shattering into pieces. The sudden noise startled Ziyin, who glared at Xiao Yan with a furious expression. As little Ziyin prepared to unleash her ire, Chen Xiao swiftly restrained her, watching Xiao Yan's retreating figure, blood trickling from his hand. Don't rush, we'll address this momentarily. Chen Xiao had anticipated that his casual remark would lead Xiao Yan to inherit his father's penchant for smashing cups. I merely suggested you should not be so timid. I never meant for you to terrify others. Hearing Chen Xiao's words, Ziyin took a deep breath, suppressing her urge to explode. Meanwhile, Xiao Yan had stepped forward into the center of the hall. Mr. Guyi, you would do well to return from whence you came. The Xiao family shall never acquiesce to this request. The hall fell into a profound silence, all gazes fixated upon Xiao Yan. Immediately, the elder's voice boomed. Xiao Yan, it is not your turn to speak. Be silent. Xiao Zhan turned sharply to the elder, noticing the other two elders shared the same apprehensive expression. Fearful that Xiao Yan's recklessness might offend the Cloudy Mist sect, Xiao Zhan understood their trepidation and, upon reflection, recognized the validity of their concerns. For a moment he hesitated, casting Xiao Yan a look of caution. However, just then, a calm voice broke through the tension. Let him speak. All eyes turned to the source of the voice, ultimately landing on Chen Xiao, seated beside Ziyin. Until this moment, Xiao Zhan and the others could only ascertain the identity of the remarkably familiar figure. Earlier, when Chen Xiao entered, walking alongside Hai Buodong with such unrestrained flamboyance, it had caused both Xiao Zhan and the three elders to harbor doubts. Perhaps this was merely an individual who bore a striking resemblance to Chen Xiao. After all, Chen Xiao's appearance had changed somewhat over the years, and they were also aware that he had already gone to Canaan Academy. Chen Xiao, he inclined his head ever so slightly towards Xiao Zhan as a form of acknowledgement. Since they had all gathered to partake in the lively atmosphere, it would be illogical to only observe from the sidelines. Furthermore, he understood well that no matter how the three elders attempted to intervene, the eventual outcome would remain unchanged. I too admire those with spirit. If the youth do not possess fervor, what then distinguishes them as young? Upon hearing Chen Xiao's words, Hai Buodong chimed in to lend his support. With the backing of the two, the three elders felt a sense of relief and ceased their objections. Xiao Yan offered a slight bow of gratitude to the duo, feeling somewhat astonished. He recalled the name Chen Xiao, but his impression of him was still rooted in childhood, when Chen Xiao would greet him with a nod, starkly contrasting with the entourage that accompanied him. It was not until the day the Uba family was annihilated that he learned from Xiao Zhan that this was indeed Chen Xiao's doing. Thereafter, he had paid more attention to Chen Xiao, but regrettably, they had not crossed paths since, not even once. Despite Chen Xiao having stayed at the Xiao family for several months afterward, their schedules seemed to have entirely misaligned. Gradually, as Xiao Yan faced his own troubles, he lost the inclination to keep track of Chen Xiao. Little did he expect that upon their reunion, the individual who once merely nodded in acknowledgement had now become capable of engaging in light-hearted banter with the Ice Emperor, Hai Buodong. Even more unexpected was that this acquaintance would offer support during his most helpless and isolated moments. It was he who had urged him to be resolute earlier. Taking a deep breath to suppress the tumult of emotions swirling in his mind, Xiao Yan turned his gaze to the members of the Yunlan sect, specifically to Nalan Yanran. Miss Nalan, as you and I are the parties involved in this betrothal, if you are dissatisfied with the engagement, why not stand forth and voice it yourself? Observing Xiao Yan, who seemed to have gained newfound confidence, Nalan Yanran let out a soft huff before unhesitatingly rising. I will clarify this myself, yet the outcome remains unchanged. I, Nalan Yanran, harbor a deep-seated aversion to this engagement, not because you have fallen from your so-called genius status to your current state of worthlessness, but due to my disdain for being dictated by others, even if that person is my grandfather. Of course, I'm also aware that this matter tarnishes the reputation of the Xiao family. As an act of recompense, my master has provided me with a qi-gathering pill. If you agree to annul the engagement, it shall belong to the Xiao family. As she spoke, Nalan Yanran cast a glance at Guyi. The latter immediately reached to wipe a ring on his finger, revealing a jade box that shimmered with a verdant hue. Carefully opening it, An alluring fragrance immediately wafted through the hall, invigorating all who inhaled it. Upon closer inspection, within the ancient box lay a green pill, the size of a dragon's eye, quietly resting, exuding the enticing aroma. The chi-gathering pill, a fourth-grade medicinal concoction. Chen Xiao had once consumed it, and its efficacy needed no further elaboration. The Xiao family members had all heard of the miraculous effects of this pill, and in an instant, many displayed fervent expressions, eager to take Xiao Yin's place in accepting the offer. To be candid, offering a fourth-grade pill as compensation to a family as modest as the Xiao family demonstrates the sincerity of the Yunlan sect's leader. However, the manner in which Nalan Yinran proposed the annulment had already sealed the deal. This chi-gathering pill was personally refined by our esteemed elder, Dan Wanggu. Gu Yi quietly added, the reputation of Dan Wanggu, he added an intangible value to the chi-gathering pill. Unfortunately, the words exchanged fell on Xiao Yin's ears like daggers. If he were to accept such a patronizing form of compensation, his last shred of dignity would vanish. Even without any support, he would have no intention of acquiescing, let alone with the absolute backing of Xiao Zhan. Along with the earlier words from Chen Xiao and Hai Buodong, Nalan Yinran, might I inquire whether the matter of the annulment has received the consent of old Master Nalan? The grandfather has not consented. However, as I mentioned earlier, I detest being controlled by others. This is my affair and has nothing to do with my grandfather. Upon hearing this, Xiao Yin chuckled coldly, pressing on with his argument. According to the engagement established by our respective elders, without the agreement from both families, any annulment would be deemed a violation. His words provoked Nalan Yinran to the point of exasperation, leaving her speechless. What do you truly wish for in order to annul the engagement? Is it that the compensation is insufficient? Very well. I can have my master provide you with 3 more chi-gathering pills. Moreover, if you're willing, I can also arrange for you to enter the Yunlan sect to study advanced Douqi techniques. Is that sufficient? This proclamation was akin to pouring fuel on fire, ruthlessly trampling upon the scant dignity Xiao Yin possessed. Both Chen Xiao and Hai Buodong could see that Xiao Yan's body was trembling violently. They exchanged glances, each sharing a sense of anticipation for the unfolding drama. As they had hoped, Xiao Yin slowly raised his head. His countenance, which could only be described as delicate, had now contorted into a fearsome visage, startling Nalan Yinran. Do not be disrespectful. Xiao Zhan, seated in the first position, was alarmed and hastily admonished him. Despite the Xiao family having grown significantly stronger over the past few years, they still appeared as frail as ants before the Yunlan sect. Xiao Zhan's voice brought Xiao Yin a measure of composure, and he gradually relaxed his tightly clenched fists. Nalan Yinran, you should be aware that in the Douqi Continent, a woman's decision to annul an engagement brings immense embarrassment to the other party. I am indifferent. My skin is thick, but my father, he is the clan leader. If today I were to acquiesce to your demands, how could he manage the Xiao family in the future? How could he maintain a foothold in Wutan City, seeing that the Xiao family had regained their composure? Nalan Yinran breathed a sigh of relief, realizing she had been somewhat reckless. Suddenly, an idea struck her. I can temporarily withdraw the request to annul the engagement. However, I require you to agree to a condition. 3 years from now, you shall come to the Yunlan sect to challenge me. If you lose, I shall publicly annul the engagement. By then, you will have undergone your family's coming-of-age ceremony, and, even in defeat, it will not bring too much shame upon Uncle Xiao. Do you dare to accept? Upon hearing this, Xiao Zhan's anger surged. After all, Xiao Yin's current circumstances were well known to all. If he could not change his situation, what difference would 3 years make? By then, she might even be a dome master or a great dome master, facing off against a Xiao Yan with only a third-tier Douqi. Unfortunately, Xiao Zhan's stance could not sway Nalan Yinran's decision. Today, her resolve was set. This engagement, by any means, must be annulled. Otherwise, she feared she would regret it for a lifetime. In her view, this was already a considerable concession to Xiao Zhan's face. Otherwise, she would have disregarded Xiao Yin entirely, forcibly annulled the engagement, and made it public. Nalan Yinran, you need not adopt such an overbearing stance. I, Xiao Yin, became a fighter at the age of 11. Tell me, at 12, how many tiers of Douqi did you possess? Indeed, I am currently a waste. But since I was able to create miracles 3 years ago, what reason do you have to believe I cannot rise again in the years to come? Nalan Yinran, for the sake of old Master Nalan, I, Xiao Yin, also have a few words of advice. 30 years in the east of the river, 30 years in the west. Do not belittle the youth in poverty. Faced with Nalan Yinran's unyielding demeanor, Xiao Yin finally erupted from his silence, proclaiming this timeless adage. In an instant, he disregarded the icy countenance of Nalin Yanran, resolutely turning away and swiftly striding toward the table, where he seized a pen and began to write fervently. Ultimately, he forcefully pried open his palm, where the blood had only just coagulated, leaving a glaring red imprint upon the white paper. 3 years hence, I shall truly harbor not an ounce of interest in you. I, Xiao Yin, have acquiesced to the 3-year agreement, yet this contract does not dissolve our engagement. Rather, it serves as a decree from this young master to expel you from the Xiao family. From this moment forth, you, Nalin Yanran, shall have no further connection with the Xiao clan. Thus, the 3-year pact was firmly established. It must be said, witnessing the event unfold in person was far more riveting than merely hearing others recount it. Even Ziyin, who is typically only interested in drugs, found herself captivated by this splendid spectacle, unknowingly watching it unfold in its entirety. Despite Xiao Zhan harboring no delight in his heart, he fully supported Xiao Yin and, without regard for the 3 members of the Yunlan sect, instructed the butler to show them the door. Once Nalin Yanran and her companions had departed, Xiao Yin turned to face Hai Buodong and Chen Xiao. I apologize for the laughter at your expense, and I extend my gratitude to Ice Emperor and Chen Xiao for your earlier remarks. You spoke wisely in my current state. The worst fate I could imagine is death itself. Hai Buodong slightly shook his head, having lost interest in Xiao Yin after the show concluded. Chen Xiao, however, seized the opportunity to continue the conversation. I did not do anything worthy of thanks. Now that your matters are settled, it is time we address our own. Just now, Ziyin was quite startled by your cup-throwing incident. Ziyin leaned back slightly, casting a curious glance at Xiao Yin, her face nearly betraying an urge to apologize. In truth, her anger had come swiftly and departed just as quickly. After such a duration, she was no longer as incensed as she had been initially. Xiao Yin, taken aback, recalled the earlier incident, seemingly confirming its occurrence. Without hesitation, he clasped his fists in apology to Ziyin. Indeed, I failed to notice. I humbly ask for your forgiveness, Miss Ziyin. The 3 years of living as a waste had long shattered the brilliance he once possessed. Moreover, it was indeed his fault, and offering an apology bore no psychological burden. Xiao Yin had undeniably matured significantly. Chen Xiao turned to Ziyin, allowing her to make her own decision. The now calm little dragon was quite magnanimous, refusing to dwell on the matter. Very well, I shall begrudgingly accept your apology. Seeing this, Chen Xiao chose not to elaborate further. With the spectacle concluded, he exchanged a knowing glance with Hai Buodong, and they both rose to take their leave. Xiao Zhan had intended to retain them for a while, but upon noticing that Chen Xiao had no intentions of staying at the Xiao residence, he suppressed the thought and personally escorted the 4 out of the Xiao family's grand entrance. Simultaneously, Xiao Yin, having exited the reception hall, made a beeline for the back mountain. Nalin Yanran's aggressive demeanor had left him feeling quite stifled. Thus, he sought solitude to vent his frustrations and ponder the implications of the 3-year agreement. After all, at this moment, he could not discern a glimmer of hope for himself. I refuse to endure such humiliation a second time. After 3 years, death is all that awaits. Unfurling his scarred right hand, Xiao Yan's voice was hoarse yet resolute. Just as he solidified his determination, a peculiar, aged chuckle echoed, infiltrating Xiao Yan's ears. Hee, little one, it appears you are in dire need of assistance? After years of concealment and countless years of surveillance, Yao Chen finally revealed himself before Xiao Yin this night. The recluse, I am your liberator. Chapter 90, Do Not Disturb. I am contemplating. As a new day dawned, Wutan City was abuzz with the latest hot topic. Shockingly, the Xiao family's so-called waste was confronted by the female party to annul their engagement. Ice Emperor Hai Buodong and the patriarch of the Miter family, Tang Shan, made an appearance alongside the enigmatic man responsible for the Oba family's abrupt disappearance years ago. Thanks to revelations from certain members of the Xiao family, the citizens of Wutan City found themselves with a plethora of gossip to share. Inside the Miter auction house, however, the individuals at the center of the discussion remained utterly unconcerned. Chen Xiao summoned the capable yet aesthetically pleasing, albeit power equivalent to 0, Yafei. Spread the news. In half a month, our long-prepared auction will formally commence. Yafei raised her head, noticing that neither Hai Buodong nor Tang Shan displayed any displeasure with Chen Xiao's authoritative demeanor, and she immediately understood. The status of this nobleman within the family hierarchy was likely even higher than she had anticipated. Without hesitation, Yafei bowed slightly and took her leave. Once she departed, Hai Buodong withdrew his gaze and casually remarked, Chen Xiao, I recall that in a few months, you will reach adulthood. Cultivators typically experience physical and mental development at a rate surpassing that of ordinary individuals. Thus, in the Douqi Continent, reaching the age of 16 marks the threshold of adulthood, prompting families of some stature to host coming-of-age ceremonies. Chen Xiao glanced at Hai Buodong, puzzled by his intent. The esteemed figure did not seem like one to frivolously assist him in organizing a coming-of-age celebration. There is about half a year left. Indeed, that is quite soon. Upon reaching adulthood, the considerations multiply. Strength must be enhanced, bloodlines preserved, and even legacies must be contemplated. Just thinking about it is a headache. Observing Hai Buodong's contemplative expression, Chen Xiao began to grasp the underlying motive. The old fellow likely sought to forge a closer bond between him and the Miter family, perhaps by suggesting he father an heir. Why dwell on such matters? I rather appreciate what Zien said previously. Let tomorrow's troubles be dealt with tomorrow. Today's sun can only shine today. Take one step at a time. There is no need to think too far ahead. Zien, who was fiddling with a medicinal vial, looked up in confusion. Did I ever say such a thing? Moreover, what you said differs completely from my understanding. Hai Buodong Douqi. Recognizing Chen Xiao's subtle refusal and promptly abandoned the idea. You make a good point. Setting that aside, you've brought forth so many items that have stirred Wutan City into a frenzy. It cannot be merely about handling spoils of war. We are allies now. If you require anything, do not hesitate to ask. Chen Xiao felt a spark of inspiration. Indeed, he had ulterior motives. If Hai Lao is interested, would you mind acting as an intermediary at the auction in half a month? Though the Xiao family had grown significantly stronger, their actual power remained modest. The other families would possess even less purchasing power. Under these circumstances, the chances of obtaining the fragmentary map would be greatly improved for Xiao Yin and his master. Although Chen Xiao's fragment was bait, it was set at an active price, ensuring that Xiao Yin and his master did not acquire it too easily. Some concessions must be made. Acting as an intermediary? Now that is quite an intriguing proposition. While intermediaries are not uncommon in auction houses, my identity must not be revealed. It will be quite embarrassing. I shall find someone else. In a few days, the person delivering medicinal materials to Zi Yin will surely arrive, at least of Dou Ling's strength. It should suffice for you. Hai Buodong waved his hands repeatedly, unwilling to lower himself to such a position. However, he was astute enough to infer from Chen Xiao's few words that this intermediary needed to be of considerable stature. That works. It lends an air of authenticity. Chen Xiao nodded slightly. Although Hai Buodong concealed his aura and further disguised his appearance, it was rare for anyone to recognize him. Yet Yao Chan would undoubtedly sense his presence. Upon reflection, he was indeed ill-suited for the role. As they surveyed the pile of auction catalogs personally delivered by Yafei, the three elders of the Xiao family wore beaming smiles. See, this is the privilege of being the largest family in Wutan City. They had heard Yafei mention that even the Gailey family and Miter auction house had merely dispatched someone to convey the message. All auction items were listed in the catalog, with the date set for half a month later. Patriarch Xiao Zhan and the esteemed elders could peruse the offerings to see if anything piqued their interest. Yafei had pressing matters to attend to, and thus took her leave. After bidding farewell to Yafei, Xiao Zhan and the three elders each picked up an auction catalog to peruse. Soon, heavy breaths collectively escaped their lips. The mid-level Xian rank cultivation techniques must not fall into the hands of the Gale family. The Xiao family currently holds an absolute advantage and only needs to gradually encroach upon them to achieve complete assimilation. This technique may become the Gale family's beacon of hope for a comeback. The difference between having one more and one less is immense. Additionally, the soul sand poses a threat to Great Dosher and must be secured. No glimmer of hope should be afforded to the Gale family. We can also bolster our trump cards. The three elders exchanged fervent suggestions, increasingly captivated by the items that should take priority. Xiao Zhan, having made a rough estimate, felt a headache coming on. To acquire all the sought-after auction items would likely result in substantial expenditure for the Xiao family. In that case, if he wished to procure something for Xiao Yan, it would undoubtedly attract even more scrutiny. Glancing at a particular pill listed in the catalog along with its description, Xiao Zhan's brow furrowed. The cleansing vein pill, a second-tier elixir, effective in purging blockages within the meridians, proving miraculous for those afflicted by obstructions. Although this pill is not entirely suitable for Xiao Yan's condition, Xiao Zhan, in his current state of desperation, was willing to try anything that promised hope. Please, continue your examination. Distribute these catalogs to the younger generation. There are enough for each of them to have a copy. With that, Xiao Zhan took several catalogs and headed towards the back courtyard. At this moment, Xiao Yan was meditating with his eyes closed. Ever since Yao Chen appeared last night, he had come to understand the true cause of his regression in strength over the past 3 years, inciting a great deal of anger within him. Fortunately, after a series of coaxing and assurances from Yao Chen, Xiaoyan gradually calmed down and ultimately accepted him as a mentor, lured by the illustrious title of alchemist. Xiaoyan reasoned that since the die had been cast, he might as well comply with Yao Chen's wishes and reap the benefits. As for deeper feelings, he harbored none, at least not at present, as his resentment had yet to dissipate entirely. Sitting cross-legged on his bed, he reveled in the sensation of Douqi coursing through his body, no longer fading inexplicably. This feeling was indeed a long-lost delight. Suddenly, a knock echoed through the air. Xiaoyan leapt from his bed, opened the door, and was greeted by Xiao Zhan, who held several auction catalogs. "Father, what brings you here so early?" "Just now, Yafei delivered the auction catalogs, and I spotted a pill that might be useful to you. I came to share this good news. Perhaps in due time, you will regain your normalcy. It will take a while to distribute the catalogs, so I brought you one to look at." Upon hearing this, Xiaoyan felt a slight sting in his nose. Over the years, Xiao Zhan and his 2 older brothers had sacrificed so much for him while continuously tending to his emotions. Their encouragement and consolation had never waned. "Thank you, Father. I have a feeling that this time, I will definitely be able to return to normal." Taking a deep breath, Xiaoyan refrained from immediately revealing to Xiao Zhan that he could now cultivate normally. He planned to surprise his father by achieving the 4th rank of Douqi before the auction commenced. "Yes, I believe so too. Rest for now. The auction will begin in half a month. You can attend and broaden your horizons, and perhaps take a stroll to clear your mind." After patting Xiaoyan's shoulder, Xiao Zhan left the catalog behind and departed. Xiaoyan stood at the door, scratching his head. Only half a month remained. Could he truly recover to the 4th rank of Douqi? Sensing Xiaoyan's lack of confidence, Yao Chen, concealed within the spatial ring, recognized that it was time to showcase his prowess. He needed to earn Xiaoyan's genuine respect and trust as a mentor. Today would mark the first step in that direction. While it might seem impossible for others to regain the 4th rank of Douqi in half a month, for an alchemist, anything was achievable. "Yes, continue," Xiaoyan replied absently to the suddenly materializing Yao Chen, his gaze fixated on the auction catalog in his hands. He feigned disinterest in order to provoke Yao Chen, without tangible benefits. He remained skeptical of Yao Chen's self-praise from last night. Yao Chen, however, was not oblivious to his subtlety and chose to overlook it, as he intended to demonstrate his abilities. "I possess a foundation establishment spirit liquid that can significantly accelerate cultivation through the Douqi stages. You previously condensed a Douqi vortex. Now you merely need to traverse that path once more. With the aid of the foundation establishment spirit liquid, your cultivation speed will only increase." Xiaoyan's heart leapt with joy, though he maintained an impassive expression, continuing to feign interest in the catalog. Yao Chen chuckled softly and snatched the catalog from him. "Enough pretense, young one. Today, I shall let you witness the means of an alchemist. Prepare 3 complete purple leaf orchid herbs. The older, the better. Also, acquire 2 bone washing flowers. Age is inconsequential for those. Oh, and don't forget a 1st-tier wood element magic core." As he spoke, Yao Chen suddenly halted, his gaze fixated on the catalog in his hands. Xiaoyan, intent on memorizing the details, glanced up at his abrupt silence. "What else?" "Quiet. I am contemplating." Chapter 91. Douling Pill. Yao Chen, now serious, exuded a palpable pressure over Xiaoyan, who hesitated to interrupt despite his inclination to speak. After a lengthy pause, Yao Chen finally set the auction catalog down. "Acquire this map as well. I won't lead you astray." He had evidently recognized that the pattern on the fragment pertained to something significant. The pure lotus demon flame ranked 3rd on the list of extraordinary flames. Even during his peak, he had never encountered such clues. To think that after dying once and retreating for years, he would find himself facing a related fragment upon accepting a new disciple. Could it be that this new apprentice possessed such extraordinary fortune? Having secretly assessed Xiaoyan for years, Yao Chen held high hopes for him, even if Xiaoyan had yet to reach the point of selecting his techniques. Yao Chen remained confident that Xiaoyan's future choices would not disappoint him. Under such presumptions, any clues regarding extraordinary flames could not be overlooked. "I can't afford it. I have no money. Your father is the clan leader. Father would never spend too many gold coins on such items. Over the years, he has faced discontent from the clan elders due to my issues, and with so many valuable items emerging this time, there's no way he would prioritize such trivialities." Xiaoyan resolutely shook his head. "Trivialities? Very well. We shall devise our own means." Allow me to show you how an alchemist earns wealth. Prepare more foundation establishment spirit liquid materials. The more, the better. At the Mitre auction house, as Haibo Dong had mentioned, the individual tasked with escorting the medicinal materials, after receiving instructions from Tang Shan, dared not delay for even a moment. They arrived in Wutan City merely 2 days later. The newcomer was a 3-star Douling. Though not particularly powerful, he sufficed. Observing the pile of precious medicinal materials presented by the visitor, Ziyin felt a surge of happiness. However, the quantity brought surpassed her expectations, causing even the typically reserved Ziyin to hesitate, exchanging a glance with Chen Xiao. Upon seeing Chen Xiao nod, Ziyin felt reassured and boldly accepted the bundle of materials, grinning broadly. Hai Lao, what is the true level of Guhi, the Pill King from the Gamma Empire? Although Chen Xiao recalled that in the original timeline, Guhi had proposed a 7th-tier transformation pill as a bargaining chip while trading with Queen Medusa in the Tagore Desert. He remained skeptical. While traversing the world, who doesn't embellish their accomplishments? Thus, seeing is believing, while hearing is often deceiving. I have had minimal contact with Guhi. Previously, before that woman sealed him, he was merely a 4th-tier alchemist. Tang Shan should know him better. Noticing the two's focused attention, Tang Shan straightforwardly nodded. The proficiency of a pharmacist is a matter that can only be fully ascertained by themselves. Thus, I can only be 80% certain that Guhi is currently a mid-level 6th-tier pharmacist. Upon hearing this, Chen Xiao slightly nodded. This level aligns closely with his conjectures. So, are you seeking his assistance? The Douling pill? Hai Budong inquired with curiosity, casting several scrutinizing glances at Chen Xiao before positing a hypothesis. This pill is highly coveted by Do Wang experts. Its efficacy is widely recognized, and even the formula, which should have belonged solely to pharmacists, is no longer a secret, having spread far and wide. Indeed, I estimate that in about 2 months, I might break through to the 8-star Do Wang. I have yet to consume the Douling pill. This shortcut is certainly worth considering. So soon, don't you have any bottlenecks? At this moment, before Hai Budong could speak, Tang Shan could no longer restrain himself. As a Do Wang expert, he understood the difficulty of advancing within the Do Wang realm. Chen Xiao had previously provided him with an excuse, mentioning a busy schedule, yet Tang Shan was acutely aware that those were mere pretexts. Ultimately, it boiled down to issues of talent, which was the reason for his slow progress. I have not felt any thus far. Tang Shan fell silent, for the first time feeling the stark disparity between individuals so acutely. Hai Budong, however, was thoroughly amused, and noticing Tang Shan's sudden withdrawal from conversation, he seized the opportunity to speak again. The Douling pill is indeed quite suitable for you. Later, let Tang Shan assist you in contacting Guhi. The Mitre family does hold some influence, and it should not be difficult to request his aid. All right, thank you, Elder Hai. Chen Xiao was not one to be overly formal and nodded in agreement. Even before returning to the Jaimat Empire, he had already contemplated that the Douling pill could be refined either by Guhi or Yaoshan, which was also why he was not in a hurry to advance. After all, even if he did receive it in advance, he would not consume it prematurely. Requesting Guhi for refinement would leverage the Mitre family's connections, while utilizing Yaoshan would necessitate a more comprehensive and meticulous plan. He simply wished to benefit from Yaoshan's expertise without engaging in any bargaining schemes, as he needed to maintain control over the situation. Now that Hai Budong had taken on this matter, it certainly alleviated much of his burden. Over the past few years in the Black Corner region, Ziyin and I have only managed to gather 2 sets of materials for the Douling pill, particularly the magic cores, which took considerable effort to obtain. Please hand them over to Guhi as well, Chief Tang. Chen Xiao produced a separate spatial ring and handed it to Tang Shan, feeling somewhat pained by the gesture. According to the rules of pharmacists, one must provide their own materials when requesting someone else to refine pills, and it was not just a single set. Moreover, should the other party succeed with the first batch of materials, any excess would not be returned. Even so, it was still no easy feat to request a pharmacist's assistance. Many would be turned away, highlighting just how coveted this profession truly is. Contemplating this, Chen Xiao could not help but recall some of the instructions given during his farewell to Sun Air. Now that he had returned to the Jaimat Empire, he was uncertain whether the 2 promising pharmacists he had hoped for had begun their journey. As he handed the spatial ring to Tang Shan, the latter did not refuse. As it happens, I also plan to return to the imperial capital today. It would be convenient to pay Guhi a visit. With my presence, there is no reason for Guhi to decline. You may rest assured and await the delivery of the pill. Tang Shan chuckled lightly. For him, finding time to accompany Hai Budong for a few days amidst his responsibilities was already quite a rare occurrence. As the head of the Mitre family, He could not remain in Wutan City indefinitely. Chen Xiao nodded, expressing his gratitude once more. With the backing of the Mitter family, it indeed spared him a great deal of trouble. This had been the case in the past, and it remained so now. By noon that day, Tung Shan gathered the personnel from the Mitter auction house in Wutan City and, after brief instructions, returned alone to the imperial capital. In the ensuing days leading up to the much-anticipated auction, Wutan City grew increasingly lively, with many individuals from surrounding cities arriving, placing considerable pressure on the Xiao and Jali families, who were compelled to devise methods to amass more gold in preparation. Meanwhile, Chen Xiao enjoyed a leisurely existence, taking daily strolls with Ziyin and occasionally being drawn outside the city by Hai Buodong for some sparring. Likely due to their familiarity, and since sparring was not a life-or-death matter, many techniques were rendered unusable. Chen Xiao, leveraging the advantage of his 3,000 thunder movements, felt no pressure when facing Hai Buodong. In the future, don't seek me out for sparring. You know all my moves, yet I know little about yours. And your footwork is downright infuriating. After several exchanges, Hai Buodong huffed indignantly, completely forgetting that it was he who had initiated the sparring. Ao De Hai. Perhaps you should be called the Little Ice Emperor from now on. Once Chen Xiao reaches Do Huang, he can become the Great Ice Emperor. Hearing the playful banter from the little dragon, Hai Buodong shot an exasperated glare, while Ziyin met his gaze fearlessly. After these days of interaction, the old and the young had grown quite familiar with one another. Let's go. It's time to return. We cannot afford to miss today's auction. Chen Xiao glanced at the sky. It was nearly noon. Chapter 92, Evenly Tiers du Technique, Ghostly Ascendance. Upon their timely return to the Mitter auction house, it was already bustling with patrons. The Mitter family's Do Ling expert, who had escorted the medicinal materials, had donned a black robe and taken a seat in the front row, blending in among the throng of at least 30 similarly dressed individuals. Yafei had also changed into a striking red gown, waiting for the noon hour to announce the commencement of the event. After arriving at the auction house, the three ascended to the second floor, where they could survey the entire venue from their elevated position. Yafei noticed their arrival and quietly breathed a sigh of relief as the time had come to formally begin the auction, skipping the unnecessary opening remarks. The first item for auction was presented by a maid on a jade platter amid the eager anticipation of the crowd. The first auction item is a third-tier magic core. With Yafei's introduction, the atmosphere within the hall instantly ignited. The extensive applications of magic cores needed no elaboration. Commencing with a third-tier magic core assured those who had traveled from afar that their journey would not be in vain. While the attendees engaged in fervent bidding, the trio on the second floor paid little attention. For Chen Xiao, these items were merely a means to be processed elsewhere. The crucial element was the fragmentary map. Hai Buodong raised his hand, summoning a copy of the auction catalog from a distant staircase. He had already been informed of the auction items, most of which were produced by Chen Xiao, yet he had not inquired in detail until now, eager to discover what this young man had brought forth. Upon glancing through the catalog, Hai Buodong was taken aback. Establishing a soundproof barrier, he shielded the outside clamor from their ears. This fragmentary map, it's not the one I had. Is it? I wondered why you were so interested in it. It turns out you already possessed one. However, I see you value it quite highly. Why suddenly decide to auction it now? Previously, Hai Buodong had endured great hardships for that fragmentary map, retreating to the desert city to study it for over a decade. Though he had yielded no results, the time and energy invested had fostered a unique obsession with the map. Having studied it for so long, he naturally understood that, until it was completed, it bore no utility for them. Today, in this auction, there happens to be someone knowledgeable among the crowd, and fortuitously, he possesses many items I desire. Chen Xiao's gaze swept across the crowd below, quickly locking on as several individuals shrouded in black robes at the back of the hall. Upon hearing Chen Xiao's words, Hai Buodong comprehended his plan entirely. No wonder he had specifically sought out someone to act as a decoy. While the idea was plausible, watching the fragmentary map fall into another's hands left Hai Buodong feeling uneasy. Fear not. Even if they cannot complete the map, should I allow them to do so, there will be ways to reclaim it later. For now, let it serve as bait to extract more valuable items. Upon hearing these words, Hai Buodong was rendered speechless. While it was one thing to engage in fishing for evidence, it was quite another to aspire to make a profit without any investment. Such cunning was reminiscent of my esteemed Mitre family. Old Hai Buodong, what is the scale of your headquarters auction house? Is it often beset by thefts? Chen Xiao and I have participated in several auctions in the Black Corner region, each graced by at least one Do Huang powerhouse overseeing the proceedings. Do you frequently preside over the auction house in the imperial capital? The Gamma Empire is hardly as chaotic as the Black Corner region. My presence is unnecessary for maintaining order there. And the quality of the items auctioned is certainly not on par with those in the Black Corner region. Hebadong shook his head and chuckled. As the three engaged in casual conversation, the auction below reached a fever pitch. It was at this moment that Chen Xiao spotted a maid carrying a vial of the exceedingly familiar Foundation establishment elixir onto the stage. 80% of the auction items had been sourced from his own efforts, with the remainder coming from the auction house and those who contributed valuable goods. The Foundation establishment elixir, being a second-tier pill, was not unexpected to appear at the auction after being meticulously selected by Gunny, given its special efficacy for those at the Douqi stage. Securing it could lead to further opportunities. Thus Chen Xiao discreetly conveyed his intentions to a figure clad in black seated in the front row. Simultaneously, he confirmed that Xiao Yin and his master had arrived. The figure in black subtly nodded, emanating the aura of a Douqi powerhouse, and made his first bid. 20,000 gold coins. The atmosphere in the auction hall shifted palpably at the presence of the black-clad figure's formidable aura. Particularly, Xiao Zhan, who had been preparing to bid, wore a grim expression. He had not anticipated the emergence of a Douqi powerhouse. Realizing that this previously unlisted Foundation establishment elixir could be of immense benefit to Xiao Yin, Xiao Zhan hesitated, unable to make a decisive choice. He was reluctant to forfeit the opportunity, yet feared incurring the displeasure of the Douqi powerhouse. In the midst of his indecision, the elegant Ye Fei made a definitive call. Faced with this outcome, Xiao Zhan had no choice but to accept it with resignation. Although he had previously leveraged his patriarchal authority to procure numerous items for Xiao Yin, disregarding the objections of the three elders, he was cautious about making a decision that could potentially bring calamity to the Xiao family. In a shadowy corner, Xiao Yin felt a surge of frustration. The timing of this Douqi powerhouse's appearance was certainly inconvenient. Without his interference, the price could have easily doubled. Fortunately, his father had not participated in the bidding, arriving too late to inform him of his newfound ability to cultivate. There was no need for further contemplation. This was the essence of the world. Strength dictated everything. With strength, others would naturally refrain from offending you, and one could even flout the rules and seize what they desired without fear of retribution. The voice of Yao Chun resonated in Xiao Yan's mind, who took a more pragmatic view of the situation. Unlike the naive Xiao Yan, Yao Chun had contemplated the possibility of such an occurrence and had deliberately refined numerous batches of Foundation establishment elixirs. Thus, the emergence of a Douqi was hardly a cause for alarm. As Chen Xiao had surmised, with the appearance of the first Foundation establishment elixir, subsequent auctions saw more brought forth by the maid. The Douqi secured more than 10 of these, prompting Chen Xiao to communicate that there was no need for further bidding. The auction continued to thrive, with Chen Xiao presenting item after item. Among them, the most fiercely contested was a mid-level Xian tier cultivation technique. The Xian level technique represented the pinnacle of the Xiao family's martial arts in Wutan City. Its value was self-evident. Smaller families believed that acquiring this technique would afford them a chance at ascendance. Conversely, the Xiao family was equally unwilling to let it slip away. Possessing a technique of a different attribute would facilitate the emergence of stronger warriors within the clan, leaving no reason to forego it. After a fierce bidding war, the Xianlei gang ultimately fell into the hands of the resurgent Xiao family for a staggering price of 420,000 gold coins, far exceeding the inherent worth of the technique itself. Subsequently, the mid-level Xian tier combat skill and the soul-dispersing sand, capable of posing a threat to Grand Douqi, were also aggressively acquired by Xiao Zhan. Observing from above, Chen Xiao noted that Xiao Zhan had already expended nearly 1,000,000 gold coins today, a significant outlay, yet fortunate for the Xiao family, which had grown exponentially stronger in recent years. Otherwise, they would have been left lamenting their plight. Following the intense bidding, a moment of respite was necessary, and Ye Fei appropriately presented a fragmentary map to allow the families, who had been fervently competing, to catch their breath. Meanwhile, in that corner, Xiao Yin experienced the thrill of a heavenly tier combat skill for the first time. Yao Chen took control of the body, sitting up slightly. Chapter 93. A fleeting glimmer of hope. This map was an unexpected acquisition by a guest of the Miter family, and even Master Gunny could not ascertain its origins. The only certainty was that it was a fragmentary map, possibly a quarter of a complete map, an eighth, or even a smaller piece. Without having seen the complete map, no one could discern its true nature. Enough of the preamble. The auction will commence now, with a starting bid of 10,000 gold coins. As Ye Fei's words echoed, murmurs rippled through the crowd. A starting price of 10,000 gold coins was substantial for the families whose finances were nearly depleted. Therefore, even those interested in the fragmentary map needed to weigh their options carefully. This led to a lack of fervent bidding, with the price stagnating at 30,000 gold coins, where no one dared to raise their bid for several moments. In the corner, Xiaoyan couldn't help but smirk at the display of ignorance from those around him. However, for him, this was fortuitous. Securing the map would become considerably simpler. With this thought in mind, Yaochen rasped 31,000 gold coins. The price surged once more, prompting the previous bidder to shake his head, opting not to continue. Just as Yufei was about to bring down the hammer, and Yaochen believed victory was at hand. Unexpectedly, the previously notable black-robed figure made another bid. 40,000 gold coins. Yaochen's brow furrowed. He could not discern if this Douqi powerhouse was merely acting on impulse or genuinely recognized the map's value. Without hesitation, Yaochen countered 60,000. 100,000 gold coins. Almost simultaneously with Yaochen's declaration, the black-robed figure followed suit, raising the bid by a substantial 40,000 gold coins, making his determination to secure the fragment abundantly clear. Noticing this shift, Yaochen's smile gradually faded. In his past life, competing with the Douqi would have been trivial. However, in his current state, despite possessing numerous valuable items in his spatial ring, he was devoid of gold coins. The only currency available was the 30,000 gold coins from the earlier auction of the Foundation Establishment Elixirs, from which the Mitre auction house would also deduct a portion. With such a meager amount, contending against the Douqi was a daunting prospect. Would he need to resort to alternative methods? This gentleman bids 100,000. Is there anyone else willing to raise the stakes? As Yufei began to speak, a familiar voice echoed in the ears of the black-robed Douqi at the front. Without a moment's hesitation, he complied with the instruction to raise the bid. In the corner, the countenance of Yaochen appeared somewhat frigid as he fixed his gaze upon the mighty Douqi expert for a considerable duration before turning to Yufei with an inquiry. Is it permissible to engage in barter? On the Douqi Continent, the value of gold coins as currency could only sustain its worth up to the ranks of Do Huang and Do Zong. In realms of higher echelons or among more formidable individuals, transactions predominantly occurred through barter. This explains why, despite Yao Chen's lofty status in his former life, he now found himself troubled over a mere several 100,000 gold coins. Please, sir, wait a moment. Bartering has no precedent at the Mitre auction house. And Yufei must seek the opinion of the owner of the fragment, she replied with a gentle smile and a slight bow, departing to the backstage for tea under the pretext of her inquiry. On the second floor, Hai Buodong and his two companions stood, visible to most below. A Do Huang expert stood among them. While Yaochen harbored no fear of him, it was unnecessary to provoke such a figure. After all, he was indifferent to his own safety, but as he sought to nurture Xiaoyan, he was compelled to consider Xiaoyan's well-being. Thus, he refrained from releasing his soul's power to sense the exchange between Yufei and the owner of the fragment, unaware that at that moment, Yufei was indulging in tea. Is this the discerning individual you mentioned? Hai Buodong inquired, glancing toward Chen Xiao. Indeed, this person possesses numerous hidden cards, and his identity is exceedingly unique. Caution is imperative in our dealings with him. Otherwise, I would not expend such effort on him, came the reply. Is what he possesses of great significance to you? Extremely significant. It concerns the life of a friend of mine. After deliberation, Chen Xiao resolved to seize this opportunity to gain something. He immediately summoned Gu Enai, handing over some items for him to arrange. Within mere minutes, Gu Enai swiftly completed the setup. Concurrently, Chen Xiao communicated with Yufei, requesting her to return to the stage. Thank you for your patience. After discussions between Yufei and the owner of the fragment, it has been agreed that barter will be permitted for the auction. However, the owner has explicitly stated that the value of the items presented by this gentleman must exceed the price offered by the previous gentleman and must be to his satisfaction. To facilitate communication among the three of you, I kindly ask that you move to the room on the far left of the second floor for face-to-face bidding. Coincidentally, the esteemed elder of our Mitre family, Lord Ice Emperor Hai Buodong, along with two distinguished guests, are present today at the auction house. They will ensure the utmost confidentiality of your transactions and the safety of all parties involved. Upon hearing Yufei's words, the cloaked Douqi did not hesitate, immediately departing the hall and ascending to the second floor, exuding an air of audacity. Yao Chun furrowed his brow slightly. While having a strong figure supervise the transaction was beneficial for the weak, he himself was a strong individual. This method of trading made it seem as though everyone believed he was the one benefiting, yet it inadvertently restricted some of the ideas that flashed through his mind. Old medic, shall we proceed? Xiao Yin inquired internally. Very well, let us go. Even in normal competition, we possess an undeniable advantage. Unless absolutely necessary, I prefer not to intervene lightly. After responding to Xiao Yan, Yao Chun promptly guided Xiao Yan's body to the second floor. Upon arriving at the designated room, the master and disciple took a moment to assess their surroundings. The room was quite spacious, suggesting prior habitation. The table was adorned with various jars and vials, alongside a stack of ancient tomes. Yao Chun recognized at a glance that the vials contained nothing but poison. Atop the pile of tomes lay one titled Miscellaneous Notes on Poisons. At that moment, the cloaked Douqi was already seated in a chair, waiting. Opposite him sat the familiar figures of Chen Xiao, Ziyin, and Hai Buodong. Notably absent was the so-called owner of the fragment. However, behind Chen Xiao and his companions, there was a concealed door leading to an adjacent room. Observing this arrangement, Yao Chun deduced the process of the impending transaction. He then controlled Xiao Yan's body to offer a subtle bow to Chen Xiao's group, silently taking a seat not far from the cloaked Douqi. With both bidders present, Hai Buodong cheerfully rose. I shall refrain from introducing myself. I will personally oversee the upcoming auction. You may bid against each other. This gentleman wishes to barter. Please inform me of the items you are willing to offer, and I will relay the information to the owner of the fragment in the adjoining room for his safety. Furthermore, I must remind you to engage in fair competition and refrain from any underhanded tactics. Otherwise, the consequences will be yours to bear. This warning was unmistakably directed at the cloaked Douqi. The cloaked Douqi nodded silently. Yao Chun, however, found it quite exasperating. The Mitre auction house was truly well-meaning, but often counterproductive. After sternly cautioning the cloaked Douqi, Hai Buodong turned his attention to Yao Chun, casting a soundproof barrier. Esteemed sir, you may now confidently present your bid. Should the owner of the fragment be interested, I will convert your bid into gold coins and inform this Douqi expert. If he does not raise his offer, the fragment will belong to you. Otherwise, the competition shall continue. Is that clear? An intermediate grade, Xian-level cultivation technique, Yao Chun replied, nodding without hesitation, his voice raspy. The intermediate grade technique had previously fetched a price exceeding 400,000, far surpassing the cloaked Douqi's offer of 350,000. Hai Buodong nodded slightly, theatrically opening the concealed door behind Chen Xiao and Ziyin to whisper to another cloaked figure waiting in the adjacent room. Shortly thereafter, Hai Buodong returned. Regrettably, although the intermediate grade technique exceeds this gentleman's offer, the owner of the fragment does not require it. Would you like to propose another item? Or should I convert the price for a renewed bidding? Yao Chun shook his head. No need for such complications. May I inquire if this room is the residence of the owner of the fragment? Indeed, he is a guest of our Mitre family, and many of the auction items are provided by him. Beyond that, I cannot disclose any further details. Upon hearing this, a smile crept onto Yao Chen's face. Glancing at the jars on the table, he discerned how to manipulate the owner of the fragment. Then please inform the Ice Emperor that I can concoct a poison potent enough to threaten a Douqi expert. Please hold. Hai Buodong exited once more. Before long, he returned with a response. Regrettably, he claims that no one understands the art of poison crafting better than he does, as he has a friend who can even consume poison as sustenance. Hai Buodong conveyed, shaking his head with a bemused smile, as if he too believed the owner of the fragment was jesting. Words spoken without intent can be heard with purpose. Yao Chen's heart stirred as he retrieved a scroll from his spatial ring, handing it to Hai Buodong. I believe this time he will not refuse. Yao Chen's tone was imbued with unwavering confidence, so much so that even Hai Buodong was left perplexed. Without further ado, Hai Buodong resumed his errand. In less than a minute, he returned once more. The owner of the fragment is quite pleased with your offer. The fragment is yours. Dispelling the soundproof barrier, Hai Buodong announced directly. Yao Chun smiled in satisfaction, rising to depart and claim the fragment. He was eager to commence his research. Meanwhile, the cloaked Douqi, seated not far away, suddenly rose. Lord Ice Emperor, this is not in accordance with procedure. I have yet to make my bid. His voice was low, suppressing his anger. Yet mindful of Hai Buodong's presence, he dared not express his wrath. Hai Buodong ignored him, turning to Yao Chun. You may proceed with the handover. This minor matter will be managed by the Mitre auction house. Yao Chun nodded, striding forward, his impression of the Mitre auction house significantly improved. Upon exiting the room, Xiao Yan cautiously inquired, Old medic, what was that scroll you possessed? A worthless item, though for some, it is something they would strive for a lifetime to acquire. Such a treasure? Not at all, he remarked, for that fragmentary map is but a worthless trinket. Even if its master were to acquire the scroll, it would alter nothing. To them, this scroll represents a fleeting hope, elusive and unattainable. Even during my prime, I was incapable of achieving what they seek, let alone them. This commentary left Xiao Yin utterly perplexed. Ah, in truth, it is merely a disparity of information, he continued. The tidbits we possess, seemingly trivial to us, hold unimaginable value for those in need. This is the very reason we could so effortlessly obtain the fragmentary map. Henceforth, should you venture out, if you wish to avoid such pitfalls, you must broaden your horizons, observe, learn, and remember. Perhaps one day, this knowledge will serve you well. Xiao Yin nodded silently, committing the words to memory. Meanwhile, the owner of the fragmentary map, who had suffered greatly at the hands of Yao Chun, now wore a broad smile, thoroughly satisfied with the scroll in his possession. To thwart Yao Chen's ability to perceive through soul power, he had even gone so far as to create a false map master in the adjacent room. Every time Hai Buodong pretended to visit, he was actually communicating with him. Little did he anticipate that Yao Chun, feeling confident of victory, would adhere to the rules and never overstep his boundaries. It seems this is what you desire. Hai Buodong Tuka. Chen Xiao nodded. Indeed, it was what he sought. However, there was an addition to be made. In comparison, the method for condensing the poison pill is the easiest to acquire, for it holds no utility for Yao Chen. Hai Lao, these two, he gestured, rest assured, they shall not be treated poorly. Assisting a Do Wong powerhouse is indeed an honor for them. Chapter 94, a reunion with Queen Medusa. Having secured what he desired, Chen Xiao lost interest in the subsequent auction. As evening approached and the auction concluded, Yafei delivered the proceeds, which, after deducting the share for the Maitel auction house, still amounted to over 1.5 million gold coins. This is significantly more than what we garnered from our spoils in the Black Corner region, Ziyin remarked, somewhat astonished. After all, the strength and quality of experts in the Gamma Empire were clearly inferior to those in the Black Corner region. During their time in the Black Corner region, she had sensed dangerously powerful figures in several major cities, some rivaling the Inner Academy's Grand Elder, Su Qian. Yet, in the Gamma Empire, she had only detected a relatively strong presence while passing through the Tagore Desert, which still paled in comparison to Su Qian. Conducting it through an auction certainly yields a higher price than direct selling. Moreover, the Gamma Empire's inferiority to the Black Corner region, coupled with the smaller size of Wutan City, means that quality items are scarce, leading to fiercer competition when they do appear. If this were in the imperial capital, reaching around 130,000 would be the limit, Hai Buodong explained with a cheerful demeanor. Chen Xiao then produced a trove of items to hand over to Yafei, including 2 high-level Xian rank techniques and combat skills, all precious spoils from the Black Corner region. You may select a few items below intermediate Xian rank to keep for occasional auction. The rest can be entrusted to that Do Ling to return to the imperial capital for auction, and at that time, simply consolidate the proceeds for me. It is a mutually beneficial arrangement, allowing both Chen Xiao and the Maitel family to gain. Yafei nodded in agreement, collecting the items from the table before taking her leave. Have you completed your business in Wutan City? What are your plans next? Shall we take a stroll through the imperial capital? Hai Buodong suggested. Chen Xiao shook his head slightly. There is nothing in the imperial capital that piques my interest. Tomorrow, I plan to pay my respects outside the city. By the way, Hai Lao, would you dare accompany me to the Tagore Desert? Why would I not? That woman has already stated that our past grievances are settled. There is no reason for me to fear her, Hai Buodong replied, his voice rising slightly, though his gaze betrayed a flicker of avoidance. Chen Xiao and Ziyin exchanged knowing looks but refrained from addressing it. The following day, at noon, the trio officially set off from the outskirts of the city, heading straight for Tagore. Upon crossing the Monster Beast mountain range, Hai Buodong slowed his pace slightly. Are we truly heading to Tagore? Indeed, my return serves 3 purposes. First, to obtain the Do Ling pill. Second, the method for the poison pill. And third, to deal with the strange fire and, of course, to see Queen Medusa. Do not worry, Hai Lao. Last time, when we approached Queen Medusa with intention, she did not strike, and this time she certainly will not. Moreover, our trio is far stronger than those we faced before. Amidst the howling winds, Chen Xiao's words rang out. The last time they entered Tagore, the strongest among them was that Yun Zong master, while the others were merely Do Wong. Now, Hai Buodong's strength surpassed Yun, and both Chen Xiao and Ziyin were not ordinary Do Wong either. Do not speak carelessly. I am not worried, Hai Buodong replied, flapping his wings behind him, propelling forward with renewed speed to demonstrate his lack of fear. Chen Xiao and Ziyin shared a light laugh, hastening to keep up. In the afternoon, at the edge of Tagore, Hai Buodong landed first on a prominent hill. Hai Lao, you aren't feeling anxious, are you? Infuriated, Hai Buodong shot a glare at Ziyin, gazing out toward the city of Imo, merely standing at the desert's edge stirred memories of his years in the city. Ziyin smiled, clearly unconvinced. Chen Xiao did not land, but merely lowered his altitude. Hai Lao, wait for us here. Ziyin and I will return shortly. Ziyin nodded and soared into the sky to chase after Chen Xiao. Hai Buodong hesitated momentarily before gritting his teeth and following suit. Re-entering Tagore. Both Chen Xiao and Ziyin could distinctly sense that the vigilance of the snake people had intensified significantly compared to when they first returned to the Gamma Empire. Even the Meishi tribe they passed through had dispatched several snake people to patrol, making it nearly impossible to pass undetected without Do Wong's strength. Of course, this posed little challenge to the trio. As dusk fell, bathed in the afterglow of the setting sun, the city at the heart of the desert re-entered their view. Above the sacred city of the snake tribe, Hua Shi'er observed 3 figures approaching, halting in midair when they were but several tens of feet from the sacred city. This scene evoked memories of a certain day from years past, reminiscent of that moment in time. Human experts, halt. Hua Shi'er commanded. Long time no see, Commander Hua Shi. Chen Xiao greeted, cupping his fists in salute. Upon hearing her name, Hua Shi'er was taken aback, recognizing the familiar youth before her as the one from years ago. She recalled how Chen Xiao had accompanied several powerful figures to converse with Her Majesty the Queen, ultimately sealing a collaboration that had fueled the snake people's preparations in recent years. Now, with Her Majesty resolute in her decision to evolve, why had he returned? And with such strength? It is you. May I inquire as to the purpose of your visit to the sacred city this time? Hua Shi'er returned the salute, her tone surprisingly courteous. This was not only due to Chen Xiao's evident strength, but also because she remembered his previous discussions with Queen Medusa, of which she had been a witness. Chen Xiao smiled lightly. Allow me to introduce, this is the esteemed elder of the Maitel family, Ice Emperor Hai Buodong, whom you should be familiar with. And this is Ziyin, a descendant of the Grand Elder of the Jia Nan Academy. We have come this time, just as we did years ago, to seek an audience with your queen. On the surface, it was an introduction to Hua Shi'er, but in reality, it was a message intended for Queen Medusa within the temple. With their arrival, it was impossible that Queen Medusa remained unaware. As expected, no sooner had Chen Xiao finished speaking than, as Hua Shi'er turned to report, a sultry voice from within the temple beckoned. Hua Shi'er, please invite them in. Understood. Hua Shi'er bowed slightly in response before turning to Chen Xiao and the others. Esteemed guests, please. This time, she made no mention of a request for them to walk into the city. Without hesitation, Chen Xiao soared down upon the sacred city. Fearless and undaunted, Ziyin approached Flower Serpent with an inquisitive gaze. Hai Buodong, having finally arrived, remained silent, his expression grave to the point that Ziyin found it oddly unfamiliar. Please follow me. Flower Serpent beckoned, leading the way. Before long, Chen Xiao once again stepped into the spacious and opulent hall. There, upon the throne, Queen Medusa reclined languidly. Seemingly unchanged over the years, her posture and the ornate robe she wore strikingly similar to before. Chapter 95, The Test. As she observed the 3 individuals entering behind Flower Serpent, Queen Medusa raised her gaze, initially fixing her eyes on Hai Buodong. However, upon noticing his averted gaze, unable to meet her piercing eyes, she swiftly shifted her attention. Her gaze then settled on Chen Xiao. Thanks to her prior perception of the trio's strength while they were outside the city, she felt little surprise at their presence. Lastly, her eyes fell upon Ziyin. Meeting her curious, dark, and sparkling eyes, even the cold and regal Queen Medusa could not help but smile faintly. Some individuals possess an enchanting quality that fosters an inexplicable sense of familiarity with just a glance. In that moment, Queen Medusa felt such an odd emotion, leaving her somewhat bewildered. Your Majesty, we meet again, Chen Xiao spoke. Please have a seat. Medusa responded calmly. Her demeanor, though far from warm, was undeniably more amiable than her last encounter. Logically, Hai Buodong, being at the Emperor Do level, should have taken the seat of honor, yet before Chen Xiao could gesture, Hai Buodong had already seated himself in the 3rd chair, leaving 2 vacant spots ahead. Chen Xiao smiled slightly and took a seat with Ziyin. The purpose of our visit to your Majesty is simply to procure some ice spirit spring. Aware of Queen Medusa's aversion to unnecessary chatter, Chen Xiao delved straight into the matter. As a person of ice affinity, it is only reasonable, is it not? Of course. Chen Xiao's true objective was to assess the state of the serpent people and the queen herself. Observing her current demeanor, it seemed she had made a firm resolution. An evolution was likely imminent. How do you know I possess ice spirit spring? Queen Medusa countered with a question of her own. This was her preparation for evolution, and despite mobilizing her entire clan, she had ordered strict secrecy, preventing outsiders from gaining any knowledge of it. Chen Xiao smiled gently in response. Your Majesty must not have forgotten that I am aware of that matter. Since you have made a decision, It stands to reason that preparations were made, and Ice Spirit Spring is relatively easier to procure. This is not difficult to deduce. Furthermore, both Hebedong and I have utilized Ice Spirit Spring before, making us quite sensitive to its essence. Medusa paused, recalling the time when Chen Xiao had gained knowledge of the secret techniques of the serpent people, which had led him to trade in the Holy City years ago. Understanding this, she found it less surprising. Indeed, it was a reasonable conclusion. However, Chen Xiao's subsequent remark piqued her concern. If they were sensitive to Ice Spirit Spring, then surely fire affinity practitioners and alchemists would also detect the aura of extraordinary fire upon entering the Taggart Desert. This realization compelled her to hasten her evolution, lest delays lead to unforeseen complications. I do possess Ice Spirit Spring, but in very limited quantities, insufficient even for my own use. You may leave, Medusa stated without hesitation, firmly rejecting the request. The matter of evolution was fraught with peril, and even she had no certainty regarding it. In light of this, any quantity of Ice Spirit Spring that could aid her evolution was invaluable. Anything that could marginally increase her chances of success was welcome. Seeing the resolute expression on Queen Medusa's face, indicating no room for negotiation, Chen Xiao could only sigh in resignation, accepting the disappointing outcome. Without further ado, he rose and departed with Hebedong and Xian. Just before leaving, Xian glanced back at Queen Medusa. Much like the queen felt an affinity towards her, Xian reciprocated that sentiment. Witnessing Xian's subtle action, Queen Medusa rarely allowed a smile to grace her lips, leaving Flower Serpent, who had been nearly invisible in the hall, utterly astonished. As the trio exited the temple, spreading their battle energy wings and vanishing until their presence could no longer be felt, a slight frown creased Queen Medusa's brow. She sensed that the request for Ice Spirit Spring was merely a plausible pretext. It appeared that Chen Xiao had come to ascertain something about her. Suddenly, Queen Medusa straightened her posture. "Your Majesty, is something amiss?" Flower Serpent inquired. "No, it is nothing. You may leave," Medusa dismissed her. Once alone, a flicker of irritation crossed her enchanting visage. She had come to understand Chen Xiao's true intentions. This time, he had come to confirm whether she was prepared for evolution. By mentioning Ice Spirit Spring, Queen Medusa had not denied having gathered some, which essentially signified to Chen Xiao that she was nearing readiness. Coupled with the heightened vigilance of the serpent people recently, it further corroborated this conclusion. What could his intentions be? To thwart my evolution? Queen Medusa pondered, shaking her head slightly. The likelihood of this was minimal. They bore no animosity towards one another and had even collaborated once. Moreover, the Taggart Desert had been remarkably tranquil in recent years, indicating that Chen Xiao had not disclosed the existence of the Green Lotus Earth Heart Fire to the serpent people. Otherwise, given the allure of extraordinary fire to alchemists, the serpent people would already be in a desperate struggle for survival. Could it be that he sought to claim the extraordinary fire after the fact? This was indeed a possibility. Although an ice affinity individual could not refine the Green Lotus Earth Heart Fire, possessing it as leverage could yield substantial resources. How bold he has become, daring to set his sights upon me, she thought with a light laugh, not particularly perturbed. For after her evolution, managing the extraordinary fire would pose a significant challenge for her. Should she fail to evolve, with only Flower Serpent at her disposal, she would be utterly incapable of subduing the Green Lotus Earth Heart Fire. Even if a few elders intervened to temporarily seal it, that would hardly be a long-term solution, and the information would eventually leak. This was already the most favorable scenario. The worst outcome would be her failure in evolution, leading to the extraordinary fire spiraling out of control, with news of it disseminating throughout the Gamma Empire and beyond. At that point, the holy city of the serpent people would become a battleground for powerful beings vying for the extraordinary fire. As for a successful evolution, not only did Queen Medusa lack confidence, but even if she were to succeed by some stroke of luck, her condition would hardly be optimal, and the presence of extraordinary fire within the serpent people would remain a threat. Indeed, fearing her post-evolution self could provoke even greater turmoil. In contrast, the most prudent course of action would be to find someone to refine the extraordinary fire swiftly before its existence became widely known. Much like Xiao Yin in the original timeline. Alternatively, they could have someone transport the extraordinary fire away from the serpent people. Without the Green Lotus Earth Heart Fire, the serpent people would free themselves from this perilous threat. It would not be out of the question to offer the extraordinary fire to him, but Chapter 96, The Qiao Clan. In the deep of night, in the city of Mo. Earlier that day, Hebedong had reminisced about his time living there. Thus, Chen Xiao took him on a nostalgic journey, returning to the familiar map shop for a brief respite. "Hebedong, what are your thoughts on Queen Medusa?" After settling in, Chen Xiao casually inquired. Having distanced himself from the sacred city of the serpent people at the heart of the desert, Hebadong's aura visibly restored itself at a remarkable pace, reverting to that of the eloquent Ice Emperor. Upon hearing Chen Xiao's inquiry, he offered a slight nod. The Queen of Medusa, indeed. As he noticed the intense gazes of Chen Xiao and Xian upon him, Hebadong's cheeks flushed crimson, and he immediately adopted a more serious demeanor. Deep down, he harbored a profound respect for the Queen of Medusa. He had studied the development of the serpent people, and prior to her emergence, their condition had been several times more dire than it is now. Were it not for the harsh environment of Tagur, they would likely have been extinguished by the surrounding empires long ago. Now, it is undeniable that while the geographical challenges of Tagur persist, what the neighboring nations truly dread is this Queen of Medusa. Take the Gamma royal family, for instance. Their apprehension towards the serpent people is not inferior to that of Yunlan's sect. This illustrates the prowess and capability of the Queen of Medusa, whose strength is equally formidable. When I faced her in battle years ago, I sensed that no one in the Gamma Empire could assuredly best her. Now, after all these years, her strength has only grown. If a Dozone powerhouse were to arise in the Gamma Empire in the future, I believe the likelihood would be far greater for her than for that old royal fellow. Before the Queen of Medusa, Hebadong was both respectful and somewhat fearful. Behind her back, however, he was more compliant in spirit than in word. The fact that he could now openly express his true thoughts indicated that he did not regard Chen Xiao and Xian as outsiders. Chen Xiao nodded slightly, fully agreeing with Hebadong's perspective. Although the Yunlan sect still concealed a certain Yunshan, it was evident that Yunshan's breakthrough to Dozone relied on the Soul Palace. Glancing at Xian, who appeared somewhat lost in thought, Chen Xiao gently nudged her. What are you pondering? Xian shook her head slightly. I just feel that the impression of this Queen of Medusa is entirely different from what old Hebadong has described. She is not terrifying at all, but rather quite gentle. Upon hearing this, Hebadong's eyes widened, as if he had heard an utterly ludicrous jest. No one in the entire Gamma Empire understood the terrifying nature of the Queen of Medusa better than he did. He wished to retort, but seeing the serious expression on Xian's small face, he chose to hold his tongue. Perhaps she is merely like that towards you. After all, the Queen of Medusa is a serpent person. Chen Xiao remarked, Isn't that so, Xian? It could be a factor, but it is certain that you two resonate well together. In the original trajectory, the Queen of Medusa indeed exhibited a kind of enviable fondness towards Xian. Xian nodded slightly, then fell silent, resting her chin in contemplation. Hebadong turned his gaze towards Chen Xiao. What are your plans moving forward? Wait for an opportunity. If the Queen of Medusa has not acted in 10 days or half a month, we shall reconsider our strategies. The following days were exceptionally tranquil. Chen Xiao spent his time either engaging in idle conversation with Hebadong or diligently honing his skills. As for Xian, she became increasingly elusive, often disappearing without a trace, returning each night with a radiant smile adorning her face. Chen Xiao refrained from probing into her whereabouts. Given his understanding of Xian, he could probably surmise that she was clandestinely meeting with the Queen of Medusa. Xian was no slouch in strength. Her ability to escape was unmatched. And with the backing of Canaan Academy, Chen Xiao felt assured that the Queen of Medusa would not pose a threat to her. Furthermore, Xian's growing closeness with the Queen of Medusa could only benefit him. Thus, he let her be. On the 7th day in the desert, the anticipated opportunity had yet to materialize. However, the Doling Dan, requested by the Tomadal family from Guhi, had been delivered to Mo City. Meanwhile, far away in the Blackhorner region, in Canaan City, one of Chen Xiao's dorm mates was engaging with a member of a family that had traveled from Central Continent. Chao Hui, you are of the same cohort as Chen Xiao and share the same roof. You should know him well. Do share his circumstances with me in detail. In a room, a stern-looking middle-aged man sat in a chair, observing the standing Chao Hui with keen interest. Despite not exuding any palpable aura, he still instilled considerable pressure in Chao Hui, leaving him astonished and unable to gauge the elder's strength. Behind the middle-aged man stood a remarkably slender young girl. Her graceful figure and striking beauty accentuated by a purple gown that added a touch of nobility to her appearance. Uncertain of the elder's intentions in seeking out Chen Xiao, Chao Hui felt a twinge of hesitation. Do not overthink it. I know where he is at present. The reason I sought you is simply to inquire about his temperament and how best to approach him. The middle-aged man discerned Chao Hui's apprehension and promptly shook his head. Nevertheless, this revelation surprised both Chao Hui and the young girl in the purple dress. From the elder's words, they sensed a level of consideration typically afforded to those of higher status. However, the identity of the middle-aged man was well known to them. Particularly for the girl in the purple dress, it was clear that Elder Xiao, she was a veritable Do Zone powerhouse, with such strength and stature. To come to the northwestern continent and place such importance on an inconspicuous youth was perplexing. Xiao Hui could not fathom it. But as long as he could ascertain that there was no hostility from the elder, he felt no psychological burden in discussing Chen Xiao. Therefore, he carefully considered his words and began to narrate. Chen Xiao is significantly younger than me, yet remarkably mature in his mindset. Especially after these years of training in the Black Corner region, there are times when I feel as if I am the younger one when standing beside him. His disposition is quite amiable. He is not difficult to interact with, as evidenced by the fact that he willingly engages in conversation with us despite his superior strength. Without leaving out any details, Xiao Hui recounted all he knew about Chen Xiao. The middle-aged man nodded lightly, a faint smile gracing his previously stern countenance. He likely understood how to approach Chen Xiao now. Without further hesitation, he rose decisively and led the two out of the room. Alhait, Kaubi. You may return to your training. Consider this your contribution. Yes, thank you, Elder. Xiao Hui expressed his gratitude, utterly surprised by this unexpected fortune. After watching Xiao Hui enter the academy, the middle-aged man finally set off with the young girl. Chapter 97. The Midnight Invitation of the Queen of Medusa. Within the sacred city of the Serpent People, after passing the Medusa Temple and traversing a heavily guarded corridor, a small, crystal-clear lake came into view. At the center of this lake, there lay a modest island. If the sacred city is the heart of the Serpent People, then this island is undoubtedly the core of the city. At this moment on the island, a resplendent serpent person clad in ornate robes held the hand of a purple-haired girl, standing before a small pool within the island. The water in the pool shimmered with a crystalline clarity, exuding a chilling aura. Any alchemist present would readily recognize that this pool contained the ice spirit cold spring. Raising her gaze, one could see a lotus pedestal intricately carved from a peculiar crystal, upon which a plume of azure flame was gently rising. Crunch, crunch. Xian munched on a medicinal pill, glancing at the azure flame before losing interest. Instead, she pondered the pool's glistening waters. Sister Medusa, is this the ice spirit cold spring? May I take a little with me? Xian inquired, her cheeks puffed in a cute manner. The usually aloof Queen of Medusa now appeared as a gentle being, breaking into a smile as she affectionately tousled Xian's silky purple hair. You wish to take it back for that Chen Xiao, don't you? There is no need for such complexity. Although he mentioned desiring the ice spirit cold spring that day, it is the heart fire of the azure lotus that he truly covets. And that is indeed the purpose behind your visit to Tagore, is it not? Upon hearing these words, Xian momentarily paused in her chewing, a sly smile gracing her lips as she refrained from retorting, attempting to muddle through. Over these past few days, she had been meeting with Queen Medusa daily, and their bond had progressed at an astonishing pace. During their occasional conversations, Queen Medusa would inquire about Chen Xiao. Despite being a dragon of great loyalty, Xian consistently diverted the topic, refusing to betray her friend. Yet, her subtle intentions appeared rather juvenile in the presence of Medusa, who had gleaned much about Chen Xiao through mere insinuations. Tonight, when you return, convey a message to that Chen Xiao. Inform him that after my evolution tomorrow night, I can grant him the heart fire of the azure lotus. Should any ice spirit cold spring remain, he may take it all, though I will require him to visit the holy city once more. Xian nodded, committing this to memory, only to later realize the implications, concern etching her charming face. Sister Medusa, we cannot delay any longer. After such a lengthy preparation, gathering this ice spirit cold spring has reached the limits of the Serpent People. Further waiting will not enhance the chances of successful evolution. In fact, I had contemplated beginning the evolution several months ago. The thought of Queen Medusa possibly perishing during the evolution, with a considerable likelihood of that fate, rendered Xian silent. Come, do not dwell on it. I have had Washir prepare numerous herbs that can only be found in the desert, all of exquisite flavor. Let me take you to sample them. That night, Chen Xiao was engrossed in studying the peculiar black stone or obtained from Haiba Dong, pondering whether he could forge it into a reliable weapon. Just as he was deep in thought, the light before him was suddenly obscured. Looking up, he saw Xian had returned. However, unlike her usual cheerful demeanor, she appeared somewhat disheartened. Is Queen Medusa about to evolve? Noticing her expression, Chen Xiao immediately surmised, a hopeful smile blossoming on his face. How did you know? Xian was momentarily taken aback, oblivious to the fact that her answer was inscribed upon her countenance. It was merely a guess. After all, aside from eating, there are few things that could affect your mood. Under normal circumstances, Xian would have retorted to Chen Xiao as jest. But now she found herself lacking the spirit for it. Sister Medusa said that the strange fire and the large pool of ice spirit cold spring, should there be any left after the evolution, can all be given to you. However, you must make a trip to the holy city. Chen Xiao pondered briefly before nodding in agreement. All right, I will accompany you. He could surmise Queen Medusa's intentions for inviting him that night, which he deemed not unwelcome. Exiting the room, Chen Xiao exchanged pleasantries with Haiba Dong, who was once again engrossed in mapping, before heading straight to the holy city alongside Xian. Perhaps due to Queen Medusa's prior summons, they encountered no obstacles on their journey, and upon arriving at the outskirts of the holy city, the serpent guard leader, Washier, awaited them in advance. Esteemed guests, please follow me. This marked Chen Xiao's third visit to Queen Medusa's temple. Unlike his previous visits this evening, Queen Medusa was not languidly reclining upon her throne, nor was she seated there at all. As the three entered, she stood before the throne, her back turned to them, surveying the seat as if bidding a silent farewell to the position she had occupied for many years, akin to a monarch preparing to abdicate. Upon hearing their footsteps, Medusa did not turn around, almost as if speaking to herself. Once, I was told that oases would sway amidst the desert. Yet I know that is because they have never set foot into Gore. This desert is akin to a besieged city, where outsiders find it nearly impossible to penetrate and integrate, while those within struggle to escape. Yet, difficulty does not equate to a lack of hope. On the day I became the queen of the serpent people, I traversed Tagore alone, hearing melodious strains emanating from the alluring snake tribe. Witnessing children laughing around the elders outside the fiery snake tribe, wishing that all sorrowful tales would dissipate with the yellow sands at dusk. From that moment, I comprehended what I must do and what I ought to pursue. As her murmurs faded, Queen Medusa glided forward, turning to take her seat upon the throne. Facing the trio, "Dismiss Washier," she instructed, offering a slight smile to Xian before directing her gaze towards Chen Xiao. "I harbor no interest in inquiring about your intentions for the strange fire, but the heart fire of the azure lotus now belongs to my serpent people. Even if it may invite calamity, it cannot negate its preciousness. Should you wish to take it, you may do so. However, I require you to agree to one condition." Queen Medusa, straightforward and devoid of any circumlocution, delved directly into the matter without elaborating on how she discerned Chen Xiao's motives. She presumed she had unraveled all of Chen Xiao's thoughts, unaware that his ambitions extended far beyond this. Medusa, recognizing the peril of relying on the strange fire, found it necessary to consider the safety of her people first. In contrast, Chen Xiao understood that, under unchanged circumstances, the likelihood of Queen Medusa succeeding in her evolution remained exceedingly high. Thus, this time, he sought not only to acquire the strange fire, but also to seize the opportunity to secure a combat force of Dozone caliber at his disposal. Chapter 98, Evolution. Shining brightly, the following day, deep into the night, the guards surrounding the holy city were markedly more vigilant than usual, with squads of serpent guards traversing the desert, rendering it a futile endeavor for anyone below the rank of Do Wang to approach. At this moment, on the secret island in the center of the lake behind the holy city, Queen Medusa stood alone before the pool of ice spirit cold spring. Clad in a luxurious and expensive red brocade robe that enveloped her exquisite figure, her voluptuous and alluring silhouette exuding an enchanting charm. Beneath the fabric of the robe, a purple serpent tail lazily swayed in the moonlight, emanating an aura of wildness and exotic allure. 100 feet away from Queen Medusa, three figures quietly observed. Aside from Chen Xiao, both Washier and Xian gazed on with palpable tension. Sister Medusa will surely succeed. This was Xian's lucky blessing. Washier nodded earnestly. Her Majesty will undoubtedly succeed. Chen Xiao, flowing with ease, remarked with a smile, "You are both correct." As time trickled by, when the brilliant moon reached its zenith, Queen Medusa glanced upward. "It is time." With a whisper, the enchanting visage of Queen Medusa transformed from hesitation to determination. Beneath the red brocade, she extended her snow-white arms, her delicate hands gradually forming several seals before her. As the hand seals shifted, the crystal lotus seat trembled violently, the nearly imperceptible light barrier gradually dissipating, allowing the azure flames within to surge forth uncontrollably, swelling into a roaring inferno in the blink of an eye. Under the searing heat radiating from the heart fire of the azure lotus, the ice spirit cold spring in the small pool was rapidly evaporating. Seeing this, Queen Medusa bit her red lip, her delicate hand reaching forth to unfasten the buttons of her brocade robe. In the next moment, a flawless figure, seemingly glowing in the moonlight, was boldly exposed amidst the bamboo grove. Lord Chen Xiao, Xian, let us withdraw from the island and await the outcome. Chen Xiao felt a fleeting moment of distraction as the stunning scene before him was obstructed by a figure equally alluring, yet lacking the same captivating charm. Noticing Washir's earnest expression, he withdrew his gaze, taking Xian's hand, and they exited the island together. At the edge of the island of the lake, a verdant bamboo grove flourished. Upon leaving the island, the trio could only rely on their auditory senses to discern the events occurring within, as they refrained from unleashing their soul powers for perception. In approximately 2 minutes, they heard a piercing whistle emanating from the island, swiftly followed by a cacophony of agonizing screams. Ah, those were heart-wrenching cries, as if a soul were being ruthlessly shattered by a heavy blow. The sharpness of the sound piercing their eardrums, sending chills down their spines. Given Queen Medusa's formidable nature, the sheer intensity of pain that could elicit such a scream was unfathomable, indicating the excruciating torment inflicted by the otherworldly flames. Huanxi clenched her teeth, her fists tightly balled, silently praying for their queen. The usually spirited Xian, too, had her eyes glistening on the verge of shedding tears, a poignant testament to the rapid deepening of her bond with Queen Medusa. Do not worry, she will prevail, Chen Xiao reassured, gently ruffling Xian's hair. Just as his words fell, a blinding light erupted from the island, and in the next moment, a colossal purple serpent, enveloped in an eerie green flame, ascended into the air. The serpent people were distinct from humans and differed fundamentally from beast transformations. Shortly after their birth, they would use secret methods to infuse their bodies with the soul of a serpent-shaped magical beast. As they aged and grew in strength, this companion spirit would gradually merge with them until they became indistinguishable. Thus, the imposing purple serpent before them could be tentatively identified as Queen Medusa's true form, a 6-tier magical beast, the purple phantom flame serpent. This was also a significant reason why Queen Medusa had remained at the pinnacle of the emperor level for years without breaking through. For the potential of the purple phantom flame serpent was limited. The elongated and powerful body of the purple serpent was now being mercilessly scorched by the raging flames, shedding large scales that fell from the sky, exposing its crimson flesh beneath. Each drop of blood was immediately incinerated by the otherworldly fire, and even from a distance, Chen Xiao and his companions could detect a peculiar fragrance in the air. As the serpent writhed in the agony of the flames, its anguished howls pierced the night, reminiscent of a wounded beast's desolate cries, long and despairing, sending shivers down their spines. Initially, it managed to remain airborne, but as the otherworldly flames continued to burn, it could no longer endure and crashed onto the island, followed by a cacophony of sounds as its thrashing body devastated the lush bamboo grove. The Qinglian earth-heart fire shadowed its every move, and under the terrifying heat, the scattered green bamboo was instantly reduced to ashes, allowing Chen Xiao and his companions to observe the unfolding scene on the island more clearly. The purple serpent's body visibly shrank under the searing flames, its struggles growing increasingly feeble, as if it were exhausting its last vestiges of strength. Both Huan Shi and Xian could no longer contain their emotions and wept in unison. Gradually, the purple serpent fell entirely silent, its once mighty form reduced to mere remnants of 2 or 3 zhong, unrecognizable in color, resembling a massive piece of charred coal at the center of the island. At this moment, Queen Medusa's presence had completely vanished. Your Majesty, Huan Shi slumped to the ground, her eyes devoid of light. In the holy city, the serpent people, sensing this devastating outcome, were equally unable to accept such a tragic fate, their mournful cries resonating throughout the city, enveloping it in a somber atmosphere that shrouded the serpent people's most sacred realm. Xian clenched her fists, biting her lip, her tearful visage resembling a walking embodiment of sorrow. However, at that moment, from the gathering dark clouds, a thunderous roar suddenly erupted, followed by a colossal silver lightning bolt that shot down from the heavens, striking the serpent-shaped charred remains engulfed in flames. Witnessing this, even Chen Xiao exhaled a sigh of relief, ruffling Xian's hair once more. Do not rush to despair. She has not yet failed. Upon hearing his words, Xian turned to see that from within the flames, wisps of azure mist began to rise, seemingly a result of the collision between the lightning and the otherworldly fire. This azure mist was peculiar. Even when soul powers were unleashed, they could not perceive the internal circumstances under its veil. After a brief period of quiet waiting, the azure mist gradually dissipated, and the once mighty Qinglian earth heart fire finally detached from the serpent's charred form, shrinking to the size of a fist, quietly suspended in mid-air, constantly shifting its shape. With no time to waste, Chen Xiao seized Ziyan's hand and swiftly darted onto the island. Approaching the serpent's charred remains, he released his soul powers unreservedly, meticulously sensing every corner. Suddenly, a faint cracking sound reached his ears. Chen Xiao's expression brightened, and he swiftly turned his gaze toward the source of the sound. In the next moment, under the watchful eyes of him and Ziyan, the massive serpent's carcass erupted, dark powder scattering in all directions. Simultaneously, a burst of colorful light shot forth from the black dust, its speed so rapid it seemed to transcend spatial barriers, leaving Chen Xiao and Ziyan momentarily bewildered. At that instant, an overwhelming and terrifying aura emanated from the island, spreading outward like moonlight, enveloping the city at a shocking pace. This king is unharmed. Chapter 99. The Little Devouring Heaven Python, the Final Weight. It was the voice of Queen Medusa. Though it sounded as if she were on the brink of collapse, her voice instantly transformed the somber atmosphere that blanketed the holy city into one of ecstatic joy. Outside the island, Huanxi seemed to blossom anew, laughing and crying as she rose to her feet. Meanwhile, on the island, Chen Xiao had already retrieved a Gahua lotus seed, cradled in his hand. Swish! Swish! Almost simultaneously, Ziyan directed her gaze toward it. The ever-darting colorful light also came to a halt beside Chen Xiao. Only at this moment could its full form be discerned. It was a diminutive serpent, measuring no more than 2 centimeters, adorned with tiny, iridescent scales, its light purple eyes exuding an otherworldly charm, surrounded by an inexplicable fragrance. Although it was merely a serpent's body at present, it radiated elegance and nobility. Perhaps due to its recent evolution, the serpent's scales exhibited a predominant pink hue, appearing exceptionally cute and beautiful, devoid of any ferocity. Even Ziyan, upon seeing this little serpent, overlooked the Gahua lotus seed in Chen Xiao's hand, completely captivated by its presence. At that moment, the colorful little serpent gently flicked its tiny tail, gazing at Chen Xiao with wide, pure purple eyes, inching closer to his fist, drawn by the allure of the Gahua lotus seed. Sensing Chen Xiao's lack of resistance and the warmth of his welcoming aura, the little serpent finally climbed onto his fist, burrowing between his fingers in an attempt to unearth the Gahua lotus seed, eager for a feast. Unfortunately, Chen Xiao's fist remained tightly clenched, and this freshly evolved creature lacked the ability to utilize its powers, resulting in its futile struggles. It eventually retreated slightly, curling up, its pair of delicate purple eyes gazing up at him with an expression of utter helplessness. With a gentle chuckle, Chen Xiao reassured, "We'll discuss the Gahua lotus seed later. For now, you should have something else to eat." As he spoke, he produced a jade vial filled with fire spirit essence. Fire spirit elixir, a potion of immense benefit for those attuned to the fire element, significantly accelerates the cultivation speed of fire attribute individuals below the spirit dual level, while also offering some effects related to body refinement. This remarkable substance was acquired by Chen Xiao and Ziyan during their training in the Black Corner domain, obtained from an auction where only 6 vials were available. Upon opening the jade vial, a colorful serpent uncoiled its body, crawling up Chen Xiao's arm to the rim of the bottle. It hesitated momentarily before plunging its head into the vial, slowly immersing its entire form within. "Were you not saying that this was a gift for a friend?" Ziyan inquired, her gaze fixed upon him. "The Queen Medusa is your friend, and thus, she is also mine. She is in need of energy replenishment, and we cannot afford to be stingy, can we?" Ziyan nodded slightly, diverting her attention from the matter and regarding the jade bottle in his hand. "So, this little creature is the manifestation of Sister Medusa after her evolution?" "Indeed, it closely resembles a serpentine version of you," he replied. "Your Majesty, how is she faring?" A voice called out anxiously as Hua Shi-er hurriedly approached. Just then, the colorful serpent emerged from the vial, having consumed the entire fire spirit elixir. Under the watchful eyes of 3 pairs of gazes, it paused for a moment before transforming into a shimmering rainbow, slithering into Chen Xiao's sleeve. Chen Xiao did not intervene and turned to Hua Shi-er, saying, "Your Majesty, the Queen has successfully evolved. This little serpent is known as the rainbow-devouring python, her true form post-evolution, far surpassing the purple flame serpent in strength and potential. However, as you can see, this newly awakened soul within the python means there are now 2 souls vying for control of its body, gradually merging into one. The victor, as one might expect, will prevail, while the loser will dissipate and whether it can manifest again in the future remains uncertain. Upon hearing this, the joy on Hua Xier's face vanished instantly. It truly is a case of one wave subsiding only for another to rise. She grasped Chen Xiao's meaning. Although Queen Medusa had successfully evolved, she now faced a new crisis. Should the struggle for dominance over her body fail, their queen would never reappear. In truth, the situation was not as dire as she imagined. Typically, with the newly awakened soul of the devouring python, it would likely stand no chance against Queen Medusa. However, if no measures were taken, even if Queen Medusa gained the upper hand, she would still be influenced by the little python for a considerable time, which was inevitable. I shall not depart from the snake people for the time being. You may inform the elders of this situation, he continued. Now, according to the agreement made with your queen last night, this extraordinary fire now belongs to me, and your clan's elders will assist in temporarily sealing it upon that lotus pedestal, correct? Hua Xier nodded. Aware of the conditions agreed upon between Chen Xiao and Queen Medusa, having been present throughout their discussion, the extraordinary fire needed no further elaboration. As for the eye spirit spring, should there be any remaining, Chen Xiao could also take it. Unfortunately, the small pool was now entirely dry, yielding not a single drop. As for stabilizing the potentially deteriorating situation of the snake people and offering assistance when necessary, these conditions became void with her successful evolution. However, I shall wait for her to make an appearance once before I leave. It will not exceed a month. Ziyin and I have matters to attend to and cannot linger in the snake people's domain for too long. I understand, Mr. Chen Xiao, rest assured. Now that the clan is aware of the queen's successful evolution, chaos shall not ensue within the snake people. Hua Xier affirmed with a nod. As they spoke, her gaze occasionally flickered toward Chen Xiao's sleeve. She hesitated, wanting to say something but held back. Currently, the soul of the devouring python is dominant. Ziyin and I were the first it encountered and fed, hence its closer affinity towards us. As for your attempts to investigate its condition, you must devise your own methods. I cannot command it. Even if I and Ziyin refrain from intervening, the power of the devouring python is considerable, and with the presence of your queen's soul within it, I believe the snake people would not dare to offend it. Hua Xier nodded in resignation, regretting her earlier slow response. Little did she know, it was not merely a matter of speed. To draw the devouring python near, one must possess something that attracts it. Thus, my suggestion is to wait patiently. The new soul of the devouring python is not strong. Queen Medusa, though currently depleted, should recover shortly and make her appearance. Hua Xier was well aware that there were no other options. Consequently, she ceased her chatter, leading the two to arrange accommodations before reporting to the four elders. Shortly after, for elderly women, their faces lined with deep creases and somewhat intimidating, emerged from a dim chamber, making their way toward the small lake behind the holy city. Chapter 100. The arrival of the Dozong. Medusa reappears. As dawn quietly broke on the horizon, a hunched figure traversed the holy city of the snake people, knocking on the door of a modest building. Chen Xiao, my young friend, pardon the intrusion. I have come to deliver some nourishment for Her Majesty the Queen, or rather, for that little creature, the elder woman stated, standing before him. A flicker of helplessness crossed Chen Xiao's face. Today marked the 7th day since Queen Medusa's successful evolution. Over the past few days, it seemed that the four elders of the snake people had learned from Hua Xier the reasons behind the little devouring python's affinity for Chen Xiao and Ziyin. Consequently, they devised a plan to lure the devouring python back to them. Although they had grown less concerned for Queen Medusa's safety upon realizing that she would likely gain the upper hand in the struggle for dominance over her body. The notion of their queen being kept as a pet by an outsider felt inherently odd. Thus, it became imperative to retrieve the little devouring python without delay. The devouring python was particularly fond of fire attribute items, especially those brimming with energy. Fortunately, the Taggart Desert, due to its geographical conditions, offered a plethora of such resources. Among them was a medicinal herb known as the crimson feather fruit, which not only contained abundant energy, but was also delectably sweet. Even Ziyin had praised its flavor. Thus, on that very day, the four elders of the snake people sought out Chen Xiao, presenting him with over 10 crimson feather fruits in an attempt to entice the devouring python. However, to their disappointment, while the little python exhibited some interest in the fruits, it remained highly vigilant towards the four elders, fully on guard. Seeing this, the elders had no choice but to leave the herbs behind and depart. From the following day onward, they adopted a different approach, rotating one elder at a time, from the great elder to the fourth elder, to continue enticing the devouring python. No longer acting in unison, This method proved somewhat effective. At the very least, the devouring python's wariness diminished significantly, and it became willing to consume the crimson feather fruits they presented. Alas, this was the extent of their success. After satisfying its hunger each day, the devouring python paid little mind to the regularly scheduled caretakers. Chen Xiao slightly inclined his body, allowing the second elder of the snake people to enter the room. He then pulled out a jade vial without a stopper from his sleeve. With a gentle flick of his fingers against the vial, the little devouring python's adorable head emerged from within. It cast a glance at Chen Xiao before shifting its gaze to today's caretaker, its body undulating slightly as it leapt from the vial to the tabletop. 7 days had passed, and under the nourishing care of the elders, the devouring python had noticeably grown, approximately an inch longer than when it first evolved, yet remained no longer than a finger's length, with no detriment to its charming appearance. Little one, eat up. Once you're full, we'll head back together. You'll be free to eat as much as you desire. The elder coaxed, her smile appearing somewhat unsettling, with wrinkles accumulating on her face. In a world devoid of the extraordinary, such a visage would be enough to frighten an infant into silence. As she continued to entice the creature, she retrieved 3 fiery red fruits from her spatial ring, and a fragrant aroma began to waft throughout the room. Under the expectant gaze of the old woman, the little devouring python remained unresponsive, wholly engrossed in its meal. Its diminutive form, no larger than a finger, voraciously consumed 3 fist-sized fruits, draining them entirely, save for a slight bulge in its belly. There was little evidence of any other change. After satisfying its hunger, the little devouring python skillfully climbed onto the jade bottle placed on the table by Chen Xiao, burrowing itself inside. After a moment, seemingly sensing that Chen Xiao had yet to call it back, the little creature poked its head out again, hissing and flicking its delicate pink tongue as if urging him to act. Witnessing this, Chen Xiao suppressed a smile and waved his hand to store the jade bottle in his sleeve. In contrast, the second elder of the serpent people frowned deeply, her brow furrowed with increasing lines. Had it not been for the fact that the little devouring python shared a body with Queen Medusa, any insult directed at it would have been tantamount to insulting Her Majesty herself, and the old woman felt a strong urge to voice her irritation. This little creature was truly an ungrateful wretch. It appears that this little one still feels somewhat distant from us. Let us return tomorrow and refrain from disturbing young friend Chen Xiao during his cultivation. With a forced smile, the old woman shook her head and departed. Chen Xiao's identity had already been disclosed to them by Queen Medusa prior to her evolution. Moreover, they were well aware that Queen Medusa's acquisition of the heart of the blue lotus flame was in no small part due to Chen Xiao's efforts. Thus, the 4 elders maintained a relatively amicable attitude towards him. Chen Xiao nodded, watching them leave. The 4 elders visited daily to feed the little devouring python. Aside from the initial concern that it might be abducted, he had relaxed considerably thereafter. In fact, he looked forward to their visits. After all, the rations he had prepared for the little creature were scant, and at its rate of consumption, they would not last long. The elder's actions undoubtedly alleviated much of his burden. Of course, he had to feign an expression of helplessness. Otherwise, should the 4 elders take a contrary approach, he might find himself expending effort to secure food for the little python. Once seated by the bedside, Chen Xiao reached into his sleeve, feeling a warm circle at his fingertips before withdrawing. He had noticed that each time the little devouring python fed, its body would grow warmer. As if digesting the energy within, he allowed it to coil around his fingertip like a ring, gently channeling his internal energy as if polishing a jade ring, softly caressing the little python's body, which caused it to blissfully squint its eyes. Old C had yet to come over. He mentioned he hadn't returned to the desert city for years and needed to savor the experience. Just as he finished speaking, Ziyan appeared. On the very day they settled in the holy city, Chen Xiao had sent Ziyan on a trip to the desert city to explain the situation to Haibo Dong. He would have preferred to go himself, but the 4 elders of the serpent people would not have allowed him to leave the holy city, fearing he might abscond with Queen Medusa. Hence, Chen Xiao found it unnecessary to verify the elders' concerns and simply entrusted the task to Ziyan, who had plenty of free time. All right, I estimate it 1 TB long now. Before Chen Xiao could finish his sentence, he suddenly rose to his feet. Ziyan's expression grew slightly serious as well. Just moments ago, both had sensed an overwhelmingly powerful aura sweep across the holy city. Its intensity rivaled that of the formidable beings they had encountered in several major cities of the Blackhorn region. A Do Zone powerhouse, not inferior to Old Su. Having encountered numerous Do Huang and interacted closely with Queen Medusa at her peak, they could confirm the arrival of a Do Zone solely by the aura. Could it be that the Dan and Xiao families had arrived? After a brief moment of contemplation, a guess formed in Chen Xiao's mind. Suddenly, a blinding light erupted from his room, causing both Chen Xiao and Ziyin to instinctively squint. The brilliance flickered and vanished, yet in the instant it receded. Chen Xiao's contemplative expression froze, a bead of cold sweat trickling down his back. He could distinctly feel the little devouring python in his grasp expanding in size. At the same time, its texture became increasingly soft. Without needing to look down, he could discern which part had transformed. Casually retracting his hand from Queen Medusa's waist, Chen Xiao hastily exited the room. It seems our people have arrived. I shall go take a look. Ziyin, follow me. Inside the room, Ziyin had yet to recover from the surprise of Queen Medusa's emergence when she noticed Chen Xiao had already unfurled his Douqi wings and soared away. Sister Medusa, you can manifest now. Queen Medusa nodded lightly, her smile somewhat strained as she responded to Ziyin. Her gaze shifted toward the sky outside the door. Her silver teeth clenched tightly, her bright eyes gleaming with ferocity. Even though the little devouring python's soul dominated the body, she could still sense the external situation. The earlier sensation of a Dozong's aura passing over the holy city compelled her to emerge without much thought. Little did she expect Chapter 101, the wealthy and generous Xiao family. In the dawn-lit sky, a nearly 2-meter-tall eagle soared through the heavens. Upon its back stood a girl in a black dress, poised and unyielding. Beside the eagle, a stern middle-aged man walked through the air with an air of nonchalance. This ability to traverse the skies was a direct manifestation of having ascended to the Dozong level, serving as a hallmark of such power. Fourth uncle, why are we slowing down? Because we are now within the borders of the Gamma Empire. Though this northwest continent may not be particularly strong, it is quite expansive, and we are unfamiliar with the terrain. Relying solely on our own efforts would be too time-consuming. We need to find someone to inquire for directions, and coincidentally, there are individuals approaching from behind. Though the stern man possessed formidable strength, he patiently explained the doubts of the girl in black. As his voice fell, he completely concealed his aura. Throughout their journey, Xiaoxi had developed a clear understanding of the power dynamics in the northwest continent. A Dozong powerhouse here was an existence that countless people could only look up to. Therefore, unless he concealed his aura, few would dare to approach him. Sure enough, as he suppressed his aura, he sensed 2 robust auras emerging from the city they had just passed, swiftly approaching. Before long, even the girl standing on the eagle's back turned to see 3 figures gradually coming into view. The foremost figure was a handsome young man clad in white robes. He appeared youthful, yet the magnificent ice-blue wings of Douqi sprouting from his back signified that he was a power beyond Douwang. Following closely behind him were 2 women, one large and one small, flying closely together like a pair of mother and daughter, or perhaps sisters, their exact relationship uncertain. Both women were formidable in their own right. Soon, the 3 discerned the waiting figures in the distant sky, hesitating momentarily before cautiously drawing closer. As the distance shrank, Chen Xiao could increasingly discern the 2 individuals and the creature awaiting them. The previously sensed Dozong aura unmistakably emanated from the middle-aged man, though his precise strength remained indeterminate. Even Queen Medusa could not see through it. On the back of the eagle stood a slender girl in a black dress. Her youth evident, yet her figure well-developed, exuding an air of cold pride. Her skin was as pale as snow, and her dark hair cascaded casually over her shoulders. Her cheeks were slightly gaunt, yet exquisitely refined, akin to porcelain, capturing one's attention. Standing atop the eagle, she gazed out, her narrow, slightly languid eyes revealing an innate allure that was both enchanting and captivating. I have met the esteemed elder. With a fleeting glance, Chen Xiao and his 2 companions first offered their respects. Even the haughty Queen Medusa did not make an exception at this moment. After all, although she had successfully evolved, she had yet to shed her serpentine form and required a little more time. In other words, she could not yet be considered a true Dozong powerhouse, and thus, she dared not act disrespectfully. You need not be anxious. I merely wish to inquire about something. Xiaoxi spoke slowly, a fleeting look of surprise flashing in his eyes. There was no need for Chen Xiao and Ziyin to elaborate. Their age and prowess were already enough to astonish. As for Queen Medusa, Xiaoxi perceived that her state was quite peculiar, seemingly having surpassed the Dozong barrier, yet not fully entering it. However, he was certain that she was merely a moment away from achieving this. My purpose in coming to the Gamma Empire is to seek a person named Chen Xiao in Wutan City. Have you heard of him? Upon hearing the middle-aged man's words, both Queen Medusa and Ziyin exchanged peculiar glances, unable to comprehend the situation. If they were here to find Chen Xiao, why did they not recognize him? Moreover, it was rather amusing that they fortuitously found Chen Xiao to inquire about him. Chen Xiao had already speculated on the identities of these two individuals, and upon hearing this, he felt his suspicions solidify further. In response to your esteemed self, Chen Xiao is my friend. I can facilitate contact if you would be so kind as to tell me your identity. From a central state, the Qiao family. Just inform him that Miss Qinglin sent us, Qiao Shi replied. Upon hearing this, Chen Xiao was no longer in doubt. Merely Qinglin alone was insufficient to earn such respect from the Qiao family. However, given that Qinglin had been in close company with Sun Er, her status was altogether different. Even the Qiao family, one of the 5 great families of the Central States Dan region, was insignificant in the face of the ancient clans. The disparity between them was akin to that between the Xiao family of Wutan City and the Yunlan sect, perhaps even more exaggerated. Thus, Qiao Shi's current demeanor was quite understandable. Beside Qiao Shi stood a young girl, who at this moment felt a stir in her heart. She was only aware that the Qiao family had recently received several esteemed guests, causing the entire family to place immense importance on the occasion. Yet she was oblivious to what discussions had transpired between the guests and the Qiao family's high-ranking officials. The following day, however, she was informed of good news. In the distant northwest continent, there was a flame of mystery without an owner, and the family would send someone to procure it. The value of such a flame need not be reiterated. Spending several months on it was undoubtedly worthwhile, for even when seeking a suitable high-tier beast flame, it often took more than just a few months. In light of this, the cost-effectiveness of acquiring the mysterious flame became even more apparent. Thus, she had journeyed to the northwest continent under Qiao Shi's escort. Throughout the journey, Qiao Shi had repeatedly cautioned her that the individuals they were seeking held a special status, even making a trip to the Jianan Academy to inquire further. Such a level of seriousness piqued the girl's curiosity. Now, she had finally gathered more information. One of the esteemed guests visiting the Qiao family was apparently named Qinglin. Do you have any proof? There is a handwritten letter from Miss Qinglin. Qiao Shi produced a letter from his storage ring, gesturing towards it, though his gaze remained fixed on Chen Xiao, harboring further doubts about his identity. With his exceptional eyesight, Chen Xiao could ascertain that the handwriting on the letter was not that of Qinglin, but rather that of Sun Er. He smiled faintly and once again clasped his hands in greeting. Esteemed senior, I am indeed Chen Xiao. Having confirmed that the visitors were guided by Sun Er and Qinglin, Chen Xiao felt no need for further concealment. A serious smile appeared on Qiao Shi's stern countenance. I suspected as much. The moment I laid eyes on you, I had my doubts, for prior to arriving in the Gama Empire, I made a trip to the Jianan Academy. A lad from my Qiao family is cultivating there, and you, Chen Xiao, should be well acquainted with him. From him, we have gained additional understanding of you. Qiao Shi's demeanor was congenial, referring to him as little friend without the slightest pretense of a Dozone powerhouse. Under these circumstances, the initial contact between the two parties seemed quite harmonious. Chen Xiao nodded slightly, glancing at the letter in Qiao Shi's hand. Gao Si, not has di dang, used his Douqi to levitate the letter before Chen Xiao. While Chen Xiao perused the contents, Qiao Shi introduced himself. My name is Qiao Shi, the 4th elder of the Qiao family. You may simply call me 4th elder, along with these 2 young ladies. This young lady beside me is Qiao Ying, a junior of the family with commendable talent. Qiao Ying smiled lightly, nodding and slightly bowing in greeting. Among those present, she was the only one below the Do Wang level, yet her status was quite exceptional, connected to the esteemed guests. Hence, it was only natural for her to lower her stance. Having finished reading the letter, Chen Xiao tucked it away, responding with a slight nod. Gao Xing, the prodigy of the Qiao family. Her talent is not merely commendable. Breaking through to a doja at the age of 7 to become an alchemist is enough to make many blush with shame, not to mention her terrifying alchemical talents. Suddenly, Chen Xiao recalled some stories he had shared with Queen Medusa years ago, reflecting on the fact that he had not mentioned any names at that time, which put his mind at ease. Beside him, Zian smiled and waved in greeting. Once she confirmed that these two were not enemies and had connections to Chen Xiao, she felt entirely at ease. Queen Medusa merely nodded lightly. Her focus was on Qiao Shi, the Dozone. As for Qiao Ying, while her talent was indeed impressive, looking no older than her teens, yet already possessing the strength of a Dodosher, she was the most talented individual she had encountered aside from Chen Xiao. However, regardless, she was merely a junior. Moreover, she had heard Chen Xiao speak of another prodigy in the Central State with even more astonishing qualifications. Thus, her reaction remained calm. Chen Xiao, little friend, you should now be aware of our intent. Shall we find a place to sit and discuss further? That would be appropriate. 4th elder, Please hold on for a moment. Chen Xiao nodded in agreement, turning to Queen Medusa beside him. He transmitted his thoughts. Long ago, I contemplated how to handle the Blue Lotus Earth Heart Flame. After much deliberation, I settled on 2 factions. Due to certain circumstances, I am over 90% certain they will not attempt to seize it, nor will they endanger your serpent clan. Therefore, for the sake of smoother dealings with the exotic flame later, I would like to bring them into the holy city. What do you think, Your Majesty? Queen Medusa cast a sidelong glance at Chen Xiao. What if? Chen Xiao shook his head. The likelihood is infinitely close to 0. The Qiao family is affluent. With a slight expenditure, they can acquire the exotic flame through legitimate means. Why would they risk the annihilation of their entire clan? You may handle it as you see fit. It is of no concern to me. With that, Queen Medusa dismissed the conversation with a single phrase. Then, in a flash of light, she shrank down, transforming once more into a small, multicolored snake, darting into Chen Xiao's sleeve with a speed that even she could not perceive. She had successfully evolved, and now was at a crucial juncture in her ascension to Do Zone. Had it not been for sensing the presence of a Do Zone powerhouse and fearing unforeseen events, she would not have revealed herself. Observing Queen Medusa's actions, Chen Xiao fell into silent contemplation. Something seemed amiss with her demeanor today. However, recalling their past interactions, he began to understand. The Medusa Queen of the Serpent Clan shared a common trait across generations. They either lived solitary lives or became irrevocably devoted to a man after falling in love. Given the purely cooperative relationship he shared with Queen Medusa, had they not both been so cautious, they would have likely succumbed to their impulses long ago. With a sigh of introspection, Chen Xiao returned to the present. 4th Elder, Miss Chaoing, please follow me. Let us find a more suitable place to discuss further. Upon returning to the holy city, Chen Xiao had initially expected the elders of the Serpent Clan to be on high alert, seeking all means to inquire further. However, surprisingly, the elders did not make another appearance throughout the entire affair. Instead, it was the flower snake who came forth to welcome Qiao, Shi, and Chaoing, arranging accommodations for them, though it remained uncertain whether this was in response to a prompt from Queen Medusa. A quarter of an hour later, after the trivial matters were settled, the 4 gathered in the small building where Chen Xiao was temporarily residing. Once seated, Qiao Shi waved his hand grandly, casting a barrier that isolated them from the external sounds and sights. Without any preamble, he directly retrieved 4 fragrant sandalwood boxes from his spatial ring, opening each one in turn, releasing a rich medicinal aroma that filled the room. My young friend Chen Xiao, when Miss Qing Lin and the others found my Qiao family, they mentioned that given your cultivation speed, by the time Qiao, Ying, and I met you, you would likely have broken through to the Douwang level. Thus, armed with this information, our family prepared 4 medicinal pills that you may find useful in the future before heading to the northwest. They are the Douling Dan, Huangji Dan, Pazong Dan, and Zongyuan Dan. This is the sincerity of my Qiao family. Of course, this is not all. We understand how beneficial a rare flame can be for an alchemist. Furthermore, if you have any conditions to propose, we can discuss them at length and ensure a satisfactory resolution for you. One could see that while both parties sought to exchange rare flames, the ancient river in the original timeline merely verbally expressed his intentions to Queen Medusa, whereas the Qiao family had laid their cards on the table directly. It was akin to having a card worth 10 million gold coins versus having 10 million gold coins stacked before one's eyes. The sensory experiences were entirely different. It must be said that gazing at the 4 medicinal pills on the table stirred an undeniable excitement within Chen Xiao. Chapter 102. Yes, I agree to everything. The Douling Dan can enhance a Douwang strength by 1 star. Chen Xiao already possessed one, but such items are never too plentiful. Even if he had no personal use for them, they could be of benefit to those around him or perhaps be sold at auction. The Huangji Dan serve a similar purpose, but is tailored for the Douhuang level. The Pazong Dan, as its name implies, can enhance the probability of breaking through to the Douzone level when consumed at the peak of Douhuang. Just this aspect alone makes it one of the most sought-after 6th-grade pills. Had been a few years ago in the Jiangma Empire, before Yinshan was targeted by the Soul Palace, and before Queen Medusa acquired her rare flame. This single pill would have been sufficient to ignite a fierce conflict. The Zongyuan Dan is used by Do Zong experts and accelerates cultivation speed. Its recipe was obtained by Chao Hui from the Canaan Academy's library. All 4 pills are indeed invaluable. Taking a deep breath, Chen Xiao inhaled the aromatic fragrance. The sincerity of the 4 elders genuinely stirred his interest, and he paused to consider the other conditions. In truth, besides the Qiao family, he had also instructed Sun Er and Qing Lin to notify the Dan family. Yet, for reasons unknown, While Chen Xiao and Xiao Ying had taken a detour to the Canaan Academy, the Dan family's representatives had yet to arrive. There is no rush. If my young friend has not yet made up his mind, you may take your time to ponder. We can linger in the Northwest for a while longer, or perhaps you could consider what you currently lack, be it techniques, skills, medicinal pills, or materials. I assure you, my Qiao family will strive to accommodate your needs. Qiao suggested with a smile, believing Chen Xiao had not fully contemplated his position. Hearing this, Chen Xiao nodded slightly and decided not to hesitate any longer. Whether the rare flame fell into the hands of the Qiao family or the Dan family was of little concern to him. He only required the other party to agree to his demands. If the Qiao family could fulfill them, waiting for the Dan family became inconsequential. My first condition is for the Qiao family to provide a commitment that I will undoubtedly require numerous medicinal pills to aid in my cultivation. When I seek your assistance in refining pills and processing materials, the Qiao family must endeavor to assist me promptly. Of course, I will prepare my own materials each time. If the refinement is successful, it will be mutually beneficial, but if it fails, I will have no complaints. Furthermore, this commitment should stand for a period of 10 years. In negotiations, one must always start high and settle low. Chen Xiao was prepared for counteroffers, whether that meant refining a limited number of times per year or a total number of assistant sessions. However, much to his surprise, Qiao waved his hand dismissively and agreed outright. 10 years is but a small matter, my Qiao family accepts. In truth, even without your request, given the favor of helping Qiao Ying acquire a rare flame, we would not refuse your needs. Chen Xiao took this with a grain of salt. Solely relying on goodwill could not sustain a long-term arrangement without establishing clear terms in advance. He could not possibly expect the Qiao family to refine even lesser pills for him, such as ZNS. If that were the case, he would soon exhaust his goodwill. Therefore, it was essential to clarify the terms beforehand. With the Qiao family agreeing to this condition, Chen Xiao felt a sense of satisfaction. He would no longer have to worry about medicinal pills for the next decade. The second condition pertained to Miss Qiao Ying. I have a friend whose health has taken turn for the worse, and in the future, he will undoubtedly require the assistance of an alchemist skilled in rare flames. I hope Miss Qiao Ying will not decline when the time comes. Of course, this is not absolute, but I wish to prepare in advance. Chen Xiao directed his gaze to Qiao Ying, who was exchanging curious glances with Zian. Certainly, as long as it is within my capabilities, I will not refuse, Qiao Ying replied politely, her smile warm and straightforward. Chen Xiao nodded in satisfaction and turned his attention back to Qiao Shi. My third condition is that once Miss Qiao Ying has refined her rare flame, both Zian and I will be leaving the Jiangmai Empire. At that time, I would kindly request that Elder Four accompany us, as I need your assistance in eliminating a certain individual. Who? Qiao Shi inquired, his expression composed. Rest assured, this person possesses neither a formidable background nor overwhelming strength. He is merely a Peak Do Huang, known as the Dan Huang of the Black Corner region, Hanfeng. Hanfeng. Gao Si She Fei Zits de Shok. While a junior like Qiao Ying might not have heard of him, anyone with a bit of age within the Dan region would undoubtedly be familiar with the name. This individual was the direct disciple of the renowned medicinal master, Yao Chen, who is celebrated as the foremost alchemist in the Central Plains. Due to Yao Chen's illustrious reputation, Hanfeng was widely recognized. Yet, over a decade ago, both master and disciple mysteriously vanished, leaving the once thriving Xingyun Pavilion to entirely depend on the Wind Master. So, this fool Hanfeng has been hiding in the Black Corner region. No wonder the Wind Master has been searching for him in the Central Plains for so many years without success. Qiao Shi mused, a look of realization dawning upon him. It seemed that Elder Four was somewhat aware of the underlying circumstances. I'm not entirely sure, but there are rumors in the Central Plains that the medicinal master has fallen, and the one responsible for this calamity is none other than the missing Hanfeng. The actions of the Wind Master over the years have only lent credibility to these whispers. I will agree to this matter, just as you stated. Eliminating Hanfeng will pose no trouble whatsoever. The most that will happen is that the Wind Master may inquire about it, and he might even owe me a favor. Qiao Shi conceded, fully compliant with all three of Chen Xiao's conditions, without any negotiation. The ease with which they reached an agreement left Chen Xiao feeling somewhat astonished. Having a sturdy ally indeed simplified matters. Are these the only three requests you have, my young friend? Qiao Shi asked, confirming as Chen Xiao did not propose further conditions. After a moment's contemplation, Chen Xiao inquired, might the Qiao family possess any transformation pills? Zian's current form was a result of mistakenly consuming a transformation herb. While she was undeniably adorable, she harbored a strong desire to grow up. That night, during Queen Medusa's evolution, Xian had watched in rapt attention, her heart full of envy. Thus, if it were possible, Chen Xiao wished to fulfill her wish. You may not be aware, but the transformation pill, while a 7th-grade medicinal pill, is not particularly difficult for my Xiao family to refine. The challenge lies in locating the transformation herb. Rare medicinal herbs are invariably protected by formidable magical beasts. The transformation grass, in particular, has attracted the attention of countless such creatures. Whenever it appears, it is likely to be devoured by them at the first opportunity, resulting in a scarcity of this herb in the outside world. Moreover, some powerful individuals have a penchant for riding magical beasts and are thus also on the lookout for transformation grass, exacerbating its demand. As it stands, to my knowledge, not only does the Qiao family lack any remaining transformation grass, but neither do the 5 great families, and even the Alchemist Tower may not possess it. If you require it, dear friend, we can only endeavor to keep an eye out. We should have news within 6 months at most. Chen Xiao understood this well, and chose to temporarily abandon the quest. Ziyan was certainly not foolish. She merely preferred to avoid exerting herself mentally. Upon hearing Chen Xiao's inquiry about the transformation pill, she surmised his intentions. Although somewhat disappointed by the outcome, she did not overtly express her feelings. Very well then. I shall adhere to the 3 aforementioned terms. A flame from the otherworldly fire, ranking 19th on the list, the Azure Lotus Earth Heartfire, is already sufficient to exchange for such substantial benefits. Aside from these matters, trivial requests such as asking the Qiao family to gather information need not be mentioned. My young friend, I shall also extend an additional courtesy on behalf of the Qiao family. Should you find yourself in Central State and encounter an adversary you cannot handle, feel free to come to the Qiao family. Although we may be modest in size, we still hold a degree of influence within the realm of alchemy. Gao Si At Det. In Chen Xiao's perspective, leveraging the Azure Lotus Earth Heartfire had already yielded bountiful rewards. However, from a Qiao family's viewpoint, this represented an opportunity to engage with a higher echelon. It was precisely for this reason that Qiao Shi extended such earnest goodwill to Chen Xiao, acquiescing to all conditions. Thank you, 4th Elder. Haha, no need for such formality. Please take these pills, they are now yours. Chen Xiao nodded, and with a wave of his sleeve, the 4 wooden boxes on the table vanished into his spatial ring. Noticing the pleasant conclusion of their business discussion, the impatient Yin began her antics. Retrieving an empty jade vial from her spatial ring and pretentiously pretending to pour something in front of Chen Xiao. This was no longer a mere hint. It was a blatant invitation. With no transformation pill available, she was determined to continue consuming medicine. Chen Xiao chuckled in disbelief, shifting his gaze towards the 2 individuals across from him. Might I inquire if the 4th Elder is an alchemist? I am not, although I possess a fire affinity. I lack the qualifications to become an alchemist. It remains a personal regret, Qiao Shi replied, shaking his head and letting out a soft sigh. In ordinary families, alchemists are regarded as superior beings, and those lacking the talent for alchemy merely feel a sense of loss, not too deep a regret. For becoming an alchemist is indeed a rare stroke of luck. However, living in a family of alchemists without the innate talent feels akin to being 2 ranks lower. They constantly interact with alchemists, and their regret is magnified. Chen Xiao nodded slightly. What rank of alchemist is Miss Qiao Ying at present? Upon hearing Chen Xiao's question, Qiao Ying lifted her exquisitely delicate chin, resembling a proud black swan. With a smile curving her lips, she responded, I am a 4th-rank alchemist. At just under 13 years of age, she is already a 4-star Dome Master and a 4th-rank alchemist. Her aptitude is indeed astonishing. Even in Central State, few can compare. In the Jamadi Empire, the likes of the young master of Yunlan's sect or the royal princess pale in comparison to her. And she certainly has the right to be proud. Then, I would trouble Miss Qiao Ying to assist in refining some pills for Ziyan. A simple extraction will suffice. Chen Xiao could not recall how many times he had reiterated the same request. Each time he switched to a different alchemist for Ziyan, he had to restate it. Thankfully, today's alchemist possesses sufficient skill and potential, likely able to craft pills that will serve Ziyan into her adulthood. A trivial matter, Qiao Ying replied, nodding in agreement. Now she understood why Ziyan had been staring at her earlier. Without hesitation, Qiao Ying retrieved a pill furnace in front of the 3 of them and swiftly began refining the pills for Ziyan. To her, this task posed no challenge. Before long, the pile of medicinal materials Ziyan had gathered transformed entirely into pills, filling the jade vials and covering the entire floor. Gazing at the copious supply of sustenance, Ziyan beamed with delight, her fondness for Qiao Ying soaring exponentially. That's enough. It should last me a month. Seeing Qiao Ying glance over after completing a batch, Ziyin waved her small hand with great satisfaction. Though she could easily gather all the jade vials with a mere flick of her wrist, she chose not to, instead crouching down and tossing each vial into her spatial ring, akin to foraging for mushrooms with a snakeskin bag, thoroughly engrossed in the process. Once she had collected all the jade vials, the little dragon girl finally remembered to express her gratitude. Thank you, Sister Xiaoing. Xiaoing couldn't help but smile, pleasantly surprised by Ziyin's affectionate address. However, being looked at with admiration and joy by such a charming girl felt rather nice. It was but a simple task. No need for formalities. Once you have consumed them all, I shall refine more for you. All right, Ziyin nodded vigorously. Having witnessed the rapid rapport building between Ziyin and Xiaoing, Chen Xiao couldn't help but feel a twinge of envy. The ability to forge such connections so swiftly was indeed a skill in itself. Fourth Elder, Miss Xiaoing, I shall take you to see the otherworldly fire. As for how to refine it and what preparations are needed, I trust you both understand far better than I, a mere outsider. Do not worry. We prepared thoroughly before our arrival. The Azure Lotus Earth Heart Fire poses little concern, Xiao Shi assured. Chapter 103. The Impact of the Little Devouring Sky Python. Following the depletion of energy during Queen Medusa's evolution, the power of the Azure Lotus Earth Heart Fire has significantly diminished, now manifesting in a form no larger than a fist. Gazing at the azure flame upon the lotus seat, even Xiao Shi, a Do zone-level practitioner, alongside Chen Xiao and Ziyin, felt little sense of threat. Only Xiaoing wore a slightly grave expression on her exquisitely beautiful face, even in its diminished state. The Azure Lotus Earth Heart Fire still presents a considerable challenge given her current strength. Yet that is all it is. Countless alchemists yearn for such challenges but find no opportunity. Do not rush. Take these days to recuperate and adjust your state to its optimum. As for this otherworldly fire, leave it to me. I shall further deplete its energy, making your refinement much simpler, Xiao Shi calmly instructed Xiaoing. Confidence stems from strength, even at its peak. The Azure Lotus Earth Heart Fire posed no threat to him, let alone in its current state. Furthermore, compared to the original trajectory where Xiao Yin refined the Azure Lotus Earth Heart Fire, Xiao Ying's resources are vastly superior. Additionally, she need not consume it through the burning technique as Xiao Yin did, significantly lowering the difficulty. Just a slight comparison led Chen Xiao to perceive no possibility of Xiao Ying failing in her refinement. Thank you, fourth uncle, Xiao Ying replied with a gentle nod. There was no need for formality among family. Young friend, you may leave this place. I am about to release the otherworldly fire. After addressing Xiao Ying, Xiao Shi turned to Chen Xiao and Ziyin. Once the three had exited the island at the lake's center, Xiao Shi extended a finger, breaking the seal placed by the four elders of the Serpent Man clan. At that moment, the Azure Lotus Earth Heart Fire, now unbound from its restraints, surged forth, rushing towards the benefactor who had liberated it. Unfortunately, Xiao Shi was not Queen Medusa. He had no need for evolution and was far stronger, not one to indulge. As the azure flames surged towards him, he struck out with a powerful palm, effortlessly sending the Azure Lotus Earth Heart Fire back. He continuously provoked and challenged the otherworldly fire, employing numerous strikes, akin to taming a steed, depleting the energy of the Azure Lotus Earth Heart Fire. A Dozong expert is truly terrifying. Watching Xiao Shi manipulate the otherworldly fire with ease, Chen Xiao couldn't help but exclaim in awe. The difficulty of refining otherworldly fire is drastically different with or without a powerful guardian. Yin nodded in deep agreement. If I could gain Dozong strength within 3 years, I would willingly grow up instantly. Chen Xiao had long since grown accustomed to Ziyin's occasional outbursts of startling remarks. Yet it was Xiao Ying who appeared utterly astonished. Previously, upon witnessing Ziyin directly consume the elixir without any visible side effects, Xiao Ying pondered whether Ziyin might possess the physique of a magical beast, having inadvertently ingested transformation grass, which could hinder her growth. This astute young lady from the Qiao family had gleaned certain insights from the conditions previously proposed by Chen Xiao, along with Ziyin's peculiar demeanor. Most notably, however, was the realization that Ziyin was far too young. The age she presented was merely superficial. In fact, Xiao Ying had never encountered such a youthful fighting king in the central continent. Ziyin, feeling somewhat dejected, nodded in agreement. There was nothing to conceal. It was no wonder that Brother Chen sought the transformation pill. Xiao Ying, coming to a sudden understanding, remarked, "You may simply call me by my name, Mrs. Unnecessary, as I shall surely request your assistance in concocting elixirs in the future." Very well, then let us omit the title of Miss. At heart, I prefer simplicity. Xiaoying replied with a light-hearted smile. Since the day she condensed her fighting aura at the tender age of 7, she had garnered immense attention from the Qiao family, even commanding respect from the younger generation of the other 4 prominent families, with only the Dan family able to rival her. Over time, this had instilled in her a sense of pride. However, upon arriving in the Northwest, Qiaoxi had repeatedly instructed her to regard Chen Xiao with greater esteem than herself. When Qiaoxi was present, she could navigate the situation effortlessly without uttering a word, but now, with Qiaoxi temporarily absent and left alone with Chen Xiao and Ziyin, she immediately sensed the awkwardness, her demeanor becoming noticeably restrained. Thus, Chen Xiao's words resonated perfectly with her desire for simplicity and ease. For the next 3 days, Qiaoxi expended the energy of the green lotus core fire, while Qiaoying conserved her strength, preparing for the refinement of the extraordinary fire. In stark contrast to their industriousness, Chen Xiao and Ziyin found themselves remarkably idle, having little to do aside from fending off the persistent advances of the 4 elders who sought to tempt the small heaven-swallowing python. On the 4th day, early in the morning, after dismissing the elder of the serpent clan, Chen Xiao returned to the table. Chen Xiao, when we leave in a few days, let's take this little creature with us, Ziyin suggested, glancing up while playfully teasing the small heaven-swallowing python. Like many girls, she had an undeniable weakness for adorable creatures, and so did Ziyin. Moreover, since the small python contained Medusa, bringing it along would mean retaining the presence of the queen of Medusa, a prospect that pleased Ziyin immensely. That was precisely my intention, Chen Xiao replied, only to feel as if he were being scrutinized by a pair of eyes within the small python's beautiful lavender gaze. However, he remained unfazed. The Canaan Academy housed a unique fire known as the Falling Heart Flame, which not only served as a reputed training aid, but also acted as a bane to all soul entities. While such claims may seem exaggerated, there's a kernel of truth therein. This fire could assist in resolving one's most pressing dilemmas. Although Chen Xiao had a fondness for the small python, he could not deny that, with its nascent soul, it could never compete with the queen of Medusa. Thus, the small python's defeat in the battle for its soul was inevitable. The sole piece of good news was that, even if the small python were to falter, it would not vanish forever. As long as the queen of Medusa possessed even a modicum of vitality, the small python would have a chance to re-emerge. Within the small python, the queen of Medusa was acutely aware of the troublesome predicament she faced. She needed to swiftly integrate the soul of the small python while simultaneously mitigating its intangible influence over her. On the day Qiaoying and Qiaoxi arrived at Tagur, the queen of Medusa had suddenly manifested, granting Chen Xiao an unexpected advantage. At that moment, she had been quite irate, yet subsequently refrained from broaching the subject. Initially, the queen of Medusa believed her restraint was due to excessive caution, a mere act of resignation. However, upon calm reflection, she recognized that the influence of the small python had played a role. It was precisely this intangible sway that had prevented her from harboring any murderous intent from the outset, instead leaving her merely irritated. As time passed, she found herself increasingly drawn to Chen Xiao. Should this trend continue, the queen of Medusa could not help but wonder if one day she might subconsciously regard him as her master. Such an outcome was utterly unacceptable to her. Therefore, resolving the issue with the small python was one of her immediate priorities. Is the falling heart flame truly of use to me? A familiar voice echoed in Chen Xiao's mind. Absolutely. We have collaborated on 2 occasions. There is no need for me to deceive you. Chen Xiao replied with a light chuckle. In the original timeline, the queen of Medusa had expended considerable effort to address this issue, even compromising multiple times for the sake of the soul fusion pill, until she inadvertently resolved the soul conundrum in the depths of Canaan Academy under the influence of the falling heart flame. Chen Xiao was not an alchemist, nor did he have the leisure to assist the queen of Medusa in seeking the formula for the soul fusion pill. He intended to seize the opportunity and grasp this fighting sovereign-level power in one fell swoop. But what would the cost be? The queen of Medusa's voice resonated once more. When dealing with intelligent individuals, negotiations are indeed quite pleasant. It is quite simple. Assist me in eliminating Han Feng. Should I encounter peril before your soul issue is resolved, it would be most beneficial for Her Majesty to lend her assistance. Alone, Han Feng posed little threat, yet considering his influence and the connections to the Soul Palace, it would be wise to regard him with caution. Has that elder from the Qiao family not already agreed to assist you? Better safe than sorry. Huh. Amir Peak Do Huang, you're quite cautious to allocate the Qiao family's assistance towards Han Feng. Do you not find that a waste? Have you completed your 3-year pact? This is a lengthy tale. During my time at Canaan Academy, I received word from them that the 3-year pact has been postponed, now set for 3 years hence. 3 years after 3 years? Is this a jest? The Queen of Medusa shook her head inwardly, though she held little interest in the matter, merely asking out of curiosity. I shall inform the 4 elders to refrain from bothering me for the next half-month. With that final statement, the Queen of Medusa's voice faded away. Chen Xiao smiled slightly and exchanged a knowing glance with Ziyin, indicating that there had been no refusal, thus implying consent. Seeing this, Ziyin appeared quite pleased. Just then, Chao Shi and Chao Ying appeared at the doorway. Young friend, prepare yourself. Today Chao Ying will begin the refinement of the extraordinary fire, after which we shall be ready to depart. Chapter 104. Sister Chao Ying is about to break down. Upon the Heart Lake Island, Chao Ying sat in solitary meditation beneath the lotus seat, where the green lotus core fire temporarily resided. After rounds of consumption, the green lotus core fire had weakened to its utmost limit. Even without confinement, it would no longer stir unless provoked, instinctively absorbing energy from the heavens and earth to replenish itself. Outside the island, Chen Xiao and the others stood at the lake's edge, observing the situation within the island from a distance. At this juncture, even Chao Shi, a formidable Dozong, felt a tinge of nervousness. After all, once Chao Ying commenced the refinement of the extraordinary fire, no external assistance would be of any use. There is no need for concern, elder. Chao Ying possesses considerable strength, and her soul power is formidable. Conversely, the power of the extraordinary fire has diminished to a mere fraction. Failure is not an option, Chen Xiao remarked with a smile. It is indeed difficult not to feel anxious. This girl, Chao Ying, is the most talented individual in the Chao family, yet regrettably, she only shows interest in alchemy. Had she devoted more effort to her cultivation, she would at least be a Douling by now, making the refinement of the extraordinary fire significantly easier. On this occasion, the family had prepared a substantial amount of ice spirit cold spring for her, along with 5 frost spirit pills. Upon consumption, these pills would form a layer of spiritual frost both inside and outside her body, providing maximum protection against the ravages of foreign flames. Additionally, there was a Douwang pill, which would temporarily bestow the user with the power of a Douwang. In these situations, consuming this pill should enable her to expel the foreign flame from her body. Although the side effects were considerable, it would at least ensure her survival. Chao Shi meticulously enumerated the preparations made by the Chao family for Chao Ying. However, despite such thorough arrangements, he believed that her chances of successfully refining the blue lotus earth heart fire remained at a mere 50%, underscoring the perilous nature of the endeavor. Creak, creak. Ziyin swallowed the pill and offered her daily blessings. Sister Chao Ying will surely succeed, just like Sister Medusa. I will need Sister Chao Ying to help me concoct pills in the future. Let us borrow the auspicious words of our young friend and commence. The 3 of them looked up to see Chao Ying, who had been meditating, now opening her eyes. She took a deep breath and fixed her gaze upon the small azure flame, no larger than an infant's fist, before reaching out her jade hand decisively toward it. In that instant, the blue lotus earth heart fire surged, expanding rapidly in all directions from Chao Ying's center, enveloping the entire lake island in a layer of azure flame wall, rendering it nearly impossible to discern the interior with the naked eye. And even probing with spiritual energy was thwarted. Next, we shall see her prowess, Chao Shi murmured, waving his hand to establish a barrier that completely sealed off the surrounding space of the lake island. At that moment, the 3 of them, hindered by the flame wall, could only gaze at the island as if looking through a fog, which was exceedingly nerve-wracking. As time ticked by, a quarter of an hour passed in this anxious waiting. Suddenly, they all distinctly heard a muffled groan laced with pain emanating from within the azure flame barrier, followed by the gradual dissipation of the flame wall. Has she succeeded? Ziyin looked on with curiosity. Not so fast. She has merely just ingested the source. The true test begins with the refinement of the foreign fire. Chen Xiao ruffled Ziyin's hair. At that moment, they could see that a thick layer of frost had formed on Chao Ying's body, safeguarding her from harm. It was precisely this layer of frost that preserved her hair and garments, which would have otherwise been easily consumed by the flames. However, after she swallowed the flame seed, the intense heat of the blue lotus earth heart fire was emanating from within, causing the frost layer to visibly thin at an alarming rate. If this continued, the classic moment of garment destruction would not be far off. Elderforth, we should leave for now. Ziyin, you stay behind to watch over her. Inform us immediately if anything occurs. Okay, leave it to me. Ziyin nodded in agreement. Seeing this, Chen Xiao and Chao Shi did not linger any longer and departed from the barrier's confines. The tedious wait was the most tormenting. Chen Xiao contemplated offering some words of comfort to Qiao Shi, but noticing his distracted demeanor, he opted to remain silent, simply awaiting news from Ziyin. Another quarter of an hour passed before Ziyin suddenly emerged, startling the dazed Qiao Shi. Not good, Sister Qiao Ying is going to break. Seeing the confusion on Chen Xiao and Qiao Shi's faces, Ziyin retrieved a jade vial from her spatial ring and gently squeezed it, causing numerous cracks to appear. Sister Qiao Ying's face looks just like this. Upon hearing her words, Chen Xiao and Qiao Shi both breathed sighs of relief. The refinement of foreign fire was an internal torment. Even with the assistance of frost spirit pills and ice spirit cold springs, some bodily injury was inevitable. It was akin to a phoenix undergoing rebirth. Survive this trial, and she would soar to new heights. Fail, and she would be reduced to ashes. As long as she remains in the refining state, everything else is trivial. We shall observe further. Chen Xiao waved his hand, dismissing Ziyin. Witnessing Ziyin move effortlessly in and out of the barrier he had set up, a look of astonishment flickered across Qiao Shi's face. This young lady, Ziyin, was indeed extraordinary. Her innate talents were enviable. Even the herbal management vault at Canaan Academy could not withstand her. Gao Si Fao Si Len. His mind racing through the various beast races, ultimately settling on the four words Tai Su Ancient Dragon. He had never seen them, but he had heard tales. It was said that the Tai Su Ancient Dragon clan inherently wielded spatial powers, capable of effortlessly tearing through space to create barriers. They could even stroll leisurely through the turbulent void that struck fear into countless powerful beings. This clan was shrouded in mystery, appearing and disappearing without a trace. And although rarely seen on the continent, their supremacy among beast races was indisputable. Hiss! The more he thought about it, the more it seemed plausible. And Qiao Shi involuntarily gasped. At the same time, his curiosity about Chen Xiao deepened. An ancient race like the Tai Su Ancient Dragon. Such entities could instill awe in the great powers of Zhongzhou. Yet he had managed to befriend one and foster such a close relationship. It was utterly incomprehensible. You must come visit the Qiao family when you arrive in Zhongzhou, dear friend. I shall be sure to intrude frequently. After realizing Ziyan's uniqueness, Qiao Shi finally managed to divert his attention from worrying about Qiao Ying. In this state of mind, 3 hours passed in the blink of an eye. It was then that the scout Ziyan appeared once more. However, seeing her emerge from the barrier at a leisurely pace, wearing a playful expression as if she were about to reveal a secret, both Chen Xiao and Qiao Shi guessed the outcome and simultaneously exhaled in relief. Gao Si, being a member of the Qiao family, needed no further elaboration on his reaction. As for Chen Xiao, his relief stemmed from the fact that Qiao Ying's successful refinement would greatly benefit him. In the original timeline, devoid of foreign fire's enhancement, Qiao Ying had still managed to concoct 8th grade pills at the Zhongzhou Alchemy Conference. Now, with the foreign fire, her path as an alchemist would only become smoother. Having such a potentially boundless alchemist as a reserve was certainly a cause for celebration. Although they had anticipated the outcome, witnessing Ziyan's eager expression, Chen Xiao indulged her playful spirit. How'd it go? Just like Sister Medusa, it was fraught with danger, but ultimately successful. Sister Qiao Ying has refined it successfully, and you may now enter to take a look, Ziyan replied with a smile. Upon hearing this, Qiao Shi felt utterly at ease, letting out a long sigh. He immediately beckoned Chen Xiao to dispel the barrier and hastily made his way toward the lake island. Chen Xiao, however, was being pulled along by Ziyan, lagging behind as he listened to her murmur. Though I did misspeak slightly, Sister Qiao Ying is not as grand as Sister Medusa. Chen Xiao paused, glancing down at Ziyan. Isn't that obvious? Sister Qiao Ying is barely 13, while Queen Medusa is at least 10 times her age. Anyone can see that. Soon, the two arrive at the lake island. At this moment, Qiao Ying had completed her refinement, her delicate cheeks still flushed with the remnants of heat. She had donned a brand new dress, differing from her previous attire, yet still black. This enchanting member of the Qiao family seemed to have a penchant for the color black. At this moment, she extended her palm, showcasing the azure flame she had just successfully refined, a flickering flame dancing gracefully in her hand, as if it were an extension of her will. However, as Chen Xiao approached, merely circulating his Douqi slightly, the azure flame in Qiao Ying's palm instinctively contracted, resembling an oil lamp on the verge of extinguishing. Seeing this, Qiao Ying's lips parted slightly, a look of confusion crossing her face. Chen Xiao nodded in satisfaction, retracting his circulating Douqi. Through this practical experience, it was evident that ordinary foreign fire posed no threat to him. On the contrary, he held the advantage. This, however, was within the realm of expectation. considering that even the 14th-ranked Falling Heart Flame could be heavily wounded by the frigid air. The Blue Lotus Earth Heartfire was even less formidable. Congratulations. Thank you. Now that I have the Ethereal Fire, I finally possess a 2 to 3% certainty of concocting a 5th-tier pill. During this period, if you require any 5th-tier pills and are not apprehensive about my potential mishandling of the materials, I can give it a try. Having successfully refined the Ethereal Fire, given her nature, she would never utter words of luck, as that would undermine her own abilities. Now that she has just mastered the Ethereal Fire, she is eager to attempt the crafting of 5th-tier pills, showcasing her confidence. Then I would trouble you to concoct some Qingyuan pills, Chen Xiao said with a light chuckle, retrieving a collection of materials from his spatial ring and handing them to Qiaoying. Each level has its corresponding pills designed to aid in cultivation, and there may be more than one type, with variations in rank depending on their efficacy. The Qingyuan pill is a 5th-tier pill capable of enhancing the cultivation speed at the Douhuang level. Qingyuan pill? I heard from my 4th uncle that you are merely a 7-star Douhuang. Are you preparing pills meant for the Douhuang level already? Gaoxing Zipli, somewhat surprised as she accepted the materials. Did you not wish to practice? Here's your chance. Additionally, it will not be long before I reach the 9-star Douhuang level. Well, before we reach the Black Corner region. 4th Elder, Qiaoying, you both prepare for now. I will accompany Zi Yin to bid farewell to some friends. We shall depart first thing in the morning. After speaking with the two, Chen Xiao wasted no time, unfurling his Douqi wings and taking Zi Yin with him as they soared toward the outskirts of the city. After watching the two vanish from sight, Xiaoxi retracted her gaze and turned to Qiaoying. What do you think of Chen Xiao? His talent is undeniable, and he is not difficult to get along with. From his interactions with Zi Yin, he treats those around him quite well and is quite handsome. That's about it. I'm unaware of other facets. Does 4th uncle have anything else he wishes to inquire? Unsure of the specific aspects she was referring to, Qiaoying simply answered everything that came to mind. Xiaoxi opened her mouth at a loss for words. Chapter 105, Little Medical Sage. In Mo City, within the familiar map shop, surrounded by familiar faces, Chen Xiao greeted Hai Bo Dong to sit down together. Without preamble, he directly broached the topic of their impending departure. Since Old Hai is interested in the Black Corner region, why not join us for adventure? I wonder, though, if Old Hai is still able to fight? Hai Bo Dong's strength would not significantly aid in matters concerning Han Feng. However, Chen Xiao anticipated that he would be staying in the Black Corner region for an extended period. If he were to usurp Han Feng's status in Feng City, having a few more individuals to assist in managing affairs would indeed be beneficial. Upon hearing Chen Xiao's skepticism, Hai Bo Dong's eyes widened. He was about to retort, but recollections of Chen Xiao's 3,000 lightning movements quickly quelled his enthusiasm. You don't need to provoke me. It's merely the Black Corner region. Can't I, the illustrious Ice Sovereign, come and go as I please? Are there Dozong experts on that so-called blacklist? Chen Xiao and Zi Yin exchanged glances, both shaking their heads. The most formidable figures on the blacklist are the Golden and Silver Elders, who are said to be capable of battling Dozong when they join forces. However, they're indeed not Dozong themselves. Exactly. Let us not even mention those hidden old monsters. Just consider the blacklist. Can any Do Huang on it surpass Queen Medusa? I fear no one. Not even Queen Medusa herself, so why should I concern myself with those lesser beings? Old Hai, Queen Medusa has successfully evolved and will soon reach Dozong. Zi Yin interjected innocently, merely stating a fact without any ill intent. Hai Bo Dong froze, nearly forgetting this fact. Yet, that was not the crux of the matter. They were discussing the Black Corner region. He suspected that Chen Xiao had ulterior motives and was clearly attempting to coax him into becoming his muscle. Old Hai, how can this be called deceit? The Maitel family has reached its developmental limits within the Jiama Empire. To continue advancing, we must expand outward. The Black Corner region is the gateway to the Northwest continent. If we can establish a foothold there, even if one day the Northwest continent unifies, the Maitel family will not be eliminated, but rather could soar to new heights. Upon hearing Chen Zhao's words, Hai Bo Dong felt a stirring in his heart. This was indeed a matter that Ting Shan should consider. However, I don't mind accompanying you to the Black Corner region for a look around. The current situation in the Jiama Empire remains stable, so it would not pose any significant issues. That is exactly right. How can one expect to break through while confined within the Jiama Empire? Old Hai, prepare yourself. We shall depart early tomorrow morning. Chen Xiao smiled with satisfaction, pleased to see Hai Bo Dong venturing out. In the Central Plains, a Do Huang strength is quite ordinary, yet within the Black Corner region, it can command a significant faction. Compared to the Jiama Empire, the opportunities in the Black Corner region are undoubtedly abundant. Are we in such a hurry? We must be. There are 2 guests from the Central Plains waiting in the Holy City. We have a prior agreement to travel together, and it would be unkind to keep them waiting. Moreover, I intend to take a slight detour along the way. Very well. I shall write a letter to Tung Shan to explain. As the sun set and rose anew, a new day dawned. From the Serpent Man clan's holy city, a majestic eagle soared into the sky, carrying Chao Ying and a leisurely Ziyin. Close behind were 2 figures leaping into the heights, their similarly hued Do Qi wings unfurling, creating a refreshing sensation beneath them for the Serpent Men below. Gao Si Lindet Lat, stepping forward to join Chen Xiao and Hai Bo Dong. Noticing everyone's gaze upon her, Chen Xiao offered no further words and waved his hand. Let us set forth. With those words, Chen Xiao soared forward toward the distant borders of the empire, followed closely by Chao Shi, Hai Bo Dong, and the others. In the distance, cheers could still be heard from the Serpent Man clan's holy city. Farewell, your majesty. Lost in thoughts of conquering the Black Corner region, Hai Bo Dong snapped back to reality, casting a suspicious glance at the group before fixing his gaze on Chen Xiao. Something felt amiss. Could this lad have lured Queen Medusa along as well? Unconsciously distancing himself from Chen Xiao, Hai Bo Dong began to regret his hasty decision. However, the idea of backing out at this point made him feel flustered, and he could only grit his teeth and follow along. The journey was rather dull, with little conversation among the 3. However, Ziyin and Chao Ying, riding on a flying magical beast, engaged in quiet whispers throughout the trip. As night fell, 4 small black dots appeared in the sky, flying swiftly towards a peak at the border of the Chuyun Empire. Upon landing, it became evident that this was a group of 5 individuals and 1 beast. Ahead lay the Chuyun Empire, where poison masters ran rampant, and the atmosphere was exceedingly poor. Gazing down from their elevated position at a blurred fortress in the distance, Hai Bo Dong turned to the others and said, "No worries, we are merely passing through. I doubt any reasonable person would recklessly provoke us." Gao Si Zhuge Lai Di. With a combination of 1 Do Zong, 1 Do Huang, and 2 Do Wangs, even in the Central Plains, we are not to be trifled with. The Chuyun Empire may have a poor reputation, but its people are not foolish. They have no reason to provoke such formidable foes. Chen Xiao nodded slightly, retrieving a simple map from his spatial ring to examine. Let us proceed. Our destination is a place called Shafeng City, not far from here. We can rest there for the night while I meet a friend. There is no need to elaborate on his friend in the Chuyun Empire. It was undoubtedly the little medical sage. It had been over 3 years since Chen Xiao last parted ways with her in Qingshan Town. In that time, he had transformed from a mere 9-star Great Do Master into the current 7-star Do Wang, a considerable change indeed. As for the little medical sage, bearing the heavenly poison body, her growth was beyond conventional expectations. Yet, Chen Xiao was certain that her transformation was even more significant than his own. The group nodded slightly before soaring back into the sky, utilizing the cover of night and Chao Shi's concealment to rapidly traverse into the depths of the Chuyun Empire. Shafeng City, hundreds of miles outside the city walls. 2 figures, 1 in front and 1 behind, were flying at great speed. Your Excellency, one must exercise restraint. We are both 9-star Do Kings. If you force me into a corner, do not expect to fare any better. The elder, flying ahead, scowled in anger, his voice fierce yet lacking true courage. Only he understood the gravity of his predicament. Had it not been for his speed, he would have long since become a specter at the hands of his pursuer. 1,000 feet behind him, the relentless pursuer was a woman, her striking white hair illuminating the moonlit night. Veiled by delicate gauze, she donned a fitted white gown, her slender waist cinched with a purple sash, accentuating her graceful silhouette. In response to the elder's words, she remained silent, merely quickening her pace. To leave a snake alive is to invite endless troubles. This truth she had come to appreciate over the years. Regrettably, although the elder was no match for her in direct combat, his speed was astonishing. Upon sensing her acceleration, a crimson glow enveloped him, as if he had invoked some secret technique, allowing him to increase his pace further, widening the chasm between them. Just as the woman furrowed her brow, contemplating her next move, a resounding roar akin to that of a dragon echoed across the wilderness. She looked up to behold a massive ice dragon, stretching over 10 yards, suddenly manifesting before the elder, crashing down upon him with unparalleled might. In a single strike, the panicked elder was grievously wounded. Under the woman's watchful gaze, an ice spear pierced through the elder's back. The blood not yet splattered before it was utterly frozen by the frigid air. Once the assailant retrieved the elder's spatial ring and discarded the body impaled upon the ice spear, the the woman could finally see clearly. Upon the resplendent ice dragon, a tall figure stood, wielding a spear. Cloaked in moonlight, he approached like a dragon, his handsome visage radiating the warmth of a long-awaited reunion. A smile reminiscent of the sun, melting away the winter's frost. As he drew nearer, he dissipated the ice spear formed from his energy, and the ice dragon beneath him erupted like snowflakes, transforming into shards of chilling energy that he absorbed into his being, unfurling a pair of even more brilliant ice-blue wings from his back. It has been a long time. Observing the spatial ring extended towards her by Chen Xiao, the little healer hesitated for a moment before emerging from her sleeve with a pale, bloodless hand to accept it. Noticing Chen Xiao's expression remained unchanged, she lifted her gaze, her once vibrant eyes now dulled to shades of gray and purple, meeting his steady gaze. It has indeed been a long time. Chapter 106, The Invitation, The Breakthrough. Outside the city of Shafeng, in a resting pavilion for travelers 5 miles away, moonlight washed over the railings, and stars adorned the eaves. The two, reunited after 3 long years, transformed their shared experiences into endless conversation. Do I seem unfamiliar to you now? The little healer's voice was slightly hoarse, as if she had not spoken in ages. The woman before him was a far cry from the little healer who once stood behind the counter at the 10,000 medicinal hall. Every aspect, from her demeanor to her physique and power, had undergone a profound transformation. Indeed, the change is remarkable, yet not entirely unfamiliar. Your journey has led you down this path earlier than I expected, and if I cannot recognize you at first glance, then I would be an unworthy friend. Chen Xiao replied, shaking his head. He had anticipated that their reunion would unfold in this manner. Moreover, deep within, he found the little healer's current appearance to be exceptionally beautiful. At his words, the little healer smiled softly, her worries dissipating. She removed the veil from her face, allowing the night breeze to carry it away, and exhaled deeply, feeling considerably lighter. The atmosphere of the Outcloud Empire is truly corrupting. Over these years, I have taken many lives and witnessed countless events. The words cold and heartless have nearly consumed me. Thankfully, you arrived in time. Otherwise, I might not have had the courage to face you, allowing you to forever remember me as the kind little healer from the past. I prefer the notions of the present and future over the past, so you may dismiss any doubts you harbor regarding me. The future, the little healer murmured, a hint of confusion crossing her features. She was no longer the naive physician of the 10,000 medicinal hall. Her time in the Outcloud Empire had deepened her understanding of the difficult poison body. She also comprehended the immense difficulty in obtaining the items Chen Xiao had once mentioned that could alter her fate. Despite her efforts over the years, her findings had been nearly non-existent, causing her confidence to wane. Sensing her inner turmoil, Chen Xiao flipped his palm, revealing a scroll that landed in his grasp. My purpose in seeking you is not merely for a visit. I bring good news. He extended the scroll towards the little healer. Upon receiving it and examining its contents, astonishment flickered across her increasingly exquisite face. The specific method for condensing the poison pill. Her eyes brightened, and the flickering ember of hope, nearly extinguished by reality, reignited within her. Just as the medicinal dust had indicated, the method for the poison pill represented a glimmer of hope. And even the most elusive hope signifies progress. I have another piece of good news for you. I have learned the whereabouts of many exotic fires and have found a talented alchemist who has already refined the first flower. The second and third will soon follow. And there are leads on the Douqi transformation saliva within the Black Corner domain. I have even discovered the precise location of the 7th-tier heavenly poison scorpion dragon beast. As Chen Xiao spoke, the little healer's lips parted in surprise, momentarily rendering her speechless. She could hardly fathom that, in a single night, the once perplexing matters could witness such progress. The prospect of breaking free from her fate now seemed tantalizingly close. At that moment, the flicker of hope within her heart had swelled into an unstoppable blaze. After storing the scroll, the little healer beamed at Chen Xiao, and before he could fully process the moment, she embraced him, though their contact was fleeting. Thank you. This truly feels like the last time. I feel as if I have survived a catastrophe. Receiving such an influx of good news feels surreal, yet the sensation confirms its authenticity. Chen Xiao was momentarily speechless, jokingly replying, next time you leap into my arms, do give me a heads up. I barely had time to react. Such wishful thinking. The little healer shot him a glance before her tone turned serious. The difficult poison body is not to be trifled with, until I can fully control it. Maintaining a distance is prudent. Chen Xiao nodded, fully aware of this fact. Not wishing to dwell further on that topic, he turned to extend an invitation. Come with me to the Black Corner domain. While it may not have the same abundance of poison masters as the Outcloud Empire, its resources are undeniably substantial. Moreover, you will be promptly informed of any developments. Very well. Without a moment's hesitation, the little healer nodded. Although she had invested considerable effort in establishing her resources within the Outcloud Empire, she felt no regret in abandoning them now. She was eager to contribute in gathering the materials necessary for condensing the poison pill. Chen Xiao was not surprised by her decision and chuckled. In that case, we need not rush through reminiscing. There will be ample time to catch up later. Let us return to Shafeng City, where I will introduce you to a few friends. A quarter of an hour later, within an inn in the city, 5 or 6 individuals gathered together, yet silence reigned among them. Following Chen Xiao's introductions, the little healer and Zi Yin had made preliminary acquaintances, and their attitudes were amicable. In that moment of quiet, astonishment filled their hearts. Aven Gaoxi, a powerful Dozong, felt somewhat dazed. Since meeting Chen Xiao, he had come to realize that the Northwest Continent was indeed a land of exceptional talent and opportunity. The emergence of Chen Xiao, a mere 16-year-old 7-star Dowang, would have sufficed. Yet he is accompanied by a figure who could very well be the legendary Tai Su ancient dragon, Zi Yin. Just as one begins to grapple with this astonishing reality, another young individual, undoubtedly no older than 20, manifests as a 9-star Dowang. 1, 2, 3, time and again, the unexpected unfolds, leaving Chao Shi utterly perplexed. How could this desolate Northwest Continent possibly harbor such an abundance of anomalies? Is it mere coincidence that the entirety of the continent's monsters has converged here? Even so, the implications are rather chilling. Haibo Dong is equally astounded, increasingly convinced that departing from the Jiama Empire was indeed the right decision. Without stepping beyond the confines of one's comfort zone, one can never truly fathom the vastness of the world outside. After a prolonged silence, it is Zi Yin who breaks the stillness first. Sister Medusa, Sister Chaoying, and now a little Sister Yi Xian, haha. Our journey ahead is sure to be anything but dull. Zi Yin possesses an amiable nature, well understood by those present. However, upon encountering Zi Yin for the first time, Xiao Yixian is taken aback by her casual address. Soon after, she recalls the first encounter with Qing Lin, who had trailed Chen Xiao and visited the Wanyao Zhai. Compared to the gentle and adorable Qing Lin, this Zi Yin is far more lively and exuberant. Yet, both are undeniably charming in their own ways. As Zi Yin aptly states, with the addition of Xiao Yixian, the journey takes on a more vibrant atmosphere. She flits about like a cherished pet, engaging in conversations with Chao Ying and Xiao Yixian, creating the illusion of being busily occupied while in fact enjoying the most leisurely of experiences. In this lively ambience, the group travels for half a month, finally pausing at the threshold of the Blackhorn region, just beyond the vast expanse of the Black Domain Prairie. It is not due to the ominous black storm that they halt, but rather because Chen Xiao is on the verge of a breakthrough. Transitioning from 7-star Dowang to 8-star Dowang is a natural progression. Without hesitation, Chen Xiao produces the Douling Dam bestowed by the Chao family and consumes it. The results, as anticipated, do not disappoint. 9-star Dowang. Chapter 107. Han Feng. The advantage is mine. By nightfall, atop a mountain peak, several figures stand still. With their extraordinary vision, they could discern a sizable city at the horizon's end. Within Feng City, the strongest among them is undoubtedly Han Feng, a pinnacle Douhuang, who commands the 15th-ranked Sea Fire, Hai Xine Yin, and is also the foremost disciple of the revered medicine master, possessing considerable prowess. In addition to Han Feng, Feng City is home to 5 other Douhuang powerhouses who are at his beck and call. One of them, named Han Beng, is Han Feng's most trusted confidant, unwaveringly loyal, while the others possess mediocre strength, hardly worth mentioning. Of course, this merely scratches the surface of Feng City's true strength. As a 6th-grade alchemist, Han Feng maintains connections with numerous influential figures in the Blackhorn region, including a powerful Do Huang known as Elder Ban, with whom he shares a close relationship. Should he be given time to gather reinforcements, eliminating him would become exceedingly troublesome, thus necessitating a swift and decisive resolution. Chen Xiao stands before the group, elucidating the circumstances surrounding Feng City. Having mingled within the Blackhorn region for so long, he and Zi Yin have thoroughly assessed Feng City's strength. Next, we will split into teams. I, along with the 4th Elder and Chao Ying, will draw Han Feng out and eliminate him with utmost speed. Hai Lao and Xiao Yixian, you will remain here. Once you observe Han Feng leaving Feng City, you may directly infiltrate the city, leaving no survivors above Douqi. As for those below, let them decide whether to submit or face annihilation. Chen Xiao, a 4-star Douqi, could easily handle Hanfeng on his own. With the assistance of the Medusa Queen residing within the little swallowing heaven python, the probability of successfully eliminating Hanfeng is exceedingly high. Even if the Soul Hall's guardian, hidden within the Blackhorn region, were to appear, altering the situation would prove difficult. As for Feng City, with the strength of Xiao Yixian and Haibo Dong, dealing with a few Do Wang would be trivial. Listening to Chen Xiao's arrangements, the group nods in agreement. What about me? Ziyan voices her dissatisfaction, feeling left out as everyone else has been assigned a task. Patience, your turn will come soon. Ziyan, your extraordinary spatial talents and keen sensitivity to heavenly treasures will be invaluable. Your responsibility is to locate Feng City's treasury. Ensure that Hanbeng does not destroy it before he meets his end. Those treasures will be our spoils. Additionally, should any unexpected incidents arise, you must notify us immediately. It is common knowledge that most factions possess a treasury. Although, given Hanfeng's character, it is likely that the most precious items are kept on his person. The treasures left behind in Feng City would still hold significant value. The inhabitants of the Blackhorn region possess peculiar thought processes. Chen Xiao has witnessed small factions engage in conflicts where, even in death, they refuse to grant their opponents any respite, often resorting to the destruction of their own treasuries. Thus, it is prudent to remain cautious. Upon hearing her assigned task, Ziyan beams with satisfaction. The prospect of scavenging for spoils excites her. All right, leave it to me. Chen Xiao nods slightly, scanning the group. Is there anyone with lingering doubts? The group shakes their heads. Even Xiao Shi, a Douqi powerhouse, voices no objections, allowing Chen Xiao to dictate their course of action. Very well, let us commence. With those words, Chen Xiao swiftly darts into the distance, seeking an appropriate location for Hanfeng's demise. Xiao Shi and Xiao Ying follow closely behind. In less than a quarter of an hour, Chen Xiao halts atop a small valley 100 miles away. Fourth Elder, shall we wait for Hanfeng here? The scenery is lovely. It is indeed a fitting resting place. Xiao Shi responds with a light chuckle. While he perceives Chen Xiao's caution as excessive, he, as a mere helper, refrains from voicing further concerns. How do you plan to lure Hanfeng out? That will depend on Xiao Ying, Chen Xiao replies. Upon meeting their gaze, Xiao Ying's mind races, quickly arriving at an understanding. Exotic fire. Indeed, exotic fire holds an irresistible allure for alchemists. An Tao Hanfeng possède hai xin dan. He is still in pursuit of other exotic fires. Does he intend to refine a second type? That seems rather far-fetched. Xiao Ying finds Hanfeng's ambitions difficult to comprehend. Typically, it is widely acknowledged that one can only master a single type of exotic fire. Thus, when Chen Xiao mentioned Hanfeng's possession of Hai Xin Yin, she and Xiao Shi paid little heed. The Qing Lian Earthheart Fire and Hai Xin Yin are not too far apart in ranking. Having successfully refined one is already a significant achievement. The world is vast and full of wonders. Ziyan and I have been covertly observing Hanfeng in the Blackhorn region for several years. He appears to have cultivated a rather peculiar method. Perhaps allowing him to refine multiple types of exotic fire is not entirely impossible. The burning art holds no particular advantage for Chen Xiao, and thus he has no intention of concealing it. Seizing this opportunity, he wishes to ascertain Xiao Ying's interest. Should Xiao Ying express a desire to learn, he would be amenable to discussing terms, allowing her to cultivate the burning art and potentially refine 3 types of exotic fire. After all, resolving Xiao Yixian's predicament necessitates the presence of 3 types of exotic fire. It is an insurmountable hurdle. Chen Xiao had contemplated recruiting 3 alchemists, each proficient in a distinct type of exotic fire, to collaborate in aiding Xiao Yixian in condensing her poison pill. However, such an endeavor would undoubtedly be more cumbersome than nurturing a single individual, and its feasibility remains uncertain. As for whether Xiao Ying could successfully refine 3 types of exotic fire post-training in the burning art, that is a minor concern. The difficulty of refining exotic fire primarily hinges on the ferocity of the fire itself and the individual's strength. Aside from Hai Xin Zan, Chen Xiao could easily procure another exotic fire of lower ranking for her. With the Qiao family's assistance, the likelihood of Xiao Ying's success is overwhelmingly high. Simultaneously refining multiple types of exotic fire is indeed an ambitious endeavor. In Xiao Ying's eyes, a radiant sparkle glimmered, and merely indulging in her fantasies left her somewhat entranced. Though her interest in cultivation was rather tepid, she sought only to ensure her strength could sustain the consumption of alchemical endeavors. Yet, Her genuine passion for alchemy was undeniable, and the significance of exotic flames to an alchemist need not be elaborated upon. Could this truly be feasible? Listening to Qiao Ying's murmurs, Chen Xiao smiled faintly, his heart swelling with renewed confidence. He promptly decided to refrain from further discussion on the topic, opting instead to pique Qiao Ying's curiosity. Such matters could be addressed later. For now, she should first summon the Earth Heartfire. Once the exotic flames drew near, they would resonate with one another. The distance from Feng City was not considerable. Han Feng would undoubtedly be able to sense the emergence of exotic flames through the Sea Heart Flame. Qiao Ying snapped back to reality and nodded gently. Without delay, she extended her delicate hand, and with a mere thought, azure flames began to dance gracefully in her palm. Observing that the bait had been cast, Chen Xiao retrieved a jade vial containing a small sky-devouring python from his sleeve. After pouring a vial of fire spirit liquid into the drowsy creature, he affectionately patted its head. "Your Majesty, it is time to fulfill our agreement. Once we have dealt with Han Feng, Ziyin and I will escort you into the Jianan Academy." Upon hearing this, the small sky-devouring python remained unresponsive, contentedly rubbing against his fingertips. Chen Zhao's heart swelled with doubt. It had been over half a month since Queen Medusa last appeared, far exceeding the time she had indicated should not be disturbed. Suddenly, he recalled the enchanting scene of Queen Medusa's previous manifestation. Could it be that this woman was apprehensive about a recurrence of that moment? A thought sparked in his mind as he pinched the small python between his fingers and set it down. At that moment, a familiar brilliance erupted, dispelling the surrounding gloom entirely. As the radiance faded, the three gazed intently, and a mesmerizing figure gradually materialized. Chen Xiao scrutinized the apparition, his gaze swiftly landing upon the lower half of Queen Medusa. This was not out of lewdness, but rather due to the fact that the exotic serpent tail she once possessed had now transformed into a pair of extraordinarily alluring long legs. Her bare feet seemed to rest upon the ground, yet upon closer inspection, one could discern that her soles hovered 3 inches above the earth, entirely suspended in midair. "Congratulations, young friend, for having an ally of Dozone by your side," Qiao Shi remarked with a smile, his words serving as a testament to Queen Medusa's formidable power. At this moment, Queen Medusa had undeniably become a genuine Dozone powerhouse, even if she had only just ascended to this rank. She was far beyond the reach of an ordinary peak Dohuang. "Congratulations." Both Chen Xiao and Qiao Ying chimed in unison, offering their felicitations. Queen Medusa wished to clarify her collaborative relationship with Chen Xiao, emphasizing that she was not merely a supporting force or a virtuous spouse. However, due to Qiao Shi's status, she hesitated briefly before remaining silent, merely nodding gracefully in acknowledgement. Meanwhile, in Feng City, at the very heart of this metropolis, lay a tranquil bamboo grove, exuding an atmosphere of serene solitude, contrasting starkly with the overall ambience of the Black Corner region. Yet this serene bamboo grove was the core of Feng City, heavily guarded, allowing only a select few, even among its own inhabitants, to enter. This was because the esteemed Pill Emperor, Han Feng, resided within a bamboo pavilion here. Inside the pavilion, in a lofty bamboo chamber by the window, sat a rather handsome man, seemingly in his 30s, meditating in a cross-legged position. His long black hair cascaded to his shoulders, his lips thin and often pressed tightly together, exuding a cold demeanor. Just from his appearance, Han Feng resembled the archetype of a frigid individual. At this moment, clad in the robes of a pharmacist, he was deeply engrossed in a prescription in his hands, appearing utterly focused. Setting aside his character, Han Feng's cultivation and alchemical talents were commendable, having been accepted as a disciple by Yao Chun. Regrettably, he had squandered a promising hand. While immersed in contemplation, Han Feng suddenly lifted his head, his piercing gaze directed toward the northern sky. There, he sensed a peculiar and vaguely familiar surge of energy. This sensation, the scroll in his hand, lightly tapped against his forehead as Han Feng murmured softly, a myriad of thoughts flashing through his mind. After a brief moment, the scroll that had been tapping against his brow abruptly stiffened, and he sprang to his feet. Extending his hand from his sleeve, a cluster of deep blue flames, reminiscent of clear lake waters, surged forth. Under Han Feng's watchful gaze, the flames danced autonomously, swaying towards the northern direction as though drawn by an unseen force. Witnessing this, Han Feng's eyes sparkled with intelligence as they once again focused on the source of the energy fluctuations. Indeed, it was the pulse of exotic flames. It was in the direction of Jianan Academy, yet not within the academy itself, and it was quite close to Feng City. Fixating his fervent gaze upon the distant horizon, Han Feng abruptly turned, his voice resonating with authority. Han Beng. As his command echoed, a shadowy figure darted forth. Kneeling on one knee, though his voice was hoarse, it retained an air of respect. What commands do you have, my lord? Quickly seek out Elderban and ensure he arrives in Feng City within the hour. I require his assistance for an urgent matter. Elderbon, a formidable Do Huang, ranked among the top of the blacklist. Upon receiving the order, the man addressed as Han Beng bowed his head in acknowledgement. Vanishing in an instant from the bamboo pavilion, Han Feng paid no heed to these matters, his gaze fixed on the northern sky, glimmering with wisdom. He was intimately familiar with the surroundings of Feng City. There could be no exotic flames present. The sudden emergence of an unknown exotic flame could only signify one conclusion. This flame had an owner. The master of this exotic flame had fortuitously traversed the Black Corner region and utilized the flames, thus alerting him. Given this, if he wished to acquire this exotic flame, he would need to proceed with utmost caution. After all, to refine an exotic flame, the opposing party's strength would undoubtedly be formidable as well, which was why he had summoned Elderban. As a 7-star Do Huang, their combined efforts would ensure a greater degree of safety. Once they assessed the situation, he could ascertain whether to act immediately or to gather additional reinforcements. As for retreating, such an option did not exist in Han Feng's lexicon. Anything he set his sights on would never elude his grasp. For the sake of the burning formula, he had no qualms about taking action against Yao Chun, whom he regarded as his own, let alone a mere stranger. The Sea Heart Flame was in a state of exhilaration, undeterred by any sense of trepidation. For this exotic flame likely ranked below it on the list of exotic flames. The more Han Feng contemplated, the more assured he became. With a light chuckle, he retrieved 2 icy blue jade vials from his storage ring, emanating an intense chill. Initially, these were prepared for the potential exotic flame within Jian Academy. Yet unexpectedly, before even confirming the existence of an exotic flame there, he had discovered a new one. At last, I can put you to use. Chapter 108. Han Feng's Fall. The Xianbing Dragon Soars. Had Han Beng departed from Feng City? In a small valley, upon hearing Ziyan's report, Chen Xiao furrowed his brow. From which direction did he leave? The east, she replied. Ah, I see. Han Feng is indeed cautious. No need to concern ourselves with him. Let us proceed according to plan. Han Feng should soon take action. As he mentally reviewed the formidable figures residing to the east of Feng City, Chen Xiao's furrowed brow relaxed. Elderban was merely a 7-star Do Huang, not a cause for concern. So long as Han Feng did not draw the Soul Palace or those Do Zone powerhouses into the fray, the rest would not pose a significant threat to the overall situation. Ziyan nodded, waving goodbye to Chao Ying and Queen Medusa before disappearing from sight. Han Feng waited for merely a quarter of an hour when an elderly man clad in a black robe was led in by Han Beng. Pharmaceutical Sovereign, what calamity has prompted you to summon me in such haste? The old man inquired. To be succinct, I have discovered a rare flame that belongs to another, and it is imperative that I acquire it. I requested your presence, Elderban, as an assurance to investigate it together. Should the need arise, your intervention may be required, and I assure you, the compensation will not disappoint, Han Feng replied with great urgency. I see. It would be my utmost pleasure to assist the Pharmaceutical Sovereign. When do we depart? Elderban nodded in agreement. In the Black Corner region, there was no need for moral discourse. If one coveted something, one could seize it directly, provided they had the strength. Thus, Elderban found no fault in Han Feng's actions, as this was merely the law of survival in the Black Corner region. A glimmer sparked in Han Feng's eyes. Now, the speed of 2 Do Huang powerhouses needed no embellishment, even if they were to restrain themselves and conceal their auras. Traversing hundreds of miles would take merely a few minutes. Absorbed in thoughts of the unknown flame, Han Feng failed to notice that as he departed from Feng City, 3 figures had already formed a triangular formation, heading toward Feng City. In a nearby valley, a campfire flickered in the distance, accompanied by a pair of youthful lovers. They appeared as naive young sweethearts, sitting together, laughing and chatting, their radiant smiles starkly contrasting with the overall atmosphere of the Black Corner region. However, upon sensing the young man's strength, Han Feng and Elderban understood the anomaly. A 9-star, Do Huang possessed considerable prowess. As long as he was not unfortunate enough to attract the attention of a Do Huang, he could easily navigate the Black Corner region. Pharmaceutical Sovereign, this youth, though young, possesses formidable abilities. His background is likely not to be underestimated. He must be eliminated swiftly to avert any unforeseen complications. Elderban communicated telepathically from his concealed position. You speak wisely. Countless talents perish each year in the Central Continent. To eradicate the root of the problem leaves no room for issues. Han Feng replied telepathically, his murderous intent not only unwavering but intensifying. If he dared to strike against a Do Zone, he certainly would not hesitate against a mere Do Wang of unknown origin. Let us act. With a sweep of his soul power, detecting no other presence within the valley, Han Feng hesitated no longer. The opportunity lay before him. How could he let slip away? Yet, as he emerged from the shadows, his countenance shifted dramatically, a chilling dread enveloping him. As an overwhelming sense of crisis surged within his heart. Without a moment's pause, he unfurled his wings of battle aura, soaring into the sky. At that moment, two colossal torrents of battle aura suddenly locked on a Han Feng from opposing directions. Boom! Boom! Under the astonished gaze of Elder Ban, the once menacing pharmaceutical sovereign plummeted from the sky as if struck by a comet, offering no resistance, his face a mask of disbelief, drenched in blood. Thud! His body crashed onto the rocky ground, instantly mangled. Han Feng is dead. Elder Ban's throat constricted, his scalp prickling with shock. Until now, he had yet to comprehend the unfolding events. Blade of the Serpent. A voice devoid of emotional resonance rang out. In the next instant, a stunningly beautiful woman, her figure exquisite and enchanting, descended from the heavens. With a flick of her sword, a dazzling, unparalleled beam of seven-colored light shot forth, directly striking Han Feng's lifeless form. Boom! The stones shattered, and the earth quaked. As the dust settled, there was no trace of Han Feng left. He was obliterated. Han Feng, why struggle? With two Do Zone powerhouses personally intervening, even in death, you may take pride in your fate, Xiao Shi remarked, appearing in the sky. A light chuckle escaping her lips as she waved her hand, causing torrents of battle aura to surge, sweeping away countless stones. A spatial ring, shimmering with a ghostly blue glow beneath the moonlight, caught the attention of several onlookers. Xiao Shi gestured, summoning the ring toward her. However, just as it was about to land in her grasp, a phantom figure burst forth from within. It was none other than Han Feng. Yet now, his physical form had been reduced to ash, leaving only a spectral entity, his face etched with terror. Who are you? Why have you laid this trap for me? I am the young master of the Starfall Pavilion, the first disciple of the esteemed pharmacist. His soul floated in midair, caught between the two figures, as he issued a hollow warning. At that moment, he finally recalled his identity as the disciple of the esteemed pharmacist Yao Chun, and the young master of the Starfall Pavilion. Yet, whether it was Xiao Shi or the Queen Medusa behind him, they paid him no heed. What Han Feng said held a grain of truth. Once the roots were severed, no issues remained. Moreover, Xiao Shi was privy to many internal matters, and she would not be swayed by his threats. With a soft smile, Xiao Shi tossed the spatial ring down to Chen Xiao. This action was part of the agreement made with Chen Xiao. The spoils would rightfully belong to him. Although Han Feng's possessions intrigue her, especially the alchemical formulas he might have acquired from the pharmacist, the risks involved deterred her from pursuing them further. It is understandable that you do not recognize me, but you must have heard of the Qiao family from the alchemy domain. Therefore, your threats, which even you find laughable, need not be elaborated upon. You shall undoubtedly perish tonight. With a cold smirk, Xiao Shi stepped closer to Han Feng. The Queen Medusa behind her remained silent, her murderous intent palpable. In his spectral state, Han Feng could still exert some power, but against two Do Zone powerhouses, he posed no threat, unable even to call for help. Below, Elder Ban listened to the exchange taking place above, feeling his mouth dry and his body chilled. What he had anticipated to be a simple task had spiraled into an unforeseen calamity. At this moment, he no longer sought any rewards. Merely escaping with his life became the priority. Noticing that the two unfamiliar Do Zone powerhouses were preoccupied with tormenting Han Feng, Elder Ban concealed his aura to the utmost, retreating step by step as though a thief. Suddenly, he collided with another body. Startled, he turned to find the handsome young man who had been merrily conversing with the enchanting maiden just moments ago had, unbeknownst to him, crept up behind him. A drop of cold sweat trickled down his forehead, and a forced smile contorted his face. In ordinary circumstances, a 9-star Do Wang would not warrant his concern. However, he had now discerned the situation. The young couple was clearly in league with the two Do Zone powerhouses above, engaged in a trap. Young friend, I have no ties with Han Feng. I swear, tonight's events are not of my doing. I was merely employed by him. Upon seeing you two, I had no intentions of engaging, even trying to dissuade Han Feng. Elder Ban stammered, desperation creeping into his voice. Be it a 7-star Do Huang or a 1-star Do, in the face of death, the distinction is negligible. Chen Xiao glanced up at the two figures in the sky, who were mercilessly tormenting Han Feng, and communicated telepathically. instructing to capture them if possible. He then turned his gaze back to the obsequious elderman. "You are correct, but Xianbing Longxiang, Chapter Saskidens, Elder Bonesh Dimais." The forgotten Chowing. Roar. Under the moonlight, the resounding cry of a dragon echoed as an ice dragon, spanning several dozen feet, burst forth from the void. Racing toward Elderban with unyielding determination, a wave of frigid air swept through the valley, a layer of frost descending, causing the temperature within the entire valley to plummet to freezing levels, extinguishing the campfire. After refining the frigid energy, once Chen Xiao unleashed his battle aura, the surrounding mortal flames could no longer sustain themselves. Leave a thread of hope for future encounters. Wind shadow splitting the sky as the frost dragon soared towards him. Elderban swiftly retreated 100 paces, yet his movements remained unfaltering. With a thunderous shout, he summoned his fighting spirit, transforming it into azure wind blades that spiraled around his body. These blades whirled at an astonishing speed, emitting a piercing shriek, and coalesced into a shield of azure. A full span thick. Boom! The frost dragon, imbued with chilling intent, collided directly with the shield wall, the reverberation echoing throughout the surroundings. In the next instant, the sound of shattering filled the air. The azure shield was riddled with cracks. The glimmering frost dragon, too, had exhausted its energy, disintegrating into a flurry of ice shards that rained down. Just as Sunner once remarked, this combat technique was resplendent yet lacked sufficient might. Nonetheless, when compared to the scant few high-tier techniques of the Earth rank that could match it, the Frost Dragon undoubtedly surpassed the average standard of advanced techniques in the Earth tier. It was evident that Chen Xiao could breach Elderban's defensive shield with this strike. "That's enough. I am willing to offer compensation." Seeing Chen Xiao flick his wrist, conjuring an ice spear with the potential for another assault, Elderban's countenance darkened as he made his final efforts. The Tudo Zone powerhouses in the sky imposed immense pressure upon him. He was reluctant to fight to the death if there was any chance for negotiation. However, Chen Xiao remained indifferent, his expression unchanged. Upon witnessing this, Elderban's resolve crumbled, a manic glimmer surging in his aged visage. "You leave me no choice." With a fierce shout, Elderban seized his passive defense and initiated an attack. The precarious situation of the day had left him with no retreat. Perhaps if he subdued Chen Xiao, he could leverage this to deter the Tudo Zone above, thus securing a glimmer of hope. With that thought, Elderban acted without hesitation, his hand seals shifting swiftly. In an instant, the azure shield surrounding him erupted, transforming into a tempest of wind blades that tore through the air and shot forth an alarming speed, akin to bolts of azure lightning, aimed directly at Chen Xiao. In a fit of desperation, Chen Xiao's expression remained unchanged as he narrowed his eyes at the rapidly approaching barrage of wind blades. Suddenly, a strange flicker of silver light emanated from his feet, and his body quivered lightly. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. The wind blades, infused with fierce gusts, hurtled towards him, and amidst the astonished gazes of Chao, Ying, and others, they impaled Chen Xiao's body with great force. However, despite the impact, the anticipated spray of blood did not materialize. Instead, the blades passed through him, ravaging the mountaintop beneath. Seeing this, Chao Shi, who had been distracted in the sky, cast a sidelong glance. The secret of the 3,000 thunder movement, she murmured to herself, shaking her head and quickly dismissing the thought. What 3,000 thunder? I know nothing of it. In the valley's low air, Elderban unfurled his fighting spirit wings, staring at the gradually dissipating figure with a gasp of astonishment. In the next moment, he was taken aback to find that Chen Xiao had already appeared directly in front of him at low altitude. What kind of monstrous speed was this that allowed him to remain entirely undetected? A jolt of alarm surged through Elderban, his expression darkening further. Meanwhile, Chen Xiao paid no heed to Elderban's changing demeanor. He exhaled deeply, then gradually closed his eyes. As he did so, an exceedingly brilliant silver light erupted from his feet, swiftly enveloping his entire body within a heartbeat. As the radiance spread, Chen Xiao's eyes flew open, revealing that his once jet-black irises had transformed into silver orbs, exuding an air of the uncanny. 3,000 thunder, 3,000 thunder. With the transformation of his gaze, intricate hand seals materialized in Chen Xiao's hands, the remnants of those hand seals flickering as he concentrated. Moments later, they solidified, and his body shuddered violently. Under Elderban's astonished gaze, two silver figures, identical in appearance to Chen Xiao, erupted from within him. 3,000 thunder, the pinnacle of 3,000 thunder movement. Ever since he successfully refined the power of wind and thunder, Chen Xiao had never slackened in his training of this technique, investing considerable effort until he had completely mastered this earth-tier movement art. With this skill, even in the face of a Do Huang powerhouse, he could maintain an undefeated stance. As the two silver figures emerged, Chen Xiao directed his thoughts, and the trio split into three directions, hurtling towards Elderban. Wind Shadow Tornado. Gazing at the three figures racing towards him, Elderban found it impossible to discern which was the true body and which were mere phantoms. With a fierce determination, he resorted to the simplest and most direct countermeasure, activating his trump card in an instant. A dense array of wind blades coalesced around him as his hand seals shifted, rapidly converging into a colossal wind tornado spanning several meters, resembling a meat grinder, rendering any approach perilous. Moreover, this technique not only boasted formidable defense, but also considerable offensive power. Should an enemy be caught within, the blades inside would swiftly shred them to pieces, leaving no trace behind. Faced with such a ruthless tactic, Chen Xiao couldn't help but furrow his brow slightly. Frost Spiral Slaughter. Annihilation Force. A series of combat techniques erupted from his hands, clashing against the wind blade tornado. However, the effect was less than satisfactory. Elderban also maneuvered the wind blade tornado to counterattack, attempting to ensnare Chen Xiao within its grasp. Unfortunately, in terms of speed, Chen Xiao was far ahead. After numerous attempts, Elderban had yet to even graze a corner of Chen Xiao's clothing. The battle seemed to have reached a stalemate, with neither side able to gain the upper hand. Kid, even with your myriad tricks, you cannot kill me. Let me leave, and I promise not to utter a word of tonight's events. Seeing that Chen Xiao could do nothing to him for the time being, Elderban once again proposed reconciliation. In the low air, Chen Xiao merely shook his head slightly. After several attempts, he had discerned the underlying principles. There were three straightforward methods to break Elderban's technique. Firstly, outlast him. Maintaining the wind blade tornado would undoubtedly deplete Elderban's energy significantly. Once his fighting spirit was exhausted, Chen Xiao could easily subdue him. Secondly, a forceful breakthrough, employing a technique of greater power or overpowering Elderban's absolute strength to forcibly dismantle it. Thirdly, employing a peculiar soul technique. Having grasped the essence of the situation, Chen Xiao shook his head. With a thought, the two figures in the other positions dissipated, relinquishing any intention of further attacks. He practiced a mid-tier earth technique and possessed hidden reserves. In terms of attrition, he felt no fear of Elderban. Additionally, he had the mountain opening seal, which could also forcefully break the deadlock. However, when dealing with this desperate Elderban, there was no need to reveal too much. Fourth Elder, this is your responsibility. Discarding the ice spear in his hand, Chen Xiao landed atop the mountain valley. In the skies above, Shi nodded slightly, binding Han Feng's soul body while extending her left hand, suddenly pointing downward. A powerful torrent of fighting spirit surged forth. In an instant, the extremely troublesome wind blade tornado exploded like a bursting balloon with a resounding boom. Caught within this devastating torrent, Elderban was struck as if by lightning, spewing blood into the air, and he plummeted directly to the ground near Chen Xiao. The seven-star Do Huang, in the presence of a true Do zone powerhouse, was utterly defenseless. Chen Xiao stepped forward, gazing at Elderban, who lay bloodied and barely clinging to life, and with a single strike, he ended his existence. As he removed Elderban's spatial ring, Chao Shi and Queen Medusa descended beside him. Capturing the soul body is somewhat more troublesome than simply killing him. I worried that if I lost control, I might shatter his soul. Fortunately, our Chao family has some understanding of soul power, and I did not fail my mission. As she spoke, Chao Shi tossed a jade vial to Chen Xiao. The vial's mouth bore a seal of fighting spirit, allowing a glimpse inside. Where Han Feng could be seen thrashing about in a fit of rage, his expression malignant, though no sound could be heard. This time, I extend my gratitude to Elder C and Her Majesty the Queen. Merely express gratitude to Elder C. I have not contributed, the expressionless Medusa Queen replied. The disparity between Do Huang and Do Zong is immense. In truth, any one of us could effortlessly annihilate Han Feng. Chao Shi shook his head, refusing to take credit. As a dignified 4-star Do Zong, if he could not handle a peak Do Huang, he would have no face to return to Zhongzhou. Chen Xiao chuckled lightly, nodding, for he was well aware that Do Zong represented a critical threshold among the continent's formidable warriors. The sole reason for the emphasis on Han Feng stemmed from a concern that he might attract the attention of Do Zong's strongholds. Let us return to Feng City. It is a rare occasion to venture into the northwest. Although we have concluded the pressing matters, we need not rush back, and moreover, I have been feeling an impending breakthrough in the past few days, Xiao, she stated promptly. With that, he took the lead, stepping forth toward Feng City. Medusa Queen was even more direct. A burst of radiant light enveloped her as she transformed once more into the small sky-devouring python, and in a flash, she slipped into Chen Xiao's sleeve. Chen Xiao shook his head in resignation, and just as he prepared to depart, he suddenly realized that Elder Qiao, she seemed to have forgotten something. Turning to see Qiao Ying approaching, Chen Xiao was immediately enlightened. Chapter 110, Taking Over, Reaping Rewards. Descenders Live. Those who do not descend, transcend. Descenders Live. Those who do not descend, transcend. As Chen Xiao and Xiao Ying hurried back to Feng City, they could hear, from a distance, the voices of Hai Buodong and Ziyan. The elder and the young girl soared through the skies above Feng City, frolicking as if they were wolves amidst a flock of sheep, displaying a demeanor of unrestrained joy. In stark contrast, the little physician maintained a low profile, silently darting through the city, mercilessly slaughtering those whose minds were unsettled, with splatters of blood adorning her white dress, resembling blooming red plums. As for Elder Qiao, who had returned earlier, he was nowhere to be seen. After placing Xiao Ying on a rooftop where she could be easily monitored, Chen Xiao ascended once more, swiftly capturing the oblivious little dragon. Where's Elder C? I don't know. He just came back, said a few words, and then left, stating that it was rare to visit the Northwest and that he would take a few days to explore before returning to Zhongzhou, instructing us not to mind him. Ziyan replied absent-mindedly, her gaze still darting toward the bustling Feng City, as though she had not yet had her fill of play. How about the treasure vault? Here, I have stored everything in my spatial rings, not leaving behind a single gold coin. Ziyan produced several spatial rings and handed them to Chen Xiao. Upon receiving them, Chen Xiao's consciousness seeped into the rings, quickly revealing a plethora of techniques, potions, and even some peculiar items, though the quantity of medicinal herbs was slightly lacking. Noticing Ziyan's evasive eyes, Chen Xiao understood but chose not to confront it, returning all the spatial rings to her. Let us return these items to the treasure vault. You shall be responsible for guarding it from now on. Take as much as you desire, he declared. Certainly, it's a promise. Ziyan joyfully accepted the task. Having long envied the elder in charge of the medicinal herb management at the Inner Academy of Canaan, and now she had fulfilled a small wish. Chen Xiao chuckled lightly and turned his attention to Hai Buodong and the little physician. Without him needing to inquire, the little physician spoke first. All 5 Do Wang strongholds, including Han Bang, have perished. 11 Do Ling have died, leaving 6 obedient ones, and over 100 typical individuals below Do Ling have met their demise. The spatial rings have been gathered and are atop that rooftop. Following the little physician's gaze, they could see a roof where an open bundle lay, densely packed with spatial rings haphazardly piled together. Having just indulged in the slaughter, it only now struck them how astonishing the Black Corner region was. Merely the power amassed in Feng City, governed by Han Feng, nearly equaled the upper-tier combat strength of half the Jiamat Empire. Observing the chaotic scene within the city, Hai Buodong sighed. He had to admit he had underestimated the Black Corner region. Compared to this realm, the Jiamat Empire seemed to have no discernible advantages. At the Do Wang level, one could rank among the top 10 powerhouses in the Jiamat Empire, whereas in the Black Corner region, even the most mundane Do Wang hardly warranted remembrance. Chen Xiao nodded slightly and stepped forward. There are still plenty of treasures in the Black Corner region. Now that the top combat forces of Feng City have fallen, we can seize control and establish a foothold here. With Han Feng dead from this moment forth, Chen Xiao, shall be the master of Feng City. His words echoed throughout the city, causing those who had previously pledged loyalty to Han Feng to tremble. In the Black Corner region, the rise and fall of powers occur with remarkable frequency. Only a few long-standing forces manage to endure. The original master of Feng City, the Medicine Emperor Han Feng, not only stood at the peak of Do Huang, but was also a 6th-grade alchemist. No one had ever imagined that someone would dare to take action against him. And yet, it had indeed succeeded. Greetings, Lord City Master. Greetings, Lord City Master. Without a moment's hesitation, voices resonated from every corner of the city. Those who are astute recognize the times. Those who are oblivious have already become corpses. For these relatively low-tier individuals, changing masters poses no psychological burden. Their lives would not undergo significant alteration. Gazing at the reactions of the people in the city, Chen Xiao inclined his head slightly, unconcerned with their loyalty. He merely required obedience, for the Black Corner region was merely a temporary refuge for him. Hai Lao, you are the esteemed elder of the Miter family. lacking not in management experience. I ask that you put in extra effort these years to maintain the normal operations of Feng City. Furthermore, you may send word to the Tangshan clan leader to dispatch some members of the Miter family to develop here. Hai Buodong shot a sidelong glance at Chen Xiao but did not voice any objections. Long before arriving in the Black Corner region, he had already mentally prepared himself. Rest assured, Feng City shall not descend into chaos. They lack the capability to do so. Once I establish some regulations, with both carrot and stick, I need not worry about their disloyalty. Very well, I appreciate your efforts, Hai Lao. After a brief exchange, Chen Xiao gathered the spoils and led everyone to officially settle in Feng City, choosing the central bamboo building as their residence. This bamboo building boasted 3 stories and numerous rooms, ample enough to accommodate everyone. After establishing their residence, Hai Buodong and the little physician began tallying the spoils, while Chen Xiao ascended to the top floor room first. Replacing everything within the room, Chen Xiao sat cross-legged on the bed, removing the deep blue spatial ring from his fingertip. The treasures of Feng City were merely an appetizer. What truly mattered to him was this particular spatial ring belonging to Han Feng. Extending a thread of consciousness to attempt to penetrate it, Chen Xiao encountered immense resistance, as expected. This was due to the fact that the owner of the Ghost Sea spatial ring, Han Feng, had not perished. The ring remained bound to him, containing Han Feng's soul imprint. Under these circumstances, for Chen Xiao's consciousness to enter the spatial ring, he would require Han Feng's permission to willingly dissolve the soul imprint or grant him access. Alternatively, he could forcibly erase Han Feng's soul imprint. Yet that would necessitate exceptionally potent soul power. Han Feng, being a 6th-grade alchemist, possessed soul power that, at present, no one around Chen Xiao could rival. Abandoning the notion of directly erasing the soul imprint, Chen Xiao summoned Chao Ying, retrieving the jade vial containing the small sky-devouring python and the soul body of Han Feng. Han Feng, if you wish to avoid suffering, you must dissolve the soul imprint yourself. To Chen Xiao, Han Feng was now merely a vessel for the sea heart flame, and retaining Han Feng's soul might prove advantageous in the future. Thus, he had no intention of annihilating it for the time being. Upon hearing Chen Xiao's words, the Han Feng within the jade vial began to curse in resentment. Yet regrettably, Chen Xiao could only perceive the movement of his lips, not the sound of his voice. However, merely from the movements of his lips, Chen Xiao could discern that this fellow was fully aware of his impending doom and had begun to embrace a reckless abandon, spewing words that were utterly unfit for scrutiny. Observing this, Chen Xiao seized his idle chatter and promptly summoned the Queen Medusa, dispelling the seal that confined the bottle's opening. Before he could hear Han Feng's foul language, he commanded Chao Ying to unleash her exotic fire to commence the torment. Unlike the falling heart flame, which possesses unique effects on the soul, the power of exotic fire remains formidable in its own right, and the agony inflicted upon the soul by the exotic fire is not something everyone can endure. At the very least, Han Feng was not of such resilient stock. The wailing lasted less than half an hour, after which the breathless Han Feng could no longer withstand the torment and voluntarily lifted the soul imprint of the Ghost Sea storage ring for Chen Xiao. With a scoff, Chen Xiao sealed it once more and turned his gaze toward Queen Medusa and Chao Ying. "Thank you," he said. Chao Ying shook her head slightly. Upon seeing that Chen Xiao had no further matters to discuss, she took her leave with a smile, exiting the room. Queen Medusa, wishing to revert to her form as the little sky-devouring python, was halted by Chen Xiao. "Lady Queen, as Ziyin has been incessantly mentioning you, perhaps it would be prudent for you to visit her first." Queen Medusa fixed Chen Xiao with a steady gaze, remaining silent as she pushed open the door and departed. She could not fail to realize that Chen Xiao merely sought to dismiss her. Given the nature of their current collaboration, they were far from being able to share secrets. Queen Medusa was well aware of this, yet as she listened to Chen Xiao's words, an inexplicable discomfort settled in her heart. Unperturbed by Queen Medusa's sentiments, Chen Xiao waved his hand to firmly shut the door, establishing another layer of barrier before he began to scrutinize Han Feng's storage ring. A thread of consciousness seeped into the ring, and merely casting a glance, a smile of uncontainable delight spread across Chen Xiao's face. This was solely due to the fact that Han Feng, a 6th-grade alchemist, possessed a wealth beyond his wildest imaginings. The spacious advanced storage ring contained, in one corner, a meticulously arranged collection of hundreds of jade bottles. Among them were Qing Yuan pills that could enhance the cultivation speed of the Douhuang realm, 5th-grade Lu Qi pills for recovering consumed Do Qi, and restorative pills for severe injuries, among a myriad of other elixirs that left Chen Xiao utterly dazzled. Without elaborating on the pills below 6th grade, he discovered a total of 11 pills above that grade. Among them were 4 familiar Douling pills and 3 Huangji pills, the quality of which was no less than that bestowed by the Qiao family. Additionally, there were 3 pills that Chen Xiao found difficult to identify, requiring the expertise of a more knowledgeable individual for proper assessment. The final pill, however, commanded his utmost attention. It was stored in a jade bottle within a sandalwood box, indicating its significance, as even Han Feng seemed to regard it with great importance. As he opened it, a burst of golden light suddenly erupted. The unexpected brilliance illuminated the entire room, catching Chen Xiao off guard as he instinctively squinted his eyes. Once he adjusted to the dazzling light, he focused on the source, revealing a golden pill the size of a dragon's eye, quietly resting within. The pill's surface was extraordinarily smooth, with 2 strands of golden energy swirling within, occasionally surging forth. Upon closer inspection, the golden energy coalesced into 2 slender golden dragons. Entwined with one another, their faint dragon chants resonating through the air, gradually reverberating outward. The 7th grade pill, the Yin Yang Xianlong Dan. Chapter 111, Settlement. Qiao Ying has yet to sleep. Chen Xiao had never encountered the Yin Yang Xianlong Dan before, yet at this moment, he was utterly convinced of its authenticity. This pill's formula was crafted by the esteemed medicinal master, known only to Yao Chun and Han Feng in the current continent. Even Xiao Yin was not yet qualified to engage with it. The Yin Yang Xianlong Dan is notoriously difficult to concoct, and its effect does not directly enhance the user's power. Rather, it grants a chance to rise anew after a fall. Upon consuming this pill, there may be no visible changes for a short period, and it is even possible that its effects might never manifest throughout one's life. Only when one suffers severe injury or faces life-threatening circumstances can it provide the user with an opportunity to break free from previous constraints, allowing for a transformative rebirth, enhancing body, soul, and Douqi alike. Furthermore, the user has an exceedingly low chance of inheriting the thin strand of dragon energy contained within, enabling them to emit dragon roars, which, when combined with the training of sound wave Do techniques, would result in a tremendous amplification of power. In the original timeline, when Xiao Yin rescued Yao Chun and returned grievously wounded, he fortuitously survived, allowing the effects of this Yin Yang Xianlong Dan to manifest. It was precisely through this pill that upon regaining consciousness, he not only thrived, but also ascended to the Do Zun level. Gratitude for the esteemed gift from the Medicine Emperor, Chen Xiao grinned widely as he carefully stowed it away. With the Yin Yang Xianlong Dan in his possession, it was akin to having an extra life. The gains were undeniably substantial. There were no realm requirements for consuming the Yin Yang Xianlong Dan. Yet due to his skepticism regarding Han Feng's character, Chen Xiao resolved to conduct a thorough inspection before partaking. As his consciousness withdrew from the array of jade bottles, it was met with a thick stack of pill recipes, ranging from 1st grade to 8th grade. Chen Xiao extracted them. Although he did not find a recipe for the elusive 9th grade Jiu Yin Huang Quan Dan, this still represented a significant haul. Regrettably, the value of these recipes was inherently subjective. For a family like the Qiao, renowned for alchemy, the worth of this stack of recipes was beyond measure. Yet for Chen Xiao, they appeared somewhat trivial, serving merely as a substantial bargaining chip. Not lingering on the recipes, with a resounding crash, a massive medicinal cauldron fell heavily to the ground, producing a deep, resonant chime. Its surface was intricately carved with vividly depicted patterns of roaring magical beasts. The 10,000 Beast Cauldron. This cauldron ranked among the heavenly cauldrons and was yet another item that would evoke envy in countless alchemists. Chen Xiao sighed softly, shaking his head as he continued to sort through the rest of his findings. His consciousness swept over the stacks of rare, medicinal materials housed in boxes, arriving at a place piled with scrolls. Earth Tier Low-Level Do Technique. Flame Prison Burning Heaven. Earth Tier Intermediate Level Technique. 6 Ren Sacred Refinement. Earth Tier. As his consciousness scanned through the scrolls, Chen Xiao's suspicion regarding Han Feng's humanity intensified. With so many valuable items at his disposal, if he didn't fixate so obsessively on the burning Jew, surely he would have at least reached a high-level Do zone by now, enjoying fortune without savoring it, yet enduring hardship without reason. It truly baffled him to comprehend his thought process. A flash of light in his hand revealed a pitch-black scroll that fell into his grasp. The Burning Jew. Chen Xiao opened it and briefly flipped through its contents. Unsurprisingly, it was indeed only a half-volume, considered a fragment. Following the practices outlined in this fragment, reaching the Do Huang level would already be the utmost limit. To elevate the ceiling further, one would require the complete burning Ju, or like Han Feng. Seek out more exotic fires. A single high Xian had enabled Han Feng, who was initially bound to the Do Huang level, to ascend to the pinnacle of that realm. If he were to acquire another exotic fire, the half volume of the burning Ju could easily reach the Do Zone level. Although it was merely a fragment, it held immense allure for those of the fire attribute, particularly alchemists. Without further deliberation, Chen Xiao set it aside, continuing to organize the Ghost Sea storage ring. This endeavor consumed a full quarter of an hour before he finally categorized everything neatly, prompting Chen Xiao to reflect on the matter. Truly, he was a man who had tasted the benefits of Yao Chun's legacy. The mere spoils from this storage ring had rendered Chen Xiao's wealth comparable to the established powers of the Black Corner region, if not surpassing them. At last, Chen Xiao retrieved 2 ice blue jade bottles, emanating a chilling aura. The moment he extracted them, the frigid air dissipated like ethereal smoke, as if the bottles he had just seen were not but an illusion. Meanwhile, in Chen Xiao's mind, the information regarding the advance finally underwent another transformation. Advance subsequent completion. Current advance opportunities 1. Chen Xiao smiled with satisfaction, gathering the precious items scattered around him. Having reached the rank of a 9-star Do Wang, it would be unreasonable not to enhance his limitations even slightly. Could the nether poison fire be advanced? The last increase in advanced limitations occurred when he was at the 9-star to Do Shi level, and now he had ascended 2 whole ranks. As soon as the thought crossed his mind, the advance information in his mind shifted accordingly. Nether poison fire, ranked 20th on the strange fire list, available for advance. Advance subsequent. Complete any of the following. Go to the Blackwater Abyss at the Northwest Continent. Collect. Head to Feiyun Crossing in the Central Continent. Seize. Travel to the Southern Continent. Yanmog Clan. Seize. Journey to the depths of the Eastern Sea. Toxicosis Island. Collect. All unfamiliar and unheard of names of places. However, it was of little consequence. Looking at the advance information, Chen Xiao beamed with satisfaction. Indeed, after elevating his power by 2 major realms, the advance limit had once again been raised. Furthermore, he sensed that this mechanism seemed to have become more intelligent, with the subsequent options listed in greater detail. By this reasoning, did it imply that the Douqi Continent now possessed a total of 4 nether poison fires? Although aside from the pure Lotus Demon Fire and the Void Devouring Flame, the subsequent strange fires lack uniqueness, as long as the conditions are met. It is possible to derive a second or third flame. Yet, Chen Xiao had not anticipated that the nether poison fire would be this abundant. With a soft exclamation, he noted down this information and continued his exploration. The strange fire list ranked 19, the Azure Lotus Earth Heart Fire. Azure Lotus Earth Heart Fire, available for advance. Advance subsequent. Complete any of the following. Slay Chao Ying, or find another method to obtain it. Travel to the Southern Continent. Dark Shadow Clan. Seize. Ignoring the first option, Chen Xiao discreetly noted the second. It was somewhat surprising that the much-despised Southern Continent possessed 2 strange fires. However, upon further reflection, the Northwest Continent wasn't vastly superior to the Southern Continent. It was not unexpected that there were still plenty of treasures to be found. The Douqi Continent is so vast, anything is possible. Strange fire list ranked 18, the Wind Fury Dragon Flame. Wind Fury Dragon Flame, available for advance. Advance subsequent. Complete any of the following. After spending more than an hour, Chen Xiao finally grasped the limits of his current advances. Regarding strange fires, he could now advance the Wind Fury Dragon Flame and several others ranked lower on the list. In terms of combat skills and techniques, including body techniques and certain secret arts, the limit had reached the intermediate earth rank. As for medicinal pills, he could advance to 7th rank. In essence, many items that only Do Zone strong practitioners could utilize and were qualified to possess, Chen Xiao could now advance. For instance, he had previously inquired about the human-level heavenly demon puppet. With the gains from Han Feng's spatial ring, coupled with the increase in advance limits, a series of good news left Chen Xiao's heart in a state of prolonged excitement. Without hastening to initiate the next advance, Chen Xiao resolved to study for a few more days and contemplate the current deficiencies he faced. Think twice before acting. Glancing out the window, he noticed it was already deep into the night. Lifting the Douqi barrier, Chen Xiao released his spiritual power, soon letting out a soft exclamation. He discovered that Chao Ying had also not retired for the night, still seated in the hall on the first floor, engrossed in studying an alchemy manual. It seemed she sensed Chen Xiao's spiritual perception. She returned to reality, glanced up, and only resumed her focus on the manual after the tide of spiritual power receded. In a room on the third floor, Chen Xiao thought of the spoils he had just acquired, along with the high XN yen temporarily stored within Han Feng's soul. After a brief contemplation, Chen Xiao opened the door. Chapter 112. The Lie of the Engagement, pierced with one stroke. Silver silk-like moonlight poured through the window, flowing like a river on the wooden floor. The Qiao family's enchanting woman leaned against a pearwood chair, her black dress cascading like a waterfall. The flickering candlelight on the desk occasionally danced, casting shifting shadows on her profile, yet whether illuminated by the warm candlelight or the moonlight streaming in, her exquisite face shone brilliantly. Noticing her earnestness in reading, Chen Xiao slowed his pace slightly. Even so, Qiao Ying quickly sensed his presence and looked up. Where's the city lord heading off to at this late hour? Over the past 20 days, although Qiao Ying had called Chen Xiao by name, she rarely engaged in such playful banter. In Chen Xiao's impression, aside from alchemy, she seemed uninterested in anything else. Even during their journey to the Black Corner region, as long as Xian did not disturb her, every time Chen Xiao glanced at Qiao Ying, she was always engrossed in her alchemy manual. Throughout those many days, Chen Xiao had not seen her practice for even a minute. Having just tallied my gains, I noticed you here reading alone and thought to come chat with you. Upon hearing this, Qiao Ying gently nodded, placing her manual on the nearby table as she stood up. Perfect. I have a matter I wish to inquire about as well. The whereabouts of Elder Four? No, Uncle Four is certainly still in Maple City. No need to worry about him. Let's discuss outside. Qiao Ying glanced at the brilliant moonlight outside the window and spoke. Chen Xiao readily agreed, stepping out of the bamboo house side by side. Strolling along the path through the bamboo grove, Chen Xiao pondered his words, as did Qiao Ying. After a short while, Chen Xiao finally produced 3 jade bottles and handed them to Qiao Ying. I found 3 unidentifiable 6th-rank medicinal pills in Han Feng's spatial ring. You are the expert in this field. Please help me examine them. In the realm of alchemy, Qiao Ying was immensely confident. Upon hearing Chen Xiao's words, she immediately accepted without hesitation. Taking the 3 jade bottles, she opened one, pouring out a scarlet pill with a rather pungent aroma, pinching it between her fingers to scrutinize under the moonlight. This is a transformation pill. Its effects are similar to that of the shaping pill, but it can only partially transform magical beasts into human form. This type of pill is quite sought after by certain magical beast clans in the Beast region. 4 years ago, the Qiao family assisted in refining a batch, so it is a bit peculiar that Han Feng possesses this pill. Perhaps it was commissioned by a powerful individual from the Black Corner region. Accepting the pill returned by Qiao Ying, Chen Xiao stowed it back into the jade bottle. Qiao Ying nodded lightly, opening the second jade bottle to observe its quality and scent. This is a Qingming longevity pill. It is a remarkable item that can extend a person's lifespan by nearly 10 years. One can only consume one in a lifetime. Given Han Feng's youth, he is unlikely to have longevity concerns, so he must be assisting someone else in its refinement. Chen Xiao's heart stirred. He flipped through Han Feng's spatial ring and scanned the various medicinal formulas. It seemed there were still several materials for the Qingming longevity pill among Han Feng's collection. As he contemplated, Qiao Ying was already identifying the final pill. This one is quite decent as well. It should be a Starfall soul-settling pill. Even though practitioners can consume it, this pill can calm the soul and has particular efficacy during critical junctures, such as when breaking through significant realms. After its effects wear off, it provides a boost to one's spiritual power. However, the refining process is quite troublesome and not cost-effective, making it rare for anyone to be willing to refine it, especially since the 7th-rank intermediate pure heart pill offers better results. A 5th-rank alchemist identifying 6th-rank pills is indeed impressive. This truly showcases the depth of an alchemical family. Chen Xiao nodded, noting that this pill could indeed be beneficial to him. Are there any other pills? Gaojing Yin Gui. As an alchemist, the opportunity to personally evaluate higher-tier pills is immensely gratifying for them, especially in front of those who lack knowledge about medicinal pills. It brings a delightful sense of superiority. I can recognize the other pills, but please help me check this one. I've heard some alchemists might add ingredients into their pills. Without any hesitation, Chen Xiao retrieved the Yin Yang Xianlong Dan and handed it to Qiao Ying. As Qiao Ying opened the jade vial and beheld the golden light that burst forth, her eyes widened slightly. One extraordinary pill, a 7th-grade elixir. Truly, it is worthy of being the direct transmission of the esteemed alchemist. Han Feng certainly possesses some talent. Upon my perception, this pill posed no issues and could be consumed with confidence. It is undeniable that some alchemists do indeed add illicit substances to their concoctions to achieve nefarious ends. However, the majority of alchemists tend to avoid such methods. For once detected, their reputations would be irrevocably tarnished. After scrutinizing the pill closely, Xiao finally returned it to Chen Xiao, with the endorsement of a fifth-grade alchemist. Coupled with the recollection of Xiao Yin consuming this very pill without incident, Chen Xiao felt a wave of reassurance wash over him. Upon receiving the pill, and under Xiao Ying's astonished gaze, he unhesitatingly tossed it into his mouth. Before he could even chew, the golden pill transformed into a surge of heat, flowing down his throat and into his body. This torrent of warmth erupted within him like a flood, overwhelming his senses. However, just as Chen Xiao prepared to circulate his Douqi to contain it, the heat flowed into him like water into a sponge, gradually settling until it vanished entirely, leaving no sensation behind. What kind of elixir is this? Observing Chen Xiao's unchanged demeanor, as though he had merely sipped hot water, Xiao Ying's curiosity was piqued. The Yin-Yang Xianlong Dan possesses the ability to break through and then rebuild. Its effects can only be witnessed in times of dire injury or imminent death. This particular elixir was crafted by the esteemed alchemist, and its formula resided within Han Feng's spatial ring. Noticing Xiao Ying's expression, Chen Xiao smiled faintly. To keep this brilliant alchemist under his influence, he needed something sufficiently alluring to captivate her. Fortuitously, after reaping the benefits from Han Feng, he now possessed ample such enticements. Could one not say he had acquired 2 lives? It could certainly be articulated thus, unless he encountered an adversary of overwhelming strength who could obliterate him with a single blow. The Yin-Yang Xianlong Dan, coupled with the latent energy of the Ice Soul Talisman, provided him with numerous means of survival. Unbeknownst to him, Chen Xiao had amassed quite an arsenal of protective measures. To claim that it would be difficult for him to meet his end would not be an exaggeration. Truly, the esteemed alchemist is remarkable to have created such a wondrous elixir. Yet, in my estimation, the Yin-Yang Xianlong Dan must possess limitations. At a minimum, it is effective up to Do Zong and potentially Do Zun, but beyond that threshold, its efficacy may wane. I surmise this is why it is only classified as a 7th-grade elixir. Xiao Ying praised, harboring her own thoughts. In response, Chen Xiao, though uncertain, found her analysis reasonable. Such reasoning was indeed logical. Without dwelling on the limitations of the Yin-Yang Xianlong Dan, Chen Xiao gradually steered the conversation back to the main topic. I'm not an alchemist. The formula for the Yin-Yang Xianlong Dan is of no use to me. If you're interested, I can bestow it upon you. Upon hearing this, Xiao Ying's gaze lifted slightly. She was indeed intrigued and understood the immense benefits such a formula could bring to the Qiao family. However, she was also acutely aware that one does not receive gifts from the heavens without a price. If such a day were to come, the truth would be that it was bait cast by another. Realizing Chen Xiao was attempting to entice her, Xiao Ying gave a sly smile and deftly shifted the topic. Earlier, while you were sorting through Han Feng's spatial ring, I descended with the queen. Along the way, she inquired if there existed demoness in the central region, who, at the tender age of 7, has already condensed the Douqi cyclone and become an alchemist. Gao Jing spoke slow, a teasing smile on her face as she fixed her gaze on Chen Xiao. Watching his expression gradually solidify, her smile becoming increasingly unabashed. At that moment, I felt the queen was inquiring about someone quite familiar, so I refrained from answering immediately and asked her what her interest in this person was. The queen then revealed her curiosity stemmed from the fact that you had mentioned a betrothal with this demoness, which was later rescinded, along with a 3-year agreement. Stop. Enough of that. The fabricated tale was punctured by the very person it concerned, and even Chen Xiao, who prided himself on his composure, felt his face flush with embarrassment. This situation was far too awkward, especially with Xiao Ying's mocking expression, as if to say she was unaware of any betrothal involving herself, made it even more difficult for Chen Xiao to meet her gaze. Observing Chen Xiao's crimson countenance, Xiao Ying smiled with satisfaction. With her keen intellect, she could easily deduce that Chen Xiao had deliberately misled Queen Medusa. The Qiao family would never arrange a betrothal without her knowledge. Hence, the notions of rescinding the engagement and the 3-year agreement were mere fabrications. By bringing this up now, she aimed to shatter Chen Xiao's facade of confidence, thus allowing her to negotiate more favorably in any future collaboration. From the current perspective, the effect exceeded her expectations. Chen Xiao's demeanor at this moment even made her forget that he was a formidable 9-star Do Wang, creating a sense of camaraderie between peers. And that long-lost confidence of assured victory had returned. Did Queen Medusa uncover the truth? Chen Xiao silently circulated his Douqi to cool his rising temperature. Utterly perplexed by Queen Medusa's actions, This woman did not strike him as one to indulge in gossip. Xiao Ying shook her head with a smile. The alchemist clan is engrossed in the art of alchemy, indifferent to worldly matters and the trivialities of gossip. My explanation holds merit, does it not? It suffices, I suppose. Chen Xiao breathed a sigh of relief. He was no longer fearful of Queen Medusa, yet this embarrassing matter was best kept buried, and the fewer who knew, the better. Now, then, my fiancé, we may resume our previous discussion. I am indeed very interested in the Yin Yang Xianlong Dan. Do share your terms. By compressing a bamboo of considerable girth, a remarkably rudimentary chair was fashioned, upon which Xiao Ying seated herself, gazing up at Chen Xiao. When Xiao Shi was present, she needed not contemplate anything. That elder would represent the Qiao family and make appropriate decisions. However, with Xiao Shi mysteriously missing, Xiao Ying found herself compelled to step forward. Being slightly younger than Chen Xiao, she had already proven herself capable of independence. Chapter 113. Is this a real act? The formula for the Yin Yang Xianlong Dan was merely a supplementary item. Han Feng was a direct disciple of Yao Chun, and within his spatial ring resided an abundance of various formulas, including several of the 8th grade, alongside numerous alchemical manuscripts. Additionally, there was the famed 10,000 Beast Cauldron, ranked 13th on the Tianding list. All these treasures were beyond her current use. Listening to Chen Xiao's words, Xiao Ying's heart raced with excitement as she acknowledged the potent allure these items held for her, a fervent alchemist. Should she manage to acquire all of them, it would be tantamount to receiving a portion of the esteemed alchemist's legacy. With the Qiao family's relentless support, her path in alchemy would be a smooth one. Thus, achieving the status of an 8th grade alchemist would become significantly easier. Indeed, if fortunate enough to elevate her power, she might even have a chance to challenge the 9th grade. I am quite tempted, however, it is too much. The Qiao family may not be able to offer sufficient compensation to satisfy you. Furthermore, while I can represent the Qiao family to propose certain conditions, I cannot hastily make decisions on matters of broad scope. Xiao Ying took a deep breath, her expression turning serious. She was merely a highly regarded prodigy, and not yet the head of the Qiao family. Chen Xiao seemed to disregard her response, and continued, additionally, I possess a sea heart flame, along with that peculiar cultivation method practiced by Han Feng, which, although a mere fragment, could greatly assist you in reaching Do Zong if you manage to cultivate it alongside the sea heart flame. Furthermore, when the time is ripe, I could even procure the complete method for you, eliminating any lingering risks. With a flourish, Xiao Ying stood, the bent bamboo springing back upright. The benefits Chen Xiao outlined grew ever more substantial, their weight increasing with each revelation. So many splendid treasures are present. Not only would she be moved, but even the head of the Qiao family would certainly be touched. Aside from the promise of the transaction involving the Azure Lotus Earth Core Fire, the Qiao family likely cannot offer you a satisfactory price. Chen Xiao, what do you truly desire? No longer jesting, Xiao Ying wore a serious expression. Chen Xiao met her gaze, also refraining from beating around the bush, speaking plainly. I want you to be genuinely at my service. Xiao Ying's heart trembled. With her intellect, she naturally understood Chen Xiao's implication. This was an investment. Chen Xiao would elevate her potential and accelerate her growth. And once she matured, it would be time for her to give back. Moreover, this time there was no deadline. Xiao Ying was confident in her talent. She never believed that becoming an 8th rank alchemist was an unattainable feat. However, achieving a higher 9th rank required not just alchemical talent, but also substantial soul power and combat prowess. Originally, Xiao Ying and the Qiao family had pinned their hopes on the Dan Tower. They had learned that one of the 3 giants of the Dan Tower, the esteemed Xian Kongzi, held a favorable view of Xiao Ying and a genius from the Dan family, apparently intending to take one of them as a disciple. Xiao Ying was confident that she could compete with that genius from the Dan family. Now, the benefits Chen Xiao offered undoubtedly provided her with an additional option. Most enticingly, these 2 paths were not mutually exclusive. She could very well have both. However, if she truly agreed, she would become Chen Xiao's personal alchemist. Just as Xiao Ying hesitated, struggling to make a decision, the long-absent elder Qiao Shi reappeared. Upon returning, he overheard your late-night conversation. Young friend, I also heard what you just said. How about we consider a different approach? Both Chen Xiao and Xiao Ying turned to him, remaining silent and awaiting further elaboration. Qiao Shi chuckled and said, with the collaboration of the Azure Lotus Earth Core Fire, our Qiao family and you, young friend, are inextricably linked. Given this, why not make our relationship even closer? I just heard Xiao Ying refer to you as her fiancé, and you did not refute it, although it may have been in jest. I think it is a splendid idea. You are of similar ages and mutually appreciative. Should you advance further, I believe everyone would welcome it. I can assure you that the family head will certainly not oppose it. Of course, everything depends on the wishes of you both. Chen Xiao cast a glance at the fourth elder, admiring his audacity. Suner and Qing Lin had visited the Qiao family, and they were aware that Suner was of the ancient lineage. Under such circumstances, did he not fear being targeted by Suner? What he did not know was that on the day Suner and Qing Lin visited the Qiao family, they did not elaborate on their relationship with Chen Xiao. Judging solely from their titles, one called him brother, the other young master. While it confirmed their close bond, it did not suggest any romantic entanglement. Thus, Xiaoxi was able to use a teasing tone to probe. After all, if this were to come to fruition, Chen Xiao's demand for Qiaoing to serve him would be thoroughly satisfied. Furthermore, the Qiao family would reap immense benefits, whether from Chen Xiao's potential or his extensive network of connections, both of considerable weight. Turning a jest into reality? I have no objections, but Qiaoing. Chen Xiao had not finished a sentence when Qiaoing flashed a cunning smile and readily agreed. She was solely passionate about alchemy, indifferent to cultivation, and had never considered a future partner. Therefore, for her, even if a marriage contract were to materialize, it would not matter much. In fact, having a contract would deter many who would otherwise seek her favor upon her return to Zhongzhou, minimizing her troubles. Besides, with Qiaoxi broaching the topic, Qiaoing allowed herself to fantasize that if she were to choose a partner in the future, it would undoubtedly be someone with sufficient talent and strength, pleasing in appearance, and with a decent temperament. And Chen Xiao, aside from not being an alchemist, fit the bill in every respect. After spending time together, she found him quite agreeable. Hence, agreeing to the marriage contract would not be difficult for Qiaoing. After all, it was merely a verbal agreement, not something that required immediate fulfillment. Should it genuinely develop to that stage in the future, what harm would it be if the pretense turned genuine? Chen Xiao met Qiao Ying's teasing gaze and felt Qiaoxi's anticipation. After a moment's hesitation, he decided against being finicky. Very well, let us settle this matter. There is no need to elaborate on Qiao Ying's talent. She will be of immense assistance to me. Chen Xiao had already planned to have a talented alchemist by his side as a backup. This was merely a change in approach. This course of action would bring him nothing but benefits, the only consideration being how to explain things to Suner when next they met. However, given Suner's temperament, which was not as domineering as that of Queen Medusa, he foresaw little trouble. Ha, splendid. Chen Xiao, from now on, I shall call you by your name. Qiaoxi laughed heartily, his laughter echoing through the bamboo grove, drawing the curiosity of those within the nearby bamboo building, who turned to glance in their direction. Fourth elder, I must ask you to keep this matter under wraps for the time being, especially from that Queen Medusa, to avoid any awkward encounters. No problem at all. Chen Xiao nodded slightly before turning to Qiaoing, retrieving the half of the burning formula from his spatial ring. We must take things step by step. First, review this technique, and then decide whether you wish to switch paths. Do not let this information leak. Matters regarding the alchemical formulas can be discussed later. Though the jest of a marriage contract had turned real, both were well aware of their own considerations. Until there was tangible progress, Chen Xiao could not afford to offer too much. Qiaoing understood this and found nothing amiss. Being able to glimpse this extraordinary technique before giving anything in return was already more than satisfactory. Nodding slightly, she accepted the technique and began to study it under the moonlight. Elder Qiaoxi approached and said, by the way, there is a small matter I must inform you of. I did indeed leave Feng City for a while, as I sensed the presence of numerous powerful auras where we dealt with Han Feng. I went to investigate, and they were all leaders of factions from the Blackhorn domain. Their reaction to Han Feng's death has been quite significant, and in the coming days, Feng City may not remain tranquil. Chen Xiao nodded gently. From the few pills he obtained from Han Feng, he could surmise some details. This fellow must have been refining pills for certain individuals and had not yet completed the handover. Moreover, with the death of the pill sovereign Han Feng, such a substantial opportunity would not be overlooked by the ambitious factions of the Blackhorn domain. Let them come. The 114th chapter, Uninvited Guests. As dawn broke, the eastern horizon faintly revealed a pale light. The moonlight from the previous night, so bright, was now overshadowed by a strong wind, and the sky appeared as a dark iron curtain enveloping the world. The old man pondered. The overall structure of Feng City need not change drastically. Those positions that had become vacant could be temporarily filled by a few clever individuals. As long as we maintain our presence, the lower ranks will not descend into chaos. However, we now face a dilemma. Lacking an influx of resources, we cannot rely on alchemy to sustain Feng City as Han Feng did. and Miss Chao Ying will eventually return to Zhongzhou. Thus, merely collecting entrance fees and the revenue from within the city will not suffice to keep Feng City operating normally. Although you might not care about this matter, since we aim to establish ourselves here, I still wish to revitalize Feng City. At the very least, we should not regress in our development. In the hall on the first floor, a group gathered, listening to Hai Bo Dong's animated recounting. Controlling a faction is entirely different from solitary cultivation. There are undoubtedly many more factors to consider. Seated at the head of the table, Chen Xiao offered a slight nod, finding the inquiry rather straightforward. The most prevalent auction in the Black Corner region could certainly be organized by us. Once the members of the Maitel family arrive, we can gradually set this plan into motion, which would sufficiently sustain the operations of Maple City. Furthermore, once the current turmoil subsides, Hai Lao, you should inform the various factions within the Black Corner region that we, in Maple City, shall sell information to warriors of the Battle King rank and above. Whether it pertains to rare treasures or other matters, as long as they can afford the price, we will provide them with the information, thereby consolidating our resources. The notion of merely preempting what one requires is far too limited. Seizing this opportunity, Chen Xiao could indeed maximize its potential. For instance, regarding the 4 strands of netherfire, he had no intention of preempting them. He would retain the nearest lead for future use while the other 3 leads served no purpose. Yet for certain individuals, such information holds immense value. The same applies to other matters. Human resources are finite, and Chen Xiao and his companions cannot possibly gather every valuable item, as they lack the energy for such an endeavor. In this context, selling information emerges as a commendable strategy. However, Chen Xiao's opportunity for preemption cannot be left unutilized forever. So he decided to raise the threshold for services to those of Battle King rank and above, effectively filtering out 99% of the crowd. As for what inquiries those individuals might make, Chen Xiao could easily anticipate them, initially compiling a plethora of information through preemption, which would be sufficient to address the majority of queries. Even if there were some oversights, Chen Xiao could review the preempted information again post factum. Selling information? It is indeed a business venture with no initial investment, yet it demands a high standard for our information network. Hai Buodong appeared somewhat taken aback. No matter. I have my own channels. Upon hearing this, Hai Buodong nodded slightly, refraining from probing further into the details. Chen Xiao, should we not adopt a grand name, akin to the Black Emperor sect? Ziyin enthusiastically took up the conversation, finding the prospect of managing a faction quite novel. That is worth considering. Take your time to ponder, and simply inform me once you arrive at a pleasing name. This matter held little significance for Chen Xiao, as the Black Corner region was merely a transitional phase for him, and he could not afford to linger there for too long. Xiao Yixian, however, was more concerned with the immediate issues at hand, and once Ziyin settled down, she inquired, "What turmoil were you referring to earlier?" "The matter concerning Han Feng. This fellow holds a high status in the Black Corner region and possesses wealth that is enviable. Now that he is in trouble, the factions within the Black Corner region would have no reason to overlook this opportunity. If we wish to establish a genuine foothold in the Black Corner region and prevent future troubles, we require a show of force." Just as he spoke, Chen Xiao suddenly lifted his gaze towards the distant horizon. Xiao Yixian and the others were momentarily taken aback, also sensing something amiss, and promptly rose to their feet. They arrived quite swiftly, but without any Dozong strongmen, they cannot stir up much trouble. Chao Shi chuckled lightly, entirely dismissing the uninvited guests. "The 4th elder will suffice to hold the line. There is no need for you to intervene." Chen Xiao shook out his sleeves, releasing the little swallowing heaven python, and after feeding it a vial of fire spirit liquid, he led Xiao Yixian, Ziyin, and Hai Buodong to greet their visitors. With Queen Medusa having ascended to the Dozong rank, her presence would suffice to handle the situation at hand. Watching the 4 depart the bamboo building, Chao Shi then turned his attention to Chao Ying, who was still engrossed in studying alchemical formulas. Chen Xiao had previously mentioned that he required the assistance of an alchemist proficient in exotic flames due to a friend's health issues. This must refer to Xiao Yixian. Despite her few words in recent days, it was evident that their relationship was quite close, and Chen Xiao held Xiao Yixian in high regard. Holding Gao Si Shaziming De, Chao Ying did not even lift her head. "4th uncle, do not overthink it. He needs a trustworthy alchemist who can assist him in the future. And he also requires this alchemist help to resolve Xiao Yixian's issues. This is the reason he provided me with that cultivation technique. And I cannot refuse the offerings he has given me. It is as simple as that." Chao Shi was left speechless, unable to counter her reasoning. "When do you plan to begin your cultivation transition?" "Tonight, perhaps. The technique is somewhat peculiar and may impact my strength. The sooner I transition, the the sooner I can mitigate the effects. I do not wish to expend too much energy on this matter. Due to her promise to Chen Xiao not to disclose the burning technique, Xiao Ying spoke rather vaguely, leaving Xiao Shi unaware that the burning technique was a low-level yellow-grade cultivation method. Of course, this was merely a temporary situation. Xiao Ying had already mastered the Green Lotus Earth Heart Fire. In her view, even if her rank dropped after transitioning to the burning technique, as long as she consumed the Green Lotus Earth Heart Fire to evolve the burning technique, her strength would swiftly rebound. Thus, the issue was not significant. Are there any Frost Spirit pills left? 2 remain, which should suffice. Although the Sea Heart Flame ranks slightly higher than the Green Lotus Earth Heart Fire, it has already been refined by Han Feng once, and I have prior experience with refining exotic flames. With your assistance, Fourth Uncle, and Chen Xiao's, my chances of refining the Sea Heart Flame are higher than with the Green Lotus Earth Heart Fire. Gao Si not det can li, failing considered on these. High above Maple City, Chen Xiao and his companions stood steadfastly, gazing at the rapidly enlarging figures within their line of sight. 9 individuals in total. Leading them were 2 elderly men clad in golden and silver robes, their faces nearly identical, both adorned with white hair and beards. Their features seemingly stamped from the same mold. In the Black Corner region, such a striking appearance among powerful figures was unmistakable. The golden and silver elders, 2 peak Douhuang powerhouses. To their left stood a middle-aged man in a blue robe, his attire bedecked with flamboyant depictions of ferocious magical beasts, presenting an ostentatious appearance. His aura, at the Douhuang level, was not far from Haibodong's. Following him were 3 half-human, half-beast aberrations, each exhibiting distinct characteristics of magical beasts, such as prominent bull horns, elephant trunks, and eagle beaks. All 3 possessed the strength of battle kings. The beast-taming sect. Recognizing the identities of these individuals in the presence of the half-beasts, Chen Xiao immediately understood for whom Han Feng had concocted the demonic transformation pills within his spatial ring. To the right of the golden and silver elders stood a robust middle-aged man, marked with several scars across his face, exuding an exceptionally sinister demeanor. His strength slightly inferior to that of the beast-taming sect's leader, he was a 3-star Douhuang. Behind him were 2 muscular men, both at the Battle King level. With 4 Douhuang and 5 Battle Kings, their assembly appeared significantly more formidable than that of Chen Xiao's group. As Chen Xiao scrutinized the 9 individuals, the golden and silver elders and their companions were also surveying them. How could Han Feng, with only a singular Douhuang, fall into their hands? The golden and silver elders exchanged glances, both sensing something amiss. Immediately, the elder clad in gold leapt forward, casually cupping his hands. There is no need for you gentlemen to be alarmed. My brother and I have come merely to reclaim our belongings. Since you have slain Han Feng, you must have inspected his spatial ring. A few months ago, my brother entrusted Han Feng with the crafting of 2 Qingming longevity pills, as well as 2 breaking sec pills, 3 Emperor's Extreme pills, and 3 Doling pills. We do not wish to interfere in your grievances with Han Feng, but we kindly request the return of the pills owed to my brother and me. Glancing at the azure spatial ring on Chen Xiao's finger, a flicker of greed passed through the golden-robed elder's eyes as he enumerated a plethora of pills that Han Feng had yet to hand over. However, due to time constraints, it is understandable that Han Feng may not have completed the crafting of all our pills. You may return our materials instead. Listening to the old man's words, Chen Xiao could not help but chuckle. Do you truly wish to hear what you are saying? You are already at the peak of the Douhuang rank, and while seeking breaking sec pills may be reasonable, doling pills and Emperor's Extreme pills, could you be any more disingenuous? Casting him a sidelong glance, Chen Xiao felt no inclination to engage further. As the words of the old man in the golden robe echoed, the leader of the beast-taming sect swiftly approached. Our beast-taming sect has entrusted Han Feng with the crafting of 3 demon transformation pills, 2 Emperor's ultimate pills, and 2 spirit-fighting pills. Following this, a burly man with a scarred face stepped forward, declaring, Han Feng and I, Kuei Sha, are close friends. Not only have you slain him, but you have also seized control of Feng City. My Kuei Wolfgang demands an explanation. Among the 3 factions present, at least 8 out of 10 of their utterances were mere fabrications. Understanding their intentions, Chen Xiao chose not to waste further words. Instead, he summoned the Queen Medusa. Upon witnessing the emergence of Queen Medusa in the blinding light, the 2 elders nodded slightly. A 1-star Dozong, this was more like it. Otherwise, with Han Feng's strength, it would have been impossible for him to be easily subdued. The goal was to resolve matters swiftly, avoiding undue delays and forcing them to compromise. For many were secretly observing this confrontation, and no one wished to become a laughingstock. The two elders communicated discreetly with the leader of the beast-taming sect and Kuei Sha. Together, they could engage a low-star dozong for a short duration. But prolonged conflict would yield no victory for them. Thus, achieving their aims today relied solely on the Kuei Wolfgang and the beast-taming sect. Meanwhile, Chen Xiao was rapidly assigning opponents. I'll leave these two old fellows to you. Once this matter is settled, I'll take you into Canaan Academy tomorrow. Queen Medusa cast him a glance, but remained silent, stepping forward to fix her gaze upon the two elders. Heibadong laughed as he soared forward, targeting the leader of the beast-taming sect, while the little medical sage directed her icy stare at the three-star Do Huang, Kuei Sha, her eyes reflecting an unwavering, murderous intent, devoid of fear. However, just as the little medical sage prepared to take action, Chen Xiao restrained her. Let me handle this. Try not to exert yourself fully. Possessing the body of the eerie poison, the little medical sage's combat prowess was indeed formidable, far surpassing her peers. Yet, each time she unleashed her full strength, she drew closer to losing control of her affliction. Thus, unless absolutely necessary, such a scenario should be avoided. The little medical sage understood her condition, her murderous intent dissipating as she softly warned, "Be careful." Chen Xiao nodded, without further admonishing the eager Ziyan, and shot forth, his icy Douqi enveloping him as he unleashed a powerful punch towards Kuei Sha, officially commencing this grand battle. Han Feng had commanded that anyone coveting his relics be executed without mercy. Since you were his close friend, let us perish together. Chapter 115, Dread. With a flash of lightning beneath his feet, a faint rumble of thunder resonated as Chen Xiao's form suddenly transformed into a streak of golden light, hurtling forth. Observing Chen Xiao's astonishing speed, Kuei Sha was taken aback, only to sneer derisively and stride forward. A mere 9-star Do Wang, what audacity you possess. As he gazed at the rapidly approaching Chen Xiao, bloodlust surged in Kuei Sha's eyes. He moved fiercely, his right leg swinging in a half circle, unleashing a fierce gust that tore through the air and struck toward Chen Xiao with ferocious might. This kick was not particularly intricate, but it was imbued with immense weight. Beneath this terrifying force, an invisible air cannon formed beneath his foot, emitting a deafening sound that echoed through the sky. Boom! The collision of fists and palms created a thunderous reverberation, resonating through the ears of countless onlookers in Feng City. In the sky where they met, a robust ripple of energy spread out like waves, and the two figures, upon contact, were violently propelled backward. A Do Huang powerhouse, nothing more than this. Dispersing the overwhelming force from his arm, Chen Xiao stabilized his form. In terms of raw strength, Kuei Sha was no match for Ziyan. Opposite him, Kuei Sha steadied himself after retreating several paces, casting a dark glance at his right leg. At that moment, he felt as if his entire leg had been frozen stiff, blood flow becoming sluggish, as icy energy pierced like needles into his bones. Channeling his Douqi to expel the chilling energy, the disdain vanished from Kuei Sha's face. What an extraordinarily peculiar Douqi. With a flick of his wrist, a massive, heavy sword materialized in Kuei Sha's grasp. Having suffered a minor setback, he would not fall for the same trick twice. More surprises awaited him. Chen Xiao chuckled lightly, manifesting an ice spear in his hand as he dashed forward, silver light flashing beneath his feet, leaving behind a series of flickering afterimages. Kuei Sha, taken aback by the speed Chen Xiao displayed as a Do Huang powerhouse, felt no reason to show weakness and immediately met him head-on, gripping the heavy sword with both hands. Clang, clang, clang. The ice spear clashed against the heavy sword, emitting sounds reminiscent of metal striking metal, as their figures darted through the air, engaging in continuous exchanges, waves of energy visibly rippling. Countless spectators in the city looked up in awe, but with their limited strength, they found it difficult to discern which of the two was superior. Even locking their gaze onto the combatants proved challenging. On another front, the renowned duo of the Golden and Silver Elders, who claimed to be able to contend with Do Zong when united, found it exceedingly difficult to retaliate against the domineering Queen Medusa. Yet, the fact that they could hold their ground against her, even managing to trade several blows without sustaining injury, was a testament to their formidable reputation. These two indeed possessed noteworthy skills. Boom! Seizing the opportunity presented by Queen Medusa's momentary retreat, the Golden and Silver Elders surveyed the chaotic battlefield above. The sight was startling. They beheld a seemingly ordinary Do Huang engaged in a fierce battle with a leader of the beast-taming sect, both evenly matched and unable to gain the upper hand in the short term. Meanwhile, Kuei Sha's pride lay in tatters, completely restrained by a mere 9-star Do Wong. Forced into a defensive stance, looking at the remaining 5 Do Wong, the scene was utterly disheartening. Faced with the slightly overpowered 9-star Do Wong, the little medical sage, alongside the elusive Ziyin, the 5 had no means to counter them, unable even to graze the hem of their garments. In stark contrast, the little medical sage and Ziyin, whether through the eerie poison or their overwhelming strength, left the 5 no choice but to evade, completely unwilling to engage directly. Thus, in a scenario where they outnumbered their opponents, the circumstances were dire. One 7-star Do Wong, a burly man, bore a grim expression, his aura fluctuating wildly, his state reaching its nadir, appearing as though he could collapse at any moment. Kuis, this brat is merely gaining experience at your expense. What are you doing? Look at your men. They're on the brink of annihilation. End this quickly. The golden and silver elders could no longer contain their frustration and shouted in anger. Receiving their transmission, Kuei-sha found himself at a loss for words. Outsiders believed Chen Xiao's speed was such that the afterimages were mere byproducts of his rapidity, posing no real threat. Initially, Kuei-sha had thought the same, until moments ago, when he was horrified to see one of those afterimages grin at him, before charging at him with a spear, nearly piercing him through. It was from that moment that Kuei-sha realized the immense threat posed by the 3 silhouettes encircling him. He struggled to discern the real from the false. This made it appear as if he was battling a single 9-star Do Wong, while in reality, he was being besieged by 3, leaving him overwhelmed and unable to unleash his Do techniques. Compared to Ban Lao, you are not merely a star weaker. However, the 2 old fellows are right. It is time to conclude this. Chen Xiao shook his head slightly and finally decided to get serious. With one hand wielding the spear for attack and the other forming a seal, a multitude of ice spikes erupted forth, descending upon Kuei-sha like a torrential storm. Having fought for an extended period, Chen Xiao had already discerned Kuei-sha's cumbersome nature. In the face of this opponent, his speed advantage was magnified infinitely, allowing him to suppress Kuei-sha, rendering him unable to lift his head. Swish, 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 as countless ice spikes tore through the air toward him. Kuei-sha's eyes widened in shock. Just as he attempted to withdraw and defend, Chen Xiao's 3,000 thunder movements had already been unleashed. He darted behind Kuei-sha, thrusting his spear to push him back. There was no time left to evade. With a fierce determination, Kuei-sha's body trembled violently. In the next moment, a layer of crimson light surged from his body, transforming into an impenetrable blood-red shield that repelled the myriad of icy spikes. The azure ice dragon sword. Just as one wave subsided, another arose. The resplendent ice dragon swept across the sky, roaring fiercely as it struck down towards Keisha's vulnerable back. Sensing the imminent threat from behind, Keisha instinctively turned, his hands swinging his heavy sword, a surge of fighting spirit coursing through him. After a brief moment of preparation, a massive sword shadow, stretching over 10 zhong, floated above him, boldly confronting the azure ice dragon. In his haste to respond, Keisha had no time to ponder why he had the opportunity to gather his energy at that moment. Boom! The colossal sword collided with the azure ice dragon amidst a cacophony of explosions, and both dissipated into nothingness. However, before Keisha could catch his breath, he felt a flicker before him. A figure appeared with uncanny swiftness, ice blue fighting spirit swirling around his fist, already aimed at his heart. Keisha was taken aback, retreating hastily. Yet, right after, there was a soft thud as an ice spear pierced through his back and out his chest. An overwhelming wave of frigid fighting spirit surged through him like a torrential flood. In that instant, his blood turned to ice, his heart abruptly ceased to beat, and the remnants of his consciousness compelled him to speak, yet he could no longer even part his lips. Chen Xiao flicked the tip of his spear, delivering a final blow that shattered Keisha's heart, allowing the ice spear to dissipate. Then, a burst of fighting spirit shot forth, removing Keisha's storage ring before he plummeted to the ground. His body fell like a porcelain doll, shattering into countless pieces upon hitting the streets of the city. Yet not a single drop of blood was spilled. Witnessing this scene, many felt a shiver run down their spines, involuntarily trembling. Boom! 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 At that moment, 5 explosive sounds rang out from the sky, prompting everyone to look up, only to see 5 crimson fireworks bursting in the air. In less than a quarter of an hour, a Do Emperor and 5 Do Kings had fallen in succession. Glancing at the increasingly dire situation of the 2 elders of gold and silver, as well as the Beastmaster sect leader, who was locked in a stalemate with Haiba Dong, many who had been secretly observing Maple City extinguished their ambitions. At the same time, They were relieved that they had not taken the risk of sticking their necks out. Chapter 116. The Emergence of the Soul Palace. The consecutive falls of 6 powerful figures sent tremors through countless hearts, while the expressions of the gold and silver elders at the highest battlefield darkened to the utmost degree. They had initially thought that by joining forces, they could intimidate others and reap the rewards. Little did they expect that they would gain nothing and instead attract trouble. With Keisha's downfall, only the Beastmaster sect leader remained, hardly capable of making a difference. They had reached their limit. Exchanging a glance, the gold and silver elders immediately clashed with Queen Medusa, using the momentum to distance themselves. A Dozong expert was ultimately difficult to surpass. My lord, it is best to cease hostilities. Let those 2 Qingming longevity pills serve as a congratulatory gift for the change of leadership in Maple City. Farewell. The gold and silver elders clasped their hands in unison, recognizing the futility of the situation, and without a hint of hesitation, soared towards the distant horizon, leaving onlookers dumbfounded. Queen Medusa furrowed her brows slightly, but did not pursue. In an instant, only the isolated Beastmaster sect leader remained in the high skies. Sensing the encirclement of foes, his complexion turned ashen, cold sweat pouring down. Initially locked in a balanced confrontation with Haiba Dong, his distraction allowed Haiba Dong to seize the opportunity, and the Azure Ice Dragon struck again, severely wounding him. Realizing there was no escape today, the Beastmaster sect leader wore a bitter smile, a ruthless glint in his eyes, as if preparing for a desperate last stand. Unfortunately, at that moment, a 7-colored ribbon shot down from above, utterly severing his last shred of hope. Thank you, Your Majesty, Haiba Dong said, mustering the courage to express his gratitude. A fellow expert of the same rank posed a significant threat if they disregarded everything. While his demise was unlikely given the multitude present, injury was almost certain. Queen Medusa ignored Haiba Dong, her gaze drifting towards Chen Xiao. Remember what you said. With that, she departed without a second thought. In a flash of brilliant light, the little swallowing heavenly python appeared, rolling mid-air and transforming into a streak of 7 colors, darting into Chen Xiao's sleeve at a speed beyond the human eye's capacity to capture. Chen Xiao looked toward the mountain peak outside the city, sensing the powerful auras that had gathered there dissipate before retracting his gaze. At last, it's peaceful. From now on, if these individuals wish to entertain any sinister thoughts, they must weigh our strength. The Beastmaster sect and the Kuelong gang are ripe for plundering. Excitedly, Xian gathered all the spoils. Chen Xiao chuckled helplessly and handed her the little swallowing heavenly python. Leave the professional matters to the professionals. Handle it cleanly. The Beastmaster sect and the Kuelong gang were not far from Maple City. Any skirmish among powerful figures would be readily perceptible. With Queen Medusa's protection, Chen Xiao felt assured, allowing Xian to act independently. Great. This is what I excel at. Xian readily accepted the task, vanishing in an instant. The gold and silver elders are quite astute, slipping away faster than anyone else at the first hint of danger. Haiba Dong scoffed. Let's descend and discuss this further. Chen Xiao chuckled lightly, exchanging glances with the little medicinal sage and Haiba Dong before heading towards the city center. In truth, he had intended to keep the gold and silver elders there, but midway, he received a transmission from Elder Chao Shi, prompting him to alter his course and allow them to depart for the time being. Haiba Dong and the little medicinal sage sensed the urgency and followed closely behind. Upon returning to the bamboo house in the city center, Chao Shi and Chao Ying had been waiting for some time. Do not concern yourselves with those 2 old geezers. They won't escape. I will take a trip tonight. The reason I transmitted to stop you is that I detected a very subtle aura earlier. This individual is exceptionally skilled in concealment, their strength likely comparable to mine. Had they not covertly seized the souls of a few, I would not have been able to perceive them. Without needing Chen Xiao and the others to ask, Chao Shi seriously explained the situation. With a strength comparable to mine, that would imply a 4-star Do Zone level expert. It is crucial to remain vigilant with such a powerful figure lurking in the shadows. It is wise to reveal less of your strength. Listening to Chao Shi's words, the little medicinal sage and Haiba Dong appeared somewhat bewildered. Their knowledge of the Blackhorner region was limited, and their understanding of the Central State was even less. Chen Xiao, however, wore a slightly grave expression. Dozong strength, soul collection. This characteristic was unmistakably indicative of the Soul Palace. Indeed, your information is quite well informed, Chao Shi nodded. Noticing the puzzled expressions of the little medicinal sage and Haiba Dong, he briefly introduced the situation. The power dynamics of the Central State can be summarized in a single phrase. 1 palace, 1 tower, 2 sects, 3 valleys, and 4 pavilions. On the surface, it appears thus, with each of these forces being a colossal entity. Among them, the palace and tower are the most formidable, with the palace being the sole palace. In comparison, families like my Xiao clan, which rely on the pill tower, are hardly worth mentioning. Hiss! Haiba Dong drew in a sharp breath. To him, the Xiao clan already seemed immensely powerful. A fourth elder possessed the strength of a 4-star dozong. One can only imagine how much stronger their clan leader and grand elder were. If such a family was insignificant before the Soul Palace, just how terrifying must the Soul Palace itself be? Impossible to fathom. I never anticipated that the Soul Palace would have a presence in this northwestern region. However, the Soul Palace has always been shrouded in mystery, and outsiders know little about them. Upon reflection, it is not surprising they would appear here. Chen Xiao, after I and Xiaoing leave, you must be extra cautious while acting in the Black Corner region. Since you are aware of the Soul Palace, you likely know their reputation, Xiao Shi cautioned. Chen Xiao nodded slightly. He had long considered that as his strength increased and he emerged from the Gamma Empire, he would inevitably encounter the Soul Palace. Last night, my cautious approach to Han Feng was largely influenced by the potential emergence of the Soul Palace. My understanding of this formidable force surpasses that of Xiao Shi by no small measure. The Soul Palace exhibits a far greater fascination with souls than with the living. It is prudent for me to maintain a status of mutual non-interference with them for the time being, should any nefarious intentions arise from within their ranks. I certainly possess the means to contend with them. Chen Xiao recalled that the Black Corner region is overseen by the formidable Xuan Protector. Although a 4-star dozong holds considerable power, I am now capable of summoning the heavenly demon puppet at will. And with the assistance of Queen Medusa and the venerable elder Su Qian, I harbor no fear should a confrontation arise. Ensure that Han Feng's soul is well hidden. Xiao Ying interjected, her expression unusually grave. The souls of alchemists are typically stronger, making them highly coveted by the Soul Palace. Chen Xiao nodded in agreement. The truth remains that my comprehension of the Soul Palace exceeds that of anyone present. For now, we shall set this matter aside. After this display meant to intimidate, Feng City should stabilize, and we must return to our pressing tasks. The enhancement of our strength is of utmost urgency, not only for myself but also for those around me. Having acquired a wealth of resources over the past few days, we cannot allow them to languish in the spatial ring. They must be utilized to their fullest potential. Chapter 117, A Further Prepayment. After waiting from dawn until noon, Ziyin finally strode in, her gait unapologetically indifferent, having just returned from plundering spoils at the Beastmaster sect and the Kuei Wolf Gang. Her fingers were adorned with 10 spatial rings, exuding an air of opulence and indicating a significant haul. Fortunately, I arrived swiftly. I nearly fell behind those from the Demon Blade sect and the Earth Flame sect. Now, they're left staring at their empty vaults in bewilderment. She chuckled mischievously, removing 7 or 8 spatial rings to reward Chen Xiao. Apart from medicinal herbs, she had little interest in the remaining items. Chen Xiao's consciousness seeped into each of these rings, and he was immediately dazzled by the eclectic assortment of spoils within. Pills, martial techniques, secret arts, magic cores, and various sundries were all present in abundance. However, even when combined, these 2 faction treasures paled in comparison to Han Feng's bounty. These items will be beneficial to you, Chen Xiao said, handing a collection of poisons and toxic materials to Xiao Yixin. She accepted them with a smile, offering no further comment. From tomorrow onward, Hai Lao, have someone gather poisons and toxic materials and exchange these superfluous items for those of greater utility. Hai Buodong nodded in agreement, recognizing the advantage of controlling a faction where resource exchange proves more convenient. A low-tier, earth-grade martial technique. The Frost Palm. This is quite a treasure that both Hai Lao and I can utilize. After reviewing the contents, Chen Xiao decided to keep the Frosty Scroll, leaving the others for Hai Buodong to catalog. At present, he lacked any deficiency in martial techniques, yet adhering to the principle of utilizing the Imperial Seal technique only when necessary. He yearned for an additional Earth-grade martial technique to bolster his combat prowess. Now, the acquisition comes without labor. You all should also examine whether there are any useful items among these. If you find any, keep them. If not, inform Hai Lao of your needs, and we'll keep an eye out for future collection. Setting aside the martial techniques, Chen Xiao then retrieved 2 pills from the spatial rings, distributing 1 each to Hai Buodong and Xiao Yixin. The Emperor's Extreme Pill. Its effects need not be elaborated upon. Each of you shall take 1. And for the time to come, we shall focus entirely on enhancing our cultivation. Among Han Feng's spoils, Chen Xiao had acquired 3 Emperor's Extreme Pills, in addition to 1 gifted by the Qiao family. They were more than sufficient. Xiao Yixian hesitated momentarily. As a person with a cursed poison body, she did not have an urgent need for pills. Sufficient resources would allow her cultivation to proceed without hindrance. Take it without overthinking. The cursed poison body and the Emperor's extreme pill are not in conflict. Once you advance to Do Huang, you can expedite your ascent to higher ranks. I still possess 2 more Emperor's extreme pills. Upon hearing this, Xiao Yixian finally accepted the pill. Hai Buodong, however, was forthright, eagerly examining the Emperor's extreme pill with gleaming eyes. I've long coveted this pill. Unfortunately, during my time in the Gamma Empire, I lacked the ability to refine it. Chen Xiao couldn't help but recall their first encounter, when this Ice Emperor had tempted him to become his disciple with Do Spirit pills and Emperor's extreme pills. Now, it seemed he had indeed been boasting. After distributing the useful items, Chen Xiao turned to Chao Ying. There is no need to rush your cultivation transition. Tomorrow, Ziyin and I will visit the Jia Nin Academy. After our return, we can prepare to refine the strange fire at our leisure. Gao Xing not that can li. Though her resolve to commence her transition that very night remained unchanged. After conversing with the others for a while longer, Chen Xiao ascended the stairs. Once back in his room, he seated himself at the table and spent over an hour, utilizing the prepayment in his mind, to compile over 100 pieces of information that, while not useful to him, could prove invaluable to others. The more mundane details included, among other things, sources for acquiring magic cores of the 7th rank and below. However, the most valuable information pertained to the whereabouts of the strange fire. After a thorough review, he confirmed that he had not overlooked any conceivable details. Chen Xiao nodded in satisfaction. This information alone could yield countless resources for him. After stowing away the stack of valuable papers, he cast aside distractions and began contemplating the next items he should seek out for prepayment. The gap between the ranks of Do Wang and Do Huang is relatively minor compared to other levels, which is fundamentally why he was able to effortlessly dispatch Kuei Sha. Given Chen Xiao's current capabilities, relying solely on the 3,000 thunderbolts would suffice to handle conventional Do Huang practitioners, even when facing the likes of Elder Ban. He felt no significant pressure. However, conventional Do Huang ultimately fails to make a mark. If one merely compares themselves to the ordinary, they will remain a mediocrity throughout their lives. Chen Xiao possesses the advantage of foresight, coupled with the prepayment assistance in his mind, thereby necessitating a broader perspective. Hence, his focus should shift towards those hailing from major factions, or even ancient races. This should be his rightful mindset. In comparison to these individuals, he currently finds himself lacking in advantages and must reinforce his capabilities accordingly. For the moment, he would set aside considerations regarding techniques, even among ancient races. Cultivating mid-tier Earth-grade techniques at the Do Wang and Do Huang levels is certainly formidable. With the Imperial Seal technique as a safety net and the Frost Palm available for regular use, he presently has sufficient combat techniques. The challenge of elevating his strength to achieve Do Huang is not overly daunting. Once he resolves matters concerning Chao Ying and Queen Medusa, a single retreat utilizing the Starfall Soul Calming Pill should suffice. As for his trump cards, the Heavenly Demon Puppet can indeed be prepaid. An idea sparked in his mind, prompting Chen Xiao to review the subsequent options for prepaying the Heavenly Demon Puppet. Human-level Heavenly Demon Puppet, prepayment available. Subsequent prepayment options. Successfully eliminate the Earth Demon Old Ghost to obtain materials for crafting a Heavenly Demon Puppet. Enter the Beast Domain's ancient ruins to acquire a Heavenly Demon Puppet. Journey to the Northern Continent and enter the illusory realm outside the Meteorite Ice Field to gain a Heavenly Demon Puppet. The latter 2 options are labor-intensive and time-consuming, and therefore, Chen Xiao deemed them unnecessary for immediate consideration. The option to eliminate the Earth Demon Old Ghost, however, remains viable. A human-level Heavenly Demon Puppet possesses at least the strength of a Do Zone, which is no trifling combat capability. Strategically employing it could yield promising prospects against the Earth Demon Old Ghost. Not rushing to a decision, Chen Xiao deliberated thoughtfully. The magic core of the Heavenly Poison Scorpion Dragon Beast could also be prepaid, yet Xiao Yixian remains far from fully awakening her cursed poison body. The third type of strange fire and the Bodhi transformation essence have yet to be fully gathered, so the magic core can wait. What else do I lack? Regarding souls? Chen Xiao straightened slightly, contemplating a potentially overlooked aspect. It is not solely alchemists who emphasize the power of the soul. This intangible force wields immense influence. In fact, upon attaining the spiritual realm, one could rival even high-level Do Zone merely through their soul power. Chen Xiao clearly remembers that when Xiao Yin broke through to the spirit realm in the pill world, he engaged in a spar with a low-tier Dozun, Xiongzhan, and managed to force him back using the power of his soul. Although the spar was not a life-and-death battle and contained a significant amount of leeway, it was undoubtedly comparable to a high-tier Dozone. Moreover, a powerful soul brings with it numerous advantages. The most immediate benefit is that if he were to confront the Soul Palace in the future, his own safety would be greatly assured. Was there a way to prepay for a soul cultivation method? Soul Classic? Soul Formula? Chen Xiao's heart stirred as he attempted to communicate with the information in his mind regarding the prepayment. Initially, it was merely a casual attempt, but the outcome took him by surprise. He observed that the information in his mind rapidly transformed, presenting several options within mere moments. Soul Classic, a secret method of the Soul Clan, not available for prepayment. Heavenly Wind Soul Classic, an ancient secret method of the White Clan, not available for prepayment. 9 Nether Soul Classic, available for prepayment. Follow-up for prepayment. Seek it in the Tianyin mountain range of the Black Corner domain. There are also some soul formulas, and Chen Xiao even recognized the familiar Tai soul formula. However, the follow-ups for those were quite troublesome, and after noting the information, he chose to disregard them. His consciousness fixated on the 9 Nether Soul Classic, and he felt a sense of astonishment. The Tianyin mountain range mentioned in the follow-up was very familiar to him. This was not solely due to the years he and Xian had spent in the Black Corner domain, but also because he vaguely recalled that during his earlier experiments to see if he could prepay for a 7th grade pill, one of the follow-ups had mentioned this very place. Devouring Life Pill. Devouring Life Pill, a 7th grade pill, available for prepayment. Follow-up for prepayment. Seek it in the Tianyin mountain range of the Black Corner domain. Taking another uncertain glance, he confirmed that the follow-up for prepaying the Devouring Life Pill was indeed identical to that of the 9 Nether Soul Classic. Did this not imply that the two items were likely located in the same place? In his heart, he reasoned that a person capable of creating such a pinnacle 7th grade formula as the Devouring Life Pill and having the ability to refine it must at the very least be a high-ranking 7th grade alchemist. It was plausible for such a character to fortuitously possess a soul cultivation method. However, the issue lay in the fact that, in the original trajectory, Xiao Li obtained this Devouring Life Pill and its formula without ever mentioning the existence of a soul cultivation method. Could it be that he was unaware of its worth? Or perhaps it was simply overlooked by Xiao Li. Chen Xiao found it perplexing, yet deemed it inconsequential. The truth would reveal itself in due time. Prepay for the 9 Nether Soul Classic. Without further hesitation, Chen Xiao made his decision. The Tianyin mountain range was located behind the Tianyin sect in the Black Corner domain, not particularly far from Maple City. Furthermore, this was a treasure-seeking follow-up, and completing it would not be overly challenging. Just as he resolved this in his heart, a sudden crackling sound caught his attention. Looking up, he beheld a stark white skeleton materializing seemingly out of thin air, haphazardly piled upon the table. What on earth was this? Chen Xiao was momentarily startled by the unexpected appearance of the skeleton. To prepay for the 9 Nether Soul Classic and have a skeleton emerge was truly beyond his expectations. Calming his mind, Chen Xiao rose to investigate, and soon, he was astonished to discover that the right leg bone of the skeleton had been hollowed out, within which lay an exceptionally slender scroll, lying quietly. Upon this revelation, Chen Xiao's understanding deepened. No wonder Xiao Li had overlooked such a precious item. It was indeed something that ordinary people would not conceive of, unless they were to shatter the skeleton. However, it appeared that the individuals from the Douqi Continent possessed quite peculiar thought processes. The figure within the stone chamber of the Beast Mountain concealed the remains of the pure Lotus Demon Fire, while the creator sage of the ancient ruins inscribed the great creation palm upon his very bones. And this individual went so far as to stow an entire scroll within his leg bone. Truly remarkable feats. Chen Xiao marveled, and then reached out to extract the slender scroll. The scroll appeared entirely white, closely resembling the color of the skeleton, with 4 ancient characters inscribed on its side. 9 Nether Soul Classic. Simultaneously, the information regarding the prepayment in Chen Xiao's mind began to shift. Current available prepayment attempts, 0. Complete the follow-up to unlock the next prepayment opportunity. Chapter 118, Sending Medusa to School. In the boundless void, the essence of life is born, and the soul's resonance fills the emptiness. The 9 Nether Profound Mansion illuminates the skies with soul light. After tidying up the room, Chen Xiao seated himself on the bed, murmuring the 9 Nether Soul Classic as he began to comprehend and cultivate. As he recited it repeatedly, He became completely engrossed, unknowingly immersing himself within. If anyone were present, they would be astonished to find that Chen Xiao was in an extraordinarily peculiar state. He seemed to have entered an indescribable, wondrous condition with an invisible, intangible soul force swirling around him, pulsating to a unique rhythm. Within his consciousness, he felt an unprecedented clarity of thought, as if his comprehension had, in that moment, surged 100-fold. In this state, he reevaluated himself and instantly recognized the flaws within the techniques he had practiced, such as the Xianbing Longxiang. The shortcomings magnified infinitely in his perception, and the concepts he had previously harbored regarding ice and fire now flooded forth like a spring, with a cascade of inspirations bubbling up from his heart. As time passed second by second, the outside world transitioned from night to day. Elder Qiao Shi and the other elders had returned with the two elderly figures, yet Chen Xiao remained unperturbed, immersed in his meditation. From morning until noon, the Queen Medusa, eager to resolve her soul issue, could no longer remain still. In a flash of blinding light, she manifested, her expression cold as she swiftly entered Chen Xiao's room. However, upon seeing him seated on the bed, motionless and seemingly lost in thought, a flicker of astonishment crossed her exquisite features. She quickly discerned that Chen Xiao was currently in a state of epiphany. This state was something countless cultivators yearned for, with some even spending their entire lives without achieving it. Taking a deep breath, Queen Medusa had to suppress her impatience, waving her hand to cast a barrier. It is said that disrupting someone's future is akin to killing their parents. Even in her anxiety, she dared not disturb him rashly. One day, I shall wait just one day, she muttered to herself as she gently took a seat. 2 days later, Chen Xiao, seated on the bed, finally returned to his senses, a glimmer of joy lighting up his brow. Although he remained at the 9-star Do Wang level, he had, in an intangible way, gained immense benefits. Just as he was reveling in his thoughts, he suddenly sensed an intense, piercing gaze upon him. Looking up, he immediately found Queen Medusa seated at the table, her expression devoid of emotion as she fixed her gaze upon him. She looked as if someone owed her money. "Your Majesty, how long has it been?" 2.5 days. Upon hearing this, Chen Xiao instantly understood the reason for her expression. "I apologize, I lost track of time. We shall set off today immediately." Upon hearing this, Queen Medusa's demeanor softened, and she gracefully stood to dispel the barrier, descending the stairs ahead of him. Chen Xiao followed closely behind, only to find Xian and Elder Qiao Shi waiting downstairs. The old sea turtle had gone to relay messages to the powers of the Black Corner domain, while Sister Qiao Ying and Sister Xiao Yixin were both engaged in their cultivation. Noticing Chen Xiao's expression, Xian slumped in her chair and remarked, "Ever since meeting Elder Qiao, my meals have been ever more sumptuous. I no longer need to worry about pills daily." In the past few days, she had plundered 3 powers, reaping considerable rewards and no longer having to fret over medicinal ingredients. As such, her daily routine now consisted solely of consuming pills, her intake surpassing what she had previously consumed over 10 days. At this rate, it would not be long before she, too, could advance. Chen Xiao nodded slightly and turned his gaze toward Qiao Shi. "Elder 4, we shall make a visit to Canaan Academy. Please keep a vigilant eye on things here. And if the little medical fairy inquires, do relay the message. It is a trifling matter. The sooner we depart, the sooner we shall return." Gao Si not det in ak no wem den. Upon entering the inner courtyard of Canaan Academy, Xian eagerly seized Queen Medusa's hand and chattered incessantly. For her, no place felt more at ease than here. "Sister Medusa, that dark tower over there is the sky-burning refinement tower. The rapid advancements of the students in the inner courtyard are largely attributable to it, though both Chen Xiao and I are not particularly fond of it. Over there is the accommodation area. It was there that I first met Chen Xiao." Xian babbled on, her lips never pausing, leaving Chen Xiao and Queen Medusa with no opportunity to interject. It was only when a figure appeared ahead, stepping through the air, that the atmosphere shifted. A Dozong expert. Queen Medusa's gaze sharpened. She had heard Xian mention this esteemed elder of the inner courtyard, yet she was unaware of his precise level of Dozong prowess. Now, face to face, she could ascertain that he was indeed a 3-star Dozong. His manifest strength exceeded her own by 2 minor realms. "Old Su, esteemed elder." The 3 greeted as Su Qian approached. Even Queen Medusa was exceedingly polite, for she had come to Canaan Academy with a request, and her demeanor must be suitably humble. Su Qian returned the gesture with clasped fists, giving Xian and Chen Xiao a questioning glance. Sensing the presence of a Dozong expert, he might have doubted the situation were it not for the 2 familiar auras accompanying him. He suspected someone might attempt to seize the fallen heart flame. "Elder Su, This is Sister Medusa from the Gamma Empire, a friend of both Chen Xiao and myself. Sister Medusa has encountered some issues due to a secret technique evolution, resulting in two souls residing within her body. After much effort and gesturing, Ziyin finally elucidated the matter. Su Qian then relaxed, understanding the situation. The issues stemming from the anomalous fire had been resolved by Chen Xiao's companion, thus confirming that Queen Medusa had no interest in the anomalous fire. Now I understand. The sky-burning refinement tower is vast. An additional person neither adds nor subtracts significantly. However, it is unprecedented for outsiders to enter the tower. Sister Medusa is one of us, not an outsider, Ziyin interjected, leaving the others bewildered. Chen Xiao pulled her back gently, smiling, "Be patient, let the elder finish." Having interacted with Su Qian for quite some time, Chen Xiao was well acquainted with him. This elder was not a rigid traditionalist, merely out of respect for Ziyin. He was unlikely to refuse such a modest request. The inner courtyard fosters good relations, since Her Majesty has expressed interest. And with Ziyin and Chen Xiao vouching for you, I can permit you to use Chen Xiao's fire crystal card to enter the 8th level of the sky-burning refinement tower for cultivation. However, I cannot guarantee the fallen heart flame will be beneficial for Her Majesty. Thank you. Queen Medusa nodded in gratitude. Without further ado, the group followed Su Qian to the 8th level of the tower. Chen Xiao retrieved the fire crystal card, found an unoccupied training room, instructed Queen Medusa on its usage, and watched her close the door before departing with the elder and Ziyin. "Yet to congratulate you on your advancement, Elder," Chen Xiao remarked. Su Qian chuckled softly. Shaking his head, "I have lingered at 2-star Do Zone for many years. This minor enhancement pales in comparison to your achievements, including Her Majesty Queen Medusa, whose potential exceeds even mine. With your journeys, having such an ally is indeed fortuitous. Furthermore, my decision to allow her access to the sky-burning refinement tower today is partly out of respect for you, and also pertains to the fallen heart flame. In recent years, the frequency of disturbances from the fallen heart flame has been rising. I have a premonition that this creature may break its seal within 3 to 5 years. Having a Do Zone level combatant within the inner courtyard will certainly ease the situation when that day comes." Listening to Su Qian's words, Ziyin appeared somewhat perplexed. She glanced at Su Qian, then back at Chen Xiao. "Chen Xiao, does Elder Su imply that Sister Medusa will stay in the inner courtyard for 3 to 5 years? Chen Xiao did not confirm or deny. "At least 6 months to start. I am certain the fallen heart flame will indeed be useful to her. But relying solely on the 8th level's flame, she will need time to resolve her soul issue. For the time being, we need not disturb her. Let us prepare for our next adventure, treasure hunting." Chapter 119, Devouring Life Pill. During their last visit to Canaan Academy, Su Qian was preoccupied with his breakthrough, preventing Chen Xiao and Ziyin from catching up properly. This time, seizing the opportunity to escort Queen Medusa, they could finally sit down for a meaningful conversation. The change in leadership in Feng City and the shifting dynamics within the Black Corner region had indeed impacted Canaan Academy. The most immediate effect was that students venturing into the Black Corner region could now seek refuge in Feng City when faced with danger, significantly reducing casualties. This was a considerable boon for the academy. To be honest, I had concerns about Han Feng when he was still around, as he was the only 6-star alchemist in the entire Black Corner region, and the allure of anomalous fire for alchemists is well known. Now that he is gone, I can breathe easier. You have secured Feng City now. Your strength is sufficient for Do Wang and above, but your manpower at mid to low levels is likely limited. Each year, a batch of students graduates from the inner courtyard. I will inform them that if they are uncertain about their futures, they can come to you. This way, they will have a place to settle temporarily, and you will gain useful personnel. Hearing Su Qian's proposal, Chen Xiao nodded in agreement. It was a win-win situation, with no reason to decline. After reminiscing with the elder for over an hour, Chen Xiao left Yin behind and took a selection of ancient books he had not seen before, heading alone to the loft where he used to reside, intending to visit a few acquaintances, especially Chao Hui, who had been a friend, and now, with the Chao family's connections, it could be said they were practically kin. One night of idle chatter was hardly worth recording. The following morning, as dawn broke, Chen Xiao, engrossed in his cultivation, was awakened by the sound of Ziyin munching. "Where shall we go treasure hunting?" Upon seeing Chen Xiao open his eyes, Ziyin quickly swallowed the pill in her mouth, wiped her small hands, stowed the jade bottle, and stood to inquire. The Tian Yin mountain range. The mountains rolled like slumbering dragons sprawled across the earth, shrouded in miasma and perpetually cloaked in dark clouds, with sunlight struggling to penetrate, rendering the entire range somber and oppressive. Thus, it was aptly named the Tian mountain range. At the foot of the southeastern slopes lies an old power in the Black Corner region, the Tianyin sect. Its master, Yinggu Lao, is a formidable 5-star Do Huang renowned on the blacklist. This Tianyin mountain range appears even larger than the Beast Mountain range of the Gama Empire. What precisely are we searching for? Hovering in midair, Ziyin gazed down at the hazy mountains, intrigued by the purpose of their journey. To be precise, it should be considered a legacy, Chen Xiao replied after a moment's thought. I cannot assist with that. I can only sense the heavenly materials and earthly treasures. Ziyin shrugged her hands, indicating her limitations. The ability to sense heavenly materials and treasures, coupled with innate spatial control, was already enviable enough. If she could also sense legacies, what would remain for others? Chen Xiao shook his head with a smile. No worries. We have ample time to search. Just keep an eye out for hidden spots, such as caves. Finding a skeleton within the vast Tianyin mountain range would be akin to searching for a needle in a haystack for ordinary individuals. However, both Chen Xiao and Ziyin were Do Huang experts, resolute in their quest, and finding it was merely a matter of time. Moreover, Chen Xiao had prior experience with a similar endeavor. The opportunity presented by the cave in the Warcraft Mountains bears a striking resemblance to the current situation. It is known that Xiao Li, being pursued, fled into the Tianyin Mountains and fortuitously acquired the life-devouring pill. Upon consuming it, he ascended from a great fighter to a Do Huang-level powerhouse. From this information, one can first eliminate the direction of the Tianyin sect. After all, with Xiao Li's strength, he would lack both the ability and the courage to enter the Tianyin Mountains from the vicinity of the sect. Furthermore, with so many individuals in the Tianyin sect, their knowledge of the surrounding area would be impeccable, rendering the likelihood of any inheritance existing there exceedingly slim. Additionally, due to Xiao Li's insufficient strength, regions within the Tianyin Mountains inhabited by 4th-tier or higher magical beasts can also be dismissed. Thus, a simple filtering process has drastically reduced the search area. Let us conceal our presence so as not to startle the magical beasts within. We should focus on areas where lower-tier magical beasts are active. Chen Xiao succinctly conveyed the search plan to Ziyin. She nodded earnestly and complied, suppressing her aura. After discerning their direction, the two immediately began their search from the southwestern edge of the Tianyin Mountains, for this direction faced the heart of the Blackhorn domain. Chen Xiao envisioned the scene of Xiao Li being pursued, believing that the probability of him fleeing into the depths of the mountains from this point was the highest. Chen Xiao had anticipated that even with ample information, it would take them at least 10 days to locate their target. However, to his astonishment, fortune struck unexpectedly. In less than 3 days, he sensed a narrow crevice obscured by rocks in a small valley, which was nearly imperceptible from the outside. Is it really this simple? Ziyin exclaimed as she smashed the accumulated stones with a powerful punch, revealing a slender gap, her expression one of disbelief. Since entering the Tianyin Mountains, they had encountered no threats whatsoever. The strongest magical beast they faced was only at the 3rd tier, equivalent to a great fighter among humans. In the past, even when searching for medicinal herbs in the mountains, she had to contend with those magical beasts each time, expending considerable effort. Now, this sudden ease felt quite disconcerting. Let us go in and see if this is indeed the place we seek, Chen Xiao mused, feeling somewhat prepared mentally. After all, this was an opportunity that even Xiao Li had stumbled upon, indicating that the associated risks could not be exceedingly high, with luck playing a significant role. Ziyin nodded slightly and sidled into the dark cavern ahead of him. Chen Xiao took out a moonlight stone for illumination and followed closely behind. The passage was exceedingly narrow, barely wide enough for an adult to squeeze through sideways. Fortunately, both of them had relatively normal physiques. Otherwise, someone like the voluptuous Medusa Queen would likely find herself stuck at the entrance. After navigating sideways for several dozen paces, the tunnel gradually widened, allowing for normal movement. After winding through the passage for a few minutes, they finally reached a dead end, arriving at a stone chamber approximately 20 square meters in size. Thanks to the soft glow emitted by the moonlight stone, they were able to survey the interior thoroughly. A stone table, a stone chair, and a stone bed. The stone table was bare, while the stone bed was occupied by a stark white skeleton. Beside the skeleton's right arm lay a collection of miscellaneous items and 2 jade vials radiating a faint red glow. Aside from this, there was nothing else. Is this it? Ziyin remarked, feeling a tinge of disappointment at the chamber's sparse furnishings. Chen Xiao embedded the moonlight stone into the stone wall for better illumination and stepped forward. Upon catching sight of the skeleton for the first time, he was already convinced that this was indeed the location they were searching for. Do not underestimate this individual. He was at the very least a 7th-tier advanced alchemist. With a wave of his fighting aura, he swept away the dust and rummaged through the pile of miscellaneous items. He did find a spatial ring, yet he was perplexed to discover that its contents could only be described as meager, even falling short of 1% of his own wealth. The techniques and combat skills within were all below the earth tier, hardly worthy of mention, and there were no alchemical cauldrons to be found, which were essential for any alchemist. Aside from a blood-red scroll, the entire spatial ring held nothing that piqued Chen Xiao's interest. This hardly resembles the possessions of a high-tier alchemist, Chen Xiao mused, feeling quite bewildered. He immediately released his spiritual power, meticulously scanning the entire stone chamber. It still found no further treasures. Ah, I believe I know the reason, Ziyin interjected with a silly grin, tossing a handwritten note towards him. Chen Xiao opened it to find the final thoughts of the skeleton's owner just before death. In essence, he was not from the Black Horn domain. Having been pursued for certain treasures, he fled to this realm, gravely wounded and unable to even concoct a potion for his own salvation. In a desperate bid to survive, he auctioned off his most valuable techniques, combat skills, and alchemical formulas within the Black Horn domain in exchange for healing supplies. Unfortunately, he ultimately succumbed to his injuries. The unfortunate writer of the note had no choice but to accept this fate, despairing as he entered the Tianyin Mountains, where he ultimately passed away. Though unexpected, it also seemed somewhat reasonable. Chen Xiao sighed lightly, setting the note aside. In the original timeline, Xiao Li fortuitously arrived here. Yet the most valuable items he obtained were merely 2 life-devouring pills and the formula for the same. This was far from what one would expect from a high-tier alchemist's estate. Upon reflection, it was evident that something was amiss. There must be a reason for this discrepancy. Now, this note provided a rational explanation. The note's author, having created the formula for the life-devouring pill, was thus targeted and brought this ominous item underground, which made sense. As for the method of soul cultivation, such a treasure was exceedingly rare, even in the central continent, and no one in the Black Horn domain could afford its corresponding price. Perhaps this was why it remained. These 2 pills seem rather peculiar. They give me the impression of being entirely different from ordinary pills, though I cannot precisely say how. Ziyin remarked as she picked up the 2 jade vials from the stone bed, scrutinizing them with a furrowed brow. Upon opening one vial, she saw that the pill inside was blood-red and about the size of a dragon eye. This pill appeared extraordinarily enigmatic, resembling a transparent orb filled with blood. And upon closer inspection, it seemed to exude a peculiar aura, almost as if it were a tiny eye. This is a 7th-tier pill, the life-devouring pill, which is of no use to us. Its effect lies in. Chen Xiao briefly educated Ziyin on the astonishing properties of the life-devouring pill, which had once stirred a tempest in the central continent. However, Ziyin remained unconvinced. Relying on it to forge an army of Do Wang-level undead? Are those people in the central continent foolish? 7th-tier pills are not so easily mass-produced. Wouldn't it be easier to cultivate using Do Ling pills and Huang Ji pills instead? Her statement held a semblance of validity. Nevertheless, the life-devouring pill was not entirely ineffectual. Its most remarkable quality was its ability to ignore the innate talent of the consumer. Even a mere pig could be transformed into a Douqi. Although the after-effects were considerable. You make a valid point. Let us head back. Acquiring 2 life-devouring pills and their formula makes this journey worthwhile. Ruffling Ziyin's hair affectionately, Chen Xiao waved his hand to collect the skeleton from the stone bed. At that moment, as the skeleton entered the spatial ring, it dissipated like smoke. Simultaneously, a notification resonated in his mind, indicating the completion of the task. This cycle was even shorter than anticipated. Chapter 120, Sea Heart Flame. Feng City. Since the demise of the Medicine Emperor Han Feng and the subsequent downfall of the Kuei Wolf Gang and beast-taming sect, this city has become the focal point for countless gazes within the Black Horn domain. Many unsuspecting onlookers arrived with skepticism, yet before they could even enter the city, they beheld the gruesome spectacle of the corpses of the 2 venerable elders, displayed for all to see outside the city walls. In that instant, all doubts dissipated into thin air. If even these 2 formidable experts, capable of contending with the Do Zone level, had met such a fate, there could be but one explanation. A Do Zone powerhouse was stationed within Feng City. The demise of the medicinal emperor, Han Feng, was indeed just. With this consensus reached, even after the departure of Chen Xiao, Ziyin, and Queen Medusa for several days, Feng City remained as solid as a rock, with no one daring to stir up trouble. Amidst this stable atmosphere, a grand auction house commenced its fervent construction in the heart of the city. City Lord, bathed in the golden glow of the setting sun, Chen Xiao and Yin made their way towards the bamboo tower, greeted by a cacophony of calls. Whether genuine or mere formalities, Chen Xiao paid little heed to it. Rather, the little dragon man observed with palpable envy, secretly resolving to carve out a position for himself that exuded power and prestige, relishing the sensation of being surrounded by admirers. Upon returning to the bamboo grove, they spotted Hai Buodong and Chao Shi, who had set up a stone table outside and were engaged in a game of chess. Xiao Yixian and Chao Ying stood nearby, their proximity suggesting an amiable exchange of whispers, appearing quite harmonious. A closer inspection revealed that Hai Buodong's aura had notably strengthened since their last encounter. He had already reached the 6-star Do Huang level. Xiao Yixian remained at the 9-star Do Wang level, but her aura hinted at an imminent breakthrough, prompting Chen Xiao to inwardly marvel at her exceptional potential. The cursed poison physique truly was extraordinarily remarkable. As for Chao Ying, Chen Xiao could distinctly sense a transformation in her cultivation technique, now at the mid-level of the Xian rank. He nodded slightly. The heart fire of the Azure Lotus had indeed elevated the burning art to the mid-level of the Xian rank, as anticipated. Sister Chao Ying, Sister Xiao Yixian. Without disturbing the two elders engrossed in their game, Chen Xiao and Yin approached the two women. After a brief exchange, once Hai Buodong and Chao Shi concluded their match, Chen Xiao led Chao Ying and Chao Shi to the third-floor chamber. With Queen Medusa's matters temporarily settled, it was time to prioritize the refinement of the exotic fire with Chao Ying. Sister Chao Ying, the refinement of the heart fire can now commence. As you have completed your cultivation transition, Chen Xiao remarked. Chao Shi nodded, affirming, we are ready at any time. Chao Ying also nodded, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. It was only after she transitioned that she truly grasped the uniqueness of the burning art. Despite the technique being merely at the mid-level of the Xian rank after absorbing the exotic fire, far inferior to her previous cultivation method, she felt an enhanced mastery over the exotic fire post-transition. Moreover, thanks to the remarkable nature of the burning art, her power fluctuated dramatically, yet remained stable at the Great Dome Master level. It was reasonable to predict that even having been refined once by Han Feng, should she successfully absorb the heart fire, her strength would experience a significant boost. Although not particularly enthusiastic about cultivation, such an opportunity was not one to be dismissed. After all, alchemy required a solid foundation of Douqi. Very well, let us retrieve the heart fire. Seeing the two prepared, Chen Xiao hesitated no longer and produced the jade vial, sealing Han Feng's soul, placing it upon the table. Chao Shi swiftly cast a barrier to isolate them from external sight and sound, then removed the seal from the vial's opening, unleashing Han Feng's venomous curses into the air. The moment Chao Ying summoned the exotic fire, Han Feng's soul trembled, immediately falling silent, his eyes betraying an unmistakable fear. Han Feng, surrender the heart fire, Chen Xiao commanded. Reguaiting nosrets. At this stage, Han Feng was acutely aware of his predicament. His previous erasure of the soul imprint from the Gosi ring had already demonstrated that he was not an unyielding individual. Complying might not guarantee survival, but at the very least, it would spare him some suffering. If I give you the heart fire, will you let me go? Han Feng, realizing that the decision to surrender the heart fire was no longer his to make, offered a ludicrous condition without hesitation. The trio regarded him with a condescending gaze, silent as they observed a jester. Under their unabashed scrutiny, Han Feng's facade crumbled, his expression collapsing. Hand over the heart fire, and I can refrain from delivering you to the Starfall Pavilion. You have no room for negotiation. You must know how long the Wind Sovereign has sought you. Chen Xiao added. At these words, Han Feng's heart quivered. He was more acutely aware than any one of the sins he had committed. Considering the relationship between the Wind Sovereign and Yao Chun, should he be captured, the consequences would be far more dreadful than at Chen Zhao's hands. He would be subjected to a fate tenfold more tragic. At that point, even wishing for death would be a luxury. I hope you keep your word, he muttered in a low prayer, ceasing his futile resistance and promptly surrendering the heart fire. For him, a miserable existence was preferable to immediate annihilation. As long as he did not fall into the clutches of the Starfall Pavilion, each day he survived was a victory. A deep blue flame, akin to the sea, emerged from the jade vial, transforming from an entity with an owner into one without. Under the watchful gaze of Chen Xiao and his companions, the heart fire began to swell at a visibly alarming rate, poised to erupt. However, Chao Shi was well prepared. He swiftly grasped it, an immense wave of Do Qi surging forth to firmly restrain it, preventing any eruption. Just as before, let me first deplete the energy of this heart fire before beginning the refinement, Xiao Shi declared, resealing the jade vial containing Hanfeng's soul. He then took flight with the heart fire, seeking a suitable location to engage it in a thorough play. Chen Xiao watched him depart without a hint of concern. A heart fire that had already been refined once posed no threat to a 4-star dozone. Although with the assistance of the fourth elder, caution was still warranted when refining exotic fires. Shifting his gaze to the elegant Xiao Ying at his side, Chen Xiao offered a kind reminder. We mustn't risk losing such a talented alchemist who has finally joined our ranks. Xiao Ying's demeanor remained calm. Rest assured, I still possess 2 frost spirit pills and a Douang pill. If the situation becomes dire, I will willingly forego them. I've had many discussions with Sister Xiao Yixian these past few days, and I understand your emphasis on this matter. Sister Xiao Yixian? Gao Xing Smai Gen Li. Of course. In the ensuing days, Chen Xiao refrained from hastily advancing, immersing himself entirely in the cultivation of Douqi and soul power. Regrettably, no matter how focused he became, he could not once more enter that elusive state of enlightenment. As for the unused advancement opportunity, the celestial demon puppet remained a potential choice. A Zone level combatant was a ticket to survival in the Black Corner domain. However, with Elder Qiao Shi still present in Feng City and no immediate threats, Chen Xiao was in no rush to deploy the celestial demon puppet. After all, the opportunity for advancement was not time-sensitive and could be utilized when necessary. This interval allowed Chen Xiao to ponder if there were any other pressing needs. Xiao Yixian approached a breakthrough, and during these days, she had mostly secluded herself. As Feng City gradually stabilized, a multitude of poisonous materials and potions were delivered to the bamboo tower, serving as the foundation for her ascension. Observing Chen Xiao and Xiao Yixian so engrossed in their pursuits, the typically carefree Yin felt a sense of urgency arise within her. She was well aware that once Xiao Ying refined the heart fire, she would likely return to the central state. Thus, Yin had been closely accompanying Xiao in these past few days, enlisting her assistance in condensing pills for stockpiling. For a 5th-tier alchemist, the creation of the pills required for refining Yin is merely a fundamental skill that demands little effort. However, the sheer volume is overwhelming. For 5 consecutive days, Xiao Ying's alchemical cauldron was on the verge of emitting smoke, while the small dragon's reserves of medicinal materials showed no signs of depletion. Yin, just how many materials have you concealed? Just a little, came the familiar response, leaving Xiao Ying at a loss for words. Having thoroughly scoured the 3 formidable factions of the Black Corner domain, Fengsheng, the Kuei Wolf Gang, and the Beast Tamer sect, the small dragon was now exceedingly well fed, and no one knew her limits. Each inquiry was met with the same reticent reply, just a little. The overtime work over these past few days made Xiao Ying acutely aware of her fiancé's indulgence towards this small dragon. Even in the Qiao family, she had yet to handle such a wealth of rare materials. Yet here, they were merely sustenance for Yin. Yin, let us halt the refining here. The output from these past few days should suffice for at least half a year. Once my uncle and I return to Zhongzhou, we'll have the Qiao family keep an eye out for transformation grass. Within 6 months, we should be able to deliver the transformation pill to you. And then you won't have to contend with these pills anymore, Xiao Ying declared as she rose to stow away the cauldron. She had a fondness for Yin, the cherished one of their group, but as an alchemist, personally transforming each precious material into something of lesser value left her feeling as if she were squandering resources. Thus, upon estimating that Yin's stockpile of pills was sufficient for half a year, Xiao Ying was disinclined to continue this arduous task. Yin looked up at Xiao Ying, her almond-shaped eyes forming crescent-shaped smiles, her soft voice enveloped in delight. Thank you, Sister Xiao Ying. With a smile gracing her features, Xiao Ying gently stroked Yin's head, teasing, why so distant? Do you not regard me as your sister? Just as the atmosphere was becoming warm and congenial, Xiao Ying's eyelashes fluttered as a secret transmission echoed in her consciousness. Let us go, my uncle is ready, called Chen Xiao, and let us head over. As they emerged from the room, they found Chen Xiao already waiting outside, evidently having received the same transmission. The little medical fairy was in seclusion and could not be disturbed, while Haiba Dong needed to remain in Fengsheng. The 3 descended and exchanged greetings before making their way toward the rear of Fengsheng. Crossing a towering peak, they arrived at a spacious valley, where Qiao Shi stood quietly awaiting them. Before him floated a cluster of deep blue flames, resembling peach pits in size. Aside from the intense heat it emitted, its appearance was so subtle that one might easily overlook it. Is this the sea heart flame of Han Feng? Why does it seem so weak? Yin approached with a puzzled expression. In her perception, this sea heart flame appeared to be inferior to the earth heart fire of the blue lotus she had encountered in the Tagore Desert. The power of an extraordinary flame cannot merely be judged by its ranking. Its age plays a significant role as well. For instance, a newly birthed fallen heart flame pales in comparison to a blue lotus earth heart fire that has existed for 1,000 years, like the one in Tagore, which has been around for over a millennium. This sea heart flame, its age likely does not exceed 1,000 years. Otherwise, Han Feng would have struggled to refine it. Moreover, having been refined and consumed by Han Feng once, and then exhausted for 5 days by Elder 4, its current frailty is to be expected. Chen Xiao explained, clearly pleased with the situation. In the original timeline, during the mid-stage of Xiao Yan's journey, each time he refined and consumed an extraordinary flame, his targets far exceeded his capabilities, and he was always fighting for his life. Although Xiao Yan had miraculously succeeded each time, such a desperate approach was not suitable for Qiao Ying. Chen Xiao regarded Qiao Ying as a talented alchemist capable of continuously providing him with medicinal assistance from shadows, rather than a combatant. Given this premise, he only required Qiao Ying to refine 3 flames of minimal danger and lower rankings. There was no need to aspire for those of higher ranks, at least not in the short term. Nevertheless, the fusion of 2 extraordinary flames still required cautious handling. As always, one must act within their means. Qiao Ying nodded slightly in agreement. Chen Xiao had already issued multiple reminders, so Qiao Shi need not elaborate further. Let us proceed as we did last time. Xian, please keep an eye on things for us while we wait outside, Chen Xiao suggested, nodding slightly, his feet stepping out before retracting. Under the curious gazes of the two, he swiftly formed hand seals, and a shimmering ice soul talisman materialized in his grasp, adorned with peculiar runes. As this ice soul talisman manifested, the sea heart flame, suspended in mid-air, was profoundly affected, flickering as if it were a candle in the wind, poised to extinguish at any moment. Go! Chen Xiao commanded in a low voice, launching the ice soul talisman, which soared for several hundred feet before erupting with a thunderous explosion before the astonished eyes of the 3. A chilling wave burst forth, causing the temperature in the valley to plummet, transforming it into an expanse of extreme cold in mere moments, with the entire landscape encased in ice. Having gained sudden insights a few days prior, he had been inspired with numerous ideas. I have refined the heavenly cold chi. My fighting energy is somewhat unique. This ice soul talisman embodies my entire fighting energy and should aid you in refining the extraordinary flame. Noting the astonished expressions on the trio's faces, Chen Xiao smiled casually and provided a brief explanation. The ice soul talisman was a distinctive aspect of his cultivation method. After careful contemplation, he was no longer content to treat it merely as a hidden reserve of energy. He began to explore its myriad applications, such as this one, invoking it in a single burst. Its power, while not comparable to that of 9-star Do Wang exploding in situ, was not far off. What pleased Chen Xiao the most was his ability to control the explosion of the Ice Soul Talisman, and as his strength grew, so too would the talisman's might. This undoubtedly provided him with an additional formidable means in battle. Now, as he truly experimented, the outcome left Chen Xiao greatly satisfied. It was a remarkable and ingenious concept, and its power was considerable. No wonder that Medusa had rushed to find him, lingering so long before emerging. Such enlightenment is indeed a rare occurrence, having only happened to him once 30 years ago, and that insight had lasted merely half a day before being interrupted. Qiao Shi displayed a hint of envy, a rare expression for him. In contrast, Qiao Ying's eyes sparkled with excitement. Within this frigid domain, the extraordinary flame would naturally be suppressed, significantly enhancing her chances of successful refinement. Xian's small face turned pale from the extreme cold, and as her eyes darted, she tightened her shoulders, suddenly struck by a brilliant idea. Chen Xiao, you stay here to watch over Sister Qiao Ying. It's too cold for me here and I don't like it. With that, she vanished into the valley, not wishing to linger for even a moment. This sudden action from a small dragon left Chen Xiao and Qiao Shi momentarily stunned, while Qiao Ying seemed to ponder something, her gaze flickering slightly. Without anyone watching, we can't proceed. Xian and I will wait outside for your good news. Qiao Shi reacted swiftly, stepping up to pat Chen Xiao on the shoulder with a smile before striding away. Before departing, he did not forget to set up a barrier around the valley. Watching the two leave, Chen Xiao shook his head and turned his attention back to Qiao Ying. Now, we truly find ourselves in a complex situation. With Qiao Ying's intelligence, she naturally understood the implications of Chen Xiao's words. A brief flicker of discomfort crossed her face as she lightly bit her silver teeth. It matters not. I had no intention of backing down. You protect me. For these past few days, I've been continuously refining pills for Xian and need to adjust my state. With that, Chao Ying leaped and positioned herself directly beneath the sea heart flame, settling down on the icy surface. The cold that enveloped her upon sitting swiftly restored her clarity, prompting her to cast aside distractions and begin her cultivation. Chen Xiao remained at a distance, refraining from interruption. He had already pushed himself to the limits. And if Chao Ying were to fail now, he would have no further words. Silence lingered for approximately half an hour beneath the heart of the sea flame. Before Chao Ying gradually opened her eyes, she had long since prepared herself, her state now at its zenith. Without further hesitation, she cast a glance at Chen Xiao in the distance and swiftly extended her jade-like hand, reaching directly for the heart of the sea flame. Bang! The dormant heart of the sea flame, provoked, instinctively surged forth. Even though its energy had been nearly depleted, the temperature it radiated remained formidable. Under Chen Xiao's watchful gaze, Chao Ying quickly retrieved a cerulean pill and swallowed it. Instantly, a thick layer of frost manifested on her body, enveloping her entirely, enabling her arms to withstand the extreme heat emanating from the heart of the sea flame, as she continued to stir amidst the deep blue flames, searching for the essence of the flame. After about 2 minutes, a look of joy appeared on her face as she swiftly retracted her right hand. In her palm, she tightly grasped a flicker of flame resembling seawater. This was undoubtedly the essence of the heart of the sea flame. Seizing the essence, Chao Ying displayed more decisiveness than Chen Xiao had anticipated, unhesitatingly stuffing it into her mouth. At that moment, a powerful wave of heat erupted from her, radiating outward in all directions, perhaps a unique trait of the heart of the sea flame. This wave of heat did not possess the stinging sensation associated with the fallen heart flame or the azure lotus earth heart fire that Chen Xiao had previously encountered. Instead, it felt akin to the scalding steam that bursts forth when seawater reaches boiling point. While fundamentally similar, there was a subtle distinction. Under this intense heat, the black dress Chao Ying wore quickly shrank until it completely disintegrated, turning to nothingness. Thus, a figure, in stark contrast to her former attire, emerged before Chen Xiao, an exquisite body, pale as snow, exuding an alluring charm. Chen Xiao activated the fighting energy within him to fend off the oncoming heat wave. Captivated by the enchanting sight before him, as thoughts of the words spoken by the little dragon girl resurfaced in his mind. Xian, you do not deceive me. Chapter 122, in a moment of enjoyment. As Chen Xiao observed, a pained expression began to surface on Chao Ying's face. Fine beads of cold sweat oozing from her skin, only to be rapidly evaporated by the searing heat. She gritted her teeth, enduring a torment that was hard for others to empathize with. Yet despite the agony, muffled groans escaped her lips, her seated figure trembling. Fortunately, she did not experience the splitting condition that Xian had mentioned. Though she appeared on the verge of collapse, her resilience was remarkable. As time passed, her condition gradually stabilized. The frost layer on her body completely receded, and without opening her eyes, a pill materialized at her fingertips, accurately flicking into her mouth. Witnessing this, Chen Xiao felt a sense of relief from afar. Chao Ying had prior experience refining the azure lotus earth heart fire. Now, as she endeavored to refine the significantly weakened heart of the sea flame, he believed her chances of success were quite high. From his current perspective, it seemed that the situation was indeed perilous yet manageable. However, the process of refining a second exotic flame was far more intricate than that of the first. She was merely on the right track for the time being. Once she succeeded in refining it, she would still need to evolve the burning technique and merge the two types of flames, each step requiring considerable time. With this in mind, Chen Xiao withdrew his gaze, settling down on the thick ice layer beneath him, adjusting his posture slightly before closing his eyes to enter a meditative state. Given the distance between them, he would be able to sense any issues that arose with Chao Ying. As years slipped by and days passed in competition, 3 days vanished in the blink of an eye. Outside the barrier, Chao Shi furrowed his brow, deeply concerned about the situation within. Not far away, Xian remained entirely unfazed, rubbing her slightly bulging stomach. After some deliberation, she eventually tucked away the jade bottle, yawning as she turned to Chao Shi. Relax, relax. If something were truly amiss with Sister Chao Ying, Chen Xiao would have emerged long ago. The lack of commotion now is the best news we could hope for. Rather than anxiously fretting here, why not return to Maple City and play a game of chess with Old Hai? Fretting? I am no monkey. Perhaps gnawing my heart would be more fitting. Chao Shi chuckled softly, dismissing the little dragon's choice of words. Yet he could not deny that Xian had a point. You are right. I have been too impatient. Nodding in agreement, Chen Xiao suppressed his anxiety and settled into a meditative posture. Observing his actions, Ziyin felt a wave of boredom wash over her. This person was far less entertaining than Haibo Dong. Yawning once more, she glanced at her involuntarily raised hand. Momentarily taken aback, it was only at this moment that she realized how exceptionally drowsy she felt today. Such a sensation was rare for a warrior of her caliber, and even more so for one as vibrant as she. A thought struck her, and a smile illuminated her face. She had come to understand that her ascension was imminently close. Maple City. Haibo Dong stepped out of the empty bamboo pavilion, his expression one of helplessness. Despite the multitude of people residing here, each was preoccupied with their own affairs, some in seclusion, others refining exotic flames, while he lingered like a solitary old man, aimlessly passing his days. After inspecting the construction progress of the auction house, he gazed upon the burgeoning establishment with a sense of pride. Although this was Chen Xiao's venture, he had been instrumental in its development, filling him with a profound sense of accomplishment. Due to his close relationship with Chen Xiao, he had heard many of his plans, including his future aspirations. Haibo Dong was acutely aware that the Blackhorn domain was merely a temporary refuge for Chen Xiao. Once he obtained what he sought, he would undoubtedly venture to the grand stage of Zhongzhou. As for Haibo Dong, he was neither an alchemist nor gifted like the likes of Little Medical Sage. Even his strength was rapidly being eclipsed, making it merely a matter of time before he was surpassed. With this realization, Haibo Dong had no intention of accompanying them to Zhongzhou. From now on, this shall be my permanent abode. As day turned to night, another 15 cycles passed. Meanwhile, immersed in his cultivation, Chen Xiao suddenly sensed a shift in Qiao Ying's aura and promptly opened his eyes. Rising to his feet, he beheld Qiao Ying's slightly pale face, which was quickly regaining its rosy hue. Her aura was also climbing steadily. This transformation persisted for nearly a quarter of an hour before gradually settling down, and her tightly shut eyes finally began to flutter open. High-level Xian stage? This aligns closely with my expectations. Chen Xiao meticulously sensed her energy, immediately discerning the current grade of Qiao Ying's cultivation method. The high-level Xian stage had reached the upper limits of Do Zone, while the possibility of transcending into Do Zun was exceedingly slim. Nevertheless, for Qiao Ying at this moment, it was more than sufficient. Several near failures occurred along the way, but fortunately, she had not let him down. Hearing Chen Xiao's voice, Qiao Ying swiftly snapped back from her elation, rising to don a set of black attire before meeting Chen Xiao's gaze, responding with a hint of trepidation. Achieving success is certainly cause for celebration. However, the cultivation method you currently possess is merely a fragment. As your strength progressively amplifies, certain minor issues may arise. So you must be prepared. Understand, since I have chosen to cultivate it, I am mentally prepared. Compared to the minor side effects, I value the assistance it provides in my alchemy. As for those little issues, I can only place my hopes in you. After all, I have effectively wagered my life on you. You wouldn't want your exclusive alchemist to meet an untimely demise, would you? Though Qiao spoke in jest, her words conveyed an undeniable truth. From this moment on, she had become Chen Xiao's appointed alchemist. Whatever he desired her to concoct, she would do so, and however he wished to utilize her, she would comply. The so-called engagement was merely a more elegant and respectable term, and both understood this well. Simultaneously, we have made significant progress in addressing the vexing issue of the Little Medicine Fairy's toxic body. The matters concerning the Northwest Continent have finally come to a conclusion. I shall speak with my fourth uncle and request to linger a while longer. During this time, ponder the elixirs that require concocting. I will prepare a batch for your reserves. As for those of the 6th rank and above, I must await my return to solicit the assistance of the elder members of my family, as I currently lack the capability. However, rest assured, it shall not be long before I attain the level of a 6th rank alchemist, or even higher. At that juncture, it will be your moment to relish the fruits of our labor. Qiao Ying's brow arched slightly, a determined smile gracing her lips, her voice imbued with certainty. Even in the absence of extraordinary fire, she possessed confidence in surpassing the elders of her clan. With superior resources at her disposal now, the time for her ascension would only hasten. Chen Xiao nodded gently, a glimmer of approval flickering in his eyes. Although Qiao Ying was slightly younger than he, her poise and understanding of interpersonal dynamics were commendable. She neither rushed headlong into danger nor neglected the art of reciprocation. Her perceptive approach to the world was genuinely refreshing. I await the future with eagerness. Let us depart. It is time to return. The 4th elder must be anxiously awaiting us, and now that your affairs are settled, I can finally engage in seclusion. Are you preparing to enter seclusion to break through to the Do Huang level? Indeed, the little medicine fairy has already entered her seclusion, and I do not wish to fall too far behind her in cultivation. Xiao shot him a sidelong glance, a hint of playful mischief dancing in her eyes. A man should possess a modicum of awareness, especially in the presence of a lady. Discussing other females is hardly wise. In a bamboo loft, a soft plea for respite escaped Qiao Ying's lips, her breath slightly labored. Chen Xiao smiled knowingly, offering her a warm recovery pill with utmost consideration. Qiao Ying shot him a reproachful glare, snatching the pill from his hand and swallowing it whole. As her energy surged rapidly through her meridians, she bit her lip in frustration, a fierce determination etched across her face. It had been half a month since she had refined the sea heart flame. During this period, Chen Xiao had not spared her, from second-rank enhancement pills to fifth-rank Qin Yuan pills. He had enlisted her aid in concocting a veritable array of the most common elixirs available. He justified it by stating that the herbs would merely gather dust if left unused, and they could serve as a source of income for Feng City. As the bottles of elixirs multiplied, Chen Xiao beamed with satisfaction, while Qiao Ying, on the other hand, found herself utterly exhausted. Apart from moments spent recovering her energy, she had been relegated to the confines of that room for the entirety of the past fortnight, transforming into a veritable alchemical machine. Let us conclude for today. This batch of elixirs will suffice for quite some time. Furthermore, I have arranged with the fourth elder that our time together would be limited to half a month. After I escort you away, I too must enter seclusion. With that, Chen Xiao produced a piece of parchment from his storage ring and handed it to Qiao Ying. This talented alchemist indeed proved useful. She would not mind receiving information that was of no use to him, including any remnants left by Han Feng. After all, at this stage, it was inevitable that their fates would intertwine. Qiao Ying's fingers delicately grasped the parchment, and as she unfurled it, her eyes sparkled with delight, a smile inadvertently gracing her lips. Thank you. There is no need for verbal gratitude. I shall provide you with other items upon our next meeting. Upon hearing this, Qiao Ying's lips curled into a playful smirk. She rose gracefully and approached Chen Xiao, suddenly leaning in close enough for their noses to nearly touch. Her voice dropped to a seductive whisper. I do possess a method that transcends mere words. Would you care to try? Chen Xiao's brow furrowed slightly, as he instinctively retreated half an inch, only to find the mischief in her eyes intensifying. In that moment, his heart stirred, and he halted his retreat. With a swift motion, he captured her slender waist, and as she lowered her head, he seized the opportunity to claim her lips, swallowing her teasing banter whole. Qiao Ying froze, her fingers instinctively clutching at his garment, her wide eyes filled with astonishment, her mind a whirl of confusion. After a few moments, as her muddled thoughts began to clear, the warmth of his lips receded like a retreating tide. When she met Chen Xiao's gaze once more, her cheeks flushed a vibrant shade of crimson, her earlobes glowing with embarrassment, as if her very blood were boiling. Observing her reaction, Chen Xiao's lips curled into a teasing smile, his eyes glinting with amusement. Whatever happened to your usual sharp tongue? It seems you are but a paper tiger. Qiao Ying's face burned with heat, and though she yearned to retort, her bravado faltered. She shot Chen Xiao a fierce glare, her gaze betraying a hint of vulnerability. Without daring to meet his eyes, she turned and stumbled toward the door, nearly tripping over her own skirts in her flustered retreat. At noon, amidst the anticipation of their companions, Qiao Ying finally emerged from the bamboo loft, seemingly composed as she ascended upon the back of the flying eagle. Chen Xiao, Ice Emperor. Xian, no need to see us off. We shall meet again in the Central Continent. Once I acquire the transformative grass, I will ensure that the transformative pill is delivered to you. Qiao addressed the three with a slight bow. A Dozong powerhouse displaying such demeanor prompted both Chen Xiao and Hai Buodong to respond with equal respect. Even the drowsy Zi-Yen mimicked their gesture. We shall meet again in the Central Continent. Thank you for the fourth elder's assistance during this time. Though their acquaintance began as a transaction, Chen Xiao could not deny that she had indeed been quite helpful, particularly regarding the matters surrounding Han Feng and the two elderly figures found outside the city. Each time she had intervened, she had not claimed a single share of the spoils. Upon hearing Chen Zhao's words, Qiao smiled and shook her head. Farewell, fourth elder. Farewell, Sister Qiao Ying. Ziyan forced herself to muster energy, waving her small hand enthusiastically. Standing upon the broad back of the flying eagle, Qiao Ying initially intended to maintain a dignified demeanor. Yet upon hearing Ziyan's voice, she could not suppress the smile that crept onto her lips. She waved lightly to Ziyan, then turned her gaze to Chen Xiao, arching an eyebrow and casting him a playful roll of her eyes. Until we meet again in the Central Continent. Safe travels to both of you. As Chen Xiao's words faded, Hai Buodong echoed them in kind. Without further ado, Chao Shi and Chao Ying exchanged nods before soaring into the sky, disappearing from Chen Xiao and his companion's sight in mere moments. Retracting his gaze, Chen Xiao turned to find Zi Yin fighting off a yawn. You need not rush. Overexerting yourself may lead to detrimental consequences. The speed at which Zi Yin consumed pills far surpassed her previous rate of ingesting herbs. Ever since she had tasted the wonders of the pills, her daily energy intake had multiplied exponentially, especially upon returning to the Jiamat Empire, where the supply of pills was virtually limitless. Her advancement had accelerated far quicker than Chen Xiao had anticipated. Observing her gluttonous consumption, Chen Xiao could not help but worry for her health. Though such concern might be excessive for one of her lineage, it is imperative. Sister Little Medicine Fairy has already entered seclusion upon her emergence. She shall undoubtedly be a Douhuang powerhouse. I too must enter seclusion. I cannot afford to lag behind. Zi Yin vigorously shook her head, displaying a strong sense of determination. Chen Xiao tousled her hair affectionately, choosing not to press further. Instead, he turned to Hai Buodong and presented the intelligence he had prepared for trading. Elder Hai, during this period, Feng City shall rely on your stewardship. Once our personnel arrive, the auction house should be operational. Keep this information on hand. I have noted the value of each piece, and we shall not entertain haggling. The Little Medicine Fairy will likely emerge from her seclusion before either you or I. You may make decisions on routine matters, but should any uninvited guests arrive, do not hesitate to awaken me. We may have lost the fourth elder and Queen Medusa, but we still possess formidable zone power at our disposal. To be on the safe side, Chen Xiao first administered a precautionary measure to Hai Buodong, with the ability to summon the celestial demon puppet at any time. Even the formidable earth demon Old Ghost would not warrant excessive deference within the Blackhorn region. Upon receiving a stack of letters, Hai Buodong cast a few glances at them, his expression betraying unmistakable astonishment. These were all treasures of considerable worth. Among them were several that stirred his heart with desire. However, upon closer inspection of their locations and the challenges associated with acquiring them, he shook his head. Not worth it. Far from it. The value of these items did not justify the effort of personally undertaking the journey. Rest assured, with both myself and Little Physician stationed here, Foam City shall remain unscathed. However, before you enter seclusion, there is a minor matter that requires your decision. What should we rename Foam City? At this, Chen Xiao turned his gaze towards Xian. To him, a name was merely a label, not something of great significance. Yet, Xian had previously expressed a keen interest in this matter. Meeting their eyes, Xian momentarily faltered. Soon, she regained her composure and revealed an expression that suggested she had already contemplated this. Zixiao City. The auction house shall be named Zixiao Pavilion. As she spoke, she gestured animatedly with her fingers in the air. The name, as implied, was derived from one character each taken from Chen Xiao and herself. A simplicity not to be underestimated. Chen Xiao could not help but chuckle softly, not entirely dismissing the idea. Alternatively, it could be changed to Ling Xiao, thus becoming Zixiao Pavilion. After briefing Hai Buodong on the pertinent matters, Chen Xiao retrieved a portion of the Qingyuan pills intended for cultivation assistance, along with those low-tier pills he had no use for, and entrusted them to Hai Buodong for handling. Subsequently, he and Xian each returned to their respective chambers to prepare for their seclusion. Chen Xiao's preparations were relatively straightforward. The challenge of breaking through to the Douhuang realm from the 9-star Douhuang level did not possess the high barriers of common perception. Rather, it primarily required an accumulation of energy. Thus, by absorbing sufficient energy, he could naturally surpass this threshold. Seated upon his bed, Chen Xiao focused his mind and quietly initiated his cultivation technique. After completing over 10 cycles of the Great Circulation, he fully entered a state of training before consuming the Starfall Soul Calming Pill. As the elixir settled within him, a warm current surged through his meridians. Interestingly, this pill not only benefited the physical body, but also had a profound effect on the soul. As the warmth spread throughout him, Chen Xiao felt the clamor of the outside world completely fade away, as if his soul had drifted into a silent starry expanse, devoid of any presence, allowing his thoughts to settle into tranquility. After a brief period of contemplation, Chen Xiao ceased his hesitation and formed a cultivation seal, instantly plunging into a deeper level of training. In another room, Xian's preparations were far more straightforward. She sensed that she was perilously close to the threshold of advancement. If there were a progress bar, it would likely read 99.9%. Yet for magical beasts, sometimes a slight deviation could translate into a vast chasm. That threshold, so near yet so far, was observable but unattainable. Fortunately, Xian's potential was boundless, and she was acutely aware of what she needed and how to take that final small step. Immediately, the little girl secured the doors and windows, retrieved a plethora of jade vials from her spatial ring, and began pouring their contents in her mouth with both hands until sleepiness overwhelmed her, and she finally succumbed to slumber. Eat until full, then sleep, wake to eat again. This state persisted for 5 days. At last on this day, bolstered by the energies of numerous pills, her complexion took on an unusually rosy hue. Her body felt as fervent as a furnace. Xian, rather than being alarmed, felt joy, chuckling softly to herself. I wonder if I will grow when I wake up. With this whispered thought, she could no longer resist the weight of her eyelids, collapsing into a deep slumber. In that moment, a rich purple light erupted from her body, ultimately coalescing into a vast purple cocoon, enveloping her entirely. Thus, within this modest bamboo dwelling, 3 individuals were simultaneously striving for the Douhuang realm. The energies of heaven and earth surged in response to their absorption, and a gentle breeze swept through Xiao City. The ordinary populace remained unaware of any anomalies in this breeze. Only Hai Buodong understood that it was a manifestation of the convergence of heavenly energies, which would not cease until the 3 emerged from their seclusion. Moreover, it would only intensify. Immersed in their cultivation, the concept of time became exceedingly nebulous. After Chen Xiao and the others concluded their seclusion, the tranquil bamboo grove at the heart of the city had grown even more serene. Each time Hai Buodong returned from the city, he felt as though he had transitioned from a bustling market into the depths of a secluded mountain. Half a month had passed, and Xiao City had undergone remarkable changes. When they finally emerged, they would likely be astounded by the transformations within the city. Sitting at a stone table below, Hai Buodong indulged in wine, savoring his leisurely time. Just as he was lost in thought, his hand trembled instinctively, causing the cup he held to quiver. Following his gaze, he beheld a bewitching figure materialize like a specter amidst the bamboo forest. "Your Majesty, are you not training at the Canaan Academy? What brings you back today?" The tremor in his hand was merely a reflex. Hai Buodong had long understood that ever since the Medusa Queen had unsealed him, their past grievances had been laid to rest. With the budding relationship between Chen Xiao and Xian, it was even less likely for the Medusa Queen to take action against him. Thus, he set down his cup and rose to greet her. The Medusa Queen cast him a sidelong glance and entered the bamboo dwelling without uttering a word. Whether it was merely an illusion, Hai Buodong could have sworn he detected a hint of awkwardness in her gaze. And indeed, the truth was as he suspected. During this time, the Medusa Queen had remained within the heaven-burning refinement tower, utilizing the sporadic appearances of the heart fire to merge with the soul of the little devouring sky python. Chen Xiao had not deceived her. The heart fire had indeed proven beneficial, and with its aid, she had gained the upper hand over the soul of the little python. If she continued in this manner, she might resolve this lingering threat within a year or so. However, just as the Medusa Queen was reveling in her progress, she was taken aback to discover that the fire energy within the Crimson Fire Crystal card had been entirely depleted, leaving her without the fire energy required for her cultivation. Recognizing the urgency of the situation, the Medusa Queen had no choice but to temporarily leave the heaven-burning refinement tower and return to seek out Chen Xiao. In that moment, the Medusa Queen resembled a student whose living expenses had run dry, returning home to request financial support from her parents. This peculiar experience left her feeling quite embarrassed, a sentiment she could not openly express. Upon entering the bamboo dwelling, the Medusa Queen instantly sensed the state of the 3 within. They were all at a critical juncture in their breakthroughs. In an instant, her brow furrowed deeply, her heart filled with conflict. On one hand, interrupting Chen Xiao's cultivation could very well disrupt his training rhythm. On the other hand, the need for fire energy was pressing. Without replenishment, the heaven-burning refinement tower would become utterly useless, leaving her in a dire predicament. After a prolonged moment of contemplation, the Medusa Queen felt a flicker of inspiration. A 7-colored serpent scale suddenly manifested on her smooth forehead. This scale was a fragment of a soul stored within the serpent people's soul altar. Should any crisis arise within her clan, the priest could burn this fragment to summon her. This was also why she had felt secure in accompanying Chen Xiao to the Blackhorn region, as the 4 elders had trusted her to depart. Gently caressing the 7-colored scale on her forehead, the Medusa Queen felt no stirring, signifying that the serpent people were safe and sound. With this thought, she let out a soft sigh, ultimately abandoning the notion of interrupting Chen Xiao as cultivation. I simply do not wish for Xian to be caught in the middle of this dilemma. Finding a plausible excuse, the Medusa Queen turned and exited the bamboo dwelling, waving her hand to establish a barrier. Henceforth, this bamboo dwelling would only permit exit, not entry. With this barrier in place, even if a formidable individual were to sweep through the skies above, as long as their power did not surpass hers, it would be exceedingly difficult to discern any signs of this location, thus providing an additional layer of security for the trio. Seated before the stone table, Hai Buodong was momentarily taken aback. "You've sealed the bamboo tower. Where am I to reside?" He opened his mouth to speak, but hesitated. Casting a glance at the Medusa Queen, who remained motionless below, he deliberated before stepping forward. Prior to his retreat into seclusion, Chen Xiao had instructed that should Her Majesty return mid-journey, any concerns could be addressed by Elder Su Qian, with whom he had already made prior arrangements. Upon hearing this, the Medusa Queen was slightly taken aback and nodded expressionlessly. With her concerns resolved, she was eager to return to her cultivation, thus she had no reason to linger. After a brief glance at the bamboo tower, she turned and proceeded toward the bamboo grove. Just a few steps away, she paused again. "When did the two from the Qiao family depart?" "Half a month ago," came the reply. The Medusa Queen silently calculated the time in her mind. Half a month had passed since her arrival at Canaan Academy, meaning the two from the Qiao family had lingered for nearly a month before their departure. Her brow furrowed slightly. They might have calculated her return to Canaan Academy. "If anyone dares to trespass, they may seek me at Canaan Academy. I do not wish for Ziyan's ascension to be disturbed." Hai Buodong nodded in agreement, watching as the Medusa Queen vanished from sight. Although Chen Xiao had given prior instructions that even without the Medusa Queen's intervention, he still had the combat strength of a Do Zone at his disposal, he did not wish to impose upon Chen Xiao during his seclusion. The Medusa Queen's promise was indeed to his liking. Chapter 125, Simultaneous Breakthroughs and the Situation in the Black Corner region. The tranquil shadows of the idle clouds drift lazily by, as the seasons change and the stars shift through countless autumns. Unbeknownst to them, half a year had elapsed since Chen Xiao and Ziyan had entered their seclusion. For those engrossed in cultivation, where the concept of time becomes nebulous, 6 months could seem like the blink of an eye. Yet, for the complex circumstances of the Black Corner region, it was ample time for numerous events to unfold. A month following Chen Xiao and Ziyan's retreat, upon receiving a message from Hai Buodong, individuals from the Miter family hastened to the Black Corner region. It was from that moment onward that Hai Buodong began his machinations, organizing a grand auction at the newly established Purple Sky Pavilion. To make a name for himself, he specifically retrieved a low-level Earth rank cultivation method and a low-level Earth rank combat technique as the centerpiece of the auction, even personally taking on the role of auctioneer, thereby ensuring the Purple Sky Pavilion's reputation spread throughout the Black Corner region overnight. The success of the auction was undoubtedly a boon for Chen Xiao and his allies, facilitating the swift conversion of unused spoils from their treasury into resources, thereby establishing a positive cycle. However, for certain established forces within the Black Corner region, it was a harbinger of misfortune. Each of these long-standing factions had their own income streams. For instance, the former Feng City thrived on Han Feng's alchemical skills, garnering unyielding support from many. Similarly, the beast-taming sect, with its exceptional flying magical beasts known for their high quality and docile nature, received widespread acclaim from various factions. The Eight Gates and the Black Emperor sect, two of the most notable factions, were particularly infamous for holding multiple auctions each month, frequently organizing large-scale events. This was an essential method for both the Eight Gates and the Black Emperor sect to consolidate resources. When Feng City changed hands, and the beast-taming sect and the Kuei Wolf Gang fell one after another, including the public display of the bodies of the two elders to establish dominance, the impact on these established factions was significant but not catastrophic. After all, power shifts in the Black Corner region had always been frequent. However, when Feng City was renamed and a successful auction was conducted under Hai Buodong's auspices, announcing that the Purple Sky Pavilion would host 2 auctions monthly, with a large-scale event every 6 months, the Eight Gates and the Black Emperor sect could no longer remain passive. Such actions directly threatened their interests. Neither of the two factions desired an additional competitor. With the intention to thwart the Purple Sky Pavilion, the two factions found themselves in a predicament. The recent display of strength by the Purple Sky Pavilion had instilled considerable trepidation. Particularly, the capability to eliminate the two elders indicated the involvement of a Do Zone-level powerhouse. Thus, after deliberation, the Eight Gates and the Black Emperor sect decided to summon the leaders of the Purple Sky Pavilion to discuss future regulations. At the very least, the three factions should not hold auctions concurrently, as this would be detrimental to all involved. Only by staggering their schedules could they optimize the harvesting of the resources within the Black Corner region for greater profit. Yet time and again, when the Eight Gates and the Black Emperor sect sent envoys to communicate this, the Purple Sky Pavilion showed no inclination to heed their requests, even neglecting to respond, continuing with their own plans unabated. This provoked escalating anger and hostility from the two factions toward the Purple Sky Pavilion. My Lord Ice Emperor, envoys from the Eight Gates and the Black Emperor sect have arrived once more, claiming this is their final display of patience. Otherwise, it may lead to mutual destruction, which would benefit no one. In the opulent main hall of the Purple Sky Pavilion, a guard bowed to deliver the news. Upon hearing this, Hai Buodong merely scoffed. What level of strength do these newcomers possess? Tu Do Ling was the answer. Just drive them away. I have heard such threats more than 10 times now. Every time they send Tu Do Ling to deliver a message, do they truly believe themselves to be above others? I have even snatched treasures from Do Zone powerhouses. Why would I fear these insignificant beings? Yes, the guard's eyes gleamed with admiration, harboring no doubts about Hai Buodong's decision. He was a man from the Gamma Empire, well aware of the illustrious achievements of his esteemed elder. Ignoring the departing guard, Hai Buodong turned to the young apothecary opposite him, removing a spatial ring and handing it over. Young apothecary, inside this ring are the poisons and toxic materials collected over the past 2 months. Please take care of them. Moreover, the auction at the beginning of next month will be a large-scale event held once every 6 months, during which I plan to auction off 2 low-level Earth rank combat techniques and 1 low-level Earth rank cultivation method. What do you think? The young apothecary had emerged from her retreat over 3 months prior, her strength already having ascended to the realm of Do Huang, and now reaching the peak of a 3-star Do Huang. This was in part due to a Huang Jidan. Even so, the speed of her advancement left Hai Buodong utterly astonished, finally allowing him to comprehend why Chen Xiao had been in such a hurry to seclude himself. Having such a prodigy who advanced in cultivation as easily as one consumes food and drink by his side was indeed a source of immense pressure. The young apothecary accepted the spatial ring, but, smiling, shook her head at Hai Buodong's inquiry. The Ice Emperor can decide. He entrusted the management of the Purple Sky City to you, which shows his absolute trust, and I believe in his judgment. She held little interest in managing the Purple Sky City. Her sole desire was to enhance her own strength, enabling her to assist Chen Xiao further in the future. This was both a means of repayment and a promise she had made. With a resigned nod, Hai Buodong remarked, "Then I shall continue as before, keeping records of the auction's revenues and expenditures. Chen Xiao truly has no fear that I might ruin this Purple Sky City." The young apothecary smiled gently, about to say something when suddenly, she sensed a rapid surge in the celestial energy, its scale far exceeding the magnitude of her own breakthrough to Do Huang. Exchanging a knowing glance with Hai Buodong, they both recognized the significance of the moment and promptly rose to head toward the bamboo grove at the center of the city. Upon arriving beneath the bamboo tower, even from behind the barriers set by the Medusa Queen, they could observe the colossal vortex of energy swirling rapidly in the sky. This visible vortex of energy measured approximately 30 feet, resembling a massive, transparent funnel, spinning swiftly above them. Until a certain moment, it suddenly ceased its operation, and then a torrent of magnificent energy cascaded down like a heavenly waterfall, evenly dividing into 2 streams that surged into the bamboo building. One stream rushed directly toward the room on the 3rd floor where Chen Xiao resided, while the other flowed straight into the nearby room, emanating a faint purplish hue, infusing the light cocoon above. These 2 torrents of energy sliced through the air, producing sharp, ripping sounds, revealing the immense power they contained. Chen Xiao and Zi Yin demonstrated remarkable synchronicity, both breaking through simultaneously. Hai Buodong appeared astonished, finally understanding the source of such a commotion. Meanwhile, the little physician sensed the familiar wave of power rolling in like morning mist, her previously cool demeanor instantly brightening with a gentle smile, her eyes curving in delight. Inside the room on the 3rd floor, Chen Xiao, who had been meditating for half a year, felt the surging power within him, the corners of his lips lifting slightly, though he did not fully awaken just yet. Emerging from his deep meditative state, the effects of the Starfall soul-settling pill manifested entirely at this moment, allowing the imperceptible soul power to be distinctly felt as it grew, surging forth uncontrollably like a tidal wave, and in an instant, the entire city of Zixiao was enveloped in his awareness. Furthermore, he sensed that this was but a fraction, far from reaching his limit. He clearly saw the little physician and Hai Buodong standing beneath the bamboo building, gazing upward, as well as Ziyin. who was joyously awakening from her slumber in the nearby room. It seemed that she was yet unaware of the transformation her body was undergoing. She lazily leaned back, stretched, and only when half her vision was obscured did she pause in surprise, quickly followed by delight. After assessing her physical changes with keen eyes, her expression of joy became increasingly unabashed. She retrieved an ill-fitting dress from her storage ring and eagerly opened her door, rushing towards Chen Xiao's room to share the good news. However, just as she reached the doorway, a burst of purple light erupted, and her exquisite form slowly diminished before her astonished gaze, reverting to that of a little girl. Seeing this, Ziyin pouted, a look of indignation crossing her features as she donned the dress, her joy transforming into a sense of melancholy, and she sat at Chen Xiao's door in a sulk, entirely devoid of the elation that should accompany her advancement. Chen Xiao chuckled silently, amused at the little girl who seemed to have forgotten the words "Chao" she had spoken before her departure. With a light heart, he momentarily set aside his concern for the little dragon and focused instead on the soul power that continued to expand toward the Black Corner domain. As this soul power spread, countless images flooded into Chen Xiao's mind. In the midst of the mountains, fierce magical beasts occasionally sensed this silent soul scan. Immediately, thunderous roars echoed through the vast mountain ranges, causing numerous low-tier magical beasts to tremble in fear. Meanwhile, within the cities inhabited by humans, several powerful individuals also felt the vibrations. For instance, a mysterious figure in black robes who was temporarily hiding within a small faction. Chapter 126. The Great Transformation of Ziyin advanced again. The world fell into silence, and the gentle breeze that had swept through Zixiao City for half a year finally began to subside. In an instant, the melodious sounds of laughter, as crisp as silver bells, reached their ears. The little physician and Haibo Dong looked up to see Ziyin, clad in a snow-white dress, resembling a small bear as she clung to Chen Xiao's back, laughing and chattering as they emerged from the bamboo building. The little dragon's emotions came swiftly, but faded even faster. After retracting his soul perception, Chen Xiao tidied himself up, opened the door, and simply uttered the word transfiguration pill, causing the sulking Ziyin to once again reveal her smile. "Little physician, it's been too long. You look even more beautiful," exclaimed Ziyin, who was perched on Chen Xiao's back like a lively little creature, her bright eyes crescent-shaped as she waved her hand energetically at the little physician, her voice sweet as honey. Hearing Ziyin's playful remarks, even the little physician, known for her cool demeanor, could not hide her amusement, her eyes curving slightly as a gentle smile crept upon her lips. "Hai Lao, has my transfiguration pill arrived?" Without giving the others a chance to respond, Ziyin eagerly turned to Haibo Dong. With a light chuckle, Haibo Dong nodded, retrieving a wooden box about a foot long from his storage ring and handing it to Ziyin. "It arrived half a month ago, personally delivered by a Dowang strongman sent by the fourth elder. The jade vial in the center contains the transfiguration pill, while the other vials are snacks prepared for you by Miss Chowing. However, they're not pills, they are genuine fourth-grade elixirs." Ziyin's face lit up with joy as she accepted the wooden box from Haibo Dong, quickly opening it to retrieve the long-desired transfiguration pill. Without waiting for the three to fully comprehend, she hastily popped it into her mouth. Instantly, everyone present could sense the flow of two medicinal energies coursing through Ziyin, until one was completely dissipated and a faint purple light began to radiate from her skin, growing increasingly vibrant. Suddenly, Chen Xiao recalled something, his expression shifting slightly. "Return to the room, see an air, and give her a set of clothes." The little physician paused momentarily, quickly regaining her composure and retrieving a brand new dress from her storage ring to hand to Ziyin. Upon hearing Chen Xiao's reminder, Ziyin belatedly realized the situation, took the dress, and vanished in a flash, leaving behind the wooden box filled with numerous pills. Witnessing this scene, the three exchanged knowing smiles, eagerly anticipating Ziyin's transformation. During this waiting period, Chen Xiao approached the two. His gaze lingered on the little physician for a moment, sensing her strength. While there was envy, there was also a sense of helplessness. The speed at which her cursed poison body was evolving indeed surpassed the norm, yet it brought her much suffering. In this regard, fate seemed quite fair. As for the changes in her appearance, this time, he concurred with Ziyin's assertion. He did not elaborate on the change in how he addressed her. After all, they had a long time ahead to interact, and to continue calling her the little physician felt both awkward and overly distant. Upon meeting Chen Xiao's gaze, the little physician playfully shot him a sideways glance, her eyes sparkling with a hint of reproach. Yet the unchanging softness in her gaze had already revealed her tacit approval of the affectionate nickname, Xian. With a light chuckle, Chen Xiao shifted his attention to Hai Bo Dong. Hai Lao, how have things been in the city during this time? Stable with gradual progress since you and Zi Yin entered seclusion. Without holding back, Hai Bo Dong briefly recounted the events of the past 6 months, placing particular emphasis on the 8 gates and the Black Emperor sect. Chen Xiao nodded slightly, gaining a general understanding of the changes over the past half year, though the finer details would need to be discussed later. Just as Hai Bo Dong finished speaking, his expression shifted to one of surprise. The 2 Dou Ling from the 8 gates and Black Emperor sect have returned, likely because the commotion from your breakthroughs caught their attention. I will go and check it out. Chen Xiao nodded. After all, they were merely Dou Ling. He had sensed them when he released his soul perception earlier, but had not paid them much heed. Now that he was aware of their identities, Hai Bo Dong personally intervening was quite a show of respect. Just as Hai Bo Dong was about to leave in haste, a light, brisk sound of footsteps echoed from the bamboo building. Chen Xiao and the little physician turned to look, and a graceful figure emerged slowly from within. At that moment, Ziyin had shed her youthful demeanor. Although the white dress she wore appeared slightly snug, it still accentuated her enchanting curves. Her waist-length purple hair cascading down like a waterfall, shimmering with an alluring luster. Only a hint of childish innocence remained in her brows and eyes, a faint trace of the little girl she once was. Is this truly Ziyin? As the swaying figure of Ziyin approached, Chen Xiao noticed a rare moment of astonishment flicker in the little physician's eyes. This marked the first occasion when Chen Xiao witnessed a hint of disarray on the face of the little medical sage. At this moment, Ziyin had shed her youthful innocence. Her exquisite figure and mature charm were laid bare, a remarkable transformation that evidently took the little medical sage by surprise. Chen Xiao, having encountered this change previously, was somewhat mentally prepared. As Ziyin gracefully stepped out of the bamboo house, her fair neck elegantly arched. She resembled a regal swan displaying its splendid wings. Upon catching sight of the astonishment in the little medical sage's eyes, a satisfied smile curved at her lips, reveling in her own delight, only to find Chen Xiao's reaction remarkably subdued. This prompted her to entertain a playful impulse, as her gaze flickered mischievously, casting a flirtatious glance. Chen Xiao, still adjusting to Ziyin's transformation, was struck by the stark contrast to the carefree, boisterous little glutton he had always known. Thus, the sultry glances she cast at him, far from enticing, instilled a sense of trepidation. Moreover, her actions served as a clear testament that despite her adult-like appearance, her essence remained childlike. Haha! Observing Chen Xiao's expression of sheer horror, Ziyin burst into laughter, unable to maintain her previously graceful demeanor, exuding an overwhelming sense of delightful contrast. The little medical sage, watching the interplay between the two, finally returned to her senses from her initial surprise, a smile tugging at her lips as she shook her head. Congratulations, Ziyin, your wish has finally been fulfilled. However, having grown accustomed to your former self, this sudden transformation may require some adjustment on our part. Now, the alluring Ziyin possessed a captivating figure, a robust presence, and a delicate, beautiful face. Yet her childlike disposition created a dissonance that was palpable. Even Chen Xiao seemed somewhat intimidated. Upon hearing the little medical sage's words, Ziyin chuckled and spun around to showcase her new appearance. I actually just discovered that the effects of the transformation herb and transformation pill seem to have merged, resulting in a marvelous change that grants me a new ability to control my body's size at will. As she spoke, Ziyin transformed once more, enveloped in a swirl of violet light, reverting to the familiar appearance of the little girl they once knew. Chen Xiao and the little medical sage regarded her in awe, both sensing that this petite form of the little dragon girl appeared far more approachable and natural. The larger Ziyin, however, still required a period of acclimatization. Ziyin adjusted her once tight dress, now relaxed and loose, frowning slightly as she resolved to seek out a few garments made from special materials that could accommodate her newfound ability to change size at will. Let us maintain this form for now. CNRS clothing is not quite suitable for you. Later, you should select some new outfits, and try to refrain from displaying your larger form in public, as it may come across as too jarring and potentially frighten others. Noticing that Ziyin was poised to enlarge again, Chen Xiao hastily raised his hand to stop her. Ziyin huffed, but offered no rebuttal. Growing up had merely been her wish, a reality she had now achieved, and she was aware of the issues at hand. Otherwise, she would have playfully teased Chen Xiao just moments ago. For the time being, this will have to suffice. I must devise a plan. Ziyin absent-mindedly tugged at her cascading strands of hair, deep in thought, but unable to discern a solution. Chen Xiao and the little medical sage exchanged glances, choosing to remain silent. The maturation of one's disposition is not an instantaneous process. It requires the polishing of time and the experience of various events. Gradually, it will unfold naturally, and with it, that sense of dissonance will dissipate. Even if they wished to assist, there was little they could do. Only time could bring about this change. Regardless, I shall return to the inner courtyard tomorrow to share this good news with Sister Medusa and Old Man Su. Without a solution in mind, Ziyin chose not to dwell on it. Having finally grown up, she was eager to share this joyous news with all her close companions. Upon hearing her mention Queen Medusa, Chen Xiao's attention shifted to the barrier that enveloped the bamboo house. Despite Ziyin's ease of movement, unimpeded by any barriers, this was due to her exceptional spatial talent. Others could not replicate her freedom. With a spark of inspiration, Chen Xiao hesitated no longer. Advance, celestial demon puppet. As the thought crossed his mind, Ziyin and the little medical sage watched as Chen Xiao's fingertip glimmered with the light of a spatial ring, and a lifeless, towering puppet crashed to the ground. Standing nearly 2 meters tall, its body was as if forged from fine iron, primarily in a bronze hue, with a layer of fine silver sheen adorning its arms. Evidently, though merely a human-grade celestial demon puppet, it was not far from reaching the Earth grade. "What is this?" Ziyin inquired, curiously approaching the motionless puppet and playfully striking it with her fists, producing a resounding thud. "A puppet?" The little medical sage's eyes flickered with surprise. During her years of training in the Yuyan Empire, she had perused numerous ancient texts in search of materials for concocting poison pills, gaining knowledge of such constructs. Though she had yet to see one in person, Chen Xiao nodded slightly, examining the puppet's craftsmanship with great satisfaction. With the three of them having significantly advanced in strength, and now possessing this puppet, the task of gathering resources from the Blackhorn region would become considerably simpler, allowing them to achieve their subsequent goals with ease. After a moment of appraisal, Chen Xiao gently bit his tongue, allowing a drop of blood imbued with a hint of soul essence to drift forth, landing precisely on the puppet's forehead, slowly seeping in and ultimately transforming into a dark red blood about the size of a thumb. As this drop of blood seamlessly entered the puppet's mind, leaving behind an indelible mark, a faint glimmer of life began to flicker in its hollow black eyes, as a chilling aura that astonished both Ziyin and the little medical sage gradually spread forth. In that moment, Chen Xiao felt a tenuous connection with the celestial demon puppet, sensing that with merely a thought, he could command it to perform any task. "Kneel!" At Chen Xiao's command, the celestial demon puppet moved without hesitation, its still rigid body taking a step forward, one knee dropping to the ground, its head slowly bowing in the direction of Chen Xiao and the others. With a glimmer of fervor in his gaze fixed upon the kneeling puppet, Chen Xiao turned his attention to the barrier left by Queen Medusa. "Break it!" Chen Xiao's voice had scarcely escaped his lips when a red light flickered in the puppet's eyes. Its fist clenched tightly, then it sprang to its feet, launching itself forward like a cannonball, unleashing a terrifying force as it hurled a punch. Whoosh! As the punch was thrown, the space before the celestial demon puppet distorted, creating a concave arc around its fist, and at the forefront of that arc, a massive air-compressed cannon, nearly 10 zhang in size, materialized. With a deafening scream and a powerful gust of wind, it crashed down upon the barrier. Boom! A deep rumble echoed, as the released energy rippled outward like a wave, visibly impacting the surrounding bamboo grove, snapping it in half, and before it could touch the ground, it was reduced to powder by the residual force. The formidable barrier, which could leave even Peak Do Wong in despair, shattered under this single strike with a cacophony of cracking sounds. The celestial demon puppet's punch alone wielded such terrifying might. Upon completing its task, the puppet swiftly returned, transforming from a machine of slaughter into the most loyal guardian, positioning itself behind Chen Xiao, mirroring his movements. "How powerful!" exclaimed the little medical sage, astonished at the devastation around them. Ziyin's eyes sparkled with excitement, her mind racing with ideas. Chen Xiao was equally pleased with the puppet's performance. Its ability to breach Queen Medusa's barrier with a mere punch indicated that its strength was at least that of a 4-star dozone. It might even rival 5 or 6 stars. The specifics remain to be verified. Possessing such formidable combat prowess undoubtedly instills him with great confidence within the Black Corner domain. Ha ha ha, splendid. Let us proceed to encounter the Black Emperor's sect. Initially, I had intended to delay our meeting until after my seclusion. Yet it seems they have come to us uninvited. Chen Xiaolang chuckled. With a wave of his sleeve, he summoned the celestial demon puppet into his storage ring. Although living beings cannot be stored within, the celestial demon puppet is merely a soulless automaton. The little medical fairy and Xian followed closely behind, making their way towards the Xiao pavilion, which was now unobscured by bamboo groves. At the Canaan Academy, on the 8th floor of the sky-burning refinement tower, within a cultivation chamber situated near the central deep cavern, Queen Medusa abruptly opened her eyes. Just moments ago, she sensed the breach of the barrier she had established. There was no time for contemplation. She swiftly grabbed the Crimson Fire crystal card from a nearby recess, forcefully opened the chamber door, and vanished from her location. Chapter 127. Chen Xiao's Intentions. Within the Xiao pavilion, Chen Xiao took his seat at the head, with the little medical fairy and Xian sitting closely to his right. Shortly thereafter, Hai Buodong, having received a message, entered while carrying a doling. Thud thud. He unceremoniously dropped the 2 dolings onto the ground and settled himself beside Chen Xiao. I am the pavilion master of Xiao Pavilion, and I have heard that the 8 Doors and the Black Emperor sect have repeatedly sent individuals to seek me. What is the purpose of your visit? Guests should take a seat and speak freely, Chen Xiao remarked with a teasing smile, observing the anxious expressions of the 2 dolings. The gazes of the 4 Do Huang powerhouses bore down upon them like invisible shackles, causing the 2 dolings to feel as though they had plunged into an icy abyss. Beads of sweat rolling down their foreheads, their bodies taut as drawn bowstrings, fearful of being crushed by the overwhelming pressure at any moment. Upon hearing Chen Xiao's words, they finally exhaled a sigh of relief. The doling from the Black Emperor sect slightly cupped his fists, glancing sideways before he cautiously took a seat beside Hai Buodong. However, before he could fully settle down, he was suddenly enveloped in an icy chill. The next moment, he was struck and sent flying like a sandbag, his life hanging by a thread. I offered you the courtesy of sitting, and you dare to take me up on it. Now, I shall not be so courteous. Chen Xiao chuckled lightly, retracting his gaze from the doorway to focus on the other doling. The doling from the 8 Doors trembled under Chen Xiao's scrutiny, wishing he could slap himself. Having safely distanced himself, why had he returned to observe the unfolding drama? Now, his ability to escape unscathed was no longer in his hands. With a slight gulp, the doling from the 8 Doors lowered his head, clasping his fists. Pavilion Master, silence. You are not even a Do Wang. You're unqualified to speak. Return and relay a message to the 8 Doors and the Black Emperor sect. How Xiao Pavilion develops is of no concern to them. If they wish to discuss matters with me, let your sect master and the Black Emperor sect master come in person. The doling from the 8 Doors was taken aback, his gaze falling upon his companion, who lay outside like a dead dog. He dared not voice any objections and bowed in acceptance. Yes, I will certainly convey the pavilion master's words. With that, he retreated from the hall, disregarding his critically injured companion, hastily fleeing towards the city outskirts. Fearful that if he delayed even a moment, Chen Xiao might change his mind. However, unbeknownst to him, Chen Xiao and the others had never paid him any mind from the beginning, summoning 2 guards to remove the bodies outside and clean up the blood. Hai Buodong then turned to Chen Xiao. During this time, the 8 Doors and the Black Emperor sect have frequently sent people over. I have had my men investigate. The 8 Doors are manageable. Their leader, Yuan Yi, though listed on the blacklist, is at the bottom, far inferior to the likes of Ban Lao and the Jinin elders. Should Yuan Yi dare to provoke us, I can ensure he returns in defeat. However, the Black Emperor sect, led by Mo Tianxing, is a genuine Do Zone powerhouse, not listed on the blacklist. This individual is cunning. Should we confront him, he must not be underestimated. The blacklist of the Black Corner domain holds considerable weight. Those who make it onto the list are generally Do Huang powerhouses. Yet, merely being on the blacklist fails to encompass all the experts within the Black Corner domain. The true strong do not concern themselves with such superficial accolades. Chen Xiao was well aware that Mo Tianxing, Elder Ing Shan, and the leader of the Demon Flame Valley, Demon Old Ghost, were all Do Zone powerhouses not listed on the blacklist. Moreover, some individuals within the Black Emperor sect and the Demon Flame Valley also possess the strength of those on the blacklist. Hai Lao need not worry. While the haughty demeanor of the 8 Doors and the Black Emperor sect displeases me, it is precisely in line with my intentions. I aim to provoke them. What do you think their reaction will be upon realizing our stance? Hai Buodong was taken aback, mentally placing himself in the shoes of the 8 Doors and the Black Emperor sect. Considering the prior experiences of the Jinin elders, it is an undeniable fact that we possess Do Zone combat strength. Now that we have shown them no courtesy, if Mo Tianxing feels sufficiently confident, he will undoubtedly seek to reclaim his dignity. However, as previously mentioned, this person is cunning, until he has ascertained the true strength of our Xiao pavilion. It is unlikely he would recklessly approach us. Furthermore, sending an ordinary Do Huang here would be tantamount to seeking death. Under these circumstances, they would have no choice but to resort to alternative methods to suppress us. For instance, the two factions may collaborate whenever we hold an auction. They might organize a grand auction of their own to compete in terms of resources. Although this approach benefits no one. Having established themselves in the Black Corner domain for many years, if they're truly determined to prove their superiority, their chances of success would be greater. Chen Xiao nodded slightly. Despite the notorious atmosphere of the Black Corner domain, the myriad of individuals engage in daily bloodshed and scheming, ultimately driven by their own interests. This is also the fundamental reason for the recent movements of the Eight Doors and the Black Emperor sect. Although Xiao Pavilion has recently annexed Feng City, the beast-taming sect and the Kuei Wolf Gang, in terms of foundational strength, it still pales in comparison to the combined might of the Black Emperor sect and the Eight Doors. After all, the beast-taming sect and the Kuei Wolf Gang are not particularly prominent within the Black Corner domain, certainly not on par with the Eight Doors. Moreover, while Hanfeng's spoils include many valuable items, there are several that Chen Xiao would never part with. For instance, high-grade pills, formulas, and medicinal herbs are far more cost-effective when reserved for his close associates. He is willing to exchange resources primarily for techniques and skills that are of no use to himself or his immediate companions. Hai Lao is correct. After this confrontation today, we are left with two outcomes, with the likelihood of malicious competition being more significant. This, coincidentally, aligns with my purpose. I wish for them to reveal their best-kept treasures. To my knowledge, the Eight Doors possess a fragment of that remaining map, while the Black Emperor sect holds the Bodhi transformation essence that must be obtained for Xiener. In the Black Corner domain, the code of martial ethics is disregarded. Only strength matters. As long as you possess power, you can act as you please, unburdened by any moral considerations. For here, there are no good people. With the celestial demon puppet now in hand, Chen Xiao possesses sufficient strength to confront these two established factions head-on. However, resorting to brute force is ultimately not the best strategy. It not only complicates matters, but also entails numerous risks. The remaining map is manageable. The Eight Doors cannot destroy it, and at worst, they might hide it away in desperation, making it difficult for Chen Xiao to locate. Yet, the Bodhi transformation essence can be easily destroyed. This item is crucial for the little medical fairy. Should this particular portion be damaged, acquiring another would prove exceedingly challenging. Chen Xiao had previously attempted to advance the acquisition privately, but it appeared that due to its connection with the ancient Bodhi tree, it could not be advanced at this time. Upon hearing Chen Xiao's words, both the little medical fairy and Hai Bodong felt a tightening in their hearts. Hai Bodong, pondering the remaining map, realized that if he could also obtain the portion from the Eight Doors, he would be exceedingly close to gathering them all. This thought left Hai Bodong somewhat dazed. He had invested so much time and effort for the remaining map, yet now, by abandoning it, he was continuously receiving leads. In essence, this is but fate. The little medical fairy found herself entangled with the Bodhi essence. She had previously heard Chen Xiao mention the existence of such a substance within the Black Corner domain. Yet she never anticipated that Chen Xiao's actions against the Black Emperor sect were motivated by this very item. Under normal circumstances, no one would wish to oppose a venerable force guarded by a Do Zone powerhouse. However, in his relentless pursuit to resolve the affliction of her poisonous body, he had acted without hesitation. Was it truly merely the promise made many years ago that spurred him on? Memories flitted through her mind, recalling the audacious jests of the Chao family's enchantress, which lingered like spring willow catkins. The little medical fairy lowered her gaze with a soft smile, a faint blush blooming at the corners of her eyes. When she lifted her gaze to Chen Xiao once more, her eyes shimmered like gentle waves. Indeed, the enchantress's suggestion might not be unfounded. Just as the group found themselves lost in their thoughts, a captivating figure suddenly appeared, none other than the Queen Medusa, who had hurried back from the Jianan Academy. Medusa cast a glance around the hall. Ziyin was unharmed, albeit perched on a high chair, swinging her legs like a child on a swing. Chen Xiao, seated in the main position, wore a beaming smile, exuding an aura of perfect contentment, showing no signs of distress. Witnessing this, the urgency in Medusa's eyes evaporated, her trademark icy expression returning. I have returned to observe. Ziyin, come with me. With that abrupt statement, she turned and left. Ziyin's face lit up with joy as she eagerly followed. Chen Xiao and Hai Bodong exchanged puzzled glances, both bemused by the situation. Wait, who asked her? Chapter 128, The Rejected Cackle Demon. In the heart of the Black Corner domain lies the grand city of Black Emperor City, renowned throughout the domain. This city ranks among the foremost in both scale and influence. Furthermore, it serves as the core stronghold of the Black Emperor sect, where numerous significant affairs are managed and decided, consolidating the sect's main forces. As night enveloped Black Emperor City and silence reigned, within the towering edifice that stood out amidst the surroundings, the master of the Eight Gates, Yuan Yi, convened with his entourage and the members of the Black Emperor sect, intently listening to a Dou Ling recounting the situation. Under the gaze of these formidable individuals, the Dou Ling's complexion turned ashen, and his voice trembled as he knelt on one knee. Master of the Gates, Sect Master Mo, the head of the Purple Sky Pavilion, is exceedingly vicious. Upon identifying ourselves, he brazenly struck down Wang Ying without cause. Had not deliberately spared me to relay this message, I too would have met my demise. As the Dou Ling narrated, the atmosphere in the hall grew palpably tense, the expressions of the attendees growing increasingly stern. Mo Tianxing, seated at the head, exuded an aura of frost, his face darkening as if cloaked in a layer of ice. To him, the life of a mere Dou Ling held little value. However, disregarding their haughty demeanor, Chen Xiao's actions were akin to delivering a resounding slap across the face of the Black Emperor sect, a blatant humiliation that incensed the sect's leader. Boom! Mo Tianxing slammed his palm against the armrest beside him, shattering the iron-crafted chair arm into powder, which cascaded to the ground. How dare anyone attempt to kill me? Chen Xiao, you possess an audacity beyond measure. His voice rumbled like distant thunder, his Dou Qi surging, causing the crystal chandelier above to vibrate ominously. In all these years within the Black Corner domain, none have dared to disturb the Black Emperor sect. Yuan Yi, the master of the Eight Gates, narrowed his eyes slightly, caressing the soft sword at his waist with a cold smile. Sect Master Mo, the Purple Sky Pavilion is merely a nascent force. Chen Xiao likely believes that by subjugating the beast-taming sect and the Kuei Wolf Gang, he can claim dominance. I believe this presents a perfect opportunity to make an example of him, demonstrating to the entire Black Corner domain the consequences of offending the Black Emperor sect. As Yuan Yi's words resonated, led by Mo Ya, the young master of the Black Emperor sect, many formidable figures behind him clenched their fists, their murderous intent reflecting in the candlelight like unsheathed blades. Mo Tianxing shot a disapproving glance at his incompetent son, inhaling deeply to suppress his rising anger. He narrowed his eyes and stated solemnly, before we ascertain the true strength of the Purple Sky Pavilion, we must not act hastily. However, since Chen Xiao has shown such disregard, the Purple Sky Pavilion should not expect a peaceful auction in the future. Master Yuan, the Eight Gates have undoubtedly amassed numerous treasures through their auction business over the years. Let us join forces, each contributing our most prized possessions, to host an unforgettable auction that will ensure the entire Black Corner domain remembers the repercussions of crossing the Black Emperor sect. The speed at which wealth can be amassed through auctions is astonishing. Additionally, frequently holding auctions has the benefit of allowing many unsavory items to circulate, gradually finding their way into the vaults of both factions. Yuan Yi's eyes sparkled with excitement as he suddenly slapped his thigh, laughing heartily. Brilliant! Sect Master Mo, your proposal, while seemingly straightforward, strikes at the very heart of the matter. However, the Eight Gates cannot compare to the Black Emperor sect in scale and depth. Thus, we can only contribute 30% of the auction items. I hope the sect master will bear this in mind. While Yuan Yi praised, a flicker of disappointment crossed his heart. Rather than this form of competition, he yearned to witness Mo Tianxing leading the Black Emperor sect into a true clash with the Purple Sky Pavilion. Although the Eight Gates would inevitably be drawn into the fray, there's a saying, when the sky falls, a tall person will hold it up. If the tall person remains unscathed, how can those beneath rise? Mo Tianxing's gaze was sharp as an eagle's. He slowly nodded. I accept Master Yuan's proposal, but you must also bear a significant responsibility. Once the date of the auction is confirmed, the Black Emperor sect will undoubtedly devote all its efforts to preparation, leaving little time for other matters. During this period, I require you to employ the Eight Gate spies to thoroughly investigate the true strength of the Purple Sky Pavilion, including their hidden cards and the number of their strong individuals. Mo Tianxing understood that the competition at the auction was merely a superficial endeavor. Only by eradicating the Purple Sky Pavilion from the Black Corner domain could they achieve a lasting solution. Renowned for his cautious cunning, he typically plotted before acting. Yet he was inherently decisive in matters of life and death. Once he set his sights on a target, he would strike with lethal precision. Yuan Yi furrowed his brow. contemplating for a moment before solemnly responding. The Purple Sky Pavilion possesses considerable strength. Investigating them will not be an easy task. However, since the 8 gates have taken on this mission, we shall exert our utmost effort. Mo Tianqing nodded slightly. With Master Yuan's assurance, I am at ease. Now, let us discuss the auction's rules. As the candlelight flickered, discussions erupted among the gathered individuals, passionately debating the details of the auction, including items and regulations. After more than an hour, the discussions gradually subsided, and Yuan led the members of the 8 gates, swiftly vanishing into the night, leaving behind a trail of shattered shadows. As they watched the 8 gates members disappear from view, Mo Tianqing waved his hand gently, signaling even his son Moya to withdraw. Once everyone had departed, the shadow of a grotesque stone beast in the corner suddenly twisted and morphed, revealing a tall figure cloaked in black, emerging from the darkness. Each step trailing wisps of black mist. Cackling ominously, the figure advanced, their voice, laced with a chilling allure, echoed in the hall. Montak Tianxing, your elaborate maneuvers are merely a temporary measure. Should you agree to my terms, the Black Emperor sect shall undergo a profound transformation. As for your son Moya, with the resources of the Black Emperor sect, he could at most ascend to the pinnacle of Douhuang. Yet, to enter the realm of Douzong, that would be as difficult as ascending to the heavens. But with my assistance, all things are possible. While the Black Emperor sect is formidable in the Black Corner domain, a sense of unease lingered among the elders and Mo Tianqing, as they were acutely aware of a precarious gap. Aside from Mo Tianqing himself, no Douzong powerhouse resided within the sect. This precarious situation resembled a tall building supported by a single pillar. Should Mo Tianqing encounter misfortune, the elevated status painstakingly built by the Black Emperor sect would collapse, reducing them to a second-rate sect akin to those under the blacklist, an outcome no one wished to witness. In a bid to fill this fatal gap, Mo Tianqing spared no expense, funneling immense resources into his son Moya, investing all his efforts into his cultivation. Amidst the vast accumulation of resources, Moya, before reaching the age of 30, ascended to the realm of Douhuang, becoming a rising star renowned within the Black Corner domain. However, both Mo Tianqing and the higher echelons of the sect were acutely aware that Moya's talents could hardly be classified as extraordinary. His breakthrough to Douhuang had been achieved through sheer exertion. To aspire to further ascend to Douzong was akin to compelling a limping person to scale a perilous cliff, with the likelihood of success as faint as the stars in the night sky. The words of the cloaked figure struck like a sharp hook, deftly ensnaring the most clandestine desires of Mo Tianqing's heart, stirring ripples of emotion within him, and a surge of uncontrollable excitement began to take root. Yet, at the very moment this impulse threatened to cloud his judgment, the series of conditions proposed by the figure fell upon him like frigid snow water, jolting him awake from his ethereal dreams. Should he acquiesce to the cloaked man's demands, it might seemingly resolve the issues plaguing the Black Emperor sect, but the price to be paid was one he could scarcely bear. By that time, while the Black Emperor sect might still retain its illustrious name, it would have already devolved into a puppet in the hands of another, subject to manipulation. Furthermore, the cloaked man's furtive demeanor suggested that the Soul Hall was hardly a legitimate force. To ally with them would likely be to conspire with a tiger for its skin. Should any unforeseen events arise, the Soul Hall, with its vast resources, could easily extricate itself, while the Black Emperor sect would likely end up as mere cannon fodder. Mo Tianqing swallowed hard, managing a meaningful smile. The sincerity of Protector Xian is duly noted. However, this matter pertains to the very foundation of our sect, and I hope to confer with the elders before proceeding. He lowered his gaze, concealing the coldness in his eyes, while internally weighing the strength of Protector Xian and the formidable reputation of the Soul Hall, both akin to a blade poised at his throat. This pretext served to signal weakness to a formidable adversary, while buying him precious time to devise a counter-strategy. After all, in the turbulent waters of the Black Corner domain, recklessly offending an inscrutable entity like the Soul Hall would be tantamount to setting oneself ablaze. Hee. Sect Master Mo's evasive tactics remind me of a bashful woman in a spring chamber, hoping you won't regret your decision tonight. The Purple Cloud Pavilion is far from the simplicity you envision. Protector Xian's voice emitted a chilling, owl-like laugh. As his form moved with an eerie grace beneath the black robe, his crimson gaze fixating on Mo Tianqing like a venomous serpent. He had personally visited Xiao City and understood the strength of Chen Xiao's faction. Truth be told, Protector Xian held little faith in the Black Emperor sect. Particularly during the day, he had sensed a formidable surge of soul power emanating from the Purple Cloud Pavilion, further solidifying his belief that it was not to be underestimated. Of course, now that Mo Tianqing was unwilling to cooperate, Protector Xian saw no need to elaborate further. Should the other party truly face calamity, he could seize the opportunity to capture the soul of another Do zone powerhouse. Casting one last glance at Mo Tianqing, Protector Xian waved his robe, his form dissipating like a specter, leaving only the lingering echoes of his words resounding in the hall, each syllable a hammer striking Mo Tianqing's heart. Chapter 129. The emergence of Bodhi transformation in the deep of night. The full moon hung high at the pinnacle of the Purple Cloud Pavilion. Chen Xiao stood with Queen Medusa, their backs turned to the turbulent currents of the Black Corner domain, gazing out towards the undulating Emerald Mountains, leaning against the railing. The moonlight was serene, the mountains lush, and the mist coiled like delicate cotton. This tranquil and harmonious scene seemed to gently part the curtains of Chen Xiao's memories. In a daze, his thoughts drifted back to the peaceful city of Wutan and the Gama Empire. At that time, he was immersed in cultivation and amidst the fleeting seasons. During those rare moments of tranquility, a pure and graceful figure akin to a blue lotus always accompanied him. Is something the matter? After a prolonged silence, without a word from Chen Xiao, Queen Medusa cast a sidelong glance at him. Chen Xiao chuckled softly and shook his head. I merely wish to express my gratitude. Since the moment he escorted Queen Medusa to the Canaan Academy, their transaction had effectively concluded. She had no obligation to assist him further. Should issues arise, her willingness to intervene would be a kindness, and there would be no grounds for reproach if she chose not to. I simply wish to ensure that Ziyin remains unharmed, nothing more. Queen Medusa understood that he referred to the barrier and her unexpected return today, responding with a calm demeanor. Yet, her words lacked a certain credibility, for it seemed that since her evolution, the former sharpness she displayed before Chen Xiao had gradually dulled, replaced by an unperceived softness and relaxation. The influence of the little devouring sky python was indeed too profound. Contemplating this, Queen Medusa could only arrive at that singular conclusion. Chen Xiao nodded slightly, smiling as he spoke. When we were in the inner courtyard, the Grand Elder remarked that Yin is gluttonous and playful, and without someone to watch over her, he cannot feel at ease. In previous years, I had little to do, and my strength was feeble. Even in seclusion, it wouldn't take long. But now, things are different. Interacting with the powerful figures of the Black Corner domain means I will have less time to spend with her. Moreover, after she consumes the transformation pill, I must gradually help her adapt, and there are many intimate topics I cannot discuss directly with her. You could visit more often. Upon hearing this, Queen Medusa remained noncommittal. Yet a subtle smile graced her lips as her gaze flickered. This matter truly required her involvement. Even the little medical fairy had yet to reach such a close relationship with Ziyin. Observing Queen Medusa's expression, Chen Xiao nodded slightly. Since your majesty does not oppose, I shall take that as your consent. Queen Medusa's demeanor shifted like a sudden summer storm, her mood fluctuating unpredictably. Moments ago, her eyes held a trace of gentleness, suggesting she was in good spirits, yet in an instant, her expression turned frosty, as though the warmth had been but a fleeting illusion. Casting a cold glance at Chen Xiao, she ceased to engage further and turned away. Peeking around the corner, the adorable figure of Ziyin emerged, glancing at the departing Queen Medusa before stepping forward. Why is Sister Medusa upset? Perhaps she envies you for having such a lovely name. After all, you are friends now. Referring to her as your majesty does seem distant, but the question is, if not as your majesty, what else could you call her? Ziyin nodded, appearing to understand, yet not fully grasping the sentiment. The following day, the semi-annual grand auction of the Purple Cloud Pavilion commenced under the auspices of Haibudo. Chen Xiao, Ziyin, and the little medical fairy were present, while Queen Medusa remained elusive. The presence of 4 Do Huang powerhouses enveloped the auction house, swiftly diminishing the ambitions of those with ulterior motives and providing immense assurance to the bidders. Under such intimidation, the grand auction proceeded without a hitch, concluding smoothly. Subsequently, with Chen Xiao's intentional promotion, news of 2 low-grade Earth-level Do techniques and 1 low-grade Earth-level cultivation method spread throughout the Black Corner domain within 3 days, further amplifying the reputation of the Purple Cloud Pavilion. It was also at this moment that the long-anticipated counterattack from the 8 Gates and the Black Emperor's sect finally arrived. They had announced that 1 month hence, they would host the largest auction in the history of Black Emperor City, boldly proclaiming that low-grade Earth-level Do techniques and cultivation methods would not be featured as the finale, clearly targeting them. In the hall, Hai Buodong chuckled, seemingly unperturbed by the counteroffensive from the two major factions. After all, this was precisely the outcome they had hoped to see. The Eight Gates and the Black Emperor sect could never have imagined that Chen Xiao and his companions had never intended to linger long in the Black Corner domain. All their actions were merely to provoke a response from them, and now, their plan had fallen perfectly into place. Has the auction list been released? Upon hearing Chen Xiao's inquiry, the little medical fairy turned her gaze towards Hai Buodong with a hint of anticipation. It has already emerged. I have specifically stationed someone at the Black Emperor City to acquire it at the earliest opportunity. However, this is merely the initial version. Over the course of the upcoming month, they will undoubtedly introduce more new auction items. Hai Buodong retrieved several lists from his spatial ring and distributed them among the three individuals. Large-scale auctions always generate considerable hype in advance, and the first version of the auction list is a focal point of promotion by the organizers. As for the actual commencement, the number of items will only increase, a tradition that has long been established. Upon receiving the list, Chen Xiao barely turned to the second page before his gaze landed upon an exquisite item. He cast a sidelong glance at Ziyin, who was also frowning, intently fixated on an image of a monster's corpse depicted on the list. Chen Xiao, this object repulses me, yet I cannot articulate why. Perhaps it pertains to your essence. Undoubtedly, the item eliciting such aversion in Ziyin could only be the desiccated corpse of the celestial phoenix. Ziyin nodded slightly, her interest in further examination waning due to the grotesque sight of the celestial phoenix's remains. The little medical sage, however, swiftly leafed through the list and soon found her gaze fixated upon a depiction of a vibrant green liquid. Douqi Transformation Saliva. She lifted her eyes to Chen Xiao, a glimmer of inquiry evident in her expression. Chen Xiao nodded in affirmation. Indeed, that is it. Upon hearing this, the little medical sage exhaled a sigh of relief. While she had anticipated that the Eight Gates and the Black Emperor sect would unveil some hidden treasures in their counteroffensive, no one could be certain they would offer the Douqi Transformation Saliva before seeing the list. Now, she finally felt completely reassured. A mid-level Earth-ranked combat technique, a monster's corpse, Douqi Transformation Saliva, and even Dan for Doling and Dowang were all part of this substantial investment by the Eight Gates and the Black Emperor sect. Regrettably, they had yet to see that incomplete map. After perusing the list, Chen Xiao chuckled, impressed. Hai Buodong expressed some regret, suggesting that perhaps they would still present it for auction. After all, it was merely an incomplete map without a coherent context, unworthy of inclusion on the list. Chen Xiao nodded slightly. Hai Buodong's assertion was not without merit. Nevertheless, even without that incomplete map, they had effectively achieved their goal of provoking the Black Emperor sect and the Eight Gates. Prepare yourselves. Our adversaries have extended this courtesy. We shall offer our support. Chapter 130. The Sea Transforming Seal, arriving at Black Emperor City. Behind Zixiao City, within a valley on the opposite side of a mountain peak, a figure clad in blue hovered in midair, supported by resplendent wings of combat energy. At this moment, his hands swiftly formed intricate and elaborate seals, and as the speed of his hand movements intensified, faint afterimages began to materialize. Chen Xiao's gaze sharpened, fixated on the rapidly rotating seals in his palms, his brow furrowed. As the vast combat energy within him surged forth like a torrent breaching its dam, swiftly depleting nearly 20% of his reserves. Suddenly, the flying seals appeared to be momentarily halted by an invisible force, and Chen Xiao's aura surged violently as he bellowed with thunderous resonance. Sea Transforming Seal. As the echoes of his roar reverberated, Chen Xiao's hand seals transformed into peculiar angles, unleashing a tremendous force. In an instant, the overwhelming combat energy erupted like a volcanic explosion, enveloping his entire palm. An icy blue crystalline layer quietly formed over it, akin to frost crystallizing amidst the violently swirling energy. In the next moment, a radiant icy blue imprint, the size of his hand, shot forth with explosive velocity. Bang! The instant Chen Xiao's imprint was unleashed, the ground below suddenly collapsed, a shadow soaring amidst the debris. The shadow clenched its right hand into a fist, devoid of any intricate flow of combat energy, yet compressing an overwhelming force into a shrieking air cannon, boldly meeting the sea-transforming seal head-on. Boom! A deafening roar split the heavens. The shadow, propelled by the force of its punch, collided with the shimmering, icy blue imprint. In that fleeting moment, energy erupted like a volcano, and amidst the thunderous cacophony, a violent whirlwind formed, rippling outward like a tidal wave, shattering cliffs and sending debris flying, causing the surrounding mountains to tremble. That shadow, too, under the assault of this cataclysmic force, plummeted into the earth like a falcon with broken wings, stirring up clouds of dust. One breath, two breaths. Under Chen Xiao's watchful gaze, the ground suddenly erupted, and the familiar shadow, like a specter, darted forth, transforming into a streak of black light, rushing towards him. Cease! Chen Xiao remained unperturbed as he uttered a command, instantly freezing the shadow's movements, its form hovering steadily in midair. Upon closer inspection, it was revealed to be the obedient celestial puppet, devoid of any autonomous will. Without further concern for the puppet, Chen Xiao sensed the depletion of his combat energy. Even with the cultivation of a mid-level Earth-rank technique, this single strike had cost him nearly 20% of his reserves. One could only imagine the terrifying consumption of the sea-transforming seal. No wonder it required the prowess of a Douhuang to master this technique. An ordinary Douhuang would find it utterly beyond their capabilities. As for someone like me, with the reserves of the Ice Soul Talisman, I could perhaps manage a single full-strength strike. Yet, the might of the sea-transforming seal is indeed formidable, though I still struggle to wield it with fluidity. Chen Xiao glanced back at the celestial puppet and stored it away in his spatial ring. Although the celestial puppet could not execute techniques, its tremendous strength and resilient body rendered it comparable to a 4-star Dozone. Remarkably, Chen Xiao had managed to repel it once using the sea-transforming seal. This illustrates that even a master at the Dozone level, should they let their guard down and fall within the grasp of the sea-transforming seal, would likely face dire consequences. Of course, behind this overwhelming power lies a significant challenge in cultivation. Over the past 20 days, Chen Xiao had dedicated considerable energy to mastering the techniques of the Heavenly Frost Palm and the sea-transforming seal. The Heavenly Frost Palm had become second nature to him. Yet the sea-transforming seal still required 2 to 3 breaths of preparation before execution. 2 or 3 breaths may seem brief, but when facing a Dozong expert, they would not afford you the luxury of time to prepare, as the celestial puppet had. Thus, relentless practice remains essential. Chen Xiao, the little medical sage, and I are prepared. When shall we depart? Ziyan's voice echoed from the mountaintop, interrupting Chen Xiao's contemplation. With a gentle flap of his wings, Chen Xiao descended beside the little dragon. Looking down at Xiao City, he inquired, "Has Queen Medusa returned to the academy?" Since their last encounter, Queen Medusa had been returning periodically, showing great concern for Ziyan's growth. Ziyan shook her head slightly, responding, "She left early this morning, saying she would return to see me once we resolve matters with the Black Emperor sect." Chen Xiao nodded slightly, refraining from probing into the private conversations the two women had shared. After all, they were merely trivial matters, not worth delving into. "Then, let us depart. We must bring Sienna along. Tomorrow marks the commencement of the Black Emperor's sex auction, and we cannot afford to miss it. In the past, when we roamed the Blackhorn region, we had to deliberately steer clear of that place, but this time we can finally go in and take a look." A quarter of an hour later, beneath Xiao Pavilion, Haibuodong watched as the three ascended into the sky. Once again, he remained to guard the home front. After reflecting momentarily on the relentless passage of time, he summoned his subordinate captains, instructing them to heighten their vigilance. With Chen Xiao and the others temporarily departed, the power within Xiao City was at its weakest, and he certainly did not wish for any untoward incidents to occur. Meanwhile, after a day of continuous travel, Chen Xiao and his companions gradually approached the vicinity of Black Emperor's city by afternoon. As they neared their destination, they could distinctly sense an increasing number of people traversing the road leading to Black Emperor City, clearly drawn by the allure of the auction. Gazing at the imposing silhouette of the immense city at the horizon, Chen Xiao nodded slightly. In unison, the three of them donned loose black robes to conceal their identities. Ziyan had undergone a remarkable transformation, and with the concealment of her dark robe, it was utterly inconceivable for outsiders to associate her with that little girl. This endeavor primarily revolved around the Bodhi transformation essence. Prior to its emergence, anything else that could be obtained was of secondary importance, as there would be other opportunities to seize later without inciting trouble for the time being. Xiao Yixian, being perceptive and understanding, required no further elaboration. But Ziyan needed a few instructions. Upon hearing Chen Xiao's earnest tone, Ziyan responded with a couple of affirmations. Fully aware that the Bodhi transformation essence was crucial to Xiao Yixian's safety, leaving no room for negligence. "Let us proceed," Chen Xiao nodded in satisfaction, casting a smile at Xiao Yixian before making a grand gesture, leading the way towards the city gate. thanks to the dark robe obscuring both Xiao Yixian and Xian's figures. Even amidst the throng at the city gate, with the crowd winding and the cacophony of voices rising and falling, no one dared utter a single coarse remark towards the three of them, ignoring the curious glances of onlookers. The trio bypassed the queue and approached a purple door next to the grand entrance. Here, a dozen robust men clad in light yellow attire stood tall, exuding a formidable aura that deterred the queuing crowd from approaching, compelling them to advance slowly along the flow. Esteemed friends, this area is reserved for Do Huang powerhouses. Kindly reveal a hint of your aura. An elderly man in a yellow robe, holding a smoking pipe, approached steadily, offering a cupped hand salute while his discerning gaze swept over the trio, a smile gracing his face as he spoke. Given the stature and power of a Do Huang, the treatment they received was naturally superior to that of ordinary folk, and even a formidable force like the Black Emperor sect would not dare to show neglect. This exclusive passage was the finest evidence of such. The trio remained silent, yet the faint Do Huang energy they exuded immediately quieted the previously raucous crowd, all eyes converging upon them. The elderly man in yellow appeared taken aback, realizing that one among the three was indeed a Do Huang powerhouse. To his astonishment, all three were Do Huang. Such a formidable assembly was rare in the Black Corner region, prompting him to question their origins. Could they be from the Demon Flame Valley? However, the Demon Flame Valley was known for its ostentation, and this deliberate concealment of identity starkly contrasted with their usual conduct. "May we enter?" came the gravelly voice from beneath the dark robe. The elderly man in yellow quickly nodded. "Of course, but may I inquire about your honor names? Which faction do you represent? Please do not misunderstand. My inquiry is merely to make better arrangements for your accommodations." Solitari cultivateur, Kaori, Chen Xiao replied calmly. As soon as the words left his lips, the elderly man keenly sensed Chen Xiao's dismissive tone, pondering that the name Chao Hui was likely a mere fabrication. Choosing not to press further, he deftly spun a ring on his finger, producing a cool blue waist token that landed steadily in his palm. He then respectfully extended the token towards Chen Xiao, a broad smile on his face. "Mr. Chao Hui, you may not be aware, but the Black Emperor City is currently bustling with activity, and ordinary inns are already overflowing with guests. However, our Black Emperor sect has specifically reserved accommodations for the strong of the Black Corner region. Just present this token at the Black Emperor Pavilion in the city center, and you will find someone to properly arrange your lodgings. Those who can stay, they are all significant figures in the Black Corner region." Chen Xiao's eyes flickered slightly as he nonchalantly accepted the waist token, nodding lightly in acknowledgement of the elderly man. Subsequently, he gestured for Xiao Yixian and Xian to join him, and together they stepped through the purple door, their robes fluttering gently in the light within, their figures gradually fading from view. The elderly man in yellow watched as the trio distanced themselves, a glint of profound suspicion flashing in his eyes. Narrowing his gaze slightly, he contemplated for a moment before summoning a nearby attendant and speaking in a hushed tone. "You must return to the sect immediately and report the situation regarding these three to the sect master." With three Do Huang accompanying them, aside from the Demon Flame Valley, it is likely that only the recently renowned Xiao Pavilion possesses such power. Regardless of their origins, we must not underestimate them. Let us report this matter first, so that we can distance ourselves should any complications arise. "Yes," the attendant responded respectfully before swiftly departing. Chapter 131, A Gathering of Powerhouses. Do Zong frequenting. The Black Emperor Pavilion, a designated residence within the Black Emperor City for renowned powerhouses in the Black Corner region, welcomed only those who held considerable reputation and strength. Within 100 meters surrounding the Black Emperor Pavilion, guard from the Black Emperor's sect stood vigilant, deterring ordinary individuals from approaching. When Chen Xiao and his companions arrived, the area was already teeming with people, and with their formidable prowess. They could sense that within the Black Emperor Pavilion, there were indeed more than a handful of Do Huang powerhouses. The number of Do Huang level individuals exceeded 10. There's a potent aura present. Could it be Do Zong Mo Tianxing? Xiao Yixian conveyed solemnly. As a person afflicted with the Yinan poison body, Xian, known for her exceptional strength, and Chen Xiao, whose capabilities far surpassed the ordinary Do Huang, were not typical cultivators. The only ones capable of exerting pressure upon them were undoubtedly the Do Zong powerhouses. Chen Xiao shook his head slightly. Not likely. As a Do Zong powerhouse and sect leader, the probability of Mo Tianxing personally hosting guests is exceedingly low. It is more probable that a certain powerhouse attending the auction has arrived, having built momentum over the past month. This grand auction had already spread throughout the entire Black Corner region, so it was not surprising that a Douqi powerhouse had been attracted. Moreover, Chen Xiao was well aware that the number of Douqi powerhouses in the Black Corner region, including that Soul Hall Protector, was limited to a mere handful. The eccentricity of the Soul Hall would not involve itself in such matters, and the Earth Demon Old Ghost was busy cultivating to reach a higher realm. Thus the answer became evident. Most likely, it was that unfortunate elder Yingshan once again. Xiao Yixian's expression grew grave, her brows knitting tightly in contemplation as she fell into a prolonged silence. A Douqi level competitor was undoubtedly a formidable mountain looming before them. The thought of the opponent also coveting the Bodhi transformation essence stirred a wave of anxiety within her. In such a gathering of powerhouses at the auction, how could they possibly contend against the Douqi? Even if they sought alternative methods later, they would inevitably face a hard-fought battle. Do not worry. The Bodhi transformation essence is not solely desired by us and that Douqi. This substance is linked to the legendary Bodhi ancient tree, and just this connection alone is enough to drive the entire Black Corner region into a frenzy, even if he is a Douqi powerhouse. Taking it away is no simple feat, not to mention he may not even be able to outbid us. Chen Xiao reassured her, gently patting her hand. The Xiao Pavilion had been operational for an extended period, hosting numerous auctions, and had processed 5 Earth-level techniques in exchange for countless resources. In terms of wealth, that elder Yingshan might not necessarily compare to him. More importantly, armed with his memory advantage, Chen Xiao knew exactly what kind of price elder Yingshan would be willing to pay for the Bodhi transformation essence, providing them with considerable leverage in the bidding. Upon hearing his words, Xiao Yixian's anxious heart eased somewhat. Her tense shoulders relaxed as she softly acknowledged, the worry in her eyes diminishing a fraction. Outside the Black Emperor Pavilion, a protective wall established by the Black Emperor sect loomed, and amidst the gap in the wall, a man in a blue robe stood with a beaming smile. Noticing Chen Xiao and his companions approaching, the elderly man in blue hurriedly stepped forward, his gaze sweeping over the trio before breaking into a broad smile, his words laced with utmost courtesy. Esteemed guests, this place is a residence specially prepared by the Black Emperor sect for our distinguished visitors. May I inquire if you possess a token issued by our sect? Chen Xiao and his companions cast a subtle glance at the elderly man clad in blue robes, only to realize that he was, in fact, a formidable Douqi Emperor, his aura surpassing their own and rivaling that of the venerable Elder Ban, who had accompanied Han Feng during his calamity. Such prowess would undoubtedly enable him to dominate a territory within the Black Corner region and establish his own authority. As their understanding of the Black Corner region deepened, the trio became increasingly aware that the seemingly authoritative Black List was, in reality, a facade rife with exaggeration and deceit, laden with substantial inaccuracies. With a sigh of contemplation, Chen Xiao respectfully clasped his hands towards the blue-robed elder, retrieving the token bestowed upon him at the city gate and presenting it to the elder. The blue-robed elder accepted the token, his smile broadening as he meticulously scanned Chen Xiao and his companions. I am Che Chum, an elder of the Black Emperor sect. Please, upon entering the Black Emperor Pavilion, you will be guided to your accommodations. Chen Xiao nodded slightly, his steps moving toward the passage behind the elder, with Xiao Yixian and Zi Yin following closely. It was only after the trio had vanished from sight that a figure clad in white robes emerged. Elder Kiching. What do you think? The blue-robed elder shook his head. I still cannot ascertain whether they are affiliated with the Xiao Pavilion. According to the intelligence we gathered, 6 months ago, the Xiao Pavilion revealed its might, boasting a mysterious Douqi, a 5-star ice attribute Douqi Emperor, and 3 peak Douqi Kings. Yet these 3 individuals are all Douqi Emperors, one of whom is a 3-star Douqi Emperor. Even if those 3 Douqi Kings manage to break through in this half-year, such rapid advancement is implausible. Moreover, the relationship between Chen Xiao and the young girl-like Douqi King is exceptionally close. They are inseparable, and their appearances do not align with those of the trio. The blue-robed elder's analysis was logical and thorough, revealing his skepticism regarding the identities of Chen Xiao and his companions. It was not surprising that he struggled to confirm their allegiances. After all, it is unfathomable for any ordinary individual to achieve such a meteoric rise from a 9-star Douqi King to a 3-star Douqi Emperor within a mere 7 months in this northwestern region. Such speed is beyond the capabilities of 99% of the populace during their cultivation. The same could be said for Ziyan, whose ability to alter her size at will was nothing short of astonishing. The young man in white nodded gently, his gaze fixed in the direction where Chen Xiao and his companions had departed, lost in contemplation. Do not overthink it, young sect master. Although the strongest among them is merely a 3-star Do Emperor, I can sense considerable pressure emanating from each of them, indicating that their strength is far from superficial. Elder Che Chung cautioned, his tone imbued with undeniable authority. Mo Ya's expression shifted slightly, his throat constricting as he suppressed his inner turmoil with resignation. The night passed in silence. The following day, as the first rays of dawn graced the horizon, the once quiet Black Emperor city erupted with astonishing vitality. The expansive streets were swiftly filled with figures emerging from all directions, all converging upon the grand auction square, the city's heart. Today, the Black Emperor sect, in collaboration with the Eight Gates, was set to host the most extravagant auction in a century. Inside a chamber of the Black Emperor Pavilion, Chen Xiao was roused from his slumber by the sound of Ziyin munching away. Though the issue of her transformation had been resolved, her long-standing penchant for consuming medicinal herbs remained intact. Xiao Ying, anticipating such an outcome, had sent not only the transformation pills, but also an array of 4th-tier snacks for Ziyin's enjoyment. With a resigned glance at the seemingly insatiable dragon girl, Chen Xiao concluded his cultivation, rising to drape a black robe over her shoulders. Hurry and put this on. The auction is likely about to commence. Today, we face a tough battle. Do not be too careless, he urged. Ziyin swallowed her pill, picking up the black robe from the floor and measuring it against herself with a look of disdain before returning it to Chen Xiao. This robe you prepared for me is more fitting for my former self from years ago. It's far too small now. With her hands on her hips and a proud demeanor, she audaciously disregarded the private instructions given by Queen Medusa. Flaunting her formidable prowess, she finally retrieved a more suitably sized black robe from her spatial ring, enveloping her alluring form completely. Chen Xiao could only shake his head in bemusement before donning his own black robe. He then stepped out, summoning Xiao Yixian from the adjacent room to join him as they made their way towards the Black Emperor Pavilion. The venue for the auction, organized by the Black Emperor sect, was situated within the exceptionally spacious auction grounds of the city center. However, even this grand setting seemed to underestimate the allure of the event. Upon their arrival, Chen Xiao and his companions looked up to witness an overwhelming sea of people, their collective presence stretching far beyond the horizon. Fortunately, the Black Emperor sect had evidently anticipated such a turnout and had established a dedicated passage for the formidable individuals of the Black Corner region. Entering through this exclusive access, they arrived at the VIP section, where the front rows resembled small chambers, elaborately designed and exuding luxury, accommodating 4 to 5 individuals comfortably. Within these private enclaves, the cacophony of the auction hall was effectively muted, presenting an unobstructed view of the center stage. Here, the atmosphere grew silent as the powerful figures of the Black Corner region, their identities commanding respect, sat like statues, with only a few engaged in hushed conversations or exchanging thoughts through sound transmission. Blood Sect, Black Skull Tomb, Rakshasa Gate, Demon Flame Valley, by the distinct energies and symbols adorning their garments, one could easily discern their origins. Chen Xiao surveyed the surroundings, ultimately fixating on a gray-haired elder with an eagle-like nose seated in a corner of the front row. Amidst the assembly of powerhouses, he alone exuded an immense pressure. Eagle Mountain Elder. Without lingering too long, Chen Xiao retracted his gaze, joining Xiao Yixian and Ziyin as they settled down, closing his eyes in anticipation of the auction's commencement. As Chen Xiao meditated, a steady influx of attendees poured into the auction hall, and the VIP section gradually filled with figures. Approximately 15 minutes later, every seat in the VIP area was occupied. At that moment, a melodious chime resonated from the center of the auction hall, echoing throughout the venue and silencing the clamor. As the sound subsided, Chen Xiao opened his eyes to behold a shimmering energy barrier gradually enveloping the auction stage, serving as a protective measure. In the Black Corner region, lawlessness was rampant, and theft of auction items was a common occurrence, which explained why lesser factions dared only to host small-scale auctions. Without adequate strength, maintaining order would be impossible. The Black Emperor sect, while far from being an ordinary force, was nonetheless compelled to exercise caution due to the considerable value of the items being auctioned. At last, "It is about to commence," Ziyin murmured, and the audience watched as the ground of the auction stage emitted a low rumble, slowly splitting apart to reveal a staircase leading into the depths below, capturing the attention of countless onlookers. As the staircase emerged, an elderly man clad in golden robes, his face adorned with a broad smile, stepped forth. Upon his entrance, an overwhelming aura emanated from him, gradually silencing the raucous crowd within the vast auction hall, even causing the Eagle Mountain Elder in the corner to sit up slightly straighter. The leader of the Black Emperor sect, Mo Tianxing, The little medical sage's expression turned grave as she sensed an immense pressure emanating from him, rivaling that of the elder from Eagle Mountain. Fortunately, as the host of the event, it was unlikely they would come to blows. Under the watchful gaze of the crowd, Mo Tianxing strode confidently to the forefront of the stage, surveying the audience with an air of nonchalance. Hey, I am Montak Tianxing, and I believe many of you are familiar with me, so I shall refrain from further introduction. I sincerely thank you all for your support. Today's auction, jointly organized by the Black Emperor sect and the Eight Gates, is entirely reliant on your esteemed presence. Mo Tianxing's gaze, sharp as a hawk's, roamed through the crowd, lingering momentarily on several key positions. His resonant voice, imbued with authority, echoed throughout every corner of the venue. Finally, shifting his gaze from the trio of Chen Xiao, he became stern, and the auction hammer in his hand descended forcefully, producing a resounding clang that reverberated across the hall. I shall not prolong my words any further. Now, the Black Emperor's sex auction is officially underway. Chapter 132. The curtain falls. See you again. Upon concluding his remarks, Mo Tianxing clasped his fists and bowed solemnly to the VIP seats before steadily turning away and gracefully exiting the center of the auction stage. Immediately, the ground of the auction platform cracked open once more, revealing a passageway through which a venerable old man with white hair emerged, a smile adorning his face. Following him were a group of maidens bearing silver trays, who nimbly navigated the stage, arranging the trays neatly upon the auction stone platform. The white-haired elder pointed at a pristine white scroll within the tray and, getting straight to the point, cheerfully declared, "This scroll detailing finger techniques shall serve as the appetizer for our auction. This technique is known as the cloud-breaking finger, classified as intermediate of the Xian rank." The elder, evidently a seasoned auctioneer, stirred the atmosphere with just a few brief words. No sooner had he finished speaking than the hall erupted with a chorus of bidding calls, and the competition intensified almost instantaneously. Interestingly, the powerful guests seated at the VIP section remained silent, many of them even closing their eyes in repose. After all, those who could occupy these seats possessed at least the strength of a Do Wang, while they could not entirely dismiss the lower-tier techniques. The chances of piquing their interest were exceedingly slim. The same was true for Chen Xiao and his companions, who reclined comfortably in their plush seats, patiently awaiting their desired items. However, Ziyin, an energetic soul, soon grew bored after a brief period of stillness, playfully nudging Chen Xiao's leg and leaning towards the little medical sage to exchange whispers. As the auction progressed, a succession of remarkable treasures capable of causing a stir in Wutan City came to the forefront, and each successful bid elevated the excitement in the atmosphere further. Approximately half an hour later, the caliber of the items being auctioned noticeably ascended. It was at this juncture that an item of profound interest to Chen Xiao finally made its appearance. The next item for auction is somewhat peculiar. It originally belonged to the Eight Gates and was specially brought forth for this event. However, after examination by our sect, we still cannot ascertain its true purpose. We can only confirm that it appears to be some form of mysterious treasure map. The white-haired auctioneer bent down to retrieve a silver tray, carefully lifting the brocade covering it. Instantly, a tattered, ancient piece of cloth appeared before everyone's eyes. Upon hearing the mention of a treasure map, the crowd was captivated, including the formidable guests at the VIP section. However, upon witnessing the state of the torn map, a wave of disdainful murmurs swept through the hall. What use is a fragmentary map? With the vastness of the Douqi Continent, who could possibly gather the complete pieces? Truly a fanciful notion. Moreover, if there were any hope of completing it, the Eight Gates would not have put it up for auction. Noticing the derisive murmurs from the audience, the white-haired elder's smile faltered somewhat. This time around, the Eight Gates had agreed to provide 30% of their share for the auction, and the Black Emperor sect had anticipated that Yuan Yi would employ some clever tricks, which indeed came to pass. The value of this fragmented map was ambiguous. Its status as a treasure depended solely on Yuan Yi's persuasive abilities. With a somewhat disdainful air, the white-haired elder pinched the ancient cloth between two fingers and held it aloft for all to see, earnestly attempting to justify its worth. This fragmentary map is of ancient origin. Although we do not know what secrets it holds, ancient relics are invariably extraordinary. Should someone manage to piece together the complete map, they might uncover treasures that could astonish the continent and rise to the pinnacle of power. Those interested should consider taking a gamble. Despite his eloquent words, regrettably, apart from select few who showed slight interest, the vast majority remained unconvinced. Seeing the lukewarm response from the audience, the white-haired elder shook his head in resignation. deciding against further elaboration, as it was not even the Black Emperor's sex item to begin with. According to the rules, this fragmentary map had a starting bid of 100,000 gold coins, and thus the auction commenced. After a wait of 2 to 3 minutes, a voice finally rang out in the hall. 111,000. The bidder was not Chen Xiao, but rather a passerby, a great dome master who found himself somewhat intrigued. With someone initiating the bidding, a few others, similarly holding onto a flicker of hope or possessing an affinity for such matters, chimed in sporadically. However, throughout the entire process, only 3 or 4 individuals made bids. Each increased merely a modest increment of 10,000, completely devoid of any fierce competition. It was only upon reaching 250,000 gold coins that the auction for the map neared its conclusion, with only one individual remaining to bid reluctantly. Observing that the bidding had nearly concluded, Chen Xiao turned to gently tap Ziyan, who was resting against him. The latter immediately understood, and with a slight raise of her voice, proclaimed 300,000 gold coins. Though her voice was soft, it resonated with Douqi, clearly reaching every ear in the room. This marked the first time a formidable figure from a VIP section had entered the bidding. In an instant, many turned their attention towards the source of the voice. However, the screen obstructed their view, leaving them only to hear, but not see. The previously bidding Great Dome Master, disheartened, shook his head and sat down. He was merely a Great Dome Master with limited means. Had it not been for some backing, he would have deemed 20,000+ exorbitant. Now, with a figure at least a Do Wong participating, there was no need for him to continue, lest he invite unnecessary trouble. The powerful guests of the VIP section found their interest in the fragmentary map piqued by Ziyan's involvement. Yet, considering the trio of Do Huang strongmen gathered, they promptly suppressed any unnecessary thoughts. Very well, since there are no further bids, this fragmentary map shall belong to this young lady. After waiting for 2 to 3 minutes, and still hearing no further voices, the white-haired elder decisively concluded the auction. Chen Xiao nodded in satisfaction as he observed Ziyan eagerly volunteering to take the stage for the handover, a smile gracing his face. He had not anticipated that Hai Buodong's suggestion would materialize so effortlessly. This fragmentary map had been acquired with such ease. Is it truly a good item? The gentle voice of the little medical sage drifted to his ears. Due to Chen Xiao's intervention, she had been unable to reach the stone chamber in the Monster Beast mountain range, and today marked her first encounter with this fragmentary map. Having only heard it mentioned in passing during conversations between Hai Buodong and Chen Xiao nodded slightly. The method of condensing the poison pill is what we obtained in exchange for this fragmentary map. For those with discerning eyes, there would be no hesitation in obliterating the Black Emperor sect for the sake of this map. Upon hearing Chen Xiao's transmission, the little medical sage stood frozen in place, shock rippling through her as if disturbed by unseen waves. She even forgot to close her slightly parted lips. Chen Xiao could not help but smile at her reaction, assuming she was astonished at the incredible deal she had stumbled upon. Little did he know that the little medical sage was grappling with a tumult of complex emotions. As the saying goes, the speaker may be oblivious, but the listener is acutely aware. Understanding the true value of the fragmentary map, she realized that Chen Xiao had leveraged it to procure the method of condensing the poison pill, a burden of profound friendship layered upon layers. It was an obligation that could never truly be repaid. The little medical sage sighed in resignation, shaking her head lightly, a faint smile gracing her lips. To think you would be willing to part with such a significant sum for a promise of undetermined repayment. Were it not for Elder Hai managing affairs in Zixiao City for you, with your temperament, you might have squandered your entire fortune within a few years. Chen Xiao smiled and shook his head in rebuttal, saying, on the contrary, I have never suffered a loss in any of my dealings. A mere fragment of a map pales in comparison to your worth. Upon hearing this, the little healer shot him a playful glare, her cheeks tinged with a delicate blush. Just as she was about to say something, Ziyan returned after handing over the fragment, her curiosity piqued by the little healer's demeanor. What delightful conversation are you two engaged in? With Ziyan stepping down, the auction continued seamlessly. A plethora of exquisite treasures made their appearance, elevating the atmosphere within the hall. The excitement reached a fever pitch, particularly when the mid-level Earth-grade combat technique, the Six Harmonies body shifting technique, was unveiled, causing an instantaneous uproar among the attendees, propelling the auction to its zenith. Even the formidable beings in the VIP section found it increasingly challenging to maintain their composure. The mid-level Earth-grade combat technique is undoubtedly among the elite, even for these notorious powerhouses, serving as a secret weapon of sorts. The only regret they harbored was that this was a technique centered around a staff, which did not align with any of their fighting styles, not even for Chen Xiao and his companions. However, these were minor concerns. For the sake of a mid-level Earth-grade combat technique, many were willing to consider switching their weapons. Moreover, as their strength grew, weapons became increasingly obsolete for them, making the transition to practicing staff techniques quite acceptable. Thus, the competition for the Six Harmonies body shifting technique was far more intense than one could imagine. With even several combat emperors in the VIP section going red in the face, embroiled in a fierce rivalry. Chen Xiao held no interest in this combat technique, and, upon inquiring about it, found that both Ziyin and the little healer shared his sentiments. Consequently, they refrained from participating in the bidding, choosing instead to observe the fray. Let them fight. Let them fight, Ziyin whispered eagerly, reveling in the spectacle. Unfortunately, with Mo Tianxing overseeing the proceedings, her anticipation was destined to be in vain. After a fierce contest, the Six Harmonies body shifting technique ultimately fell into the hands of Fan Lao, the leader of the blood sect, for a staggering 5 million. Following such a climactic moment, a period of reflection ensued, as is customary after an auction. The white-haired elder wiped the sweat from his brow and cheerfully announced, "The next item is rather special and will undoubtedly be a coveted prize for certain individuals." No sooner had he finished speaking than the floor slowly parted, revealing a group of muscular men bearing a colossal object draped in white cloth, stepping onto the stage. It was at this moment that Ziyin wrinkled her nose in distaste. There's a foul odor. It must be the corpse listed. As if to corroborate her words, the elders suddenly yanked away the white cloth, revealing the enormous, 10-zhong-wide corpse of a giant magical beast before the crowd. The lifeless carcass, its skin shriveled and bones exposed, retained an imposing presence, with its translucent bone wings shimmering with a pearlescent glow, subtly emanating an extraordinary energy, as if imprisoning some enigmatic force, instantly capturing the attention of everyone present. Just from this, one could ascertain that this beast had been a formidable creature in its prime. The elder's expression turned grave as he solemnly declared, "This magical beast corpse was fortuitously discovered by our Black Emperor's sect in a mountain gorge. After thorough inspection by our sect leader, it is believed that this beast was on the verge of breaking through to the 7th tier, destined to become an unparalleled 8th-tier beast." As soon as the elder's words were uttered, the hall erupted into chaos. An 8th-tier magical beast is comparable to a human combat lord, possessing not only immense power, but also a remarkably long lifespan. What kind of force could have possibly slain such a being? This question left even Chen Xiao puzzled. "Chen Xiao, do we intend to bid on this?" Since the moment the corpse was brought forth, Ziyin's brow had remained furrowed, her innate revulsion evident. The enmity between the two magical beast races, the void ancient dragon and the celestial demon phoenix, was deeply ingrained in their bloodlines, etched into their very bones. Let us assess the situation. There are some valuable items within that corpse, but they are not absolutely essential for us. From memory, Chen Xiao recalled that the corpse contained 4 valuable items: the magic core, essence blood, bone wings, and its exceptionally sharp claws. Naturally, he would not disdain having too many valuable items, yet dealing with this corpse presented a considerable challenge due to his ice affinity. Furthermore, even if he managed to detach the bone wings, he lacked the methods to harness flight techniques akin to the Tianya 9 forms, rendering them ineffective in the short term. Given these factors, acquiring the corpse would be beneficial, but if someone else were to win the bid, it would not significantly impact him. The elder's gaze swept across the whispering VIP section, and he understood that these individuals were the true financial backers. With a smile, he proclaimed, "Ladies and gentlemen, this magical beast's corpse has been meticulously preserved since its acquisition by the Black Emperor sect, remaining entirely intact. I assure you, our sect has not laid a finger on it. What treasures lie within, we do not know. Perhaps an 8th-tier super magic core awaits a fortunate soul." The elder's words ignited a fervor throughout the hall. Everyone understood that an 8th-tier beast was akin to a mobile treasury. Its resilient hide could forge top-tier armor. Its sharp claws were more lethal than fine iron weapons, and its essence blood contained explosive energy, making it a coveted material for alchemists. However, the most enticing prospect was undoubtedly the potential existence of an 8th-tier magic core, observing the insatiable greed igniting the eyes of the strong. The white-haired elder's smile grew more composed as he surveyed the audience, stating, "The value of an 8th-tier beast cannot be measured in gold coins. Therefore, this auction will not accept gold, but will instead engage in barter." Upon hearing this, many strong individuals frowned. For them, gold coins could be easily regained. In the black corner domain, opportunities for sudden wealth were plentiful. To obtain this corpse, one would need to present something of substantial worth. And who would willingly part with their treasures? If it were guaranteed that the corpse contained a magic core, it might be worth the gamble. But after so many years of being held by the Black Emperor sect, without a trace of a magic core, bidding a hefty sum on this corpse would amount to a gamble. Considering the risks involved, many strong individuals began to reconsider their intentions. However, this world was never short of gamblers. After a few moments of silence, a figure clad in black robes from the VIP section finally broke the stillness. I offer a low-level Earth-grade combat technique. His offer lingered in the air, yet no further bids followed. Just as Chen Xiao was about to join in, he noticed the red-haired elder from the Magic Flame Valley rising to his feet. Our Magic Flame Valley is willing to exchange for a mid-level Earth-grade combat technique. The Flame Manipulation Technique. This technique is suitable only for fire affinity practitioners, allowing them to swiftly master various flames and convert their fighting spirit into energy fire. However, this is not its most formidable aspect. When multiple practitioners use it simultaneously, these energy fires can temporarily coalesce into tangible flames, rivaling the power of exotic flames. Flamme Manipulation Technique? Chen Xiao shook his head slightly. He recalled that in the original trajectory, many flames were claimed to be comparable to exotic flames, yet ultimately, a disparity remained. When exotic flames emerge, all other flames bow in submission. This is no mere hyperbole. What is the matter? Not bidding anymore? Noticing Chen Xiao's reaction, the little healer regarded him with curiosity. Chen Xiao nodded with a smile, saying, "Let go to the Magic Flame Valley. Let them hold on to it for a while." If other factions were to bid, Chen Xiao would have to contemplate whether to participate, as the value of a peak 7th-tier magic core was indeed substantial. However, regarding the Magic Flame Valley, to secure the subsequent acquisition of Bodhi transformation saliva, Chen Xiao would inevitably cross paths with this faction. Therefore, allowing the Magic Flame Valley to acquire the corpse would simplify matters considerably. With its formidable reputation in the Black Corner domain, the price they offered was not insignificant, leading the assembly of strong individuals in the VIP section to thoughtfully abandon any further bidding intentions. The Dialect Elder, well acquainted with the flame technique of Magic Fire Valley, was all too aware of its shortcomings. In terms of value, it merely amounted to a low-grade, Earth-level combat skill for my Black Emperor sect. Nevertheless, since no one has raised the bid further, this beast carcass belongs to you, Magic Fire Valley. I, too, wish to witness the renowned flame technique and discern its peculiarities. Mo Tianxing ascended the auction stage slowly, gesturing for the white-haired elder to step aside, and then turned his attention to the Dialect Elder. I assure you, you shall not be disappointed, Sect Master Mo He. Let us hope so, Mo Tianxing replied with a slight wave of his hand. The Dialect Elder ceased his chatter and swiftly took to the stage for the handover. Once the exchange was complete, he returned to his seat. Only then did Mo Tianxing produce a pair of purple-gold gloves and don them, exclaiming with a hearty laugh, "I trust you're all aware of the main event at this auction, hosted by my Black Emperor sect. I am also cognizant that many among you have come specifically for this item. Therefore, I shall personally oversee the auction of the Bodhi transformation essence." As Mo Tianxing's words echoed, 5 elders clad in black approached the auction stage, carrying a small box draped in yellow cloth with steady steps. Once the box was placed down, the 5 quickly dispersed, forming an intricate formation that left the auction stage impenetrable. The display was unmistakable. Anyone daring to snatch it would first have to breach the defensive line formed by these 5 Do Huang elders, and even if they succeeded, they would still have to confront the formidable Do Zone, Mo Tianxing. The impenetrable defenses laid by the Black Emperor sect were not mere theatrics. The value of the Bodhi transformation essence was beyond compare. The allure of the Bodhi transformation essence was primarily due to the widespread belief that whoever acquires it could trace the whereabouts of the fabled Bodhi heart, a treasure said to grant instant sanctity. In the Black Corner domain, Do Zone represents the pinnacle of power, while Do Zun is merely a legend. As for Do Sheng, that is a dream too distant for most to entertain. Yet, the emergence of the Bodhi transformation essence has ignited a glimmer of hope among them, enough to drive many powerful figures to madness. Sensing the fervent gazes from the VIP section, Mo Tianxing discreetly channeled his Do Qi, gripping the edge of the yellow cloth before abruptly unveiling it. In an instant, the cloth fluttered away like butterflies, revealing a crystal box within, transparent and radiant. The box refracted brilliant light, casting a dreamlike halo, yet no one paid heed to the dazzling brilliance. All eyes were fixed intently on the enigmatic substance contained within. Beside Chen Xiao, The little medicine sage trembled slightly, her emotions stirred. The myriad materials required to condense the poison pill had eluded her for years. And the Bodhi transformation essence before her was the first she had ever encountered. Noticing her tension, Chen Xiao gently covered her hand with his gaze resolute. Fear not. This item is beyond anyone's reach. Initially, Chen Xiao had contemplated a trade. Should Mo Tianxing choose the Elder Eagle Mountain's item, he would attempt to mimic Xiao Yan's methods to acquire it. However, he now reconsidered. Allowing Elder Eagle Mountain to handle it might provoke desperation, risking the destruction of the Bodhi transformation essence. If that were the case, he would eliminate this potential hazard entirely. What need had he for fear in a fair competition? On the stage, the crystalline box housed a dim, ethereal glow, shrouding a fist-sized, emerald green, gelatinous substance. It undulated gracefully, reminiscent of a jellyfish in the deep sea, its surface rippling continuously, each movement conjuring delicate fluorescent whirlpools, as if it were imbued with life itself. Numerous powerful figures discreetly unleashed their soul perception to investigate. Yet upon nearing the crystal box, they were met with a formidable barrier, and their probing energies were instantly repelled. Mo Tianxing's gaze was fixated on the swirling emerald gelatin within the crystal box, his eyes betraying a greedy glimmer. The Black Emperor sect had indeed invested heavily for this auction. They had preserved the Bodhi transformation essence for years, conducting clandestine research, yet had achieved nothing. Even so, the act of finally presenting it for auction filled him with reluctance. Taking a deep breath, Mo Tianxing slowly surveyed the crowd, his voice resonating with gravitas. Ladies and gentlemen, this item is the piece de resistance of our auction, the Bodhi transformation essence. In an instant, gasps of astonishment and drawn breaths filled the air. As countless ardent and covetous gazes converged, even the usually composed blacklist experts in the VIP section could not conceal their frenzied desire. Chen Xiao straightened slightly, while in the corner, Elder Eagle Mountain leaned forward, akin to a poised hyena ready to spring. A thunderous sound erupted, reverberating through the air. Mo Tianxing's aura surged like a volcanic eruption, his overwhelming presence creating a palpable storm that swept across the venue. His hawk-like gaze scanned every corner, and the previously bustling hall, akin to a marketplace, was instantly silenced as if a pause button had been pressed. The fervent clamor was replaced by an icy stillness, where the oppressive aura of the Dozong acted as an invisible shackle, leaving everyone breathless and spellbound. Mo Tianxing's presence was as deep as an abyss as he surveyed the crowd coldly. I trust my esteemed friends will adhere to the rules. Should anyone dare to disrupt the proceedings, do not blame me for my lack of mercy. With a grand gesture, he declared solemnly, the bidding for the Bodhi transformation essence commences now, still based on item exchanges, but given the extraordinary value of this item, the method of bidding must be altered. Interested parties may approach the stage one at a time and privately disclose their offerings to me. Ultimately, my Black Emperor sect will select the most valuable item for trade. The Bodhi transformation essence was too precious, and only the powerful figures in the VIP section could afford the exchange. This auction format effectively excluded over 99% of those present. Many spectators felt disgruntled but dared not voice their discontent, for this was the Black Corner domain, where strength equated to respect. After a brief pause, the powerful figures began to rein in their energies. Observing the atmosphere mellowing, Mo Tianxing finally smiled slightly, his hand gestures shifting, causing the aura surrounding the auction stage to thicken. As the color deepened, the contents within the box became increasingly obscured, until eventually they were entirely invisible. At that moment, Mo Tianxing's booming laughter pierced through the veil of light, reverberating throughout the venue. Rest assured, esteemed guests, with such protection, there should be no cause for concern. Now, those interested may approach the stage in order, one at a time. With so many eyes upon us, surely, you would not suspect my Black Emperor sect of any underhanded dealings? Before Mo Tianxing's words faded, the purple sandalwood chair in the VIP section emitted a soft sound. Everyone looked up to see a middle-aged man clad in dark patterned brocade suddenly rise, his face brimming with barely contained eagerness. His figure transforming into a streak of light as he vanished into the aura on stage, leaving behind only a faint ripple of Douqi. Recognizing the man's background, do not concern yourselves, he shall not succeed, and even if he does, he cannot retain it. Prepare yourselves, a fierce struggle is about to commence. The principle of having a treasure brings trouble was well understood. The allure of the Bodhi transformation essence was overwhelming, and anyone who obtained it would inevitably attract envy. Elder Eagle Mountain was in the same boat as Chen Xiao. Now that he had altered his approach, seeking an absolutely secure acquisition of the Bodhi transformation essence, he must brace himself for the predatory wolves of the Black Corner domain. Xian set aside her playful demeanor, earnestly adjusting her state. As a brilliant strategist, she could foresee that today's battle would present the greatest challenge Chen Xiao and she had ever encountered. The little medicine sage felt her qi subtly circulate, her gentle aura gradually fading, reverting to the demeanor Chen Xiao had witnessed during his time in the Cloud Empire. Under the scrutiny of the entire assembly, after 2 to 3 minutes, the middle-aged man finally emerged from the luminescence of the stage. He wore a bitter smile and shook his head gently, returning to the VIP section with heavy steps, his face openly displaying his disappointment. Evidently, the meticulously prepared treasures failed to capture Mo Tianqing's discerning eye. With a scoff, the middle-aged man exited, and Fan Lao, the blood sect's leader, transformed into a streak of crimson light, soaring onto the stage. Nevertheless, he returned with disappointment etched upon his features. As moments ticked by, approximately half an hour elapsed, and nearly all the formidable figures in the VIP section had taken to the stage, including the elder of Eagle Mountain. Observing that no one else was stepping forward, Chen Xiao finally rose from his seat. "Be cautious," the little medical sage voiced her concern, well aware of the formidable puppet that accompanied him, which alleviated her worries to some extent. Under the watchful eyes of the multitude, the Black Emperor sect was unlikely to act recklessly. Chen Xiao nodded in response, a smile gracing his lips as he stepped into the radiant aura enveloping the stage. The blinding brilliance compelled him to instinctively squint, and once his vision adjusted, he immediately opened his eyes wide in vigilance. Upon the auction platform, Mo Tianqing was scrutinizing him with a beaming smile, and behind him stood an elder with a ruddy complexion and hawk-like eyes, seemingly appearing out of nowhere. With a calm demeanor tinged with a hint of probing, Mo Tianqing inquired, "Mr. Chao Hui, may I ask what exquisite treasures you have brought forth to exchange for this Bodhi transformation saliva?" His tone was light, as if engaged in casual conversation, betraying no hint of aggression, despite harboring doubts about Chen Xiao's true identity. Without further ado, Chen Xiao, under Mo Tianqing's slightly fervent gaze, pondered for a moment before flicking his fingers, conjuring 3 jade vials resembling mutton fat jade into his hands. One contained a break sect pill, another an imperial pill, and the last a battle spirit pill. As for their effects, I need not elaborate further, Chen Xiao rasped. He was aware that the elder of Eagle Mountain had set the price at a 7th grade revitalization pill. As its name implies, it is a life-saving elixir capable of pulling one back from the brink of death as long as a single breath remains. In the original trajectory, Xiao Yin intended to use a break sect pill as a bargaining chip, which indeed tempted the Black Emperor sect. However, after careful consideration, they opted for the revitalization pill, which could grant Mo Tianqing an additional lease on life. After all, cultivating Emoya with a break sect pill would require considerable time, while Mo Tianqing was a genuine Do Zone powerhouse, ensuring his safety would fortify the Black Emperor's sect position. Understanding this information, Chen Xiao sought absolute security and thus decided to sweeten the deal beyond just the break sect pill. Now, with the Chao family providing logistical support, Chen Xiao no longer needed to fret over alchemical concoctions. The price he paid for the Bodhi transformation saliva was hardly burdensome. Furthermore, he understood that the Black Emperor sect would not miss the chance to strike while he was down. Today's fierce battle would see Mo Tianqing present without fail. Therefore, the offered pills still held the potential for retrieval. Break sect pill? Upon hearing this name, both Mo Tianqing and the red-faced elder behind him trembled slightly, a flicker of unmistakable delight surfacing in their eyes. They chose to momentarily overlook the imperial pill and battle spirit pill. Under Mo Tianqing's watchful gaze, the red-faced elder stepped forward to take the jade vials, inspecting them with utmost care, and after a lengthy pause, finally nodded in affirmation. It was indeed a break sect pill of the finest quality. In the Blackhorn region, no one could concoct a break sect pill of such caliber. Not even the previous Han Feng. This statement subtly hinted to Mo Tianqing that Chen Xiao's identity might indeed not be that of the Purple Sky Pavilion's master. Mo Tianqing nodded slightly, his gaze sweeping over the 3 jade vials that had returned to Chen Xiao's hands. If it were merely a break sect pill, he might still ponder the merits of the revitalization pill presented by the elder of Eagle Mountain, torn between choices. However, With the addition of an imperial pill and a battle spirit pill, Mo Tianxing's decision crystallized in an instant. Please return to your seat for now. If no one presents something of greater value, I shall choose to trade with you. Mo Tianxing rose to see him off, offering Chen Xiao a reassuring nod. Chen Xiao slightly inclined his head, his expression tranquil as he stepped out of the radiant circle, casting an affirming glance towards the concerned little medical sage and Ziyan. Having been the last to take the stage, Chen Xiao noticed that after his appearance, no one had ventured forth for 4 to 5 minutes. As the crowd held its breath in anticipation, the shimmering light on the auction platform gradually receded like a retreating tide, unveiling the concealed scene to the public eye. Mo Tianxing stood with his hands clasped behind him, his gaze sweeping across the audience with piercing intensity, a cryptic smile gracing his lips. Thank you for your patience. The Black Emperor sect has selected the most fitting trading partner from a plethora of treasures. As the final word left his lips, the commotion within the auction hall abruptly stilled as if a plucked string had snapped. All eyes converged on Mo Tianxing, the very air seeming to thicken with tension. With a knowing smile, Mo Tianxing, donning an enigmatic expression, declared, after multiple rounds of selection, the victor is. He deliberately paused, allowing anticipation to build as hearts raced. Then, with a swift motion akin to a sword cutting through the air, he pointed decisively towards the VIP section where Chen Xiao and his companions were seated, igniting a fervor among the crowd. Mr. Gao Hui. Upon the utterance of his name, the atmosphere in the auction hall momentarily froze. In the VIP section, numerous faces twisted into sinister smiles, including that of the elder of Eagle Mountain, who regarded the trio with a chilling glare. As dozens of icy, murderous intents enveloped him like a spider's web, Chen Xiao stood tall and unperturbed, his garments billowing as a fierce glint ignited in his eyes. The scrutinizing gazes from various powerful figures felt like tangible shackles, suffocatingly heavy. Yet the blood coursing through his veins ignited with fervor under the pressure, each heartbeat resonating with an impending eruption, as if striving to shatter the constraints and unleash tumultuous waves within the undercurrents of this treacherous scenario. Striding onto the auction platform, he accepted the Douqi transformation saliva in full view of the multitude, stowing it away in his spatial ring, and met the avaricious gazes with a broad grin. Keek. As if facing an inevitable calamity, one must traverse through life and death. My esteemed guests, tonight, let's not part ways. Chapter 133, Life and Death Intertwined. The auction commenced at dawn and did not conclude until afternoon. Yet all were acutely aware that this seemingly conclusive event was merely the prelude to a tempestuous bloodbath. The Douqi transformation saliva in the possession of Chen Xiao and his companions was an object of envy even among Dou's zone powerhouses, though it temporarily rested in their hands. It loomed over them like the sword of Damocles, and the journey to secure its safe departure would be fraught with peril. A massive tide of people surged from the auction hall, and as Chen Xiao and his companions emerged, they could distinctly sense that at least dozens of eyes were covertly observing their movements. These individuals were all spies from various factions, some attempting to conceal their presence, diverting their gazes when met with the trio's scrutiny, while others displayed no pretense, even daring to offer them cold, sinister smiles. Where shall we go now? Yen inquired, her demeanor transformed from her usual vivacity to one of solemnity and gravity, influenced by the oppressive atmosphere. The little medical sage remained silent, resolute in her unwavering trust in Chen Xiao's judgment, ready to act on his decisions without hesitation. Let us return to the Black Emperor Pavilion. Regardless of the circumstances, this is the territory of the Black Emperor sect, and with Mo Tianxing present, these individuals are unlikely to act against us within the city. They must afford us some measure of respect. With that declaration, Chen Xiao strode forth, heading in the direction of the Black Emperor Pavilion. Passing by a storefront, he casually patted the shoulder of a battle spirit powerhouse who was blatantly surveilling them, causing the individual to jump in fright. Only after realizing Chen Xiao meant no harm did he exhale a sigh of relief. The unfortunate battle spirit, still shaken, failed to notice the unwelcome addition within him. As the little medical sage's gaze bore down upon him with the intensity reserved for observing a corpse. Before long, the trio returned to the Black Emperor Pavilion. Chen Xiao firmly shut the door behind them, allowing those outside to speculate and scrutinize, yet none could fathom the discussions taking place within. After an hour had passed, the tightly shut door finally creaked open once more, revealing Chen Xiao and the little medical fairy emerging side by side. The two appeared utterly unfazed by the potential danger looming from the many powerful figures that had been watching them. They strolled leisurely through the city, pausing to explore the shops lining the streets, acquiring various sundries for their everyday needs. Meanwhile, in a spacious hall located in the western part of the city, a dozen figures stood and sat, with a venerable elder, his hair a fiery red and his aura profound like an abyss, occupying the central position. Flanking him were two formidable experts, each at the pinnacle of the 9-star Do Emperor level. Should Chen Xiao be present, he would undoubtedly recognize this group as the elite entourage of the Mo Yin Valley. The elder, known as Feng Yin, was the Grand Elder of Mo Yin Valley, possessing the formidable strength of a half-step Do Zone, second only to Mo Tianxing and the Elder of Eagle Mountain within the Black Emperor City. Report to the Grand Elder. Chao Hui has left the room with a female companion and is currently wandering about the city. A member of the Black Emperor sect announced as he hurried into the hall, bowing respectfully. A dying man, merely feigning calmness. But wait, are there not 3 of them? Feng Yin scoffed, yet soon his keen senses detected something amiss. Returning to the Grand Elder, another individual who went back to the Black Emperor Pavilion has not re-emerged. There are dozens of eyes upon that place now. There will certainly be no slip-ups, came the reply. Upon hearing this, Feng Yin nodded slightly. In the current Black Emperor City, any powerful figure interested in the Bodhi transformation nectar had their sights set on Chen Xiao and his companions. Especially with the presence of Mo Tianxing and the Elder of Eagle Mountain, it was impossible for Chen Xiao and his companions to escape unnoticed. This is merely a desperate struggle. Even if they're preparing some backup plan, they cannot evade this calamity. We shall continue to monitor them. Once they exit the city, it will be our moment to act. Understood. A similar scene unfolded in various corners of the city. However, without exception, anyone daring to covet the Bodhi transformation nectar was at least a Do Wang level expert. Those below the Do Wang level were not even qualified to participate. Within the city, Chen Xiao and the little medical fairy leisurely explored the Black Emperor's city, meandering and pausing as time slipped away. Finally, the sun began its descent in the west, the night drawing ever closer. During my time studying in the inner courtyard of Canaan Academy, the Grand Elder often guided me, helping me rectify many of my shortcomings. However, one thing remained beyond my grasp. Chen Xiao mused aloud, prompting a curious glance from the little medical fairy, though the black robe obscured her expression. Seeing this, Chen Xiao decided to remove his black robe, stowing it away, and assisted the little medical fairy in shedding hers as well. With the Bodhi transformation nectar now in their possession and a great battle on the horizon, there was no need for further concealment. The Grand Elder had once remarked that I have undergone significant changes over the years. Yet I lacked a life and death battle of equal footing. The crises I have faced have been too few, while my peers have advanced at a slightly slower pace. As for the seasoned experts of the Black Corner domain, it was unnecessary, and I could not possibly contend with them. This dilemma was unsolvable, but today was different. A full 17 Do Wang, 10 Do Huang, and 2 genuine Do Zong experts were now focused on us. If the Grand Elder were to learn of the multitude of formidable opponents tracking us, he would likely be astonished. The little medical fairy smiled gently. Having never met the Grand Elder Su Qian of the inner courtyard, but sensing from Chen Zhao's account that he was a commendable and respected elder, her smile softened, and she gazed steadily at Chen Xiao, her eyes radiating a warmth akin to the twilight sky. Tonight's challenge will be formidable. You need not take such risks. However, I also understand that I cannot dissuade you. Back in Qingshan town, you disregarded my advice. Even when injured, you would venture into the mountains daily. Now it is even more so. Therefore, I shall say no more. Tonight, we are bound by life and death. In the years to come, it would remain thus. The little medical fairy silently added in her heart. Sensing an indescribable shift in her gaze, Chen Xiao nodded slightly. His eyes drifted toward the distant city outskirts, where the blood-red sun had fully set. Fear not, for a multitude of wondrous sights await our discovery. The small Black Corner domain will not hinder our steps. It is nearly time. Ziyin should have returned. We cannot keep those coveting the Bodhi transformation nectar waiting too long, as that would be impolite. Let us go and rendezvous with Ziyin. We must attend to our appointment. The little medical fairy nodded softly and fell in a step alongside Chen Xiao. Upon their return to the Black Emperor Pavilion, Ziyin sensed the presence of the two and stepped out from her room, unnoticed by the keen eyes observing them. No one would have anticipated that she could quietly depart and return under the watchful gaze of 2 Do Zong experts. Are we heading back to the Zhixiao Pavilion? Noticing Chen Xiao and the little medical fairy's attire, Ziyin swiftly removed her black robe and inquired. Years of cultivated rapport rendered further questions unnecessary. Chen Xiao nodded slightly in acknowledgement of her appearance. Chapter 134. The Demon Puppet Drags the Do Zong. The talisman cleanses the minor fishes. The moonlight tonight was harsh and frigid, akin to a chilling blade, illuminating the faces of those on the brink of death. As Chen Xiao and his companions stepped out of the Black Emperor city, the night fully descended, sensing the presence of a diverse array of concealed experts trailing behind them. Chen Xiao's Douqi wings unfurled dramatically, propelling them swiftly into the sky. Simultaneously, above and to the right of the trio, an elderly man with a hawkish nose soared into the air, maintaining a leisurely distance of approximately 1,000 feet. To their left, 3 Do Wang experts ascended through the air, not initiating an attack, but merely blocking the leftward path. Perhaps they were not a match for Chen Xiao and his companions. Yet even a moment's delay would suffice. At the entrance of the Black Emperor city, familiar faces awaited Chen Xiao, including members of the Blood Sect and the Black Skull Tomb. The leader among them was a Do Huang expert. In an instant, the trio found themselves surrounded, with seemingly only one direction left unobstructed. Let us see who dares to take the lead. Chen Xiao chuckled lightly, guiding the little medical fairy Nziyin forward. Their speed not pushed to the limit, allowing the pursuing experts to maintain a safe distance. Within the Black Emperor city, the moment Chen Xiao and his companions departed, news of their exit spread like wildfire back to the Black Emperor sect. In a conference hall, Mo, Tianxing, and Yuan maintained solemn expressions, quietly listening to the report from their scouts. Once the report concluded, they exchanged solemn nods and dismissed the scout. It is indeed that Chen Xiao. This lad possesses considerable audacity, daring to bring 2 Do Huang into the territory of the Black Emperor sect. What shall we do now? Sect Master Mo. Yuan Yi inwideth, glancing at Mo Tianxing. Unmoved by Yuan Yi's subtle prodding, Mo Tianxing narrowed his eyes, his gaze deep and piercing. The Zishao Pavilion harbors a Do Zong expert. That is an undeniable fact. Now that Chen Xiao dares to act so brazenly, it is clear that a Do Zong expert is lurking in the shadows. If that is the case, he paused, turning to the red-faced elder beside him, and commanded, Elder Qi, summon Cheng He and Emoya. We shall join the fray. Those factions will not easily relent against the Elder of Eagle Mountain. Let them engage in their bloody battles. The more deaths, the better. Elder Qi nodded and hurried away. While Yuan, he remained deep in thought. He harbored his own ambitions regarding the Bodhi transformation nectar, eager to exacerbate the chaos further. His sect master, Mo, not concerned that the Bodhi transformation nectar may fall into the hands of the Elder of Eagle Mountain. Yuan Yi probit, his gaze fixed on Mo Tianxing. Mo Tianxing scoffed derisively, a look of disdain in his eyes. Enough. There is no need to conceal this from you. I have already left a trace of Douqi within the Bodhi transformation nectar. Regardless of who ultimately acquires it, I will be able to trace it. Yuan Yi, I am aware of your intentions. However, I advise you against engaging in foolish endeavors that would lead to your demise. Meanwhile, Chen Xiao and his companions had distanced themselves several hundred miles from the Black Emperor city, currently hovering above a mountain range. In an ephemeral moment, the resplendent moonlight was devoured by thick, ominous clouds, plunging the realm into an abyss of darkness. Amidst the profound silence, a chilling breath, akin to a serpent's flickering tongue, silently spread through the surroundings. As the eerie atmosphere grew increasingly palpable, over a dozen silhouettes materialized like phantoms atop the mountain peak. Their faces were shrouded in gloom, surrounded by an aura of chilling malevolence, and at the forefront stood a formidable Do Wang, while the others exuded a fierce and ruthless energy, indicating they were a band of desperate rogues, unyielding in their pursuit of wealth, as tenacious as a butcher's knife. The Black Corner region is never short of such individuals. The powerful allies accompanying Chen Xiao and the others came to an abrupt halt, gazing down from their elevated positions toward the unwelcome guests on the mountaintop, their eyes filled with derision and disdain. To them, this group of interlopers, emerging from the shadows, appeared to be nothing more than self-important jesters, blissfully unaware of the peril they had stepped into. Treasures may be alluring, yet what value do they hold if one's life is forfeit, no matter how precious? They are but ephemeral illusions. The gazes from all directions locked onto the battlefield like hawks honing in on their prey, as the figures on the mountain quietly dispersed under the cover of night. In an instant, a covert signal shattered the darkness, and the dozen figures surged forth like lurking beasts, their forms transforming into fleeting shadows as they charged toward Chen Xiao and his companions in the air. Veteran Do Ling warriors, wielding their profound Douqi, traced sharp arcs through the sky, gliding momentarily. Their weapons gleamed menacingly, infused with overwhelming intent to kill. instantly weaving an impenetrable net of blades, ensnaring every vital spot of the three. Swoosh, swoosh. The sound of air being torn apart resounded in rapid succession, with bolts of gray energy plummeting like arrows shot from a bow. The defensive barriers forged from Douqi crumpled like parchment beneath the ferocity of the assault, while the gray energy accurately struck the group, causing the over a dozen powerful figures, including the leading Do Wang, to be rapidly enveloped in dark gray markings, plummeting from the sky like kites severed from their strings. An audacious attempt to shake a tree. The petite healer, her face cold as ice, exuded an aura of chilling, murderous intent, her piercing gaze sweeping across the surroundings like a blade. Sensing the sudden tension in the air, both Chen Xiao and Zi Yin activated their Douqi, their internal energies surging like tumultuous waves. They understood that the provocative actions had irrevocably shattered the fragile standoff, and this long-anticipated battle was finally set to unfold. Feeling the potent aura emanating from Chen Xiao and his companions, the surrounding warriors dropped all pretense. Amidst the thunderous roar of exploding Douqi, over 20 silhouettes soared into the sky, weaving an impenetrable encirclement. Yet, even in this seemingly imminent clash, everyone maintained an oppressive restraint, their gazes collectively fixated on Elder Yingshan. The presence of this Do zone was akin to an invisible shackle. Even the notoriously ruthless dialect from the Demon Flame Valley dared not act first, as long as Elder Yingshan remained motionless. As the crowd held its breath, Elder Yingshan stepped forward, slowly approaching while his surroundings erupted into a swirling vortex of pitch-black Douqi. The pressure emanating from the Do zone surged like a tidal wave, sweeping through the area, causing ripples in the very space beneath their feet, as if this terrifying weight could tear the realm apart. His cold gaze coiled around Chen Xiao like a venomous serpent, and he forced a disingenuous smile. His hoarse voice laced with feigned comfort. Ah, the youth is truly formidable. Possessing Do Huang prowess at such a tender age, you three are undeniably gifted. Why must you risk your lives in this manner? A wise person understands the ebb and flow of circumstances. Hand over the Bodhi, transformation, saliva, and I shall ensure your safe departure. The old man, his face crinkled and ugly as a snow demon, feigned benevolence. He merely coveted our Bodhi, transformation saliva. Seeing our exceptional talents, he likely yearned to eliminate us entirely, ensuring no future troubles. Before Chen Xiao could respond, the sharp-tongued Zi Yin could no longer contain herself, directly exposing the elder's hypocritical intentions, her words like knives revealing his sinister motives. As her incisive remarks fell, Chen Xiao and the petite healer exchanged glances, unable to suppress their laughter, their eyes glinting with amusement. In stark contrast, Elder Yingshan's previously somber countenance darkened with frost, veins throbbing at his temples, and his Douqi surged with such fury that the temperature in the air plummeted several degrees. Unaware of the impending doom, Elder Yingshan's hair stood on end, his aged visage contorted with rage. With a thunderous shout, a terrifying aura erupted from within him, distorting the very space around them. His withered hand shot out like lightning, unleashing a bolt of Douqi infused with destructive energy that sliced through the air, targeting the trio with relentless force. As the unmatched might of the Douqi approached, Chen Xiao's expression turned icy. He did not flinch or evade. At the moment the energy was about to reach him, he flicked his fingers. Suddenly, a shadow materialized, carrying an ancient and ferocious aura. It remained silent, its fist clenched as it surged toward the Douqi attack. Boom! The backlash erupted like a tsunami, instantly dismantling the Douqi strike. Elder Yingshan's expression changed drastically, a flicker of astonishment crossing his eyes. Before he could react, the Tian Yao puppet darted forth like a specter, its silvery fist aimed directly at his brow. A puppet? Sensing the terrifying might of the Tian Yao puppet, Elder Yingshan retreated hastily, throwing out a palm to temporarily fend it off, casting a bewildered glance at the puppet. He usually operated solo, dedicating himself to rigorous training and had heard of the happenings in Xiao City, yet he had not inquired deeply, likely being the only one in the fray unaware of Chen Xiao's possession of Do Zone combat power. Meanwhile, the figures from the Demon Flame Valley and the hidden Mo, Tianxing, and others suddenly realized. So, Xiao Pavilion does not possess a true Do Zone, but merely a terrifying puppet with Do Zone combat capabilities. Kill him, Tian Yao puppet, Chen Xiao commanded, and the Tian Yao puppet leapt forth once more, charging at Elder Yingshan. With its impervious body and relentless ferocity, It momentarily placed the seasoned Do Zong in a precarious position, unable to gain the upper hand. Seeing the formidable Elder Yingshan being held at bay by the puppet, the dialect and others shifted slightly, a flicker of concealed delight flashing across their brows. Elder Yingshan, you hold off that puppet. We shall assist you in seizing the Bodhi transformation saliva, the dialect shouted, taking the lead. The second and third elders of the Demon Flame Valley, both 9-star Do Huang warriors, followed suit. The Blood Sex Fan Lao, the master of the Black Skull Tomb, and other powerful figures also surged forth, their Do Qi erupting in unison, charging toward Chen Xiao and his companions, filling the air with the thunderous roar of their energies. Their frantic rush entirely disregarded the hidden trump cards of Chen Xiao and his companions. As if this chaotic brawl were not a life-and-death struggle, but rather a frenzied treasure hunt. Witnessing the pack of Do Huang and Do Wang closing in like wolves, a mocking smile crept across Chen Xiao's lips. Did they truly believe we were at their mercy? Before his words faded, he waved his hand, conjuring a talisman shimmering with ethereal blue ice patterns, its runes flickering with a chilling aura. Ice Soul Talisman, allow me to enlighten you. With a resounding declaration, Chen Xiao discarded the Ice Soul Talisman, leaving it behind as he swiftly encircled the petite healer and Ziyan, their feet igniting with lightning as the trio soared into the sky, leaving the attackers grasping at air. At that moment, Chen Xiao concentrated his thoughts, and the Ice Soul Talisman exploded with a resounding boom. The deafening roar resonated through the heavens, its terrifying energy comparable to a Do Huang's self-detonation. Enveloped in a bone-chilling coldness, transforming into a colossal wave of ice sweeping in all directions. The powerful figures had not anticipated Chen Xiao employing such cunning tactics. As the energy shockwave surged forth, several Do Huang warriors paled, hastily activating their Do Qi defenses as they retreated in disarray. The more than 10 weaker Do Huang experts suffered greatly. Their abilities were inadequate for a timely reaction, and they could only hastily unleash their trump cards in a bid to defend themselves. Yet, despite their desperate measures, the outcome remained utterly catastrophic. In an instant, 7 or 8 figures were engulfed by the icy wave, resembling frozen statues, plummeting from the sky. Those who were fortunate enough to escape with their lives were left severely injured, their bodies marred with cracks like fragile porcelain, each one coughing up blood, deeply wounded. Chen Xiao. Fang Yan's roar rent the air, his vocal cords nearly twisted, fury blazing in his eyes. The other Do Huang experts were similarly engulfed in turbulent Do Qi, their gazes towards Chen Xiao filled with malice and resentment, as if they wished to carve him into 1,000 pieces. They had narrowly escaped the explosive aftermath of the Ice Spirit Talisman with their formidable strength, but their underlings had suffered grievously. Even the 2 Do Wangs from the Mo Yin Valley had experienced severe losses, one dead and the other gravely injured. A blow too significant for these seasoned veterans to swallow. In a confrontation among Do Huang, the interference of lesser beings was merely an annoyance. I was merely assisting in organizing the battlefield. Chen Xiao smiled broadly, disregarding the hostile gazes of the Do Huang experts. After discovering the dual usage of the Ice Spirit Talisman, he had mastered the ability to simultaneously condense 2 talismans, one hidden within him as a reserve energy source, the other a volatile bomb that needed to be deployed swiftly. After the auction concluded during the day, he returned to the Black Emperor Pavilion with Xiao Yixian and Ziyan, taking over an hour before venturing out of shop, all in preparation for this moment. An hour's time, under normal circumstances, would not suffice to fully recharge the Ice Spirit Talisman within him, but with an ample supply of medicinal pills, particularly the Qing Yuan Dan, his condition was restored to its peak. Surveying the battlefield, Chen Xiao noted that the surviving Do Wangs were also gravely injured, making them negligible. Furthermore, with the Black Emperor sect and the 8 gates yet to make their appearance, only 6 Do Huang experts remained. Leading the charge was Fang Yin from the Mo Yin Valley, accompanied by 2 other Do Huang, 1 half-step Do Zong, and 2 9-star experts. There was also Fan Lao from the Blood Sect, a 4-star Do Huang, and the Master of the Black Skull Tomb, another 4-star Do Huang, along with a middle-aged man clad in red robes, a 3-star Do Huang. As for whether there were other Do Huang lurking in the shadows, Chen Xiao chose to ignore them. He merely needed to deal with the individuals before him to instill enough fear in those who had yet to make their move, preserving sufficient energy to confront the cunning Mo Tianxing. Chapter 135, Frosty Palm. Witnessing the severe casualties among his Do Huang subordinates, Fang Yin and his companions were thoroughly incensed. Exchanging glances filled with unspoken understanding, they resumed their encirclement, advancing with menacing intent. This time, retreat was not an option. They could only fight to the death. Faced with the encroaching threat, Chen Xiao and his companions quickly positioned themselves back to back, bracing for different angles of attack. In this critical moment, Chen Xiao decisively commanded, "I will hold off the three from Mo Valley. Ziyin, you distract Fan Lao and the old ghost from the Black Skull Tomb. Xianya, focus on the one in the red robe. He is the weakest link. We must finish this quickly." Chen Xiao was mostly familiar with the formidable figures of the Blackhorn domain, and with a moment's contemplation, he discerned the identity of the red-robed Do Huang, undoubtedly the one listed on the black market as Yen. At a glance, the current situation appeared bleak for Chen Xiao and his companions, as even the highest ranked among them, Xiao Yixian, was only slightly above the weakest opponent, Yen. However, the superficiality of their ranks did not equate to actual combat prowess. Techniques, combat skills, movement methods, and various other factors all influenced one's fighting ability. With the mastery of the 3,000 thunder movements at his disposal, and Ziyan's elusive presence allowing her to maneuver freely under the noses of Dozong experts, Chen Xiao was confident that, while eliminating powerful foes might be a daunting task, stalling their offensive was well within his grasp. There was no room for hesitation. As Fang Yin and his group pressed closer, Chen Xiao unleashed his Do Qi, a tremendous surge erupting from his body. With a powerful flap of his wings, he generated a fierce gust of wind, his feet crackling with electric energy like a dragon in flight, charging directly at the three from Mo Valley. Whirling Ice Massacre. Mystic Ice Piercer. Supported by a mid-level Earth-grade technique, Chen Xiao had no concerns about energy depletion as he activated two advanced Do skills simultaneously. In an instant, ice spikes shot forth like rain, forming a tempest of icy blades that surged toward the three adversaries. Just as I had hoped, Fang Yan's eyes gleamed with avarice as he beheld the oncoming Chen Xiao. In their eyes, the outcome of the night had already been decided. The downfall of Chen Xiao and his companions was a foregone conclusion. Yet, the question of how to divide the invaluable Bodhi transformation essence lingered in their minds like a thorn. With Chen Xiao, who possessed the Bodhi transformation essence, launching an attack, they saw it as a golden opportunity to seal their fate. All they needed to do was slay Chen Xiao and seize the Bodhi transformation essence. Even the Elder of Eagle Mountain and Mo Tianxing would no longer have a chance to claim it. After all, the Mo Yin Valley had its own Dozong experts. Moreover, one of them was exceedingly powerful, rivaling the Elder of Eagle Mountain and Mo Tianxing. Second and third elders, make it swift. Life-seizing palm. Before Fang Yan's words could fade, a massive surge of Do Qi coalesced, transforming into a colossal palm of over 10 feet, enveloped in a scorching wave of heat that shattered the rain of ice spikes, reducing the icy blade tempest to mere flurries of frost. The pressure of a half-step Dozong surged forth like a tidal wave, sweeping towards Chen Xiao. As Fang Yin commanded, the second and third elders of Mo Yin Valley launched themselves like arrows, forming a pincer attack from either side. In an instant, their palms swelled with gray Do Qi, erupting into two torrents that ripped through the air with a sharp crack, hurtling toward Chen Xiao with overwhelming force. Being targeted by three top-tier experts, Chen Xiao felt an unprecedented weight bearing down upon him, yet he remained composed. 3,000 thunder movements, 3,000 lightning. Whispering to himself, Chen Xiao's feet ignited with electric energy that surged through his entire being. Boom! Boom! The resounding explosions echoed through the skies as the two torrents of Do Qi crashed into Chen Xiao. Amidst the turbulent waves of energy, the trio from Mo Yin Valley expected to witness a gruesome scene of carnage. However, as the dust settled, they were horrified to see three flickering electric forms, each locking onto one of them. Each of the three Chen Xiaos bore an icy gaze, their murderous intent palpable, rendering it difficult for their opponents to discern reality from illusion. The second and third elders, unwilling to underestimate the threat, raised their palms to counter, only to be shocked to find their hands passing straight through Chen Xiao's body. Fake! Fake! The two exclaimed in unison, turning simultaneously to Fang Yan, only to witness a colossal dragon of condensed Do Qi, shimmering with an unmatched aura, charging towards Fang Yan, undoubtedly the signature technique of the Ice Emperor. Mystic Ice Dragon Soaring. A mere trick, Fang Yan scoffed, completely unperturbed by Chen Xiao's sudden assault. He swiftly mobilized his Do techniques, summoning a massive gray-brown serpent bird that coiled behind him, releasing a piercing shriek as it lunged toward the mystic ice dragon. Having refined the celestial cold Qi, Chen Xiao's Douqi prowess far exceeded that of ordinary ice element experts. However, the gray-brown serpent bird conjured by Fang Yin was ferociously unmatched, and under the overwhelming force, the mystic ice dragon was shattered within mere breaths. At that moment, the serpent bird devoured the dragon, bringing Chen Xiao's plan to a halt. Unfazed by the defeat of his technique, Chen Xiao remained composed. If he could be heavily wounded merely by the high-level mystic ice dragon, then this elder from Yin Valley was far too fragile. Chen Xiao's feet crackled with electricity as he soared swiftly, evading the residual shock waves of the gray-brown serpent bird. Although the dialect may be incessantly chattering, one cannot deny that this individual is indeed formidable. Even within the original trajectory, he stands as the only highlighted half-step Do zone. I wonder how long you can evade. Fang Yan's shadowy smile curled as he lightly tapped his toes, and with a powerful flutter of his wings behind him, he charged forth in a fury once more. The second and third elders followed closely behind. Chen Xiao's figure swayed lightly, and the two dissipated avatars coalesced once again. A familiar trick. This time, Chen Xiao sent his doppelganger to confront Fang Yin and the second elder, while his true self surged toward the third elder. Though this ambush did not yield substantial results, it effectively disrupted the attack rhythm of the three adversaries. Time and again, he repeated this tactic, utilizing the advantage of the 3,000 thunder movement. Chen Xiao danced through the skies like a reviled assassin. In that fleeting moment, even these three top-tier powerhouses were rendered helpless, their smiles replaced by an ominous pallor. Boom! A thunderous roar erupted from afar, followed by a pitiful wail. Fang Yin and the others turned their gazes towards the source, only to discover that the situation on the battlefield was far from their expectations. Over on Ziyan's side, the battle was astonishing. Her 3,000 silken strands danced wildly, and her usually lively visage was now as solemn as if encrusted with frost. An indescribable aura of authority emanated from her, one that even Chen Xiao had never witnessed before. Ziyan had wholly abandoned her delaying strategy, facing off against Fan Lao and the master of the Black Skull Tomb, both 4-star Do Huang, with unwavering resolve. Surrounding her, a purple mist swirled, and her overwhelming pressure spread like a tsunami. Each punch she unleashed thundered like a tempest, while her palm strikes crashed down with the might of collapsing mountains, compelling the two Do Huang powerhouses to retreat repeatedly, utterly devoid of the strength to counterattack. In her frenzied state, Ziyan was terrifyingly formidable. Meanwhile, the confrontation between Xiao Yixian and the formidable figure, Yin, had turned decidedly one-sided. As a fellow 3-star Do Huang, Xiao Yixian's eerie poison body became an insurmountable chasm for Yin. Whenever her fingers traced through the air, the poisonous shadows surged forth, forcing him to retreat in a panic, barely managing to defend himself with a barrier of Do Qi, rendering his offensive futile. Unfortunately, he lacked the extraordinary agility of Chen Xiao's 3,000 thunder movement, nor did he possess the innate spatial talents of Ziyan. The relatively unremarkable Yin served as a testament to a harsh truth. Prolonged defense inevitably leads to downfall. Under Xiao Yixian's relentless toxic onslaught, his defenses became riddled with holes, ultimately crumbling completely. The earlier wail had emanated from him. At this moment, Yan's hair was disheveled, his tattered red robe billowing with black mist, and strange toxic spots marred his pale visage, his breath coming in ragged gasps like a broken bellows, revealing his desperate state. It was evident that if this continued, he would soon become the first Do Huang to fall this night. Witnessing this scene, Fang Yan's brow furrowed, abruptly shaking off his previous state of arrogance. He had grasped Chen Xiao's intentions. Third, go assist Yin, eliminate that poison maiden. It's time to get serious. We cannot allow them to prolong this any further, or we risk unforeseen changes. Fang Yin cared little for Yan's fate. He was merely wary of the combat prowess exhibited by Xiao Yixian. Each of Chen Xiao's trio had astonished him. Since they had engaged tonight, they must eradicate the threat entirely. If even one of them escaped, it could spell disaster for the Yin Valley. Boom, boom, boom. In a more distant battlefield, the heavenly demon puppet was like a relentless killing machine, mercilessly suppressing the elder of Eagle Mountain, leaving him with no chance to spare. The onlookers briefly glanced that way before averting their gazes. This outcome was precisely what Chen Xiao had hoped for, in a situation that Fang Yin and the others were keen to witness. Heeding Fang Yan's command, the third elder of Yin Valley nodded slightly, and, with a swift movement, aimed to retreat from the battlefield toward Xiao Yixian. However, at that moment, a chilling aura suddenly enveloped the battlefield. This coldness seemed capable of freezing souls, even halting the surging Douqi, while the energy of the heavens and earth surged wildly. The third elder of Mo Yin Valley was taken aback, raising his gaze abruptly. He beheld Chen Xiao, who had mysteriously appeared before him, surrounded by an icy frost-like aura that obscured the moonlight, shrouded in a thick mist. Then, amidst the astonished gazes of those present, the frosty vapor surged violently, and a colossal frost-colored hand, nearly 20 feet in size, abruptly emerged. This hand exuded an overwhelming might, as if it could command the chill of the heavens and earth. Wherever it passed, moisture and air instantly crystallized into ice, cascading down like rain, bearing a destructive pressure as it came crashing down upon the third elder's head. Heavenly Frost Palm, Chen Xiao bellowed, his voice cold and sharp, causing the surrounding air to tremble. Chapter 136. Mountain Opening Seal, Sea Overturning Seal. Faced with a half-step Do Zone and 2 9-star Do Huang, Chen Xiao initially intended merely to stall for time. He awaited the moment when Mo Tianxing and the others could no longer contain themselves and would join the fray, seeking the opportunity to capture them all in one fell swoop. Unfortunately, Fang Yan's directive for the third elder to ambush Xiao Yixian disrupted Chen Xiao's plans. Although Xiao Yixian leveraged her eerie poison body to keep Yan at bay, this was only feasible because they were both 3-star Do Huang, without a disparity in realms. In contrast, this third elder of Mo Yin Valley was undeniably a 9-star Do Huang. Should he fixate on Xiao Yixian, she might manage to cope, but it would necessitate her exerting her utmost, increasing the risk of her eerie poison body spiraling out of control prematurely. This was not a scenario Chen Xiao wished to witness. Thus, he had no choice but to alter his strategy, abandoning a defensive posture and truly engaging in earnest. Earth-grade Do techniques. The frost-colored giant palm, laden with frigid pressure, thundered down from the heavens. The third elder's pupils constricted as his Do Qi surged violently, like boiling magma. His fingers danced in rapid succession, weaving intricate seals. While Earth-grade Do techniques were already at the pinnacle on the Northwest continent, given their status and experience, they were not overly surprised. After all, among the blacklist powerhouses, aside from a select few prodigies, nearly everyone possessed at least one Earth-grade Do technique, treating it as their trump card in battle. Let me show you the flame technique of Mo Yin Valley. The third elder bellowed fiercely, his fingertips leaving behind fleeting afterimages like fluttering butterfly wings. Before his words had fully resonated, Fang Yin and the second elder had already surged forward. In this ruthless land of the Black Corner region, the ironclad law of survival of the fittest had long shattered the hollow reputation of defeating the few with the many. Here, martial ethics held no sway, and the process was irrelevant. Only the outcome mattered. The gazes of the three locked, their understanding as sharp as a poisoned blade, and they simultaneously roared, their forms launching forth like arrows released from a bow. In an instant, dozens of hand seals were unleashed in a torrential downpour, accompanied by a resonant crackling of bones, as 3 clusters of pale gray flames erupted from their chests, intertwining in the air like 3 coiled gray pythons, hissing menacingly. As the gray flames surged forth, the air emitted a piercing shriek, ultimately converging explosively in the center of the 3. When the 3 flames fully merged, a bizarre fire, wrapped in dark brown patterns, soared into the sky, resembling a giant beast bearing its fangs. The temperature within 100 meters skyrocketed at a visible rate, causing the distant trees to instantly dehydrate and carbonize, while the very space shimmered under the flame's scorching grip as if crumpled by an invisible hand. The roiling, ascending gray-brown flames ravaged the surrounding space, unleashing a terrifying power capable of overpowering the vast majority of beast fires. Chen Xiao narrowed his eyes. As one who had frequently encountered strange fires, he recognized the signs immediately. This seemingly tyrannical flame, despite its overwhelming force, lacked the annihilating aura of a true exotic fire, resembling an empty shell devoid of soul. The two were, after all, not of the same caliber. The ashen flames hung above the 3 figures like a gray sun, continuously radiating a terrifying heat that distorted the very fabric of space. A cold smirk creased the corners of their mouths as they simultaneously waved their hands, causing the flames to split into 3 distinct forms, darting into their bodies like streaks of fiery light. In an instant, their aura surged violently, enveloped in a tumultuous heat wave that rushed toward Chen Xiao like a raging tsunami. Almost simultaneously, they pointed their hands sharply, unleashing 3 chains of gray fire that shot forth like ethereal tendrils, directly targeting the imposing frost-colored giant hand. Strangely, upon contact with the frost hand, these fiery chains spread like a malignant growth, rapidly enveloping it in layers, rendering the colossal force it wielded unable to descend even a fraction. The prowess of the seasoned experts from the Blackhorn domain was unmistakable. With a low sigh escaping his lips, Chen Xiao realized his offensive had been thwarted. In an explosive flash, the frost hand shattered, unleashing a tempest of energy that surged forth like a tsunami, morphing into a howling storm of power. As it swept through, the meticulously woven fire chains disintegrated inch by inch, the clash of frigid air and searing flames erupting in a terrifying conflux that threatened to consume everything in its wake. A deafening roar resonated like thunder, prompting Ziyin and the others to gaze in awe at the billowing energy waves that filled the sky. Chen Xiao and the three elders of the Magic Flame Valley moved like arrows loose from a bow, retreating 1,000 feet, their garments billowing in the turbulent air. Utilizing their rapid movements, they evaded the cataclysmic shockwave capable of rending space apart, leaving only flickering afterimages in their wake. Focus. First, deal with your adversaries, Chen Xiao commanded, his battle aura surging dramatically. No sooner had his words left his mouth than he dashed forward with a flash of electric light, positioning himself like a phantom between the three elders of the Magic Flame Valley and the little healing fairy, thereby severing any opportunity for a surprise attack on her. In an instant, the intent behind Chen Xiao's maneuver was clear to Fang Yin, whose lips curled into a bloodthirsty grin, his eyes swirling with murderous intent. You seek your demise. Then let me send you to the underworld. He glanced at the crimson-robed Yin, who was ensnared in a fierce battle. Even at his peak, Yin was no match for the little healing fairy, and now, severely injured, his situation was dire. It would take but a moment for her to extricate herself from the fray. This realization drained Fang Yin of his patience to engage Chen Xiao, and with a shared glance with the second and third elders, their battle auras surged as one, like three ferocious beasts poised to crush Chen Xiao beneath their combined assault. In the blink of an eye, their hand seals fluttered like butterfly wings, and the surging gray-brown flames within them erupted forth like a breached dam, engulfing the sky. As Fang Yin poured his life's cultivation into the conflagration, the very heavens shuddered violently, and the chaotic energy of the world converged like a maelstrom. The thick gray-brown fire clouds roiling as if a colossal beast lay in wait within. Starry sky, fire phoenix, he bellowed, with a piercing cry that cleaved the air. A scorching gale surged forth, carrying the heat capable of incinerating all. The tumultuous gray-brown fire clouds quaked violently, and a massive firebird, spanning several dozen feet, gradually took shape. Its wings unfurled, rippling the very space around it, its eyes glowing like flickering will-o'-the-wisps, exuding a chilling aura of annihilation. It was evident that the three from the Magic Flame Valley had summoned their ultimate technique, vowing to obliterate Chen Xiao entirely. Sensing the overwhelming heat wave and the pressure capable of tearing apart the void, Chen Xiao's expression turned grave. Drawing a deep breath, a frigid aura enveloped him, and with a sudden stomp, he summoned his palm seals with blinding speed, weaving them together in a dizzying display, his battle aura surging like a tidal wave into his palms. In an instant, a handprint radiating a bone-chilling icy blue coalesced before him, its intricate patterns swirling with the might to cleave the heavens asunder. Mountain-splitting seal, he roared, unleashing the icy blue handprint with the force of 1,000 mountains. The overwhelming might of the mountain-splitting seal, combined with the profound strength of the earth and sky, aimed to shatter the ground and rend the mountains. This ancient secret technique, gifted by Sun Air, had always been Chen Xiao's trump card, kept hidden until now. Faced with the full might of the three from the Magic Flame Valley, he could no longer afford to hold back. His aura surged like a tempest, vowing to shatter his foe's offensive with this earth-shattering blow. As the handprint took form, Chen Xiao did not pause for even a moment. His fingers danced through the seals, reciting incantations as his battle aura intensified. In an instant, the atmosphere shifted dramatically. With countless energies converging like rivers flowing into the sea, the air within a radius of several dozen miles piercing with a shrill whistle. This commotion not only left the onlookers aghast, but also caused many hidden powerhouses to gasp in shock, their pupils constricting. Amidst the astonished gazes of the crowd, the air before Chen Xiao distorted violently, coalescing into a gigantic handprint, 2 or 3 dozen feet in size. This handprint shimmered with an ethereal blue hue, the surging energy within it roiling like a tempest, compressing the power of an entire ocean. Mich die Cell, Chen Xiao bellowed, his voice reverberating like thunder. As a shout echoed, the mighty sea's seal fully formed. The formidable, mountain-like strength of the mountain-splitting seal fused with the vast, turbulent power of the mighty sea's seal. And upon their release, the terrifying force caused the very space around them to begin to fracture, propelled by the might of creation, hurtling toward the ethereal firebird. Boom! At the moment of collision between the firebird and the dual seals, it was as if time itself had paused. First came a subtle crack, reminiscent of the first fissure in the surface of space, followed by a thunderous roar that shook the heavens, as the gray-brown flames and icy blue seals clashed violently, unleashing a blinding brilliance. The piercing cry of the firebird intertwined with the shrill wails of the energy being torn apart, sending countless creatures in the mountain range reeling, their bodies ruptured by the sonic wave. Gasping for breath, Chen Xiao hastily swallowed a Qing Yuan Dan, replenishing the immense energy he had expended. In stark contrast, the three from the Magic Flame Valley turned crimson, blood seeping from their mouths and noses. Though the starry sky fire phoenix was powerful, it began to crumble under the combined pressure of the dual seals, its flames flickering like a candle in the wind. Fang Yen roared, pouring every ounce of his fighting spirit into the assault, spitting forth a mouthful of blood into the firebird, barely stabilizing its form. Its claws tearing into the edge of the mountain-splitting seal, sending energy shards plummeting to the ground like meteorites, creating deep, bottomless craters. However, the mighty sea's seal surged forward like a tide, crashing into the firebird with the force of a cataclysm. Boom! Boom! The energy storm erupted like a nuclear explosion, sending mushroom clouds soaring into the sky, rending the heavens with a vast, pitch-black rift, and the indescribable waves of destruction cascaded outward like a tsunami. Chen Xiao grunted, the electric light beneath his feet flashing as he swiftly retreated, his complexion paling. The three from Fang Yen were similarly cast aside like kites with severed strings, propelled back over 1,000 feet before barely regaining their balance, their faces utterly ashen. The starry sky fire phoenix, having gathered all their life as fire, was now linked to their minds. Once shattered, all three suffered grievous wounds. In this moment, the entire realm fell into a brief silence. Even the distant battles involving Ziyin and the little healing fairy ceased, their faces reflecting shock at the spectacle. Only the heavenly demon puppet continued its relentless pursuit of the elder of the Eagle Mountain, leaving it wholly oblivious to the chaos unfolding elsewhere. The collision of the dual seals and the ethereal firebird bore witness to the brutality of this confrontation, as the swirling gray embers and warping space below the mountain range spoke volumes of the ferocity unleashed. Beneath the shade of the trees, Mo Tianxing beheld the energy storm of ice and fire tearing apart the sky, his pupils narrowing in astonishment. The terrifying aftershocks capable of rending space itself were evidently on par with the full force strikes of a Do Zone powerhouse. Had he not witnessed it with his own eyes, it would have been utterly inconceivable that such devastation could emanate from a mere Do Huang. After involuntarily swallowing hard, a sinister grin suddenly spread across Mo Tianxing's face, his eyes gleaming with an insatiable greed that seemed poised to ignite his very pupils. This earth-shattering confrontation appeared to be mutually destructive, yet in truth, it presented him with a fortuitous opportunity. Chen Xiao and the three from the Mo Yin Valley must now be utterly drained of their energy and grievously wounded, making it an opportune moment for him to reap the benefits. As the seeds of avarice took root, Mo Tianxing gestured grandly, leading Mo Ya and the other two Do Huang behind him as they strode forward. Thank you all for your hard work. Now, it is my turn to tidy up the aftermath. His words, deep and foreboding, echoed ominously in the air. With a flick of his wrist, a torrent of Do Qi surged forth, slicing through the air like a bolt of black lightning aimed directly at Chen Xiao's face. Simultaneously, Moya, Iliri, and Shay Chang ascended into the air, encircling Chen Xiao with a predatory intent, effectively trapping him in their midst. As Mo Tianxing's Do Qi surged towards him like a venomous serpent, Chen Xiao regarded the imminent attack with a knowing smile, his lips curling into a meaningful smirk. His fingers, hanging by his side, remained perfectly still, his robe gently swaying in the fierce wind, presenting an image of someone seemingly on the brink of collapse, as if he truly had no strength left to retaliate. Yet, when the torrent was but a mere 10 paces away, a bewitching figure materialized, accompanied by a refreshing fragrance. As a palpable pressure emanating from a Do Zone level surged forth like a tidal wave, the Medusa Queen's eerie and frigid gaze, brimming with murderous intent, locked onto Mo Tianxing, her ornate headpiece shimmering with an otherworldly glow as she effortlessly extinguished the Douqi torrent with a single palm. Who permitted you to lay a hand on him? As the chilling words of the Medusa Queen resonated, the temperature around them plummeted to freezing levels. Her voice devoid of warmth, as if echoing from the depths of the abyss. Earlier in the day, Ziyin had rushed back to the Canaan Academy like a whirlwind, revealing the night's impending crisis to Elder Su Qian. The Medusa Queen had initially intended merely to lend Chen Xiao a helping hand out of regard for Ziyin. However, as she concealed herself in the shadows and witnessed the fierce battle between Chen Xiao and the trio from the Mo Yin Valley, observing him dance perilously close to death time and again, an unusual turmoil stirred within her heart, particularly at the moment Mo Tianxing struck. This usually frigid queen felt her pupils constrict to pinpricks, an inexplicable fury surging from her core, overwhelming her rationality with a tide of murderous intent. Compounded by the persistent urging of the still unmerged soul of the little sky, swallowing python within her, she could no longer restrain herself. In an instant, she appeared before Chen Xiao, the aura of a Dozong powerhouse, subtly radiating an aura that instilled dread. Gazing at the enchanting figure that had suddenly emerged to shield Chen Xiao, Mo Tianxing's expression hardened, and as he opened his mouth to speak, a spine-chilling sensation coursed down his back. He abruptly turned to see Elder Su Qian standing resolutely, his silver hair gleaming under the moonlight, while a smile played on his lips, yet his eyes shimmered with a chilling malice. With a casual wave of his hand, ripples spread through the air, an unseen wave of energy washing over them like a tide, sealing off all of Mo Tianxing's escape routes in conjunction with the Medusa Queen. How delightful, Mo sect leader. Is it customary for you to ambush a few juniors in the dead of night? Su Qian's tone was gentle, yet sent shivers down Mo Tianxing's spine. While both the Medusa Queen and Su Qian were slightly inferior in rank to him, he remained unfazed in a one-on-one confrontation. However, with two Dozong powerhouses now present, even someone as formidable as Mo Tianxing felt the chilling weight of imminent peril. At this moment, the one who had fancied himself the opportunist realized that the tides had shifted dramatically. It was no longer a matter of reclaiming the Bodhi essence. The question now was whether he could escape with his life intact. Mo Tianxing swallowed hard, forcing himself to suppress his shock, striving to maintain composure. Before long, he came to the grim realization that tonight's ambush might have been a meticulously crafted trap all along. These two Dozong powerhouses had likely been lying in wait for him, their intended prey. This realization also shed light on the composed demeanor of Chen Xiao and his companions. Mo Tianxing's expression shifted as he turned to Chen Xiao, Honorable Pavilion Master. This is likely a misunderstanding. I came with my men merely drawn by the fluctuations from the battle, with no intention of targeting you. Chen Xiao cast a glance at Emoya, Elder Qi, and Che Cheng surrounding him, gaining a deeper understanding of the black-robed sect leader's audacity. At such a juncture, could he truly still claim it was a misunderstanding? Shaking his head slightly, Chen Xiao could not help but chuckle, extending his wings to glide to the side of the Medusa Queen. Mo Tianxing, you are quite the opportunist. However, from the moment you left your mark of Douqi on the Bodhi essence, our paths were irrevocably intertwined. As his words fell, Chen Xiao disregarded Mo Tianxing's ashen face, his gaze settling instead on the alluring figure beside him. The Medusa Queen radiated a cold aura, yet within her swirling murderous intent, Chen Xiao discerned a complex emotional undercurrent that even she herself seemed unaware of. It is often said that the observer sees clearly while the participant is blinded. As a semi-outsider, he understood the Medusa Queen's fate better than anyone. The Medusa Queens of the Serpent People had historically faced a choice: to live out their days in solitude or to devote themselves entirely to one individual, unwavering until death. While Chen Xiao and the Medusa Queen had not yet reached such depths, he had glimpsed her essence during her evolution. An accidental touch had occurred between them, a transgression unimaginable to any Medusa Queen who valued her purity above all. To resolve the inner turmoil that brewed within her, she faced a pivotal choice: either eliminate Chen Xiao to absolve herself or attempt to embrace this peculiar connection, ultimately compelling him to take responsibility. However, due to Chen Xiao's identity, the arrival of the Qiao family, and the intangible influence of the little sky swallowing python, the Medusa Queen found herself unable to harbor any murderous intent. Under these circumstances, even if she verbally denied it, the second option had already begun to take root in her heart. Thus, when she secretly interacted with Qiao Ying, she uncharacteristically inquired about Chen Xiao. During Chen Xiao and Ziyan's seclusion, the Medusa Queen would express her discontent through her actions, setting up barriers for them. When a barrier was breached, she was the first to emerge and return. When Chen Xiao addressed her, "As Your Majesty," a fleeting displeasure flickered in the Medusa Queen's eyes. These details, woven together, reveal the true sentiments concealed beneath her icy facade. Gazing at the Medusa Queen's exquisite visage, Chen Xiao suppressed his emotions and cautioned, "Be careful. Mo Tianxing is not to be underestimated, but do not take unnecessary risks." Upon hearing this, the Medusa Queen lowered her gaze, meeting Chen Xiao's eyes and sensing the concern hidden within. Yet, her typically unyielding countenance remained unchanged, save for her fingers, which unconsciously curled slightly at her side. The night breeze caressed her, rendering the faint curve at the corner of her lips ephemeral amidst the swirling Douqi. "I never take risks," the Medusa Queen declared with a stiff remark, stepping forward alongside Elder Su Qian, forcing Mo Tianxing further away until he could no longer interfere. With the Dozone powerhouse Mo Tianxing out of the equation, the remaining trio of Moya, Elder Qi, and Che Cheng posed no significant threat. They had witnessed with their own eyes the formidable might of Chen Xiao's mountain-sealing seal and ocean-dispersing seal. The thought of such power, comparable to that of a Dozong expert, stirred a wave of trepidation within the trio, causing them to instinctively draw closer together, as if this act would bolster their confidence. Suddenly, a thunderous boom captured everyone's attention, revealing that the red-robed Yin could no longer withstand the relentless assault from the little medical sage. A gruesome blood hole marred his chest as he plummeted towards the mountains below, his breath fading. The first Do Huang expert had fallen. The little medical sage's expression turned solemn as she silently surged into the battlefield alongside Ziyan. The two women joining forces to force the blood-sex Fan Lao and the master of the Black Skull Tomb into a desperate situation. However, just as they were about to deliver the fatal blow, Moya intervened, narrowly saving Fan Lao and the master of the Black Skull Tomb. The group moved in unison towards the trio from the Mo Yin Valley, 8 Do Huang experts, each wearing a grave expression, their eyes like blazing torches, unwaveringly fixed on the approaching Chen Xiao, little medical sage, and Ziyan. Their Do Qi surged around them, with weapons gleaming menacingly, silently proclaiming that any sign of movement from Chen Xiao's group would be met with a swift and merciless counterattack. The air thickened with the scent of gunpowder, as a new standoff quietly unfolded in this tense atmosphere, with only the sound of the battle between the Elder of Eagle Mountain and the heavenly demon puppet echoing in the background. Observing the vigilance etched on the faces of the 8, Chen Xiao could not help but smile faintly as he took a step forward. Seeing Chen Xiao approach, Moya's pupils constricted in alarm, causing him to retreat 3 steps like a startled bird, while hastily calling out to the trio from the Mo Yin Valley. "Elder Fong, this Chen Xiao has expended considerable energy. He may be unable to wield those formidable techniques again. Let's join forces. I refuse to believe he can eliminate us all before his Do Qi is completely depleted." His voice was sharp, almost distorted, with veins throbbing at his temples, madness glinting in his eyes, as if seizing the Mo Yin Valley trio was his last lifeline. The sudden shift in the situation, marked by the appearance of the 2 Do Zong experts, Su Qian and Queen Medusa, shattered their illusions of seizing the Bodhi transformation saliva. Now, merely escaping with their lives will be the best outcome for them. Otherwise, should Mo Tianxing falter, the moment Medusa and Su Qian were free to act would spell their doom. Elder Fong's complexion turned pale as he clutched his chest. The earlier combined attack of their 3 forms of fire had been shattered, resulting in severe backlash. It felt as though countless steel whips were lashing through his meridians, each breath accompanied by excruciating pain. In this state, he was scarcely at half of his peak strength, gazing at the formidable Medusa and Su Qian in the distance, listening to the explosive clashes between the Elder of Eagle Mountain and the heavenly demon puppet, and recalling Chen Xiao's dual seals. Elder Fong exchanged a furtive glance with the 2nd and 3rd elders, nodding in mutual understanding. "All right, let us engage together." The instant they received the Mo Yin Valley trio's consent, Moya's tense shoulders relaxed, a glint of ruthlessness flashing in his eyes. With a sinister grin, he unleashed his Do Qi, swirling around him like a black vortex, the Do Huang pressure transforming into a tangible wave that swept through the surroundings. After exchanging fierce glances with Elder Qi and Che Cheng, they struck simultaneously, unwilling to grant Chen Xiao's trio any opportunity to recuperate their Do Qi. As Moya and his companions initiated their assault, The 5 individuals in the rear also sprang into action. Elder Fong wiped the blood from his lips and exchanged a dark look with the second and third elders. His Douqi surging as he seized the moment of distraction created by the Black Emperor's sect's attack. In that instant, he dashed in the opposite direction. The master of the Black Skull Tomb thrust his bone staff forward, conjuring a dense black mist that obscured sight, transforming into a black arc as he too retreated. Fan Lao of the Blood Sect unleashed bloodlines from his fingertips like spiderwebs, striking the mountains below and causing them to explode. When the chaos subsided, he had vanished without a trace. The 5 acted with uncanny synchrony, choosing the same course of action without a word exchanged. Their seamless cooperation allowed them to soar beyond the reach of Mo Ye and his companions, becoming mere black dots in the distance. Young Master Mo, compared to this group of cunning old foxes, you seem as naive as a lamb awaiting slaughter, Chen Xiao mused, stifling a chuckle at the sight of Mo Ye and his companions, who were now caught in a precarious position, their faces drained of color. Disregarding Moya's shifting expressions. Chen Xiao nodded slightly at the little medical sage and Ziyan. The monk can run, but the temple cannot escape. The departure of those 5 can be set aside for now. We must first deal with the Black Emperor sect before settling scores. Without hesitation, the little medical sage and Ziyan stepped forward, their Douqi surging like a tidal wave, sealing off all escape routes for Mo Ye and his companions. Chapter 138. Explosion of Gold Coins. Bang! Bang! The sudden eruptions of clashes reverberated like thunder as the 3 Do Zong experts finally engaged in a fierce confrontation. Chen Xiao exchanged a glance with the little medical sage and Ziyan, signaling the end of their brief intermission. In the blink of an eye, they surged towards Mo Ye, Elder Qi, and Che Cheng. In stark contrast to the trio from Mo Yin Valley, the 3 from the Black Emperor sect were undeniably weaker, with the strongest among them being Che Cheng, a mere 6-star Do Huang, even inferior to the long-deceased Elder Ban. Together, they could not match any of the elders from Mo Yin Valley. With the support of the little medical sage and Ziyan, Chen Xiao felt an immense weight lift from his shoulders, his previously taut nerves now entirely relaxed. Boom! A phantom suddenly materialized before Mo Ye, catching him off guard. In a panic, he struck out, his palm passing straight through the body of the youth before him. Just as he was left momentarily dazed, danger approached silently. A palm imprint, imbued with the force of a raging tide, struck him unexpectedly in the back, the overwhelming power instantly inflicting grievous injury. He staggered, blood spewing forth as he was propelled backward, only managing to steady himself after flying over several hundred zhong, his face devoid of color. Young Master! Elder Qi's cry pierced the air, and upon witnessing the harrowing scene, he spun around to rush to aid. However, in an instant, a flickering shadow zipped through the sky like a streak of light, seemingly tearing through the void. The graceful figure moved with extraordinary speed, her jade palm gathering terrifying strength that tore through the constraints of space. Before her palm even made contact, an immense pressure descended upon the startled Elder Qi, akin to a mountain crashing down. Puffed. The terrifying force emanating from the jade palm surged like a torrential current, penetrating Elder Qi's entire being in an instant. In that moment, his pallor shifted from ghostly white to a bizarre crimson. The metallic taste of blood surged in his throat, and he erupted with a fountain of blood. More alarmingly, under the relentless pressure of this overwhelming might, his chest caved in as if struck by a heavy hammer, leaving him severely injured. In midair, Elder Qi convulsed violently, and before the astonished gazes of numerous onlookers from the surrounding mountains could register what had occurred, he plummeted like a shooting star into the vast forest, vanishing in the dense thicket, his fate uncertain. Ziyan deftly wiped the fine beads of sweat from her brow, her fists clenching tightly, producing a crisp sound. With her hands on her hips, she looked down imperiously at the spot where Elder Qi had fallen, a triumphant smirk playing on her lips. That old fool overestimated himself. To challenge me and dare to be distracted? Such a fool's errand. Her tone was laced with unrestrained disdain and pride. After her display of bravado, Ziyan's bright eyes suddenly lit up as she turned toward the direction of the little medical sage, licking her lips, revealing her mischievous little fangs. Her gaze fixated intently on Che Cheng as she dashed forward, fists raised. Sister little medical sage, I'm here to help you. Che Cheng was already in a frantic struggle against the little medical sage's formidable poison, the swirling miasma proving exceedingly troublesome. At that moment, he caught a glimpse of Ziyan, darting toward him like a bolt of purple lightning, and his pupils constricted in terror, cold sweat soaking his back. I'm finished. The color drained from Che Cheng's face in an instant, a terrified groan involuntarily escaping his throat, his breath becoming rapid and erratic. Upon noticing Imoya, who was also on the brink of death, Che Cheng could foresee the grim fate that awaited him, facing 3 Do Huang powerhouses alone after Imoya's demise. At that moment, it seemed as though only one path to survival remained. With thoughts racing through his mind, Che Cheng took a deep breath, his muscles tensing, the veins in his neck bulging as he let out a desperate cry towards the heavens. "Master, save me." His voice echoed through the night sky, catching the attention of the elder of Eagle Mountain in the distance, who quickly refocused to deal with the furious attack of the Tian Yao puppet descending from above. On the other hand, Mo Tianxing was in no better position than the elder of Eagle Mountain. Confronted by 2 Do Zone powerhouses simultaneously, he had no time to divert his attention, oblivious to the shifting tides of battle around him. Upon hearing Che Cheng's cry, he unleashed a powerful palm strike, leveraging the counterattack from Queen Medusa and Su Qian to create distance. Glancing towards the distant battlefield, he immediately recognized the perilous situation faced by the 3 members of the Black Emperor sect. The strongest, Che Cheng, was besieged by Xiao Yixian and Ziyan, utterly powerless to counter, forced into a passive defense. Mo Ya's face was ashen, his right arm completely severed, a gruesome wound on his shoulder. Upon seeing this, Mo Tianxing's eyes instantly turned bloodshot. As for Elder Qi, he was nowhere to be found amidst the chaos. Witnessing Chen Xiao discard the spatial ring from his severed arm, the limb crumbled into a mist of blood in his hands, surging menacingly towards Mo Ya, who could only flee for his life. At this sight, Mo Tianxing felt a surge of urgency, his heart tightening as the color drained from his face. He exerted all his strength and shouted hoarsely, "Chen Xiao, stop!" His voice reverberated in the night, imbued with undeniable authority and a hint of barely concealed panic. Mo Ya was his only bloodline. If he were to perish here, what future would the Black Emperor sect have? Chen Xiao heard Mo Tianxing's furious shout from afar, but seemed oblivious to it. Was it so simple to propose a truce? "I, the Black Emperor sect, acknowledge our defeat, but do not touch Mo Ya." Seeing Chen Xiao disregard his words as though they were mere nonsense, Mo Tianxing's countenance darkened. Yet he found himself powerless. However, he soon made a decision, retrieving a spatial ring from his fingertip, erasing his soul mark, and sending it flying towards Chen Xiao, urging him once more to desist. This time, Chen Xiao finally halted. Noticing his action, Xiao Yixian and Ziyan, along with Queen Medusa and Su Qian, also ceased their movements. Seizing this moment of respite, the apprehensive Mo Ya and Che Cheng were able to rush to Mo Tianxing's side. In an instant, only the elder of Eagle Mountain and the Tian Yao puppet remained, dutifully providing the background score of the unfolding drama. Chen Xiao securely caught the spatial ring, his consciousness probing within. Immediately, he discovered 3 familiar jade vials neatly arranged inside. Apart from that, there was nothing else. Although retrieving the Pizong Dan, Huangji Dan, and Douling Dan was a significant gain, equivalent to obtaining the Bodhi transformation nectar for free, Chen Xiao was not satisfied with the current circumstances. Not enough. Upon hearing this, Mo Tianxing's expression darkened further, his inner fury boiling as he could only grit his teeth and endure. He swiped his fingers again, sending a crimson, fist-sized magic core hurtling towards Chen Xiao. It was a 6-tier fire attribute magic core. Its value was equally substantial. Chen Xiao accepted the magic core without changing his demeanor. Mo Tianxing's face grew increasingly grim as he produced another scroll and tossed it to Chen Xiao. A low-tier ground-level Do technique, the 10,000 Poisons Heart-Eating Palm. Chen Xiao opened it to review. Cultivating this technique would allow poison to invade the opponent's body rapidly upon contact, wreaking havoc on their meridians and organs, subjecting them to immense suffering while simultaneously disrupting their Do Chi's flow, making it difficult for them to retaliate. This was a close combat Do technique. Chen Xiao felt quite satisfied and casually handed it to Xiao Yixian beside him before lifting his gaze coldly towards Mo Tianxing. "Old man, can you offer any more spoils of war?" Seeing Chen Xiao's actions, veins bulged on Mo Tianxing's forehead, his gaze sharp as a poisoned blade, fixating intently on Chen Xiao. He clenched his fists tightly, knuckles whitening with the force of his grip, and growled through gritted teeth, "Chen Xiao, do not overstep your bounds. If you continue to press, we shall perish together." That voice seemed to emanate from the depths of hell, fraught with a resolve that promised mutual destruction. Dopo Zongdan, Huang Yidan. Do Ling Dan, 6-tier magic core, a ground-level Do technique, along with the uncertain fate of Elder Qi and the gravely injured Mo Ya. had already cost the Black Emperor's sect dearly that night. The offerings made were the utmost limit that Mo Tianxing could endure through gritted teeth. Very well. Since Sect Master Mo is so sincere, let tonight's events be laid to rest. Chen Xiao scoffed, responding with casual indifference. Though uttered lightly, everyone understood that this matter would not be so easily resolved. Whether it was Mo Tianxing's concession or Chen Xiao's compromise, they were merely temporary measures born from helplessness. Mo Tianxing did not wish to deplete the Black Emperor's sect's foundation, nor did he want Mo Ye to perish. Thus, he was compelled to pay a price for peace. On the other hand, while Chen Xiao held some advantage, the true threats to Mo Tianxing were Queen Medusa and Su Qian. Should Mo Tianxing be cornered into desperation, he might self-destruct, forcing both Queen Medusa and Su Qian to pay a significant price as well. Additionally, there was still the threat of the Elder of Eagle Mountain, a fellow 4-star Dozong, lurking on the other side. Given all these factors, extorting some benefits and knowing when to withdraw was undoubtedly a mutually acceptable outcome for both parties. As for future reckoning, that would depend on the speed of each side's power enhancement. In this regard, the Zixiao Pavilion was certainly not inferior to the Black Emperor's sect. Having received Chen Xiao's agreement, Mo Tianxing let out a long breath. Casting a cold glance at Chen Xiao and the others before his figure flickered and disappeared into the forest, only to reappear moments later, carrying a corpse. Realizing that Qi Shan had utterly fallen, and that the spatial ring had already fallen into Ziyan's hands, Mo Tianxing's expression darkened, and without lingering any longer, he waved his hand, taking Mo Ye and Che Cheng away, fearing that further delay might lead to a desperate fight. This Black Emperor sect master is quite shrewd. You must be cautious going forward. Elder Su Qian reminded Chen Xiao with a hint of goodwill as he watched the departing figures of the Black Emperor sect. If possible, he would have preferred to eliminate Mo Tianxing in one fell swoop. Unfortunately, reality did not allow for such a resolution. He and Queen Medusa, in terms of cultivation level, were inferior to Mo Tianxing. Engaging in a life-and-death struggle would undoubtedly spell disaster for them. This matter is certainly not concluded, but the longer it drags on, the easier it will become for us to deal with him. Chen Xiao replied with a nod, not wishing to focus on the departing Black Emperor's sect. Chen Xiao withdrew his gaze, leading everyone to the battlefield of the Elder of Eagle Mountain and the Tian Yao puppet. With a thought, the Tian Yao puppet immediately ceased its attacks, hovering steadily in midair. Elder of Eagle Mountain, we bear no grievances. Why must you wade into this murky water? According to Mo Tianxing, you possess a 7th-grade life-saving pill. Hand it over, and we shall settle the enmity of tonight once and for all. The Elder of Eagle Mountain-'s situation was even worse than Mo Tianxing's had been earlier. After all, facing him alone, Chen Xiao had the Tian Yao puppet as an additional Dozong combatant. 3 against 1, the advantage was immense. Montauk Tianxing. Upon hearing Chen Xiao's words, the Elder of Eagle Mountain gritted his teeth in hatred towards Mo Tianxing. The existence of the life-saving pill was known only to Mo Tianxing and Qi Shan during the auction. No one else was aware. Thus, he had no doubt that Chen Xiao was sowing discord between them. Suppressing the simmering animosity for the time being, the Elder of Eagle Mountain cast a sweeping gaze around, his eyes flitting over Queen Medusa and Su Qian, before casting a wary glance at the celestial demon puppet. Without further ado, the Elder, displaying a decisiveness far beyond what Chen Xiao had anticipated, promptly produced a jade vial and tossed it towards him. There's no need for pretense. Since I have entertained thoughts of seizing the Bodhi transformation essence, we have already forged a mortal enmity. The current situation is clear to you. You might wish to keep me here, but it will yield no favorable outcome for you. It will only afford Mo Tianxing the opportunity to counterattack. A scenario fraught with peril. Thus, offering a life-reversing pill to temporarily set aside our grievances is a remarkably advantageous transaction. Observing the slight astonishment etched on the faces of the others, the Elder of Eagle Mountain chuckled derisively. This old fellow indeed knows the times well. He is acutely aware that the notion of resolving enmity with a smile is but a fantasy. At this moment, offering some price merely postpones the inevitable reckoning. Chen Xiao caught the life-reversing pill, scrutinizing it meticulously before allowing Queen Medusa and Su Qian to inspect it as well, confirming its integrity before stowing it away. No one would ever consider having too many life-saving items. With a flick of his fingers, the celestial demon puppet soared back, and upon inspection, Chen Xiao noted that it had sustained no damage despite the prolonged clash with the Elder of Eagle Mountain. This sight only served to heighten his satisfaction. On the opposite side, upon witnessing Chen Xiao summon the puppet back, the elder of Eagle Mountain immediately understood his intent and swiftly darted off into the distance like a wraith, only halting atop a perilous peak once he could no longer sense the presence of Chen Xiao and his companions. He gazed towards the direction of the Black Emperor's sect, a palpable bloodlust roiling in his eyes. The attempt to steal the chicken had resulted in the loss of the rice, making this old coot harbor a grudge against the Black Emperor's sect as well. Meanwhile, with the departure of the elder of Eagle Mountain, the night's ambush concerning the Bodhi transformation essence had come to a conclusive end. Hee, what a bountiful harvest! Zi Yin swiftly gathered the spoils, returning to her familiar guise as the little girl, her hands clutching a handful of spatial rings, her face beaming with delight. During the chaos of battle, they had all taken particular note of the spatial rings belonging to the fallen Do Huang, while the initial group of Do Wang rings had been difficult to attend to. Although the wealth of these Do Wang might be modest, their sheer number constituted a significant gain, not to be overlooked. Just hold on to them for now. We can assess later if there is anything of use to us. As for now, Chen Xiao's voice suddenly grew solemn, his gaze fixed on the direction where Fan Lao and the others had fled. Chapter 139, Colorful Scales. Sensing the murderous intent emanating from Chen Xiao, Queen Medusa's icy pupils narrowed slightly, while Elder Su Qian's gaze sharpened, akin to that of a hawk. Both had hastened to respond to Ziyan's summons. Yet the little girl had flitted away like the wind during the day, failing to convey even a coherent sentence, leaving them still in the dark regarding Chen Xiao's specific plans. We shall split up for our next move. Ziyan, Xianer, you two will rendezvous with Elder Hai. With your combined strength alongside Elder Hai, you will undoubtedly secure victory against either Fan Lao or the master of the Black Skull Tomb. Ziyan and the little medical fairy nodded slightly. They had been with Chen Xiao throughout, possessing a thorough understanding of the knight's operations, especially Ziyan, who had already coordinated with Hai Bodong regarding their meeting place. Be cautious. After all, he is a Dozong powerhouse, the little medical fairy advised softly, before refraining from further comment as she and Ziyan soared towards the city near the Black Emperor city. Watching the two depart, Chen Xiao withdrew his gaze, exchanging a knowing glance with Queen Medusa and Su Qian, promptly setting off in pursuit of the direction in which the elder of Eagle Mountain had fled. Just as the elder had stated, the moment he harbored intentions of seizing the Bodhi transformation essence and took action, their paths had been irrevocably entwined in a deadly rivalry. The reason they had not clashed to the death at this juncture was that the elder had surmised two key points. First, as a 4-star Dozong, if truly cornered, he posed a significant threat to Chen Xiao and his companions. Second, they were too close to the Black Emperor's sect. A mutually destructive conflict would provide Mo Tianqing with the opportunity to strike back. With these two concerns in mind, the elder had accurately deduced Chen Xiao's intentions. The enmity between them would certainly be settled, but not here. From Chen Xiao's perspective, the elder's assumptions were indeed correct, save for one oversight. Chen Xiao did not wish to reveal his final trump card here. Throughout, he had remained acutely aware of his objective. His purpose in coming to the Black Emperor sect was to obtain the Bodhi transformation essence. With the item now secured, there was no need to expend further effort on the Black Emperor sect. Whether Mo Tianqing lived or died was of little consequence for the time being. After all, Mo Tianqing had a sect, a bloodline, and numerous ties, posing minimal threat to him. Moreover, this individual was cunning and cautious, making it highly unlikely he would act again without absolute certainty. Beyond the Bodhi transformation essence, Chen Xiao had another pressing matter to address in this Black Corner region, which was to fulfill the promised follow-up. To put it another way, to settle accounts with that Earth Demon Old Ghost. Thus, the Earth Demon and the Bodhi transformation essence were of paramount importance. Everything else could be considered secondary. Priorities must be clearly delineated. Chen Xiao, the elder of Eagle Mountain, has been gone for quite some time now. If he is intent on hiding, we may not necessarily be able to locate him. Blocking out the surrounding sounds, Su Qian turned a glance at Chen Xiao. In response, Chen Xiao shook his head with a light chuckle. No, we will definitely find him. His unwavering confidence piqued Su Qian's curiosity, leaving her uncertain about the source of his assurance. With a gentle laugh, Chen Xiao remarked, the Grand Elder must already be aware that Ziyan consumed the transformation pill, correct? Su Qian nodded. Chen Xiao continued. That transformation pill was part of an agreement I made with the Chao family from the Central Continent. A month and a half ago, they dispatched a Do Wang powerhouse to deliver it. Su Qian nodded again. These details had not been disclosed to him by Ziyan, yet he found himself pondering their relevance to the current situation. As he was lost in thought, Upon encountering Chen Xiao's enigmatic smile, Su Qian suddenly froze. A Do Wang escorting a transformation pill? It was worth noting that a transformation pill was a 7th-tier medicinal pill. The journey from the central continent to the northwest was long, taking roughly a month even with the aid of spatial wormholes. Not accounting for the journey once exiting the wormhole. To send a Do Wang to escort such a precious 7th-tier pill over such a vast distance was a considerable gamble. If even a whisper of this information leaked, countless powerful beings and ferocious beasts would surely be tempted. Even without a leak in the Black Corner region, where treachery was commonplace, the likelihood of being targeted remained high. That fourth elder has also arrived, hasn't he? Just as Chen Xiao was about to clarify matters for Su Qian, Queen Medusa, positioned to his right, suddenly interjected. A Do Wang escorting a transformation pill was an anomaly that, upon reflection, should have raised suspicions. At the very least, a Do Huang level escort would be expected. For absolute certainty, it would be reasonable for the Do Zone level Chao Shi to personally escort it. Queen Medusa had interacted with both Chao Ying and Chao Shi, and she could sense that aside from the conditions stipulated in their transaction, the elder Chao Shi held an inexplicable, yet palpable regard for Chen Xiao. The reasons behind this sentiment eluded her understanding, but she was certain it was not mere illusion. Exposed by Queen Medusa, Chen Xiao cast her a resigned glance. During their journey, he had hoped to lead Su Qian to the answer step by step, but now that opportunity was lost. Nodding slightly in acknowledgement of Queen Medusa's conjecture, Chen Xiao dispensed with the circumlocution and stated plainly, "This fourth elder is quite diligent." Initially, he could have returned after delivering the transformation pill to Zixiao City. But since both Ziyin and I were in seclusion at that time, he opted to remain until after Ziyin had consumed it, at which point he finally appeared to bid me farewell. Upon hearing my strategy to confront the Black Sovereign Sect and the Demon Flame Valley, he chose to stay and assist, remaining at the scene throughout the night. The Elder of Eagle Mountain could never have anticipated that we had another Dozone powerhouse, equally formidable as himself, stealthily trailing him. After listening to Chen Zhao's account, Su Qian was utterly enlightened. No wonder he remained so poised, fully aware that an ambush awaited him tonight. It seems there were not merely two Dozong experts lurking in the shadows. I had also heard of Elder Chao from Ziyin. With the addition of his 4-star Dozong, the Elder of Eagle Mountain posed no threat whatsoever. Relying solely on Queen Medusa and Su Qian to deal with the Elder of Eagle Mountain might lead to victory, albeit with substantial casualties. However, with the inclusion of the celestial demon puppet, the task became significantly easier, though still not to be taken lightly. Now, with the arrival of another 4-star Dozong, the pressure was entirely alleviated. Contemplating this, a relaxed and content smile graced Su Qian's face. Had it not been for the battlefield's proximity to the Black Sovereign Sect, where eyes were numerous and scrutiny intense, Mo Tianxing could have been eliminated. Yet, Mo Tianxing was not my true target. Exposing the fourth elder for his sake was simply not worth it. Thus, I chose to let him be for the time being. Chen Xiao nodded gently, his nostrils flaring as he caught a whiff of the poison he had concocted, prompting him to slightly adjust their tracking direction alongside the two companions. The journey proved to be rather monotonous, but fortunately, the presence of the two companions allowed for casual conversation along the way. Of course, most of the discourse was between Chen Xiao and Su Qian, while Queen Medusa remained as serene and silent as a flower atop a lofty peak. However, noticing the subtle glances cast by Chen Xiao, a flicker of curiosity crossed Queen Medusa's brow as she posed a succinct inquiry. "What is it?" Meeting her scrutinizing gaze, Chen Xiao smiled and tentatively remarked, "I suddenly feel that while the title of Queen Medusa carries an air of authority, its uniform application to each successive matriarch of the Tagore Serpent clan diminishes its uniqueness." Upon observing the look of confusion on Queen Medusa's face, he continued with a proposal. "What if I were to bestow upon you a name? This title has been passed down through generations. How could it be altered so casually?" Queen Medusa replied without a moment's hesitation. Yet, despite her words, a hint of hesitation lingered in her tone, and a flicker of an emotion, one she herself had not fully recognized, flashed within her eyes. The lengthy years bound by her identity as Queen Medusa seemed to have been momentarily pried open by Chen Zhao's suggestion, allowing a few strands of unfamiliar and delicate light to seep through. Noticing the fleeting doubt in her eyes, Chen Zhao's lips curled into a confident smile, his clear voice resonating. "Then how about the name color scale? Like the splendid hues reflected by the scales of the small swallowing serpent at sunrise in the desert. It is utterly unique." An abrupt stillness enveloped Queen Medusa, Her aura momentarily stifled as the resistance in her eyes was replaced by a sense of bewilderment. Color scale? She unconsciously repeated the name, her gaze now clouded with an obscure emotion. It is merely a name. As you wish, she replied, nonchalantly, feigning indifference, before transforming into a streak of light and accelerating away. The night was gentle, quietly concealing the crimson hue at the tips of her ears. Observing this, Chen Xiao flapped his wings behind him, his feet crackling with lightning as he pursued her like an arrow released from a bow. Then I shall call you that from now on. Left behind, Elder Su Qian gazed at the two figures moving ahead of him, stroking his chin as he muttered to himself, "What folly is this? On a perfectly good path, I have become an unnecessary spectator." With a resigned shake of his head, he slowly followed in their wake.